Chapter 461. After the ugly girl finished the glass of wine, she had no more regrets, and was about to leave the tavern with the food she received as her wages. The next moment, she heard the golden cat behind the counter say to the swordsman with the golem, "If I were you, I wouldn't let her go like this." Odlin is divided into 2 floors, upper and lower. Most people live on the ground, because there is sunlight and water here. Every once in a while, the temple will transport a batch of supplies here. However, some people choose to live in the underground floor because they have offended their enemies, or for other reasons. The environment there is more complicated and more dangerous than on the ground. Generally, no one on the ground is willing to go down, and it is difficult for them to come back alive after going down, except for one person. The lady boss played with her hair, and entangled it with her fingers. There are so many people here who are not as familiar with the environment as she is, because she used to live down there. Rob raised his eyebrows. "Do you know why I came to you?" The lady boss smiled. "I have been running a shop here for so many years. If I didn't have this kind of vision, I would have been out of business a long time ago. As soon as you walked in, I knew what you wanted. Unlike other men here, you didn't want me to sleep with me." As the lady boss spoke, she knocked the ash of her cigarette into the empty cup left by the ugly woman, and said lazily, "From your appearance, you should have just arrived here. As a swordsman, you don't need a golem, so the golem should belong to your companion, but he is not here. In this case, your purpose of looking for me is also very obvious. Well, if you want to find someone in an unfamiliar place, the best way is to find the owner of the tavern here first. You should think so too, right? Let me guess, the person you are looking for is probably a girl, a very beautiful girl, otherwise you wouldn't look at me with such a pure look. Can you find her? It should be possible on the surface, but I'm not familiar with the underground area, so you may have to rely on her there." The lady boss pointed at the ugly woman at the door, and took another puff of cigarette. "You'd better hurry up. The people here are not very friendly to pretty girls." The ugly woman stomped her feet, threw down the food in her hand, and pounced back. Her movements were as agile as a cheetah. She grabbed the collar of the female boss and said angrily, "Karina, you evil person, I told you with good intentions that this guy is a master, but not only did you not thank me, you also wanted to trick me." The golden cat named Karina chuckled. "You've slept with me for so long. Don't you know what kind of person I am? In order to keep you, I can do things that are 100 times more excessive." This is probably what everyone often says. Love, a woman in love is both sweet and full of revenge. The boss's eyes moved, and her tone was as gentle as the flowers blooming on the grassland. The ugly woman gritted her teeth in anger. "We are not done with this matter." After saying this, she didn't pay any attention to the female boss anymore, and turned to Rob solemnly. "Sorry, don't listen to her nonsense. I have been away from the underground for a long time, and I am not familiar with it anymore, and I will never go back to that damn place." As she spoke, she picked up the bag of food that she had thrown on the ground and shook off the dust. The proprietress smiled and was not angry. "This is just right. Your enemy is also in the underworld. You find someone to help you get revenge for this handsome boy, and you two get what you want." The ugly girl stopped in front of the tavern. "It sounds fair," the future super magician said. However, the ugly girl on the other side was obviously hesitant, and a complex expression flashed across her scarred face. Finally, she turned around and said, "Why don't you ask who my enemy is, how strong he is, and how many subordinates he has?" "I don't care," Rob said calmly. The ugly girl was stunned when she heard this, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. "Okay, let's talk business first. What valuable things do you have?" Note that I'm talking about valuable things in Odlin. Forget about gems and gold. No one here cares about those rubbish. "Oh," the proprietress explained, "Odlin is a very realistic world. Since I'm going to help you find someone, I'm going to pay you. Don't get me wrong, it's not for me, but for those who help you find someone. What else do you plan to do after you find someone? Of course, you can rely on your strength to kill them directly, but it will take a long time to go back and forth, and no one can predict what will happen in the middle. If your companion is really beautiful, I suggest you choose the second method, and offer a price that no one can refuse, so that the other party can send your companion back intact. As for whether you plan to kill the other party, and take the things back or something else, it doesn't matter. This is a place without the rule of law." The ugly girl then added, "The territory on the ground has been divided up, and there is a boss in almost every territory. Karina's reputation among them is still very useful. She will come forward as a guarantor to release the news. As long as your bid is high enough, if your companion is really here, someone will send her back in 2 days at most. The real trouble is still underground. Unlike the ground, the underground is a more chaotic and disorderly world. There is no clear division of power there, but there are indeed some very powerful characters. I know a few of them and can entrust them to help find it, but dealing with them also requires a certain price, and they do not accept credit guarantees. Half of the deposit must be paid first. Rob thought for a moment, took out a small bag from his backpack and poured it on the counter. Are these okay? Magic crystals? Karina was surprised to see the beautiful stones on the table that shone with a faint orchid luster. How did you bring these things in? Every batch of prisoners will be checked before they are sent in. Magic crystals are the #1 contraband. Even magicians can only bring a staff for self-protection. However, these are not enough. The female boss shook her head. Magic crystals are only more attractive to magicians, but other people have to find magicians to exchange for what they need after getting the magic crystals, so the value will be depleted after the transfer. So the future super magician took out 2 more vials and a ring. The ugly girl picked up one of the vials. What is this? Healing potion. Rob bought 5 bottles from a nearby church before leaving, mainly to deal with some emergencies. Karina's eyes lit up when she heard it. This is a good thing. It can save lives at critical moments. And what about the ring? A second-class magic device that can release a light body spell and an invisibility spell 3 times each. This thing was made by someone using the leftover scraps after upgrading #2. Dual magic position magic device? The ugly woman took a breath, and it was a second-class magic device that anyone could use. This kind of rare thing is worth a lot of money, not to mention in Oglin, even in the outside world. Karina couldn't help asking again, are you sure you want to take this thing as a reward? Chapter 462. I'm looking for a girl. Her name is Luo Luo. She's a 3rd-level magician and carries an elven sword. Rob knew the value of the ring very well. Dual magic devices are rare, but the value is more due to the manufacturing technology. In fact, it doesn't use exaggerated materials. He can make it anytime he wants. And compared to finding Luo Luo, this ring is nothing. But that's just for him. As a result, the female boss's blurry eyes flashed a greedy look, but she finally suppressed the tempting idea in her heart. When she calmed down, she threw the ring back to someone along with a bottle of healing potion. Those magic crystals plus a bottle of healing potion are enough as a reward. You should take the ring yourself. It will only cause trouble if I keep it here. People who want to live longer in Oglin know one thing. Never touch things that are not commensurate with their own strength. In addition, you better be careful. There are so many eyes here. It won't be long before someone finds you unless... Karina smiled brightly, but everyone in the tavern heard a chill in the last 2 words. The female boss only said half of her words, but everyone present knew what the second half of her words were. Only the dead can keep secrets. Unless they are all dead, the news of the dual magic device will eventually spread and cause trouble for the guy with the golem in front of him. If they were in the other person's position, they would definitely not let these people in the tavern go, so everyone's heart sank. They didn't know Rob's strength, but the ugly girl and Karina alone could keep everyone here. However, the future super magician was indifferent to the words, and seemed to have no intention of silencing them. So the next moment, the panicked drinkers looked at each other, scattered from the windows and doors, and ran to inform the forces behind them. The ugly girl was a little surprised. You really don't care? It's not that he doesn't care, he just wants to find more people to spread the news that he is looking for someone. The lady boss smiled and looked into Rob's eyes. These people will definitely tell their bosses what happened here when they go back. This is your purpose, right? In addition to beating the owner of the magic device on you, they will also help you search for the whereabouts of the girl. Rob did not comment. I troubled the lady boss about the things on the ground. The ugly girl on the other side also looked serious. Have you really thought about it? Are you sure you want to go down with me? The underground world is very dangerous. Even if you are a master, you can easily die there if you are not familiar with the environment. And let me make it clear in advance that my enemy is very powerful. He was not chased down, but lived there voluntarily. Yes. The future super magician did not hesitate. After talking with the boss lady, he had already made a decision. The reason is simple, because the underground is the most dangerous. At present, he must consider various possibilities without knowing the whereabouts of Lolo. He does not need to worry about it, because Dad Lion is in charge outside Oglin. Karina is also confident that she can bring people back on the surface, so he is most worried about the underground. If the environment there is really as dangerous as the ugly woman said, then Lolo will be more dangerous for every second he stays there. Therefore, although the boss lady promised that there will be a conclusion on the surface in 1 day at the earliest and 2 days at the latest, Rob did not intend to wait like this. but decided to go underground first. In his opinion, the worst outcome is nothing more than a wasted trip. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the ugly woman said nothing more. Neither of them was a person who would drag their feet. After half a magic hour, the ugly woman packed up the things needed for underground activities. Rob called Hecrito beside him, and pushed open the door of the tavern. At this time, the rain outside stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and it should be dusk. Unfortunately, the afterglow of the sunset was blocked by the high wall, and the sunset could not be seen in Oglin. The three of them went out, and they encountered trouble before they took 2 steps. The people who ambushed them were a very special force, and the leader was a 5th-level warrior nicknamed Hound. As the name suggests, Hound has a keen nose. He will appear wherever there are valuable things. Before he was in the outside world, he had killed an entire caravan for a cart of gold. He was a thief that people feared in the desert. Later, the temple sent out a whole team of high-level paladins to track him for a full 6 months before capturing him. Because he lived in the desert, he adapted to the harsh environment faster than others. Soon after arriving in Oglin, he formed a team here. His subordinates were very strong. This group of people acted like horse bandits, coming and going without a trace, and seemed to have no fixed territory, but they had many eyes and ears in this prison. Whenever there was something good, they could always get there in the first place, and their speed was amazing, and this time, they obviously did not fail. The three of them ran into this group of people just after they left the house. In addition, the future super magician could also feel the presence of other eyes around him. Some large forces that were farther away were still on their way, but they had already sent spies to keep an eye on the movements of their prey, while some small forces nearby came faster, but they knew their own strength and knew that they probably couldn't get that thing. But that didn't stop them from watching the fun from the sidelines. The ugly girl couldn't help but swear, damn, these flies came so fast. The Hound put his left hand on the scimitar at his waist, and jumped down from the roof. He sniffed and grinned to greet the ugly woman opposite. Ugly, long time no see. For Karina's sake, I won't hold you accountable for what you said just now, but you'd better not interfere in the next matter. The ugly woman frowned. Hound, you have crossed the line. This is the territory of the tavern. I will naturally apologize to Karina after I get that thing. The Hound laughed. As they were talking, another 12 people jumped down from the roof. 4 of them blocked their retreat, and were also on guard against the proprietress in the tavern. The remaining 8 surrounded them. The situation was extremely bad. The ugly girl wanted to say something else, but Rob, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up and asked, "Have you seen the girl I'm looking for?" The Hound thought the guy in front of him was very interesting. He was about to die, but he didn't think about how to save his life later, but was thinking about something else. The men behind him also smiled strangely when they heard it. Although this group of people didn't answer Rob, he had already got the answer from their faces. The future super magician was a little disappointed. He took off the sword at his waist and handed it to the little golem beside him. In that case, don't waste time. Chapter 463. In terms of strength alone, the ugly girl is not as good as Karina, but she is also proud of her sense of danger. There were so many people in the tavern at that time, but she was the only one who could feel something different from someone. As soon as Rob entered the door, she smelled the breath of danger from him. Although the breath was very faint, it was more unusual because of this. The future super magician has the world's top breath-hiding method. With the secret treasure on his body, as long as he is willing, he can be no different from ordinary people. Even a 9th-level super magician may not be able to see through his strength, so the ugly girl naturally can't. But she could feel it, just like a low-flying swallow before a rainstorm. This was a unique ability she had developed after living underground for 10 years, just like a sixth sense that only belongs to women, and it was also her biggest reliance to survive in the dangerous Oglin. No one in this prison could smell danger more keenly than her. In the tavern before, when Rob's right hand held the oak cane, the ugly woman's heart suddenly trembled, which was why she came forward to stop Karina. Although she acted indifferent, the two had had physical contact after all, and the ugly woman couldn't bear it after all, and watched her lover get caught in his own trap. She could feel a fear she had never felt before from the boy in front of her, who looked calm, and had nothing special about him. Eyes, noses, and ears may deceive people, but instincts never lie. The ugly girl guessed that the other party was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. In fact, before Rob made a move, she didn't believe that anyone in the world could have such a terrifying power. 11 seconds, from the time the future super magician started to take action to the time he took back his sword from the little golem, it only took 11 seconds. This time was not enough for the lady boss to finish half a cigarette, nor for the ugly woman to drink a bottle of wine, and even going to the toilet would be too short, but it was enough for Rob to kill people. In these 11 seconds, the future super magician killed a total of 13 people. In other words, he spent less than 1 second on average to kill each person. Among these 13 people, there were 4 5th-level professionals including the Hound, and 9 4th-level professionals. With such strength, they could even rob a small town. Even in Auckland, there were not many forces that could pat their chests and guarantee that they would be able to eat this group of people steadily, otherwise they would not let them rob and search for spoils everywhere. As a result, they also died because of the word fast this time. They were fast enough to rob Rob and the ugly woman just when they left the tavern, so they died quickly. 13 people were wiped out without even a last word, and their opponents were only 2 people, no, to be more precise, only 1 person, because the ugly woman never made a move from beginning to end, and even if she wanted to intervene, it would be too late. All this happened too fast. The future super magician did not hide his strength this time. From the moment he held number 2, the fate of the 13 people in front of him was already determined. Rather than calling it a battle, it would be more appropriate to call it a one-sided massacre. There was no resistance, no fierce and suffocating attack and defense, and the whole process was calm and peaceful. The Hound seemed brave, and all of them were desperate, but they had no chance to show their ferocity. From the moment the battle began, they had been suppressed, and could not see any hope or any chance to fight back. The 13 people found that they could do nothing but let out meaningless roars from their throats, like desperate trapped beasts. In the end, they could only face the coming of death unwillingly. Because of the special nature of the magician group and the existence of the Magician Association, there are not many magicians imprisoned in Auckland, but there are many masters among them. The current boss, Fire Cat, is a 7th-level magician, occupying the largest area in the north called Starfall. The ugly girl had seen Fire Cat in action, and the terrifying sense of oppression was still fresh in her memory. In addition, she had also seen some other magicians in this prison. They were all powerful in their own ways, but even if all of them were added together, they were not as shocking as Rob brought her today. This was an unfair battle from the beginning. 13 versus 1, but the unfairness was on the side with more people. Facts have proved that the advantage in numbers cannot make up for the huge gap in strength. From the first magic, the future super magician has already laid the direction of the battle. The 6th level attack magic Des Sai, this dark magic has always been known for its super lethality, but the pre-process is as long as 15 seconds, so it is not popular among magicians. Although Rob shortened this time by nearly half, the remaining 7 seconds are still very long. With the strength of Hound and others, if they react quickly enough and judge accurately enough, they can escape from this area before the Death Sai is formed. Of course, the premise is that Rob is willing to give them this opportunity. This is naturally impossible. For the Hound group, the next 7 seconds is the beginning of the nightmare. The initial position of the 13 people was actually quite loose, mainly surrounding, and there were 4 people blocking the door of the tavern, specifically guarding against the proprietress, so the Death Sai only enveloped 3 people at the beginning, but then Rob used 9 magic spells to successfully force all 13 people into the range of the Death Sai. This is the most terrifying part. Before this, the ugly girl had never seen a magician fight in this way. The calculation and prediction abilities involved were too incredible. So someone finally recalled the terrifying might that had briefly appeared in Ogren a long time ago. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have the same question in their hearts. Where did this terrifying monster come from? As the 13 bodies fell to the ground, there was a brief silence outside Karina's tavern. Those eyes hiding in the dark all held their breath at this moment, fearing that the other party would discover their existence. The proprietress leaned on the bar, and her expression did not change much. However, if there were other people in the bar at this moment, they would find that her heart was not as calm as it seemed. The 2 fingers holding the cigarette were trembling slightly, and she was unaware that the ash fell on her favorite long skirt. After an unknown amount of time, the proprietress could not help but sigh, "Fuck, this is too exaggerated." Chapter 464. It took only half a cigarette for the 13 members of the Hound to show up and be wiped out. Those eyes hiding in the darkness were still thinking over and over again in their hearts about what they should do to delay the main force after the Hound succeeded. As a result, they soon found that they did not need to worry about this problem anymore. When the 13 bodies lay on the ground, everyone's eyes widened. They witnessed the whole process of the fight between the 2 sides, but it seemed that they saw nothing. When faced with something beyond common sense, the first reaction of human beings is always to doubt their own senses. Therefore, until Rob hung his sword on his waist again, there was only a dead silence all around. However, fear spread like a tide, madly spreading in everyone's heart. In fact, it was not just the eyes in the darkness who felt fear. Even the ugly woman, who was standing with someone at the moment, could not help but feel a strange emotion in her heart after seeing that powerful force. Such a powerful existence had never appeared in Odlin before. It was like a lion suddenly broke into a wolf's den. As a member of the wolf pack, the ugly girl instinctively felt threatened, so she asked the question that everyone wanted to know with a complicated look, Who are you? A passerby. Rob said lightly, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in territory or power, and I'm not here to compete with you for resources. I just want to find my companion, so please tell the others in this prison that if anyone finds her whereabouts, they can wait for me at the Grey Mouse Tavern. In addition to the agreed rewards, I can also give him this ring." The latter part of his speech was specifically for those guys hiding in the dark. Rob knew what kind of place Odlin was. It was far from enough to simply rely on interests to drive the villains in this prison to work for him. Even if the proprietress was willing to help, it was hard to say how much these people would care, and once they found Lolo, it was hard to guarantee that they would not have other ideas. Rob did not take action in the tavern not because he had a good temper or had any compassion, but because he felt that there were too few spectators here. Killing is just a means. What is important is what kind of information is conveyed through this means, and how to let everyone see the information he wants to convey. The ugly girl has always been very curious about why he let those people go and cause trouble for herself. In fact, the reason is very simple. In addition to spreading the message of finding Luo through these people, he also wants to tell the various forces on the surface through their mouths that he is carrying a treasure. Because only in this way can those eyes hidden in the dark rush here together and watch him kill people with their own eyes. Rob used this method to tell everyone in Odlin that the girl named Lolo was his companion. If anyone dared to take advantage of her, they had better think about the fate of the hounds before they had such an idea. This is Odlin after all. Strength is the root of everything. The deterrence of force is far more direct and shocking than the temptation of interests. Sure enough, no one came to disturb them along the way, and even the tails behind them disappeared completely. Until they arrived in front of the manor in the east, the two did not even encounter anyone. Although the population of Odlin has been maintained at a very low level due to the lack of supplies, it is not so low that you can't see anyone even if you walk so far away. Even the nearby streets are clean. There is only one reason to explain that people in the nearby areas have already received the news and run away. It seems that the previous incident has also spread. It was not until she entered the manor that the ugly girl finally saw a few familiar faces. Odlin was not divided into two underground floors at the beginning. The soil here is special, and has a very high copper and iron content. It is difficult to dig even with the help of tools. This is also a big reason why the temple chose this place as a prison, which can prevent the prisoners inside from escaping by digging tunnels. The appearance of this underground layer was actually due to an accident. When the prison was about to be built, someone accidentally discovered a tunnel, and there was a huge natural cave underneath. The temple sent people to explore the cave, which took several months, and finally determined that it was a completely enclosed space. There was no other way out except a passage leading to the ground. However, the internal structure of the cave was very complicated, with many forks and branches. The church used a total of 20,000 laborers, and spent nearly 120 years to build this giant prison. At this time, it was obviously impossible to change the location. In addition, the cave itself had no way to connect to the outside world, which was equivalent to expanding the space inside the prison by nearly one-fold. Therefore, the temple finally did not care about this extra layer. There is almost no water or sunlight in the underground world. There are only some mosses and ferns. Even bats can hardly survive. Therefore, no prisoners were willing to live there at first. Later, some people could not stay on the surface for various reasons, and had no choice but to escape underground. There is no water or food here. People living on the surface originally thought that it would not take long for those who escaped underground to die and become a pile of dry bones. However, after a while, some people claimed to have seen those guys underground again. No one knew how they survived. However, as time went by, a small world gradually formed underground. This dark world is far more dangerous and complex than the surface, and the competition is more intense. The guys living here may not be as strong as those on the surface, but they are more brutal and cunning. In a one-on-one fight, they may not be the opponents of those on the surface, but if they are confined to a dark cave, they can often kill opponents who are several times stronger than themselves. However, there is no communication between the upper and lower layers of Odlin. There are relatively abundant supplies on the surface, and some people will issue some wanted missions underground as a reward. As long as anyone can catch or kill the designated target underground, they can get corresponding rewards, or even the right to return to the surface. There are also some unique specialties underground that can be used for trading with the surface. The one in charge of managing the passage connecting the surface and the underground world is a big force called Nightingale. Half a year ago, Nightingale just completed the change of the leader position, and the new leader is an 8th level archer. The ugly woman had fought with him once or twice. The other party seemed to have lived in the underground world for a period of time like her, so he always had a cold and damp smell on his body. The ugly woman didn't like this smell. Chapter 465. The ugly girl had not set foot on Nightingale's territory for a long time. Since she left that cold and dark world, she had never thought of returning. Life on the ground was good. Although the lack of resources in Ogden was like a purgatory in the eyes of outsiders, purgatory also had different levels. Compared with the underground, life on the surface was like a vacation. Especially the time she spent in the Grey Mouse Tavern. It was a rare piece in her life, but there were some things she would never forget. For example, the sobbing in the darkness, the cold hand touching her skin like the tongue of a poisonous snake, and the dense scars on her face. These things always reminded her that she had unfinished business there. The ugly girl was distracted for a moment, as if she was thinking of the dark time in the underground. It was not until the leader of the Nightingales, Sax, stood in front of them that she came back to her senses. Then she took out a small bag of dried rat meat from her arms, about half a pound, and handed it to the other party, Toll, for 2 people. But Sax didn't reach out to take the bag after hearing that. The ugly girl frowned. Why? Did Nightingale change the rules after changing its new leader? Are they planning to raise the price, or are they simply targeting us? Sax raised his eyebrows and smiled. Miss Yvette seems to have some misunderstandings about me. Karina and I are also old friends. I was the one who mediated the conflict between you Grey Mouse and the people of Starfall. I said at that time that you can come to me if you have any trouble in the future. Rob noticed that the ugly girl's pupils shrank significantly when she heard the word Yvette. It seemed that she didn't expect the other party to know this name. She was silent for a moment before she spoke again. In that case, why don't you charge us a toll? Because I want to make friends with you too. When Sax said this, his eyes were on Rob, and then he couldn't help but exclaimed, I just heard about that battle, but it's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Ogden has not had such a powerful master for a long time. To be honest, we have been troubled by the hounds for a long time. Although they live on the surface, they can break the rules. They robbed a batch of our goods before. Nightingale has wanted to get rid of them for a long time, but those guys are erratic, and we have not been able to catch them. So this time you two have helped us a lot. Shaq snapped his fingers, and the person behind him took out a lamp that looked a bit old. You should be able to use this thing down there. It's just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you can find your companion soon. Rob saw the patterns on the side of the lamp at a glance. Although the pattern seemed simple to him, and the structure was rough, it was indeed a genuine magic lamp. The magic lamp is the lowest level of magic device, and even magic apprentices can make it. It is not a rare thing in the outside world. It can be bought in almost all human towns, and the price is not expensive. The cheapest price is only 1 gold coin. If an adventure team explores in the wild, they will basically bring 1 or 2. However, in Ogden, the number of magic devices is extremely rare. There are few magicians here, and no magic materials can be collected in this isolated place, so even the simplest magic device is difficult to make. This is why Rob's double magic device was targeted by so many people. But Sax now took out a magic device as a gift, and it was given to 2 strangers. Even if Nightingale is the largest force in the east of the city, such a gift is too expensive. With the hounds as an example, there are many speculations about Rob's strength in Ogden. But if it is just because he doesn't want to provoke someone, Sax can quietly avoid him like everyone else. The future super magician is busy looking for Lolo, and has no time to trouble anyone. However, Sax not only waited here, but also prepared a heavy gift for the 2. Anyone would think that he had other intentions, but after giving the gift, Sax didn't say anything. It seemed that he knew Rob was in a hurry. He nodded to the 2, and gave up the entrance to the underground behind him. After walking a distance in the tunnel to ensure that their voices would not be heard by Nightingale's people, the ugly girl warned someone, "You'd better be careful of that guy. He doesn't look like someone who would show kindness to others for no reason." The future super magician said oh, and did not comment. The ugly girl didn't know if this guy took her warning to heart, because Rob changed the subject later. "I heard from Karina that you lived here before." "Well, I grew up underground. My parents were prisoners imprisoned in Ogling. They died when I was very young. When I was 6, I was taken underground and have lived here ever since. The ugly girl spoke calmly. The events of the past were long ago. She had almost no impression of her parents, so she did not feel sad when talking about them. She bent down, picked up a few stones in her hand, and threw one of them forward. Her throwing technique was very special. The stone did not fly straight out, but repeatedly jumped between the surrounding walls and the ground under her feet. This method could be used to check if there were any traps or mechanisms nearby. As a result, before the stone rolled far, a large net fell from the sky. The ugly girl snorted coldly. I haven't seen you for so many years, and you still only have this little trick. You haven't improved at all. There seemed to be a figure flashing in the tunnel in the distance. The other party was very timid. Seeing that the net fell, he fled away without thinking. The ugly girl did not chase him. These were just small characters. It would be useless to catch them. The future super magician acted as if he had seen nothing. He continued to ask, "Is it your enemy who brought you here?" "No, that guy is just a poor guy who was hunted by others. He probably caught me just to sell me for some money. Guys like this can't survive here. He was killed the day after he entered the underground. I was also sold to other people. Well, I was sold several times after that. The guys who bought me before were either killed or couldn't survive. I stayed here for almost 10 years, and returned to the ground 3 years ago." The ugly girl just mentioned this experience underground in passing, and it seemed that she didn't want to talk about it in detail. Chapter 466. The ugly woman led the way with the magic lamp in front. Rob could sense her mood change after entering the underground. Perhaps she remembered some unpleasant memories. For a while, neither of them spoke. Hecrito looked at the stone walls around curiously, and touched the moss on them. The world here is different from the ground. It seems very quiet. After walking so far, there is almost no other movement except the sound of footsteps and stones hitting the stone walls. It's like diving into a deep sea. There are only endless corridors and complex forks in front of you. The future super magician has understood what Karina meant by saying that it is difficult to move without a good guide. These forks are like a beehive, and you will get lost if you are not careful. This is why every once in a while, there are always people who escape to the underground, and the big forces on the ground can do nothing to them. If it is the first time to come to the underground world, let alone find someone, as long as you walk a distance, you may not be able to find the way back. Fortunately, the ugly girl has lived underground, and is very familiar with this place. She almost did not hesitate when she encountered branches and forks along the way. After walking for about half a magic, the two came to an inverted cone-shaped stone pillar. The ugly girl finally stopped and spoke again. "The guy we are going to meet now is well informed here. If you want to find someone, he should be able to help a lot, but he is cautious by nature and will hardly show up in front of strangers who are stronger than him. So no matter what happens later, you better not do it. Let me handle it." Rob nodded, indicating that he had no objection. However, the ugly girl seemed to be still worried. After thinking for a while, she added, "I have dealt with him several times. He may be a little neurotic, but he is not bad in nature. He is one of the few guys in this place who can still be called a human being. He has also helped me before, so even if he has any rude behavior, I hope you don't take it to heart. Don't worry, I won't hurt him." The future super magician knew very well what the ugly girl was worried about. The power he showed before obviously made the latter feel scared. The ugly girl was afraid that when the negotiation was not going well, he would get used to using force to solve the problem. With someone's guarantee, the ugly girl finally stopped hesitating, put her thumb and index finger on her lips, and blew a whistle with a strange rhythm. She blew this whistle 3 times in total. It seemed to sound almost the same, but in fact, the scale changed slightly each time. After 3 times, the ugly girl put her ear against the stone wall and listened quietly, but the dark cave in front was still quiet. So 5 minutes later, the ugly girl repeated the previous set of actions again, and explained to Rob, "That guy used to live nearby. If he heard the whistle just now, he should come out to see me, but 3 years have passed, and I don't know if he has moved away, or even if he is still alive. Let's wait a little longer. If he doesn't show up after half a magic hour, I will take you to find other people, but the accuracy of the information provided by those guys is much worse. Most people living underground have fixed activity areas. Only he is relatively special. Basically, he can know anything quickly." While the two were talking, a rustling sound finally came from the deep tunnel ahead. The ugly woman raised the magic lamp in her hand again, and was surprised to find that the person coming was not a human, but a pottery figurine. The pottery figurine was only half a meter tall, with rollers on its feet, allowing it to move in the tunnel. But what interested Rob was the faint magic fluctuations emanating from the pottery figurine. This was the second magic device he had seen in Oglin, and unlike the magic lamp, the production level of this magic device was obviously much higher. Although it was still simple, it was more because of the lack of materials. It can be seen that the designer was very thoughtful. In addition to some necessary cores, many places were replaced with various strange things. This was obviously related to the extreme shortage of materials in Oglin. As expected, these magic materials all performed very badly, but from another perspective, it was not easy to piece together a usable magic device with these bad materials. This pottery figurine in front of you, the future super magician, didn't know what to call it. You could see some prototypes of a golem from it, but it didn't seem to have any other functions of a golem except the power system. It was just an empty shell with limited functions, and at most it could help run errands or something. The clay figurine stopped half a meter away from the two people. It held two small stone bowls in its hands, each containing a green and brown unknown liquid. What does this mean? The ugly girl was puzzled. It seems that it wants us to drink the contents of the bowls, Rob speculated. How is this possible? The ugly girl frowned. No one knew what was in the two bowls. Drinking rashly would mean handing over one's fate to the owner of the clay figurine. The most important thing to survive in the underground world is to never trust anyone easily, not to mention someone you have only dealt with a few times. Even true friends or relatives may betray you for their own benefit. The ugly girl said to the clay figurine in front of her, "Where is Carlisle? Why doesn't he come out to see me?" However, the clay figurine was indifferent to what he said, and stood there motionless with the two stone bowls in his hands, as if to tell the two that if they didn't drink the contents of the bowls, they wouldn't be able to see his master. The ugly girl was still hesitating, but Rob had already picked up a stone bowl and drank the brown liquid in it, and at the same time gestured to the clay figurine that he had an empty bowl in his hand. So the ugly girl gritted her teeth and drank the contents of the other stone bowl into her stomach. The green liquid tasted very bitter, and had a rotten smell of internal organs, and the ugly girl almost vomited. As a result, after the two finished drinking the bowl, the clay figurine still did not react. It just stood quietly in the darkness, as if silently laughing at the two. The ugly girl's first reaction was that the two had fallen into a trap, but then Rob waved his hand to her, signaling her not to worry. However, when the ugly girl saw his action, she did not feel relieved, but her face suddenly changed, because she noticed that the blood vessels on someone's arm had turned into a strange purple in just a short moment. Almost subconsciously, she hurriedly checked her body, but did not find anything abnormal. Chapter 467. You are poisoned? The ugly girl was shocked. It seemed so. The future super magician looked at his arm, his expression calm. But you clearly chose first just now. Wait, do you know which of the two bowls is poisoned? Rob raised his eyebrows, but before he could speak, the clay figurine started to move again. It turned around, took 2 steps and stopped in place, as if waiting for the two to catch up. The ugly girl finally understood why the clay figurine was motionless before. It should be waiting for the poison to spread in someone's body, and it would not take the two to see its owner until it confirmed that Rob was indeed poisoned. Based on the ugly girl's understanding of Claire, that guy is indeed more timid and cautious than the average person, but not to the extent that he would not dare to show up otherwise, because she had not seen him for 3 years, and did not know what happened to him during this period. Now she could only comfort him and said, this should be some misunderstanding. Don't worry, when I see Carlisle, I will definitely ask him to help you detoxify, Rob said, and seemed not to care about the strange purple in his blood vessels. The pottery puppet led the way in front without saying a word. It deliberately took some detours to go in circles, obviously to prevent the two from secretly memorizing the path. In addition, the future super magician also felt the breath of a magic circle nearby. It was a low-level magic circle, simple but very effective, which distorted the sense of direction within a certain range, but with Rob's mental power, this magic circle would not have any effect on him at all. Yvette. Is that your name? After walking for a while, the future super magician suddenly spoke. Huh? Just like when she was on the ground, the ugly girl's expression changed significantly after hearing these 3 words. A trace of vigilance flashed in her pupils. She paused for a moment before saying, I didn't expect that someone would know this name. Your life experience doesn't seem to be as simple as you said. The leader of the Nightingale, Sax, deliberately mentioned this name in front of me in order to arouse my curiosity, so that I would ask about its origin. In other words, if I knew the meaning behind this name, I would most likely change my opinion of you. Do you want to know? The ugly woman stopped. However, Rob shook his head, I said that I am just a passerby to Ogland, so you don't have to worry. I don't care about your past. I only care whether you can help me find the person I am looking for." The ugly woman frowned, and seemed to not understand the meaning of this sentence. Because for hundreds of years, no prisoners have been able to leave this prison, so she did not think about this possibility from the beginning. After a while, she said, "You seem to care about your companion?" "Yeah. There is no need to hide this kind of thing." The ugly girl could see that someone said this word without any hesitation, and thought for a while, and said, "She is the person you like? So is it the same in the outside world, that men can disregard their own safety for the girl they like? Just like you did before, drinking the contents of the bowl without hesitation? But in this way, don't you have a weakness? What if someone threatens you with the person you like?" Rob smiled. "Isn't it because people become stronger to protect the ones they love?" The next moment, the puppet stopped. It seemed to have walked a long way, but in fact it was less than 300 meters away from the stone pillar. The guy named Carlyle lived in a cave between the stone walls. The entrance of the cave was very narrow, and it could only accommodate a child passing sideways. Carlyle stuck his head out of the cave, and looked at the two people carefully, until he was sure there was no danger. He was a dwarf with a mustache, wearing a wizard robe that was obviously too loose for him, holding a dirty staff in his hand, and looked a little funny. As soon as he saw the ugly woman, he couldn't help but curse, "What's wrong with you? Why did you come back after leaving?" The latter looked at the dwarf and said dissatisfiedly, "Carlyle, you are the one with a problem. Why did you poison the bowl when you knew it was me? Hurry up and take out the antidote." The dwarf had a stern face. "Humph, you have been away from the underground for too long and don't know the current situation at all, but you should be glad that it was not you who drank the poison. If we didn't have some friendship, I would have poisoned you as well, and I could have gotten more rewards." The ugly girl frowned. "What do you mean, Carlyle? Didn't you say that you would only do research here, and would not intervene in the underground disputes? So you are courting death by running down here rashly without knowing anything. You were not so reckless before." The dwarf sighed. "It's not like 3 years ago now. The underground world has a leader, and we must all obey his orders. The latest order is to kill all outsiders, and not let any of them return to the ground. I only chose one of you to kill because of our previous friendship. Otherwise, I can't report to the higher-ups." After that, he turned his head and looked at someone and snorted, "Don't blame me, kid. You can only blame your bad luck. Besides, I gave you a choice. You could have just not drunk that stuff. That would have saved us all trouble, and we could have just pretended that we had never encountered it. But you insisted on coming to see me. Although you are courageous, it's a pity that you lost your life in vain." The ugly woman's expression turned cold, and she held the dagger on her body. "Carlyle, I brought him here. If you don't remove the poison from him, I will. What can you do? Kill me?" The dwarf showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. "Don't forget who saved your life. Even if you are ungrateful, do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Although the thing you just drank is not poisonous, and in a sense it is good for your body, but that is 3 days later. If you fight someone in these 3 days, you can only exert less than 30% of your strength. TSK, you have really been away from the underground for too long, and even the most basic defense has been lost. It is common sense not to trust others easily in this place." The ugly girl gritted her teeth. 30% of my strength is enough to kill you." She was about to draw the dagger from her waist, but the next moment her hand was held down by someone. The ugly girl looked up, and found that it was Rob who stopped her. The future super magician did not look as angry as expected, but showed a strange expression. He looked at the dwarf. "You said that the underground world now has a leader?" Carlyle seemed to think that someone was dead, so he did not hide it. "Yes. Less than a year after you left, a very powerful guy suddenly appeared in the underground. Everyone either surrendered or was killed, so now there is only one force left in the entire underground world." "Very good, then things become much simpler." Chapter 468. Lolo had never been to Ogland before, and she didn't know what the interior of the prison in the south of the temple looked like, so when she opened her eyes, and found herself in darkness, she remained calm. She immediately took out the magic lamp she was carrying, but soon she found that there was no one else around her. Lolo didn't panic or shout loudly, but walked around the area first, but still didn't find the little golem Hakritos or anyone else. The girl then squatted down and checked the ground. She found that the stone here was very hard, and there was almost no soil on it. This was not good news for her, because there would be no footprints left. She couldn't tell from this whether Rob and the little golem had stayed here, nor did she know what caused them to separate from her. She didn't even know if the two guys were together now. Lolo took 2 deep breaths and forced herself to calm down. She regretted not asking the little golem how far the magic circle could be teleported, because she was used to relying on someone's observation and judgment. Since Rob didn't see anything wrong at the time, she was relieved before teleporting. As a result, the three of them are now separated, and Luo has very little information. The current situation is undoubtedly very unfavorable for her. However, the head of the Breton family has never been a person who only complains about the world. There are two most likely situations now. Either something unexpected happened during the transmission process that separated them temporarily, then what I have to do is to find the two as soon as possible, and the other possibility is undoubtedly worse. The two were also nearby before I was transmitted, but then they encountered sudden danger. Something or someone attacked them and took them away. If this is the case, then I am their only hope. Luo looked determined. She extinguished the magic lamp in her hand and put it back into her backpack. Then she drew out the elven sword and a moonstone from her waist. With the help of the faint light from the sword, she carefully looked around. She did not stay here for long, but chose a direction and began to move forward slowly. This was undoubtedly the right decision. Light can illuminate the darkness, but it can also bring danger and provide targets for hunters in the dark, especially when she was not familiar with the environment. Compared with the magic lamp, the light emitted by the elven sword was very weak, basically only illuminating 1 or 2 steps in front of her eyes. However, such a faint light can also save her a lot of trouble. The only problem was that the cave she was in seemed to be very deep underground, and there was no moonlight overhead, but she had obviously considered this situation long ago. The moonstone that was used as jewelry by civilian families could have the same effect. The moonlight mixed in the sword sensed the existence of the moonstone, and emitted a small piece of dim light. If something really attacked the two of them, it must have moved very quickly. The time interval between Rob and her teleportation was less than 10 seconds. It was not easy to sneak attack and take the two away in such a short time, unless this area was the opponent's hunting area. If that's the case, she would be in a passive position if she stayed here. Luo's mind was very calm now. If she couldn't even protect herself, then there was no point in saving people. The girl didn't walk fast, but her steps were steady, and she always kept one side of her body close to the wall, which reduced the possibility of being attacked on one side. When moving, she only needed to focus on the other 3 sides. Luo was always alert along the way, both to find the whereabouts of Rob and the others, and to guard against possible dangers. She walked about a mile away, and finally saw a stone wall illuminated by fire. Someone was making a fire not far from her. Judging from the shadow on the stone wall, there was only one person, and he didn't seem to have any weapons. He was busy sprinkling the seasoning on the food, and he didn't seem to notice that he was being watched. So the next moment, Luo had a bold idea in his mind. She was unfamiliar with the place, and the environment in the cave was very complicated. Luo couldn't remember how many forks she had encountered along the way. She could only choose one at random based on her feelings, and keep a general direction. If she continued like this, she would get lost here sooner or later, not to mention finding someone and the little golem. If she could kidnap this guy who was grilling meat and force him to be her guide, then at least she could know more about this place, and then she could ask him to lead the way to find someone together. Luo didn't think for too long. It was rare to meet a lone guy, and she didn't want to miss this opportunity. So the next moment, the girl lowered her body and tiptoed towards the big rock. As a result, when she was only 2 steps away from that place, something strange happened. The girl had been concentrating on guarding against attacks from the other 3 directions, but suddenly an arm stretched out from the crack of the rock, grabbed her arm, and pulled it hard, and Luo fell into the crack of the rock. However, the girl reacted quickly. Although most of her body had been pulled into the crevice, the elven sword in her right hand was horizontal, and stuck on the stone wall at the critical moment. At the same time, her left arm was slightly bent, and her elbow hit the attacker's waist. The attacker felt pain, but did not let go. Instead, he lowered his voice, and whispered in her ear, "If you want to live, let go quickly." Luo could hear the urgency in the other party's tone. After hesitating for a while, she finally let go of the hilt. The next moment, the other party pulled her and rolled along, but rolled into a stone trough not far away. The position of the stone trough was blocked by a large stone. If you don't go to the other side, you can't see the person in the stone trough at all. Then the other party made a gesture to her to keep quiet. The next moment, the girl heard footsteps coming from far away, and finally stopped in front of the crack in the stone. The owner of the footsteps bent down, picked up the elven sword she dropped on the ground, and then whistled. "Good sword," Such a good sword was actually thrown away casually, but fortunately I picked it up. TSK, let's do this. From now on I will count to 3. If no one comes out to claim it, this sword will belong to me from now on. The figure in the dark shook his head firmly at her. So Luo also suppressed the urge to rush out with his staff raised, until the people outside counted 3 times. The guy deliberately dragged the last 3 for a long time as if to play a prank, but still no one showed up, and his voice suddenly became a little disappointed. Well anyway, I just happen to be short of a weapon. I will take care of you on behalf of your master. Although the other party said this, he used the sword he just picked up to knock on the stone wall casually, without any intention of cherishing it. Then he turned sideways, and got into the crevice of the stone, humming a little tune, took 2 steps, walked to the stone trough where the 2 were hiding, but stopped again. Luo could clearly feel the trembling of the guy next to him. Chapter 469. The other party stood in front of the big rock for a while, still mumbling that his new boots didn't fit him. This position was very dangerous for the 2 people in the stone trough. As long as he took 2 more steps forward, he could see the hiding place of the 2 people by just looking back. But the guy seemed to be considering whether to continue looking. He could feel that the 2 mice were nearby and didn't hide far away. As long as he was willing to spend some effort, he could easily catch the prey. However, thinking of the food being roasted on the fire, he finally decided to give up the idea, hung the elven sword he had just picked up on his waist, and whistled again, "Lucky for you." After saying that, he staggered away. When the footsteps gradually faded away, and the people around him stopped trembling, Luo finally had time to look at the guy lying on top of her. This was a woman, who was not much older than her. She was dirty, and her clothes could barely cover her body. But she used a headscarf to cover her face, leaving only her eyes and mouth exposed. "You're welcome." "You're welcome what?" "You're welcome. I just saved your life." The woman sat up and rubbed the place where she was hit by the elbow. There was a bruise there. She looked at the girl with a bit of hostility. "Is that guy very powerful?" "Powerful? Haha, no, that guy is not only powerful, he is a devil. Believe me, you don't want to fall into his hands." "How do you know I will definitely fall into his hands?" Lolo still has some confidence in her own strength. She is no longer the same as before. If she can quietly touch the opponent's side, she feels that she still has a high probability of defeating the opponent with the powerful power of the 3rd level magic. The woman seemed to see what she was thinking, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in her eyes. "You are indeed a rookie. You want to sneak attack that monster? Forget it. I have seen guys who are 10 times stronger than you, and they also contacted a group of friends who are all very strong. They ambushed the monster on the road together. As a result, the only one who came back had no hands and feet. He wailed on the ground for half a month before dying. He also specially found someone to change medicine and feed the guy. That guy is definitely not human." She paused here and looked up and down at Luo again. He looks good, but it's a pity that he fell into your hands. I guarantee that you will regret giving birth to this beautiful face. Well, can you tell me more about him?" When the 2 of them hugged each other and hid in the stone trough just now, Lolo could sense the strong fear in the woman's heart. This fear was definitely not pretended. The girl thought about it, and took out a loaf of bread from her bag and handed it to the other party. She knew nothing about Oglin. Whether it was to find Rob Hekritos or to find Mother Teresa later, she needed the help of people from here, at least to understand her current environment as much as possible. The woman's eyes lit up immediately when she saw the bread. She swallowed her saliva, and snatched the bread from her hand without waiting for Luo to let go. She didn't even have time to tear off the paper wrapped around it, before she started to eat it voraciously. It took less than half a minute to swallow the whole loaf of white bread. She rolled her eyes several times because of choking, but she didn't stop eating even so. After eating the bread, the woman lay on the stone wall again, greedily sucking the moss to replenish the water in her body. This process lasted for about 2 minutes. Then she burped with satisfaction, and her eyes became much kinder when she looked at Luo. "This is not a place to talk, come with me." After saying that, she turned around and walked down the path without waiting for the girl's consent. Luo did not hesitate, and quickly caught up with her luggage on her back. After walking for about half a magic hour, the 2 came to a huge stone wall with large and small cracks everywhere. The woman climbed into one of the cracks like a gecko, and then reached out from above. "You can throw your backpack up first." Luo shook his head, and finally successfully reached the crack by climbing the stone wall. "Come in, this is where I live, there is no danger." The woman kicked away the rat bones and beetle shells on the ground, and cleared a place to sit. This was a small cave closed on 3 sides. The layout inside was very simple. There was only a tattered canvas as a quilt, and a slightly larger round stone as a table. Apart from that, there was no furniture like stools, beds, sofas, etc. that were very common outside. However, I thought it would be very dark inside, but in fact it was brighter than outside because of the shining crystals in the stone wall. Is this dragon crystal? Lolo recognized the crystal that emitted a faint blue luster, and was surprised. Haha, isn't it ironic that the things that are priceless in the outside world are the least valuable here? The woman sighed. I was more surprised than you when I first saw so many dragon crystals, but so many years have passed, and no one has ever thought of using them. Unless you can return to the outside world, these dragon crystals are useless. And you should also know that the stone here is very special, and there is almost no possibility of mining. I spent more than half a month to knock one off from it, and it can only be used for lighting outside. Alas, I can't even exchange it for half a bag of rat meat. The woman turned around, squatted down and searched in the corner for a while, and finally pulled out a half-broken stone bowl from the pile of broken bones, which contained some suspicious-looking plant roots. Would you like some? This thing smells like tobacco after it is lit. Although it can't satisfy hunger, it's good to use it as a pastime occasionally. I haven't brought anyone home yet, and these are the only things here to entertain people. Luo shook his head and said politely, no thank you. The woman shrugged, then I won't be polite. She took out a piece of bread and put it in her mouth, found a flint to light it, took a deep breath and said, by the way, I haven't thanked you for the bread yet. I have been hungry for 5 days before I met you. I am in a good mood now. You can ask anything you want to ask. As long as I know it, I will tell you the truth. What Luo wanted to know most now was undoubtedly the whereabouts of Rob and the little golem, but she didn't ask. After staying with someone for a long time, Luo also began to get used to thinking about problems in his way. What would he do if he were here? He certainly wouldn't rashly ask the most important question right away. Because even if he answered the question, you wouldn't be able to tell whether it was true or not, and it would also let him see your urgency. Who is that guy we met before? Chapter 470. That guy's real name is Victor or Victor, it doesn't matter. Few people know that name anyway, he probably has almost forgotten it. Everyone here calls him the livestock keeper. Livestock keeper? Hee, don't you think this name is weird? There are obviously no animals in the underground world except rats, so where can he raise livestock? What's more, people here can't even get enough food, so how can anyone be willing to use food to feed livestock? The woman's smile seemed a little forced. What on earth is he raising? Lolo frowned. People, women, especially beautiful women, are his favorite prey. He built a barn where he lived and locked up all the captured girls there. He called them human lambs, and fed them regularly every day, took them to defecate, and cleaned their bodies. Those who were disobedient would be punished, and those who performed well would be rewarded. In addition, he would go out to select breeds, and replenish livestock every once in a while. During that 1.5 months, he would wander around underground, light bonfires, let the aroma of food attract hungry girls, and then take away the girls he liked. What if the aroma attracts men or women he doesn't like? The woman sighed. Why do you think he can eat barbecue every night? And where does he get food to feed those human lambs? Sometimes, when there is not enough food, he will directly select the fattest ones from the livestock farm, slaughter, and cook them in front of all the lambs, and then distribute them to them. He seems to enjoy watching them eat their own kind. Luo felt horrified when she heard this, but those girls. Won't they take the opportunity to escape when he leaves? The woman took another puff of the smoke from the rhizome, and shook her head. I don't know. It is said that every girl who was captured by him would be locked up alone for a period of time. No one knows what happened during that period. No matter how strong a person was before, they would forget that they were still human and become docile human lambs, who could only watch their companions being slaughtered without resisting. For so many years, except for a child who cut his face with a stone not long after he went there, no one has escaped from his hands. I don't know her name, but I heard that the child later returned to the world above the ground. She should have grown up now, and is probably a tough guy. The woman moved her buttocks and changed her sitting position. Now you know why I didn't let you do anything to that guy. What is his strength level? Well, it seems that he was already at the 7th level 5 or 6 years ago, and I heard that he didn't cause any trouble up there. He is one of the few people who voluntarily came down. Who knows, maybe that pervert prefers the cruel environment underground. Compared with the ground, it is more lawless here, and there is no restraint from power gangs. Well, at least there was no before. Before? Yes, Ever since the first group of people fled underground, this has always been a chaotic and free world, but this situation changed in the past 2 years. A guy named Odin appeared out of nowhere, and spent more than a year to subdue all the troublemakers here and unify the underground world. Even guys like the livestock keepers are willing to regard him as the boss. I heard that the guy is planning to occupy the surface recently. In order to prevent the plan from being leaked, all contact with the surface was cut off a week ago. No one is allowed to return to the surface, and those who come down from the surface never come back. It seems that you have just come down from the surface recently, so you better be careful and don't be discovered by others. Yeah, Lolo responded vaguely. She was teleported in directly from the foot of the mountain through the secret door left by the fox-masked man. Before that, she didn't know that there was a distinction between the ground and the underground in Oglin. Therefore, she wanted to ask the other party what the situation was like in the two and what the difference was. However, she was afraid that this would expose her identity as an outsider and arouse suspicion. So far, the woman seemed to only regard her as a criminal on the surface. Her ignorance of the underground world did not make the other party have any other associations. This seemed to indirectly indicate that the difference between the ground and the underground world was still quite large. However, she had to be extra careful in the next question. She had to understand the surrounding environment as much as possible, find a way to find someone and the little golem as soon as possible, and also pay attention to concealing her identity. Therefore, Luo took a little longer to think about the second question. The woman did not urge him, and continued to smoke while sitting aside. However, because there was only one crack in the cave that connected to the outside world, the smoke here was very strong and a little pungent after a long time. How do you usually contact each other underground? Contact? There are no friends or companions in this place. If you are extremely hungry, even your brothers can be robbed. When there is food, no one wants to share it with others. When there is no food, no one wants to pay attention to you. Most people live alone and don't want to be targeted by others. However, if there is something really important that you want to send a message to someone, you could also go to Carlisle. Carlisle? Well, a magician, average strength, only level 3, but that guy is an absolute genius. He can make magic devices and magic potions by himself, especially the latter. Maybe he can save your life at a critical moment. There are no priests here. If you get hurt, you can only rely on magic potions except for yourself. There are not many magicians in Oglin, and most of them are combat-oriented. They may be able to make elementary and intermediate magic potions in their own laboratories according to strict formulas, and even high-level ones are not impossible. But without those sophisticated instruments, their knowledge of potions would be useless in the case of a shortage of magic materials. Only a research-oriented magic scholar like Carlisle could make new magic potions according to the environment and make the best use of everything around him. Moreover, he had sworn not to intervene in the disputes in the underground. He would treat everyone equally no matter who came to him for treatment. Even a guy like the livestock owner sometimes needed to see a doctor for his lambs, so he was very polite to Carlisle. Because the latter had seen many patients and some diseases required regular visits, he knew the residences of many people and heard a lot of things. In short, if you want to find someone or inquire about any information in the underground, you can't go wrong with Carlisle. The woman snapped her fingers and concluded. Chapter 471. Lolo wrote down the name Carlisle. If Rob and the little golem were also underground, then he would have to start with this guy if he wanted to find them. According to what the woman said before, Carlisle was addicted to medicine and was almost not dangerous. However, there was a new ruler in the underground world now. In preparation for the plan to capture the ground, he asked the underground residents to kill all outsiders. Fortunately, Carlisle was only a third-level magician like herself, and he was a research-type magician. If they really started fighting, he would not be her opponent. Luo then asked a few more questions, and the woman answered them patiently, and told her some important information that she had not expected. However, the smell of smoke in the cave was getting stronger and stronger, and even breathing became a little difficult. Luo felt that it was time to leave. She had asked almost all the questions she needed to ask, and if she continued to talk, her identity would be exposed. However, she tried but failed to stand up from the ground. At first, the girl thought that her blood circulation was not good because she sat on the ground for too long, but then she found that her body became weak and powerless. When she realized this, her vision began to blur. Luo's heart turned cold, looking at the woman sitting opposite her. Is there something wrong with the cigarette you lit? Don't blame me. If you stayed underground longer, you would understand me. In the end, each of us is just trying to survive. The woman sighed. This is survival, survival of the fittest. I am grateful that you shared the bread with me, but I also saved you from the livestock farmers once before, and I just answered so many of your questions, so I don't owe you anything. If you really want to count, you still owe me more, so you can regard this as a reward for me. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. No, the reason you are willing to answer my questions patiently is just to distract me, and make me not notice the changes in my body. Luo shook his head and said, and all this is because of the backpack on my body. You just want to steal what belongs to me. No, this is not stealing, this is competition, the evolution of life. Strong individuals get materials through competition, while weak individuals are eliminated by nature. This is the law of nature. The woman was a little excited, don't you understand? A weak person like you, who came down from above, knows nothing about the underground world. Even if I don't do anything, it won't be long before you will be targeted by others. Not only will they take away your things, they may even sell you to households like livestock farmers. In this case, it's better to give it to me. Anyway, I have saved you, right? Luo blinked and said calmly, oh, what are you going to do with me after that? Are you just going to let me go? The woman's face seemed a little tangled, but soon a cruel look appeared in her eyes. No, you can't survive without the supplies even if I let you go. Instead of that, let me give you a quick death. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Luo's face. I thought you had some compelling reasons, but in the end it was just to cover up your greed. The so-called survival evolution is just a self-deceiving excuse. In order to make yourself feel better, the real reason you don't want to let me go is because you are afraid that I will come back to retaliate against you. Unfortunately, you don't even have the courage to admit this. What do you guys on the ground know? You have no idea how cruel the world here is. You have never lived a life like purgatory, so what qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? At this moment, the woman finally tore off all her disguises and cursed everything in the world with the most vicious words. The prey had obviously fallen into the trap, but she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Generally, at this stage, the other party should cry bitterly and beg her to show mercy, but the girl in front of her just said the above words with unreasonably calmness. But what's the use of doing this except to anger her? Lolo took a lot of effort to pull out the dagger hanging on her waist. The woman couldn't figure out how the other party could turn the tables. Luo inhaled a lot of poisonous smoke and lost a lot of strength. This could not be faked. She could only maintain the level of an ordinary person at most, which was already amazing. Only a dagger could not reverse the gap between the two. However, the girl acted very calmly, looking into her eyes and slowly said, have I told you the story of when I was in the north 2 years ago? What's the story? The woman's feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. At that time, I had just said goodbye to a friend and came to the port of Setvai alone, intending to take a boat to the south. As a result, I met a guy in the city. He was very kind, just like you. He saved me from a paladin, and was willing to help me hide from the sight of the temple. He promised to find a small boat for me and secretly send me to the boat on the deserted beach. Then what happened? Then he secretly notified his 2 companions and ambushed me where we were going. They knocked me unconscious and robbed my belongings. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the friend I mentioned earlier, I might have died at that time. Luo said seriously, what I want to say is that I may not be as smart as that guy, but I also have my own advantages. I will keep learning and draw lessons from the past. Even if something like this happens, I am still willing to trust others and understand their behavior from the most benevolent perspective, just like I am always willing to believe that the world is bright and beautiful, but kindness does not mean being defenseless. Luo stuck the dagger into the ground, stood up shakily, and aimed the magic crossbow hidden in his other hand at the woman opposite. This is a very simple magic device, which is just equivalent to engraving a wind magic circle on the bottom of an ordinary crossbow to increase the power and speed of the arrow. Such a modification will not cost too much, only a dozen gold coins, and it can be cheaper if you ask someone you know at school to help. This crossbow, like the veil that can release invisibility before, is made by Eddie. In addition to being famous for making magic devices in Siamis, the latter is also one of the backbones of a secret society, the Lolo Support Group. This time he also only charged the girl the cost price. Due to cost constraints, the most common magic materials were selected, but such a simple little thing would become extremely deadly in a small space like a cave. Chapter 472. When the woman saw the crossbow in Luo's hand, her pupil shrank suddenly. When did you take this thing out? Why didn't I know? The woman was very sure that she didn't have this crossbow when she first met Luo. She seemed casual along the way, but she always kept one eye on the girl. The other party should not have had the opportunity to take out this crossbow. Don't guess blindly. I took this thing out of my backpack when you turned around to light a cigarette. I said that kindness does not mean being defenseless. Luo said calmly, now it's my turn to ask questions. You smoked more of these cigarettes than me, but why are you fine? The woman rolled her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. However, the next moment, when she saw the girl raise her arm and point the crossbow at her heart, she finally gave in under the threat of death and confessed everything. The roots of this thing will produce a tobacco-like smell when burned. Inhaling this smell will make people lose strength, but as long as you hold a leaf in your mouth, this problem will not occur. Where are the leaves? The woman hesitated and took out a handful of fresh red leaves from her pocket. Luo was unmoved. You hold one in your mouth first. The woman's face showed a trace of struggle, and finally she took out another bag of black dry leaves from her chest, took a piece, and held it in her mouth. After a while, Luo confirmed that there was nothing wrong with her body, and then he took a piece and put it on his tongue. In less than half a magic hour, she gradually recovered all her strength. Don't kill me, the woman pleaded in fear. Putting herself in the girl's shoes, she felt that if her and the girl's identities were switched, they would definitely not let her go. After all, she had deceived the other party before, and was planning to kill the other party. Moreover, the two of them had become enemies this time, and no one would want to be on guard against the enemy's sneak attack in an unfamiliar environment. She didn't even have to do it herself. As long as she told others that the girl was an outsider, there would be no place for her in the entire underground world. Sure enough, the next moment, she saw Luo raise the magic crossbow in his hand again and said coldly, turn around. The woman's tears and snot flowed out together, and she desperately begged the girl to survive. However, Luo just repeated the previous sentence in an expressionless and commanding tone. So the woman finally lost all hope, turned around and cursed the girl with the most vicious language. What's the difference between what you do and me? Don't you kill innocent people for your own interests? Luo did not answer. After the woman turned around, she put away the magic crossbow in her hand and accurately cut the woman's neck with a palm, causing the woman to faint. Then she took off her clothes, tore off a piece of clothes, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into her mouth, and took out the rope from her backpack and tied her up. Luo knew very well that the first thing she would do after waking up would be to roll to the wall and find a sharp stone to grind the rope behind her. But it would take 2 days for her to successfully escape. If everything went well, she should have found someone and returned to the ground with the little golem by then, so naturally, she would not care about the threat from the other party. After doing these things, Luo thought about it, and put on the clothes she had just taken off. Although the other party was just trying to delay time, he did tell her a lot of useful information. Luo immediately realized that her previous clothes were too neat and tidy. Such clothes are a bit eye-catching in the underground world, and it is easy to be targeted. It's okay at ordinary times, but now is a sensitive period. The leader of the underground world named Odin is planning to occupy the surface. The war is coming, and the people here are more sensitive to outsiders. Lolo doesn't care about the war between the two worlds. It doesn't matter to her who wins or loses. She just wants to find her companions as soon as possible, so she naturally tries to avoid trouble. After tying up the woman, she searched the cave again, and found something unexpected. In addition to the strange roots that the woman used to make her lose her strength, she also found a piece of craft paper under the round stone that was used as a table. On it was a map of the underground world drawn by the woman herself. In order to find food to fill her stomach, her range of activities was still very wide. Except for some marked dangerous areas, she basically went to all of them. What made Lolo most happy was that she also found Carlisle's location from it. The girl did not delay, and immediately rushed to the other party's residence, according to the instructions on the map. However, when she arrived there, she sent a signal to Carlisle in the way the woman had taught her before, but after 5 minutes, only a stone statue came to her. There was a note on the head of the stone statue, which read, "I'm out for something, please come back in a few days." The signature was Carlisle. Lolo frowned after seeing the note. She had indeed heard the woman say that although Carlisle would stay in his residence to do research most of the time, he would sometimes go out to see patients, so he must be at home all the time. However, she didn't expect that it was such a coincidence that he was not there when she came. Lolo had no other clues, so she could only wait for Carlisle to come back. It had been nearly 9 hours since she teleported into Ogling. There was no sunlight underground, so it was impossible to tell day from night. But according to the time outside, it was almost midnight, so the girl ate some bread and cheese, and found a small cave nearby to take a nap to recover her strength. Her previous experience had made her realize that this was a harsher and more dangerous world than she had imagined. In this world, she had to stay alert at all times and have enough physical strength to deal with various crises. So even though she was always worried about someone, she still forced herself to rest for a while. Luo was awakened by the noise outside the cave. To ensure safety, she blocked the cave entrance with a big stone before going to bed, so that she would not be discovered by the two people outside the cave, and it was convenient for her to eavesdrop on their conversation. The two guys seemed to have come to see Carlisle for medical treatment, but they knew that the other party was not at home, so they just waited here in advance. However, the girl was shocked when she heard more. The two said that Carlisle had just captured two guys from the ground not long ago. One of them was very strange. He was obviously a warrior, but he carried a golem with him. Carlisle suspected that they might be spies sent by the world above, so he did not kill them directly, but chose to escort them to Odin. Chapter 473. Lolo finally got the news about Rob and the golem, but she didn't expect it to be bad news. If the two people outside the cave hadn't lied, then someone and the golem would have fallen into Carlisle's hands. In fact, when she first heard the news, Lolo had already believed it for the most part. The other party didn't know there was someone in the cave, so there was no need to lie. After being separated, Lolo had been trying to find someone, and she was sure the guy must be doing the same thing. With Rob's insight and reasoning ability, it was normal for him to find Carlisle first. He probably heard about the other party's neutral identity, but he didn't know that the underground world had been unified, so he didn't expect Carlisle to suddenly turn against him. Thinking of this, Lolo's heart sank. She only hated that she had wasted too much time before, and couldn't get here earlier, otherwise she could have saved Rob and the little golem from Carlisle. If she could have subdued the woman earlier, if she could have found the map immediately, if she could have traveled faster. Maybe she could have made it in time, but unfortunately, there are not so many of us in this world. Luo forced herself to calm down, not letting regret and remorse hinder her thinking. The girl told herself in her heart that there was still a chance, don't worry. She repeated this sentence 3 times before she calmed down again and began to think about the next action. The other party regarded Rob and the little golem as spies sent from the ground. On the good side, this meant that the two would at least not be in danger of life before getting what they wanted. On the bad side, in order to pry open the mouths of the two, the underground guys would definitely use various means. Sometimes death is not the most terrible thing. Luo knew that she had to hurry up. The girl waited until the two people outside left, moved the big stone blocking the cave entrance, crawled out, and spread out the map. She had heard the woman mention Odin before. According to her, until the latter appeared, the underground world was chaotic and disordered. There were masters, like the livestock breeder, but no one had enough ability and prestige to rule the entire underground world. Because this place is different from the ground, there are few resources and sparsely populated areas, and there are too many places to hide in the tunnels. Even if someone comes out to give orders, if you don't want to listen, you can just find a place to hide. There are many people with such thoughts in the underground. Even the most powerful masters can't do anything with so many people, because you can't find them one by one, and if no one listens to the orders you issue, there is naturally no rule. So after so many years, everyone in the underground world still lives their own lives. Then this guy named Odin suddenly appeared. His identity is very mysterious. He only started to emerge in the past 2 years. No one had heard of this name before, but he rose so fast that most people didn't have time to understand him, and many people didn't even see his appearance. But one thing is certain, anyone who has offended him in the past 2 years will lose his head on the 3rd day at the latest. No matter where you hide, or how many friends you have to help you, you will become a corpse after 3 days, and no one can be exempted. So Odin's reputation began to spread gradually at that time. Then he subdued several top masters in the underground world, including the livestock owner, and killed 2 troublemakers who had been against him. From then on, no one in the entire underground world dared to disobey his orders. Every word he said became an iron rule. Even Carlisle, who had sworn to remain neutral, had to submit to him. However, even after unifying the underground world, Odin's whereabouts remained a mystery. He rarely showed up in front of everyone, and seemed to be busy planning a counterattack against the upper class. Fortunately, he also founded an organization called the Dark Hall to help him maintain his rule over the underground world. The center of the organization was located in a pile of rocks in the west, which was very close to the livestock owner's territory. When Odin was not there, he and 2 other masters managed the Dark Hall together. Carlisle should have taken Rob and the little golem there. That place is not far from here, only half a day's journey. Luo found the area marked with danger on the map, determined the direction, and hurried there. You must wait for me. Luo said silently in his heart. The ugly woman's face became very strange when she saw the rocks. There was fear, hatred, and a hint of complex emotions in between. Have you been here? Rob noticed the change in the former's mood and asked. He and the ugly girl had their hands tied, and the other end of the rope was in Carlyle's hand. In other words, both of them were now prisoners of the latter. She has been here before. She grew up near here. Carlyle's voice came from behind, full of gloating. How about it? It feels good to be home, right? The ugly girl was silent for a while, and said, You will regret your choice today when this is over. Carlyle's face changed when he heard this, but he immediately returned to normal and snorted, You ugly girl, you dare to threaten me when you can't protect yourself. You should think about how to reminisce with your teacher when you meet him later. Teacher? Before this, there has been a rumor circulating in the underground world that the dreaded animal husbandry has also failed. Back then, a little girl scratched her face before being turned into a human lamb and successfully escaped from his hands. She is also the only prey that has escaped from the animal husbandry in all these years. Carlyle said slowly, Speaking of which, you were quite famous in the underground world during that time, because many people didn't dare to provoke you because of this. You were not even a professional at that time, but you seemed to always find food. However, few people knew that the reason you were able to escape was not because you were so strong or lucky, but because the livestock owner was not on guard against you at all. He never thought of turning you into a lamb, but always trained you as his successor, trained you since childhood, taught you how to observe and deal with enemies, and planned to hand over this livestock farm to you to manage after his death. He never thought that you would escape. Isn't it the same for children? When they are young, it is always difficult to understand the good intentions of their parents. But as a person, everyone has a rebellious period. As long as you remember to go home, you are still my good child, so welcome back, Yvette. The man kicked out the campfire beside him, stood up and smiled. Chapter 474. You look good, very good. It seems that you have been doing well outside these years. Although you say no, your body is quite honest. You didn't leave behind the things I gave you before, so the time for recovery training can be much shorter than I expected, the man said with satisfaction. The ugly girl trembled violently when she saw the guy opposite. She didn't expect to meet him so soon. She originally thought that the two would have to wait until they met at the Dark Hall station before they could meet again. But this seemed to be in line with this guy's consistent style of behavior over the years. He was completely arbitrary and never let people guess the next step. He should have received the news in advance and waited for them halfway. But you don't look very well, teacher. I didn't expect that someone like you would be willing to be a lackey for others. The ugly girl spoke indifferently. TSK, you haven't changed at all after not seeing you for so many years. Very good, this is the child I like. Do you remember the first time we met? I bought you from your previous owner. You behaved very well at that time. You did everything I asked you to do very well. It was just as I imagined. No, it should be more perfect than I imagined. But the look you gave me. That look made me know that you would never give in to anyone, including me. In a sense, we are the same kind of people. This is why I decided to take you as my apprentice. The man paused, and then continued, But the underground world is different now. Not only me, but also Spider, Shadow, Wolfhead and others have now surrendered to Odin. Shadow, I and a woman named Trisis are now managing the Dark Hall together, gathering everyone together to prepare for the upcoming war. This is new. I really didn't know that you, teacher, were so interested in power. It has nothing to do with power. Survival is the eternal theme of the underground world. The reason why our group is willing to gather together, in addition to Mr. Odin's prestige and strength, is mainly because the underground world is about to end. The man said leisurely. What do you mean? The ugly woman frowned. As a member of the underground world, you should also know the secret that belongs only to us. The first batch of prisoners who came here did a lot of things to survive, including finding ways to grow plants that don't need sunlight and using magic devices to extract and collect salt. But even if they did everything they could, they still couldn't overcome the cruel environment because they lacked the most important thing, water. They could survive a week, half a month, or even a whole season just by sucking dew from the moss, but they couldn't survive for longer. Without water, they couldn't water the plants or get food. As a result, just when they were about to despair, nature lent them a hand. It's ironic, isn't it? All this sounds like the kind of plot that the charlatans in the temple often mentioned, but it happened to a group of unbelievers and pagans. There was a major earthquake in the Kilimanjaro mountains that lasted for a whole week. The earthquake tore apart a part of the rock wall, but it also unexpectedly brought them the long-awaited water source, which is the basis for the survival of the underground world. Unfortunately, all resources are limited. Just 2 years ago, we found that the water source was on the verge of drying up. In other words, unless there is another major earthquake, the material environment here can no longer support human survival. Soon everything will return to death again. If the people here don't want to be buried with them, they must find another way out. This war between the underground and the above-ground world is inevitable. Yvette, which side will you choose to stand on? The ugly girl didn't expect to hear such explosive news. She had always thought that the plan to occupy the land was just a crazy man's ambitious game, but she didn't expect it to be a cruel competition for survival, and the loser would probably be completely deprived of the right to survive. She didn't doubt what the man said before, and under the current circumstances, there was no need for him to lie to her. It seemed that the world she had lived in for many years had indeed reached the brink of destruction, and was about to cease to exist. No wonder even this always unruly man was willing to join the Dark Hall, and willingly assist Odin. Because the war that is about to start concerns the fate of everyone on the ground and underground, and no one can escape. The ugly girl's heart was already in turmoil, and she subconsciously looked at Rob. Even she herself didn't know why her first reaction at this time was to look at someone, perhaps because of the unfathomable strength shown by the other party, the consistent calmness on his body, or maybe she just wanted to see the reactions of others around her, which was just the instinctive reaction of humans when facing shock. As a result, she found that the latter's expression had also changed, but Rob's eyes fell on the man's waist. Then the boy asked a question that puzzled everyone. How did you get this sword? The man raised his eyebrows when he heard this question, and asked with interest, Why, do you know the owner of this sword? He had previously focused his main attention on the ugly woman, and did not pay much attention to the guy who was captured with her. According to Carlyle's previous statement, this guy was a spy sent by the Earth world. He might be able to ask a lot of secrets of the Earth world from his mouth, but the man had no interest in this. He didn't care what those guys on the surface were thinking. Whether they noticed the movement underground and took precautions, or knew nothing about what was happening underground, the war was going to happen anyway. So why waste time on such meaningless things? In his opinion, there was no need to interrogate spies, just kill them directly. However, the man had to admit that he might have made a mistake this time. The guy in front of him was the kind of person who didn't look very impressive at first glance. His strength was very ordinary, his temperament was very ordinary, and everything was very ordinary. He stood there quietly, and was easily ignored by others, or he was deliberately letting himself be ignored by others. But when he didn't want to be ignored anymore, everyone would notice his existence. Rob looked into the eyes of the man opposite him, and repeated the previous sentence again, Where did you get this sword? Chapter 475. The man was also looking at the boy. His right hand was on the sword at his waist, and his index finger was tapping the sword. The rhythm was getting faster and faster, like the prelude to a storm. The ugly girl was nervous. The name of the animal husbandry has always been a nightmare in the underground world. There are also Shadow and Spider, who are as powerful as him, but people will only feel real fear when they mention him. The ugly girl knew that the guy next to her was also very strong, but he had lost his staff, and was poisoned. If the animal husbandry was really angered, how could he resist if the latter directly drew the long sword at his waist? However, to everyone's surprise, the man did nothing in the end. He took his hand off the sword and smiled. I found this sword on the ground. I don't know who the owner is. What a pity. I was planning to return the sword to him in person, and get to know him. I know some guys in the underground have misunderstandings about me, but I am actually a person who likes to make friends. Unfortunately, he didn't seem to want to see me. He disappeared with a mouse before I found him. Rats? Yes, you must be careful of them here. They are everywhere. Those furry little things are always running around underground, looking for food to fill their stomachs. They have a harmless face, and big watery eyes. They look innocent, but they can do anything for stuttering. Do you know the owner of this sword? The man grinned. It's a pity that he seems to have chosen the wrong friend. The ugly woman heard the words, and a trace of worry appeared on her face. This guy is not lying. The underground scavengers are very dangerous. They are average in strength, but very cunning. They will pretend to help you to approach you, and then suddenly attack you when you relax your vigilance and rob you of your supplies. Moreover, most of them are very timid. In order to prevent you from seeking revenge on them in the future, they will most likely kill the owner after robbing the things. I deeply regret this. Although I have been trying to purify the environment here over the years, I have achieved little success. After all, my ranch is only so large, and I can only save a small number of people. The man shrugged. What you are doing is the biggest evil here, the ugly woman said coldly. The man raised his mouth corner, not caring, and turned to the third-level magician beside him, and said, "Thank you, Carlisle. Odin is very satisfied with your performance during this period. Your reward will be sent to you soon after we discuss it. Leave these two people to me. Oh, by the way, Anne, you'd better not tell others what I said before. I don't want to cause panic in the underground world before the war starts." The third-level magician nodded. "I will send all the luggage and weapons they carry with them to you, and I will also give the antidote to the poison that Kid is suffering from to the Dark Hall. Just give him 1 pill a day, and he won't die until you think he is no longer useful." Carlisle said this but still stood there with his eyes wide open, not leaving immediately. "Oh, do you have anything else to do?" The man raised his chin. The third-level magician gritted his teeth. I was confused before and helped Yvette, which also caused you a lot of trouble. Relax, Carlisle, relax. No one will hate you for such a small matter. I am not that tolerant. Moreover, Yvette has always been my student. If you help her, you will help me. So don't worry. I will not retaliate against you for those things. Go home and wait for your reward." The man patted Carlisle's shoulder and comforted him. So the third-level magician finally let go of his worries, breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried away while thanking him. The ugly woman didn't speak until his figure disappeared. "Are you going to kill him?" The man stretched and didn't comment. "You know, I don't like him very much. In the past, he had a superior status in the underground world. No one dared to touch him, because only he could make those magic potions to treat people. But now it's different. The entire underground world is about to be destroyed. If we can't take the surface, all of us will die. If we take the surface, we can also get other potion masters. So from now on, no one will need him anymore. Moreover, he has treated many people over the years, and knows too many secrets. Even if I don't kill him, there will be others who will kill him. But Carlisle is not stupid. I guess he won't go back to where he lived before. As long as he can hide, until the war starts, no one will have time to care about him. What about us? How are you going to deal with us?" I said, "As long as you are willing to come back, this place will always be your home." The man said leisurely, "But we still have to wait until Odin comes back to decide what to do with you." "Is Odin not here?" Rob frowned. "Yes, he is out most of the time, and only comes back 1 or 2 days a month, but if you calculate, his next return will be soon." "Why, do you really want to see him?" A strange look flashed in the man's eyes. Lolo only took less than half a day to find her way outside the rocks. She was in a hurry, and in order to reduce the troubles on the road, she neither used the magic lamp in her bag nor lit the torch. Fortunately, after staying underground for a long time, her eyes gradually adapted to the dark environment, and could see the distance of 2 steps in front of her. However, in order to rescue someone as soon as possible, she was running all the way. Luo could not remember how many times she fell. Her knees and calves were bruised everywhere, but her steps never stopped. She just thought in her heart to go faster and faster. It was not until he saw the guards not far away that Luo realized that he was very close to the base of the Dark Hall organization. At this time, Luo showed more calmness. He lay behind a pile of rocks and carefully looked at the guys on patrol. There were 9 people in this group, which was not small in number, but after a while, it was found that they were a mess. If so many people were divided into 3 groups, they could not only support each other, but also basically cover the area with their vision, and they could also take turns to rest. However, this group of people gathered together like the old man watching chess at the entrance of the village. The patrol route was also very random, and they did not look like guards at all. But if you think about it, you will know that it is not surprising. Before coming to Overin, these people were not law-abiding people. They lacked discipline, and had not received any formal training. If they were suddenly asked to be guards, don't expect them to be very professional. Chapter 476. What do you want to do? The ugly girl looked at Rob next to her. This was a question she had always wanted to ask him. Everything seemed to be out of control, since he met Carlisle's statue. This guy drank the poison in the bowl without hesitation. After seeing the third-level magician, he handed over his weapon neatly, gave up the last chance to resist and forced the other party to hand over the antidote, and then asked her to surrender together. At the same time, he lied to Carlisle that he was a spy from a big force on the ground, and the real purpose of entering the underground was to spy on intelligence. So now the two were taken back to the Dark Hall by the livestock keepers, and locked up in a stone prison, waiting for Odin to come back and interrogate them personally. This was undoubtedly the worst situation. The ugly woman couldn't even think of a worse situation than this. The two who lost their weapons and supplies were no different from lambs to be slaughtered. Once Odin showed up, it would be almost impossible for the two to survive. However, Rob seemed very quiet along the way. Except for asking the man 1 or 2 questions when he saw the sword on his waist, he didn't speak again. He sat there, looking at the darkness outside, wondering what he was thinking. But he finally answered the ugly girl's previous question. "We will do it tonight." The future super magician turned his gaze back and said lightly. The ugly girl thought she had heard it wrong. Do it? The two of them didn't even have a decent weapon now. Before being locked up, she even had the small dagger hidden in her boot searched away, and someone, as a magician, even lost the staff in his hand. The ugly girl didn't even know what the two of them should do next to get out of this stone prison, not to mention that this is the enemy's base camp. It's not that Rob didn't want to explain. In fact, he made this temporary plan after meeting Carlyle and learning about the current situation of the underground world. His idea was very direct, because direct methods are often the most useful. If there really is a guy with great prestige here who can make everyone obey, then as long as he controls this guy, he can issue orders to the entire underground world and find Lolo. This kind of thing sounds simple, but only Rob dared to think so. If it were anyone else here, they would probably just think that the person who had such an idea was crazy. The ugly girl now thought Rob was crazy. From the information they had obtained before, Odin's power was unquestionable. He could unify the chaotic underground world in 2 years, and let all the people living here regard him as the leader. No one had ever done this before, not to mention that there were a group of masters such as the Animal Husbandor, Shadow, and Wolf Head. How could the two of them fight against so many people with bare hands? Bare hands? Rob himself obviously didn't think so. He took out a golden candy the size of a soybean from his pocket, and stuck it on the wall of the stone prison. 5 minutes later, the candy began to melt, and finally disappeared as if it had completely melted into the stone wall. Rob turned to the ugly woman who witnessed this scene and said, "Do you remember where they put our weapons and luggage?" "I remember." The ugly woman didn't know what the other party meant by this. Even if she remembered where the things were, what was the use if she couldn't leave this stone prison? "After you get the weapons, you leave first, protect yourself, and don't worry about me." Rob had originally planned to take action after meeting Odin. To capture a thief, one must first capture the leader. As long as the leader of the underground world is captured in one fell swoop, whether it is the livestock breeder or the Shadow, these people will no longer be a problem. However, after seeing Lolo's sword, he changed his mind. Time is tight. Every second of delay will increase the danger of Lolo outside, so he does not plan to wait any longer. Without Odin, he can still find Lolo in the underground world by controlling the Dark Hall. On the way to the stone prison, he has been paying attention to the terrain and guards here, silently calculating how to disintegrate the armed forces here as quickly as possible and capture the 3 high-level officials. Rob didn't take the poison in his body seriously. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a poison in a strict sense. The environment in Ogland was incomparable to the outside world. With the extreme scarcity of supplies, it was difficult to prepare even a completely poisonous drug. The thing in the stone bowl was actually a mutated blood solvent. This blood solvent itself was harmless, but after the mutation, its side effects were magnified many times, causing a poison-like effect. The strange purple color in the blood vessels and the occasional pain in the chest gave people a false impression of suspected poisoning. Most people are incapable of distinguishing the difference between the two, but this obviously does not include the future super mage. Rob knew very well that the thing in his body would get better in a month at the latest, so he did not take Carlyle's threat seriously from the beginning, and just used the simplest method to enter the Dark Hall. In addition, he did not lose all his equipment as others thought. In order to cope with the actual combat assessment of the student union election, he made a batch of micro-magic devices, a total of 12 pieces, and used 5 of them in the subsequent battles, leaving 7 pieces that he always carried with him. The functions of these magic devices are different. The one he used in the first battle recorded the magic of muscle strengthening, while the magic device he just attached to the stone wall recorded an extremely rare second-level magic called structural embrittlement. This magic can change the internal structure of an object. Now the stone wall in front of him looks no different from before, but as the soybean-sized golden candy melted and disappeared, this stone wall, with an amazing metal content, has become as fragile as a wooden board. Rob looked at the ugly girl and was about to completely destroy the stone wall in front of him, but the next moment he suddenly stopped his hand and his expression became a little strange. The ugly girl had never seen a similar expression on his face, a mixture of surprise and joy, as if a traveler who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time suddenly saw a peach tree. Or maybe he traveled thousands of miles to find a peach tree. A stone rolled from a distance, attracting the attention of several guards outside the stone prison. The four people stood up cursing, pushing each other, and walked towards the place where the sound came from. When they left the site, a figure as light as a civet cat slipped to the side of the stone prison. "Don't be afraid, Rob, I'm here to save you," the girl whispered. Her eyes were as bright as stars in the dark. Chapter 477. Rob looked at the girl in front of him. She looked a little embarrassed. The clothes she was wearing were gone. Instead, she was wearing a dirty short robe and a tattered cloak. This outfit was obviously to avoid getting into trouble on the road. Lola's gray face was scratched by sweat, like a little cat. But the most distressing thing was the bruises on her arms and calves, blood marks caused by stones. But she didn't seem to care at all. Instead, she comforted the two people in the stone prison. "Wait a little longer, I will get you out soon." "Is she the companion you're looking for?" The ugly girl beside him raised her eyebrows, with a look of surprise on her face. "But why is she here?" "I don't know." Rob shook his head. "From the first day I met her, she always did something that surprised me. Every day I'm with her, I have to get to know her again. If there is someone in this world that I can never guess, that person must be her." "Well, I understand your eagerness to praise me, but now doesn't seem to be the time to say such things." Luoluo's face was flushed. She was studying the stone lock on the prison with her head down. Unfortunately, she heard footsteps not far away before she could see much. The four guards walked around outside and found nothing. They cursed and walked back. The girl made a reassuring gesture to someone and finally crouched behind a nearby stone pillar. Because of what happened just now, the four of them were obviously concerned. After returning, they checked the stone cage first and found that the lock on it was intact and the two prisoners inside were still there. It was just a false alarm. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief, and three of them sat down again. Only one guy who was blind and one eye was probably upset. He smacked his lips and walked to the prison door, pointing at the two people inside and said, "You'd better behave yourself and don't play any tricks. Otherwise, don't blame me if you lose any parts." As he spoke, he poked the stone wall outside the cage with his scabbard, trying to intimidate the prisoners in this way. As a result, the tragedy happened the next moment. He accidentally poked a hole in the stone wall. The one-eyed guard opened his mouth wide, looking dazed, probably because he didn't realize how his casual poke could have such a powerful force, and could even make a hole in a 1-foot-thick stone wall. The next moment, Rob had already shouted the word action. The ugly woman, who had been prepared for a long time, jumped up from the ground and kicked the stone wall. The whole stone wall broke, like a broken wooden board. The one-eyed guard, who was still stunned behind, was kicked away by this kick, sliding 2 meters on the ground and knocking over a stone table. The remaining 3 guards were shocked and quickly drew their weapons. One of them wanted to blow the alarm, but the ugly woman was faster and had already picked up the sword of the one-eyed man and cut off the arm of the unlucky man. The latter screamed and fainted in pain. These people were just small characters in the dark hall. Their strength was only level 2 or 3, otherwise they would not be sent to guard the prisoners. Therefore, they were no match for the ugly woman. After the two sides fought, the ugly woman took less than 2 minutes to deal with all 3 people. But when the fight was over, he turned around and found that the one-eyed dragon, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, was gone. The guy was very cunning. He knew from the kick just now that his group was no match for the other party, and took advantage of the time when his companions and the other party were fighting to sneak away. At this moment, he had already run more than 10 meters away, and was about to rush into the darkness in front, but the next moment his head suddenly turned red. The last vision of the one-eyed dragon was full of blazing flames, as if the whole world was burning. Luoluo took back her staff, but she didn't really understand the situation. She was still thinking about how to secretly get the key from the guard, but the next moment, the 2 people in the cell broke through the wall and got out. The ugly woman looked serious. "We talk about it later if you have any questions." The noise just now was quite loud, and people nearby should have noticed it. "The most urgent thing is to leave here quickly." The girl nodded and said, "Well, I know a way to avoid those patrolling guys. I came in from there, and we can leave from there too." The 3 of them didn't stop. They stepped over the burning body of the one-eyed dragon and ran outside. The ugly girl took the lead and chopped down 2 minions, who came to check the situation along the way, but it wasn't long before the alarm sounded in the entire garrison. More and more pursuers came from all directions, and soon blocked all the exits. The three of them were trapped in the middle, with no way forward or backward. If they continued like this, it would only be a matter of time before they were discovered. Rob hid in the shadows, and looked at the patrol team that had just passed by. He knew that it was almost impossible for the three of them to escape from the place where Luo had entered before. Go to where they put their things. There is a teleportation array in my bag. You can teleport directly from here. Hakrito should be there too. The young man's voice seemed to have a kind of magic that could relax people's tense nerves again, as if nothing could stop them as long as he was there. So the three of them changed direction, and ran towards the cave where the weapons and spoils were placed. At this time, most people received orders to guard the exits and trap the invaders here, so there were few people in front of the cave in the heart of the base. After getting rid of the two guards outside, the three of them easily entered the room and found their weapons and luggage. Rob put the number 2 on his waist and opened the backpack. He found that everything inside was intact. It should be because Odin had not returned yet, so the guys in the dark hall had not checked it yet. The future super magician took out the array plate, but after turning around, he did not find the little golem. Don't worry about that guy. Since Merlin dared to let it come with us, he must have taught it how to protect itself. Let's leave here first, Rob said to the girl. Lolo nodded and activated the magic circle. The ugly girl stood on it first. Soon her figure disappeared, and footsteps were heard outside the cave. The girl said to someone, hurry up, hurry up. But Rob shook his head. I don't want to lose you again, you go first this time. Lolo hesitated. She saw from someone's eyes that if she didn't leave, the other party would definitely not leave first. Fortunately, the footsteps were still some distance away from here, so the girl nodded, I must come. After saying this, she also stood on the teleportation array. However, just as Lolo's figure disappeared, a flying knife shot out from the darkness and inserted into the array plate, shattering the magic crystal on it. Chapter 478. Since you are here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. A somewhat feminine voice came from outside the cave. It was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman, but it sounded like a poisonous snake, making people shudder. After a while, the owner of the voice came in from outside. He had destroyed the teleportation array by flying before, and knew that the people in the cave could no longer escape, so he was not in a hurry and walked very slowly. He seemed to be using this method to oppress the nerves of his prey and fully enjoy the other party's fear. However, this time, he did not smell the familiar smell in the air. When he walked in front of the boy, there was no panic on his face, so he became curious and asked, Aren't you afraid? Should I be afraid? Rob looked at the man in front of him quietly and asked back. The man seemed to have heard something funny, raised his eyebrows, grinned and showed 2 rows of teeth. Do you know who I am? Are you famous? My name is Gunter, but people here seem to prefer calling me Shadow. The man squatted down while introducing himself, stretched out his hand and pulled out the flying knife on the array plate, because shadows are everywhere. No matter how fast a person runs, he can't get rid of his own shadow, and I am just like everyone's shadow. No prey I target can escape. Your luck today is very bad, really bad. When Shadow stood up again, he had already grasped the flying knife again. Not only you, but also your companions. I will find them wherever they escape to. Shadow licked his lips and grinned. Trisis, and a burly man, with a wolfskin wrapped around his waist hurried to the cave, and asked the team guarding outside, How long has Shadow been in there? Why didn't you follow him in? The guard thought for a moment. Only 4 or 5 minutes. Lord Shadow just asked us to wait outside. That arrogant fool. Upon hearing this, Tracy's face changed, and he stamped his feet in anger. The big man was a little puzzled. It's nothing, there are only 3 people on the other side, and the most powerful one is the female apprentice of the livestock owner, who is only level 5. Shadow alone is enough to deal with him. However, Tracy shook his head. If it were that simple, the livestock owner wouldn't have escaped so early. The big man frowned. Tracy, aren't you too sensitive? Didn't the livestock owner say before he left that there was a problem with his ranch, and he was going back to deal with it? But my people reported to me half a magic hour ago that he was not there, and there were more than a dozen lambs missing from the pasture. Trishy sighed. Wolf head, you don't know the livestock owner. That guy is too scheming. Shadow, Spider and us may not be good people, but I can't tell what he is thinking all day long. When we discussed that matter, I didn't agree to bring him in, but I must admit that his strength is indeed very strong. The power of the underground world is weaker than that of the surface. If we want to win this war, we must work hard to unite all the forces that can be united, so I finally agreed to your absorption of him, but I never let down my guard against him. That guy went to pick up people in the morning and disappeared in the afternoon. In the meantime, he must have discovered something. The big man named Wolfhead wanted to say something, but then he saw a guy wrapped in a black cloak coming from a distance. A look of disgust suddenly appeared on his face, and he said in a rough voice, "Trishies, why did you call this annoying guy here? Now we don't know what the situation is inside. We must unite. Wolfhead, I know there is some grudge between you and Spider, but at this time I hope you can temporarily put aside your past grudges and work together." The Wolfhead snorted coldly, "No matter what you say, I can't turn my back to such a guy." The Spider also smiled, "What a coincidence. I don't want to join forces with a brainless guy. This idiot is not as good as the little spiders I raise." The Wolfhead was furious. "Are you scolding me? Isn't it? At least my little spider can tell me the situation inside, while you can only stand there and curse," the Spider said leisurely. After he said this, two little spiders crawled out from the cracks in the stone, and crawled along his trouser legs into his ears. Trixie was shocked when he heard this. "Can you find out what's going on in the cave? It's just rough information. Spiders are not very smart, and can't convey complex information. The little spider that just went and only told me that there are two people inside, one is still alive, and the other is dead." The Spider waved his hand, and the two little spiders crawled out of his ears again. "Is the one alive a shadow?" the Wolfhead asked with a gloomy face. "I don't know. I said my little spiders are not smart enough. They can't tell who is a shadow." Spider spread his hands. "Why don't you go in and take a look yourself? Let's go in. I'm not a coward like you who can only rely on the little spider to tip off," Wolfhead said as he drew out the two swords at his waist, unwilling to be outdone. However, he was stopped by Trixie. "Stop arguing. Let's go in together." Wolfhead disagreed. "Is it necessary to make such a fuss? If Shadow sees us, he will definitely laugh at us." "I hope he will laugh at me," Trixie murmured. The Shadow was indeed smiling when he saw the three people coming in from the cave, but the mockery in his smile was not for the three people, but for himself. Because he was already dead, and was killed by his own shadow, this result sounded a bit ironic. The hand that stretched out from the shadow strangled his throat. He wanted to struggle and resist, but his own hands and feet had already been frozen into ice. In the end, the smile that solidified on his mouth looked a bit weird. Rob was busy repairing the teleportation array destroyed by Shadow, so he didn't look up when the three entered the cave. "You came a little later than I thought. Who are you, and why did you sneak into the dark hall?" Tracy's mouth was a little bitter. At this time, she would not naively think that the other party was really captured by Carlyle. Whoever could quietly get rid of Shadow in a few minutes was definitely not a simple character. Such a guy obviously cannot be easily captured and locked up in a stone prison to die. Tracy is not sure whether the three have enough confidence to capture him, and those guys outside are useless at this time. The Dark Hall has been established for less than a year, and most of them are not loyal. It's okay to let these guys do some daily work, but if they are going to die, they will probably run away faster than the other. Chapter 479. "I just killed your companion, but you don't seem angry?" Rob did not answer Trix's question, but asked back with interest. "There is no such thing as companions or non-companions in the underground world." Trixie pointed at the Wolfhead and then at the Spider. "They have been enemies for a long time, but they can work together now for the upcoming war. But this does not mean that they like each other. Since you have seen Shadow, you should know that he is not a very likable guy, and we have always only worked with living people." The meaning of Trix's last sentence is very simple. The underground world has always been very realistic, and interests are paramount. If Shadow is still alive, then the Dark Hall will naturally stand up for him, but the latter is now dead. Rather than caring about how to avenge him, Trixie cares more about how to avoid the troubles that may arise next. This is a very rational woman. The Dark Hall nominally has 3 managers, but in fact, the livestock breeders usually do not care about things. Shadow is only responsible for arresting people. Only Trixie is the one who really ensures the operation of the Dark Hall. Her mind was the clearest among all. From the scene in the cave, she had roughly restored the previous battle process. This guy who came out of nowhere, together with his 2 companions, sneaked into the Dark Hall for unknown reasons. Fortunately, they did not plan to stay here for too long. After achieving their goal, they were ready to leave through the teleportation array. However, they did not expect Shadow to suddenly fall from the sky at this time, destroy the teleportation array, and stop the last person. After that, the 2 sides fought. Shadow was full of confidence at the beginning, but when they really started fighting, they found that the opponent's strength was completely beyond their imagination. At this time, it was too late for him to escape. He lost his life in just a few minutes. No, judging from the traces on the ground, the battle was shorter than expected, and it was one-sided. Trixie almost cursed, "Are you sick? If they want to leave, just let them go. Why are you looking for trouble? Not only did you lose your life, but you also left such a big trouble here." Trixie is very worried now. She doesn't like the animal keeper, but she has to admit that the guy is indeed the most cunning of all people, and his vision is also very accurate. He met with the other party in the morning. During that meeting, he obviously discovered something, but he did not discuss countermeasures with other high-level officials of the Dark Hall. Instead, he fled alone. This means that in the eyes of the animal keeper, even if all the people in the Dark Hall are added together, they may not be the opponent of the other party. Trixie no longer has time to think about why such a powerful guy sneaked into the Dark Hall. Rob put away the magic carving knife in his hand. The teleportation array had been repaired and replaced with new magic crystals. He could leave here at any time, but he was not in a hurry to leave. After confirming that Lua was safe, he could use this opportunity to do something and fulfill his promise to the ugly woman. Where is the animal keeper? Why didn't that guy come? The future super magician asked the woman opposite. He saw that the other party was the leader of the three. Trisis was stunned for a moment, a little unresponsive. Was this guy coming for the animal keeper? But didn't the two sides meet before? Normally, that would be the best time to take action. However, she didn't let the doubts in her heart show on her face, but said in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for him? I thought you didn't care about his life or death?" Rob raised his eyebrows. "We don't care about that guy's life or death, but he is one of the three leaders of the Dark Hall after all, and we can't just watch you go to trouble him." Trishis took a deep breath. "What's more, Odin will be back soon, and even your excellency may not leave so easily by then." "Really?" The future super mage did not comment. "You guys on the surface have no idea how powerful Odin is." The big man named Wolfhead snorted coldly. "I always thought that our group was very strong, but until I met Odin, I knew that a person could be so perfect. Boy, if I were you, I would run away now, while everything is still possible. But I have already killed a leader of your Dark Hall. Will Odin let me go? Don't worry about that. As long as you leave here immediately and promise not to cause trouble to the Dark Hall again, I will plead for you with Odin." Trishi said, "I am also one of the leaders of the Dark Hall. He will be willing to listen to what I say." It sounds like he is a very reasonable person. The future super magician smiled. This smile gave Trisis a bad feeling in his heart. "There is no such thing as Odin," Rob said calmly. "What are you talking about?" Trix's face changed drastically. "Actually, I was a little surprised when I heard Carlyle talk about Odin and the Dark Hall, but I didn't think too much about it at the time. There is a reason why the underground world has never been unified since its birth. It's not because no one has the ability, but because no one has the desire. The title of the ruler of the underground world may sound good, but it has no practical significance. So-called rule is based on order. Considering the harsh environment and extremely scarce materials here, there is no soil for order to survive. A stable social structure is doomed to not last long here. This has always been my biggest doubt, until I met the livestock owner, who told us about the impending destruction of the underground world, and finally solved my first doubt. Odin's appearance has a reason, but the timing seems a bit too coincidental. Not long after the water source was found to be exhausted, this name suddenly spread in the underground world, and then it took him less than 2 years to unify this place. It all seems to be a natural outcome. What do you want to say?" Trishi's voice was trembling. Rob changed the subject. "You all know that the crisis of the underground world has come, and the war with the ground is inevitable. At this time, only by uniting everyone can there be a glimmer of hope, but now the problem arises again. None of you has enough prestige to defeat others and rule the entire underground world. Maybe in another 10 or 20 years, such a guy will appear, but you know that you can't wait that long, so you finally choose to take a step back, unite together to form the Dark Hall, and create a perfect ruler together." Chapter 480. This is just your guess. Trishis took a deep breath, but her right hand had already moved silently to the dagger at her waist, and it was the first time she showed murderous intent. It's not that she didn't know how powerful the guy opposite was, but the existence of Odin was the biggest secret of the Dark Hall. Once it was leaked, it would probably directly destroy the entire underground world. In the upcoming war, their side was already at a disadvantage. If they lost a powerful ruler, the underground world would have no chance of winning. So even if the opponent is strong, they can only bite the bullet. Rob did not argue, and nodded. "This is indeed my guess, but the guess is enough. You created Odin. Mystery is his greatest weapon, and the source of his power. However, Once someone begins to doubt, he will have to come out of the shadows, just like a magician lifting the curtain on the box. Even if Odin really exists, he will lose his previous deterrent power. So you are a spy from the surface world, wanting to disintegrate us before the war begins? The wolf head took a step forward, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. If I wanted to disintegrate you, you would have been finished long ago. The future super magician said lightly, I don't care who wins or loses the upcoming war. I came here for other things that have nothing to do with you, and now that thing is over now. In that case, why don't you leave? Trixie asked. Because I still have some finishing work to do. Rob paused and asked the same question again, Livestalker, where is he? No one knows where he is. He disappeared after noon. I sent someone to his ranch not long ago, but he was no longer there. Trixie did not give up her vigilance. She did not believe every word the guy said, but she also knew that this was the biggest crisis that the Dark Hall had faced since its establishment. All she could do was to delay time as much as possible and think about how to solve this problem. The future super mage was also a little surprised when he heard this. He ran away. Rob did not doubt that the woman opposite was lying, because this cave was basically full of all the masters of the Dark Hall, and he could feel that she was very afraid of him. And after he revealed the secret of the Dark Hall, this group of people should not hesitate to use all means to keep him. If the livestock keeper was still here, he would have appeared long ago. How long will it take you to find him? The future super mage asked Trixie directly. The latter asked, how do you know we can find him? The livestock owner has been living in his ranch for many years, but few people know that his stealth skills are actually very good. If one day he decides to disappear from this world, no one can find him. Maybe not before, but definitely now. Isn't this the purpose of the Dark Hall? In a unified underground world, no one can hide forever. Trixie was silent for a while. Why should we help you? Because you have no choice. Rob said calmly, you can't stop me. If I tell those people outside about Odin's secret, how long do you think the Dark Hall's current rule can last? Or I can tell those forces on the ground what happened here. Once they are prepared, how much chance do you think you will have of winning? I said I don't care about the outcome of this war. In other words, I don't care about the lives of those people underground. What do you want us to do? The wolf head looked unfriendly. Rob took out 2 shells from his bag and threw one of them to Trixie. This is a set of magic devices for communication. After you catch or kill the animal keeper, you can contact me through this thing. He didn't plan to stay here for too long, at most a quarter of an hour. If it was longer, Lolo would definitely worry about him. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill the animal keeper, but he didn't expect the guy to be more alert than he thought and had escaped in advance. Rob didn't have time to play hide-and-seek with the other party underground, and he was not familiar with the complex terrain here. It would be more appropriate to leave this matter to the Dark Hall. But remember, you only have 2 days. If you haven't caught the guy in 2 days, I will tell the big forces on the ground about the water shortage in the underground world. Then I'm afraid you will all be buried with him. The spider sneered. First of all, you have to have the strength to walk out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of small spiders suddenly rushed out from the stone wall behind Rob, rushing to pounce on him. These small spiders were carefully cultivated by the spider. Each of them was highly poisonous. If bitten, they would immediately lose their combat effectiveness. 2 bites would endanger their lives. If they were bitten more than 5 times, even the spider itself could not be saved. At such a close distance, most people would not have time to react. However, Trixie did not relax and immediately shouted, "Do it!" At the same time, she also drew the dagger from her waist, and Wolfhead rushed out almost with her. Among all the high-level officials in the Dark Hall, he and Trixie had the best relationship. The two had fought side by side many times, and had a tacit understanding between them. Moreover, Wolfhead seemed to have a rough personality, and was not particular about details, but this was actually just a means for him to confuse others. In the underground world, it is impossible for a truly reckless and brainless person to survive. From the moment Rob revealed Odin's identity, Wolfhead knew that the battle was inevitable. After that, what Trixie said was just to buy time for Spider, so that he could quietly gather all the little spiders behind someone. When the battle started, the 3 of them entered the battle state almost at the same time, and the combined attack was terrifying. Among them, Wolfhead and Spider were both 7th level professionals, and Trixie was slightly worse, only 6th level. He might have his own strengths to become the leader of the Dark Hall. In fact, it was Trixie who Rob paid the most attention to among the 3. He seemed to have not noticed the dense spiders on the stone wall behind him. He held the staff and turned half a circle in the air, and casually pointed it at the wolf head. For a moment, the three people even thought that the spider was about to succeed, but the next moment, a wall of fire suddenly appeared behind the opponent, and those spiders that pounced on Rob were all burned to ashes before they could touch Rob's body. The wolf head's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stopped his steps abruptly, rolled back, and dodged the wind blade that suddenly appeared in front of him. Are you kidding me? So fast? However, he had just attracted the opponent's firepower. Wolfhead knew that Trixie and the spider would not waste this opportunity. However, when he looked at his companions, he saw that they had stopped and took a defensive posture. Wolfhead was horrified. How could it be possible that in that short moment, the opponent not only released 2 magics, but 4? Not only did he kill the group of small spiders behind him, but he also exchanged a move with the 3 of them. Chapter 481. Sweat oozed from Trix's forehead. She had already felt the opponent's strength directly from the previous round of fighting. The guy in front of her might not be of high rank, but his strength was definitely the strongest among all the people she had ever seen. Trixie had never seen a magician fight in this way. It was like subverting the common people's perception of magicians. What was even more terrifying was the calm temperament of the other party, as if nothing in the world could escape his eyes. The carefully planned sneak attack was easily discovered. Seeing the little spiders wailing and struggling in the flames, the spider's face became distorted. These little spiders were all cultivated by him personally, and he spent a lot of effort. In the cold and dark underground, only they had been with him all the time, just like his children. As a result, they were slaughtered by the fire just now. The spider couldn't swallow this breath anyway. He put 2 fingers to his mouth and blew a short whistle. The next moment, 2 basin-sized spider queens fell from the ceiling, spraying venom from their tails, covering almost half of the cave. Even Wolfhead and Trixie were almost hit. The former cursed and retreated quickly. Fortunately, they were still some distance away from Rob, so they barely escaped from the venom-covered area. However, when Trixie and Wolfhead turned around, they found that the 2 spider queens, including the venom they had just sprayed, were all still in the air. Trixie took a breath of cold air. Can gravity magic be used like this? Before she was captured by the temple and taken to Ogrinchi, she had met many magicians and married a high-level magician. Although the marriage was short-lived, she could be said to be the person who knew magicians best in the entire underground world, so she quickly recognized the magic someone had just used. Gravity magic is a very common 3rd-level magic. It restricts the opponent's actions by changing the gravity in a certain area with the caster as the center. However, it was the first time that Trixie saw a magician who could change the direction of the newly created gravity field at will. Rob placed the gravity field on his head. In this way, this gravity magic not only did not increase the gravity of this area, but instead offset the original gravity, allowing the 2 half-jumped spider queens and their venom to return to the top of the stone wall, effortlessly resolving the spider's fatal attack. This method may sound simple, but Trixie knows that the simpler the magic, the harder it is to change. Her last husband once told her that most magic has been continuously improved and perfected since its development, and there is almost no room for improvement. Most magicians just use them step by step, treating them as a tool or weapon, except for one kind of people. Their use of magic is based on complete understanding, and their cognition of elements is very close to the origin. They have already stood in front of that door, and are proficient in all kinds of magic without distinction. They hardly need to practice deliberately. Any magic in their hands can be changed at will according to actual needs. They are the people who truly control magic. Perhaps only such people can be called magicians. But does such a genius really exist in the world? Yes, her ex-husband told her with certainty that there is such a person in the world, and that person is in the Royal Magic School of Teast. He has the talent that all magicians dream of, and all the possibilities of magic. Until he appeared, even the craziest magician had never had such a fantasy. Roland founded the magic system. We, the younger generation, originally thought that no one could surpass him, but then that child appeared. He might? No, he would definitely redefine magic. The magician's respect for him is sincere, because we see the advent of a new era in him. When the husband said this, he raised the wine glass in his hand and shook it slightly in a distant direction. All magicians are quietly waiting for that day. Trishie's heart was shocked, and he still couldn't connect the unknown guy in front of him with the legendary existence. However, if it wasn't so, there was no way to explain the other party's extraordinary fighting power, and from the perspective of age, the two seemed to be consistent. But if it was really that person, why did he appear in Odlin? Unless the Pope and several cardinals went crazy, the temple would never dare to put the future of the human race, the disciple of the 9th-level super magician Steins, in the prison in the south. We admit defeat. The next moment, Trixie simply threw down the dagger in his hand. The wolf head and spider were shocked. The two sides had just fought for a few rounds, and were still in the testing stage. They also admitted that the opponent's strength was indeed very strong, but their own lineup was not weak either. The three of them joined forces, and had the strength to fight. There was no reason to surrender so quickly. However, Trixie knew very well that she had not exerted her strength, and the guy on the other side had never tried his best. If the fight continued, the three of them would most likely lose. She was already 70% sure that Rob was the one, but she said nothing, which was also her cleverness. Sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. From the previous battle, she had seen that the other party was not lying, and did have the strength to destroy the Dark Hall. He was still willing to sit down and negotiate, which proved that he had not lied before. No matter what the reason was for him to come to Odlin, it had nothing to do with the upcoming war. Trixie has never liked the livestock keeper. He is not very obedient, and this time he even abandoned everyone and ran away. But if possible, she still doesn't want him to die, because it will undoubtedly weaken the already weak strength of the underground world. If the fight continues, the cost will be even greater if the spider or the wolf head is lost. This is a very simple arithmetic problem. Trixie quickly made her choice. 2 days is too short. 3 days, give us 3 days, we can definitely help you catch that guy, and I hope you can keep your promise. The wolf leader was still a little dissatisfied. Trishies, do you really want to believe this guy? No, but he is right, we have no choice. The wolf leader seemed to want to try again, but Trixie had already put down his weapon in advance. With only 2 people left, it was obvious that they were no match for the other party. Even if they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. The spider snorted coldly and said nothing. He suffered the greatest loss in this fight. Those little spiders were not easy to breed, and were burned to ashes by a fire. Fortunately, the other party was merciful, and did not kill the 2 spider queens. Chapter 482. Lolo opened her eyes, and found herself standing in a tavern, surrounded by a group of menacing-looking guys. The girl's first reaction was to reach out and hold her staff. Relax, you're safe here. A lazy woman, like a golden cat, leaned on the counter and said leisurely. Where is this? The Grey Mouse Tavern. The ugly woman's voice came. She was the first of the 3 to be teleported, but after returning here, she went to the room upstairs first. She just came down the stairs, and said to Luo, we have returned to the surface. Those guys can't chase us here. You can eat something and rest first. There's half an apple pie in the kitchen, would you like some? Lolo shook her head, and declined the good intentions of the female boss. She decided to stand there, and wait for someone to show up. However, 5 minutes passed, and no one teleported here. The girl's face changed, and she asked the ugly girl next to her, which is the fastest way to the Dark Hall from here. Lolo remembered clearly that she could hear footsteps outside the cave when she teleported. With the speed of the pursuers, they should have chased into the cave by now. However, someone has not teleported here yet. Did something unexpected happen to him? The girl couldn't sit still any longer when she thought of this. It takes at least a day to get to the Dark Hall from here. Even if something happens, it will be too late for you to get there, the ugly girl comforted. Don't worry. With his strength, he will be able to solve any accidents smoothly. If she remembered correctly, Rob had planned to escape from prison before Luo appeared. The guy was obviously well prepared. It seems that the 2 of them were caught by Carlyle before, which was probably part of his plan. He probably didn't take the Dark Hall seriously at all. Karina also raised her eyebrows. If he wants to leave, no one in the underground world can stop him. Why do you say that? Lolo was stunned when she heard that. The ugly girl and Karina looked at each other. Both of them were a little surprised. From the look of Lolo, she seemed to be unaware of the true strength of her companion. Although it was unclear why Rob had kept it a secret from Lolo, the ugly girl would not tell Lolo everything on her own initiative. She and Karina both tacitly did not talk about what happened outside the tavern before, but in this way, no one could answer the girl's doubts. Lolo wanted to ask more, but the next moment Rob appeared in the tavern, so the girl's attention was also attracted to him. She forgot the question just now. Lolo ran to someone and checked to make sure he was not injured before asking, Why did you come here now? I thought you were in danger. Rob touched the girl's head, and handed the elven sword in his hand to her. Is this my sword? Lolo was overjoyed. This sword was one of the few things she brought with her when she escaped from her family. It was the sword of the successive heads of the Breton family. Karlov always liked this sword and asked the dwarf craftsman to recast the hilt. He personally handed the sword to her on the last day before leaving home. Therefore, this sword also had an unusual meaning for Lolo. However, when Luo learned about the strength of the herder, he had basically given up the idea of getting it back. He didn't expect to find it again now. The latter didn't carry the sword when he escaped, but put it in his own place. When Trixie said people to find him there, he also brought the sword back. After admitting defeat, the female leader also returned it to Rob to show her sincerity. Of course, the future super magician did not intend to tell Luo about the process. I found this sword in a secret room in the northwest corner of the cave, so I was delayed for a while. Rob made an excuse and explained why he was late. Karina took out the healing potion and half a pack of magic crystals from the cabinet and put them on the counter. Congratulations, since you have found the person, you can also take back these rewards. However, the future super magician did not reach out. Without you, I couldn't find her so quickly, so this bottle of healing potion is my thank you gift. The proprietress didn't refuse. She picked up the vial of potion, then looked at the ugly girl and smiled. Honey, are you still angry with me? The latter snorted coldly, and before she could speak, she saw the proprietress raised her hand, and the bottle of healing potion flew directly towards her. In that case, then this thing is my gift of apology. The ugly girl stared at the vial in her hand in a daze. In Oglin, where there are no priests, even the most basic healing potion is worth a lot of money. She didn't expect that Karina would give such a valuable thing as she said. Remember what I told you? Never try to figure out a woman's mind. How much she hates you is how much she loves you. The lady boss chuckled and pointed at the half bag of magic crystals and asked Rob, what are you going to do with this? I want to use this to exchange for a way to enter that place. The future super magician pointed to the tower in the center of Ogden, outside the window, and said lightly, why, where are you going? The lady boss was a little surprised. She put away the lazy expression on her face, and became more serious than ever before. This is impossible. If the reward is not enough, we can add more. It's not about how much the reward is. That place is different from the underground. It is the only truly restricted area in the entire Oglin. The church built this tower so that the people inside can monitor the situation in the entire prison. It is said that the 7 floors below the tower are empty, with only mechanisms and endless traps. Even the 8th level professionals can't get through the first 3 floors. For so many years, no one knows the situation inside. If you want to go there, I advise you to think about it again. I have a reason to go there, Luo said seriously. After learning that Mother Teresa was hiding in Oglin, she and someone had discussed this issue. Where in the prison would she hide? Almost all the prisoners in Oglin were captured by the paladins of the church. They have a deep hatred for the temple. If they have the chance, they will definitely kill all the clergy in front of them without hesitation. Therefore, even if an ordinary person like Mother Teresa who has no fighting power hides here, she can't stay with these prisoners. She must stay in a safe enough place. And there is only one such place in the whole of Oglin. Chapter 483. That tower has a total of 16 floors. Karina didn't lie to you. The bottom 7 floors are full of traps and mechanisms. If you don't know the correct path, you can't get through. The 8th to 12th floors are warehouses for storing various supplies. The jailers of the temple live on the upper floors. They are very safe with the tower protecting them. They will open the door every once in a while and distribute some supplies to us to maintain the necessary survival of the prisoners in the prison. They can also use this method to regulate the total population of Oglin, and even use these supplies to provoke relations between several major forces. In addition, they will monitor the situation of the entire prison from the tower. The ugly woman introduced. The proprietress lit another cigarette, looking lazy. Some people have tried to steal the supplies in the tower to fill their stomachs when they were extremely hungry, but unfortunately no one has succeeded, and most people can't even get through the first floor. What about patrols? The jailers can't stay in the tower all the time, they have to come out for patrols. Haven't you tried to catch them while they are patrolling and force them to tell you the way to the tower? Lolo asked doubtfully. It's useless. They usually move together in groups of 12, carrying props that can communicate with the tower. Once attacked, the people on the tower can immediately block the entrance and exit of the entire tower. In this way, the prisoners in Ogrinchi can no longer get any food. The guys in the tower have 5 floors of warehouses with sufficient supplies. Even if we all die, they will be fine. Moreover, they can get in touch with the outside world and ask the temple to send troops to kill us. Unless no one has lost their mind, no one will attack them. Karina shook her head. Lolo then proposed several more plans, but they were all rejected by the ugly woman and Karina. Seeing that the night was getting dark, the 4 of them ended today's discussion, and Karina immediately invited Lolo and Rob to rest in the tavern for a night. Oglinji lacked everything except accommodation. Due to the poor supplies, the population here has always been small, and there are still many empty rooms on the second floor of the tavern. After eating in the evening, Lolo climbed into bed early. Since she was separated from Rob, her spirit has been in a tense state, worried that the latter would encounter some accidents during this period. Now that she finally found someone, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as she touched the pillow, she quickly fell asleep. Luo had a nightmare. In the dream, the two of them finally found a way to enter the tower, but they found an adult dragon inside. Rob was killed by the dragon's breath to protect her. The girl woke up from the bed and sat up to find that it was just a dream, and it was still pitch black outside the window. It was about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Luo got up to drink water. After thinking about it, she was still a little worried. She stood in the corridor and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she gritted her teeth and stretched out her hand to push open the door of someone next door, but there was no one inside. The quilt on the bed was lifted, and Luo saw the light downstairs, so he walked down barefoot. The ugly girl was adding firewood to the stove, and looked up to see the girl on the stairs, so she raised her eyebrows. "Are you looking for that guy?" Luo nodded. "Excuse me, do you know where he is?" The ugly girl said expressionlessly, "Well, I just saw him go into the boss's room not long ago." The girl said, "Oh," moved a chair and sat by the stove, watching the latter cooking something on the fire. The ugly girl lost her temper first, stopped what she was doing and asked curiously, "Aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry? You two are a couple, right?" Although Karina is full of bad intentions, I have to admit that she is pretty and has a good figure. If she wants, she can even become very likable. There are almost no men in Ogden who don't like her. She is a very bold and open woman. If someone I care about enters her room in the middle of the night, I won't be as calm as you. Luo lay on the chair, not caring. "I know you are just joking with me, and even if he really entered Karina's room, I would not worry, because I believe him." The girl's voice was not loud, but her tone was firm, without the slightest hesitation. The ugly girl found that she was becoming more and more interested in Luo. Before, her perception of the girl was only the target that Rob was looking for. Although the two sides met in the Dark Hall's residence, time was tight at that time, and there was no communication. Moreover, because Luo's strength was only a third-level professional, she did not take the other party seriously at first, but with the subsequent contact, she found that this girl had many valuable qualities, which were especially rare in Ogden. The ugly girl could not see through Rob, but it was strange why someone like Luo would be caught here by the temple, and from the look of her, it seemed that she would enter the tower anyway. The ugly girl didn't ask the reason, because she knew that if the other party wanted to say something, he would have said it long ago. Since Luo chose to keep it secret before, it meant that she had a reason to do so. The ugly girl had no intention of interfering with the other party's decision, and continued to add firewood to the stove. This time, it was Luo who spoke first. "Did you meet here?" "Huh? Oh, he came to the tavern and asked Karina to help him post a commission to find you on the surface, and I went underground with him." The ugly girl said truthfully. "I remember you said before that with his strength, he could handle any accident smoothly. I didn't have time to ask you what you meant by that sentence at that time." The girl blinked. The ugly girl looked normal. "It doesn't mean anything. I just said it to comfort you because I was afraid that you would get anxious and run back." "Is that so?" Lolo was still a little confused when he heard it, but the boss lady seemed to have said something similar at that time. That woman often gets herself drunk. You don't need to pay too much attention to her words. The ugly girl took out a spoon, scooped a spoonful from the pot, and put it under her nose and asked, and nodded with satisfaction. "What is this?" Luo's attention was attracted by the things in the pot. It seemed that the ugly woman had been cooking for a long time, and only a shallow layer of gelatinous substance was left at the bottom of the pot. Red original gum, applied on the skin, can cover up the breath emitted from the body. As long as you hold your breath, even the 9th-level professional can't find your existence. This thing, in a sense, is also a specialty of Ogden. The ugly girl took out a small bottle and filled it with a bottle, and handed it to Luo. "For you." "Thank you." The girl took the red original gum and thanked him, and at this time Rob also walked in from outside. Chapter 484. In the middle of the night, Rob quietly left the tavern while Luo was asleep. Before leaving, he saw the ugly woman sitting there, preparing to light a fire. The future super magician greeted her, and threw the remaining shell to her. "The livestock owner has escaped. I have entrusted the guys in the Dark Hall to hunt him down in the underground world. There should be a result in 3 days at the latest. How to deal with him is up to you. You can use this thing to contact the woman named Trixie directly. In this way, our transaction is considered complete. The ugly girl nodded and said, I'm sorry, I almost didn't play any role before, and I misjudged the situation underground, which led to you being caught by Carlisle. By the way, how is the poison in your body? I drank a bottle of healing potion, and it's no longer a big deal. Rob nodded at her, then pushed open the door of the tavern and walked into the night outside. Without wasting time, after confirming that there was no one else around, the future super magician decisively activated the phase shift. Half a minute later, his figure reappeared, but he was already standing under the high tower in the center of the city. The height of this stone tower is more than 50 meters, and the black bricks look a bit ferocious in the moonlight. It took the temple 120 years to build Ogrinchi, and 1/3 of the time was spent on building this tower, which is the most solid and safe building in the entire prison. The shortest diameter of the bricks used to build the tower is 200 centimeters. The foundation is very deep, enough to withstand a considerable degree of impact, and molten iron was poured at the bottom after completion. It is very difficult to destroy the tower directly by external force, not to mention that the purpose of the two people is to enter the tower and find Mother Teresa to understand the truth of the incident that year. If the tower is really knocked down, I am afraid that few people inside will survive. Rob first walked around the periphery, and found that at least from the outside, there were indeed not many flaws in this stone tower. So the future super magician directly pushed open the door at the bottom of the tower. Probably because he was very confident in the defense facilities in the tower, the door was not locked. As soon as Rob walked in, he saw 2 green eyes. Malcolm Python, a 5th-level magic beast. Rob had seen this creature in the Kilimanjaro Mountains a few days ago. It seems that the temple also used local materials, and captured one directly from nearby to be used as a guard at the door. This is a good choice. Malcolm Python rarely leaves its territory, and attaches great importance to it. It is also quite aggressive, and regards all intruders as its enemies. In addition, it is very good at hiding, which makes it more threatening in such a dark environment. Malcolm Python is a natural killer, but it is a pity that it met Rob tonight. In front of the future super mage, this 5th-level monster obviously has no chance. Half an hour later, Rob arrived at the 5th floor. As soon as he stepped into the tower, the future super magician felt threatened. Compared with the 1st floor, the traps here became more complicated and dangerous. Rob did not continue to go up because he could already guess the difficulty of the next 2 floors based on the situation along the way. Karina was not exaggerating. The defense facilities in this tower were indeed very powerful. With his strength, he could pass the 6th floor without any problem, but the 7th floor would depend on luck. Rob was only about 50% sure, but if he brought Lolo with him, he might not even be able to pass the 6th floor. It seems that this road is not feasible, so we have to think of other ways. Rob has collected the information he wants to get tonight, so he quietly retreated from the tower. When he returned to the tavern, he didn't expect that Luo had woken up and was chatting with the ugly girl downstairs. Hey, where have you been? The girl asked curiously when she saw him coming in from outside. Well, I couldn't sleep at night, so I went out for a walk. The future super magician said calmly, What about you? You have been very hard these 2 days. Why did you wake up so early? What else could it be? Of course, I'm thinking about how to get into the tower. Luo pointed at the shadow standing outside the window, rubbed his temple, and said in distress, According to what the boss lady said before, almost all methods have been tried over the years, but no one has succeeded until now. The ugly woman comforted, Failure can accumulate experience, at least the people behind can know which roads are blocked. On the bright side, it can save you time. As they were talking, there was a sudden knock on the door. The 3 of them were stunned, all a little surprised. The pub had been closed for a long time. Who would choose to visit at this time in the middle of the night? The ugly girl got up and opened the door, but there was no one outside. But then she found a letter on the ground. She looked a little strange and handed the letter to someone. It seems to be for you. Oh! Rob took it and opened the envelope, and Luo came over together. As a result, there was only a simple sentence on it. I know what you are looking for. What does this mean? We discussed how to enter the tower in the tavern this afternoon, without deliberately hiding it from others. There were many drinkers in the tavern at that time. It's not surprising that someone knew what we wanted to do. What's strange is why the other party sent this letter to us. And who sent the letter? Rob turned the letter and envelope over and read them twice, but did not find any additional information. Maybe I can answer your second question. The ugly girl suddenly said, pointing to the ink stain on the lower right corner of the envelope. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the mark of the Nightingale. Nightingale? Who is that? Luo asked in confusion. An organization on the ground. Their leader has met us before. Rob still had some impression of the guy named Sax. After he showed his power, he was one of the few people who did not avoid them. Instead, he sent them a magic lamp before they entered the underground. The ugly girl was a little strange. If nothing unexpected happened, Nightingale should be coming for Rob. When she met Sax, she had shown a strong interest in the latter. Now she suddenly sent this letter. It turned out that she had some intention. But why did Sax choose to send the letter at such a strange time? The content of the letter was also vague, with only a sentence without a beginning or an end. I know what you are looking for. Don't guess, just go and meet him, and you should know what he wants. Rob spoke calmly. Chapter 485. This is the second time Rob has met Sax, but the latter doesn't seem surprised. The future super mage and Lolo walked into the house together. Sax stood up from the stool, extended his hand, and said warmly, "It's nice to meet you. Please forgive me for having to invite you in this way. Because of the secrecy of this matter, I must ensure that this meeting will not be noticed by those with ulterior motives. But I can promise that you will definitely feel that this trip is worthwhile." Really? Rob did not comment. The meeting place chosen by Sax was not at Nightingale's base, but in an empty house 3 miles away from the base. He explained the reason. Nightingale is one of the largest forces in Oglen, but no matter what organization it is, as long as there are many people, some people with ulterior motives will inevitably sneak in. When I took over Nightingale, I cleaned it up once, but it is not ruled out that there are still some fish that slip through the net. If I wait for you at the base and get seen by others, it is very likely to affect our next plan. Plan? Yes. Sax looked at Rob, his eyes burning. I have been preparing this plan for a long time, but I couldn't find a suitable partner in the final link until you showed up. Before that, I was still thinking about how to persuade you to cooperate with me. I didn't expect that you actually had the same goal as me. Are you also planning to take advantage of that tower? Lolo asked. There is something I want on the 8th to 12th floors. Sax grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. How about we work together? I don't want anything except that thing. You can pick whatever you want inside, food, medicine, weapons. I don't mind even if you empty them all. Do you have a way to deal with the traps and mechanisms in the tower? The girl's eyes lit up. Sax smiled. If I wasn't sure, I wouldn't have come to you. How can you prove that what you just said is not a trap? Rob on the other side was unmoved. Sax seemed very understanding and nodded. I understand your concerns. After all, this is the first time we have cooperated, and we are not familiar with each other before. Let me reveal some information to you to show my sincerity. You must be curious about why I can deal with those traps and mechanisms. This matter is actually related to a mutual friend of ours. Ugly girl? Rob thought of something. Yes, remember I mentioned the name Yvette when we first met. Oh, Miss Yvette probably hasn't told you about her life, especially her father, Sax said slowly. Aren't her parents both prisoners in Ogling? Sax smiled slightly. That's true, but she probably won't tell you other things. Before that, her father was a real paladin and had served in Ogling. Sax said word by word. He is the jailer here. This time even Rob was a little surprised. Yvette's father made a big mistake during his tenure. He fell in love with a female prisoner here. The two had a relationship and the latter became pregnant. Seeing that the matter could no longer be covered up, Yvette's father wanted to secretly take the mother and daughter away from the prison. However, before escaping, his plan was discovered by other companions. In the end, not only did he fail, but he was also expelled from the Paladin Order. From a jailer, he became a prisoner. Of course, unlike other prisoners, he was imprisoned in that high tower, and was executed a month later. The temple used this method to ensure that the safe path of the 7 floors below would not be leaked, but they did not expect that Yvette's father had a secret trick up his sleeve. He was also worried that this escape would not succeed, so he made preparations in advance and drew a map of the safe path from the 1st to the 7th floors and hid it somewhere. He intended to leave this thing to his unborn daughter. The guys in the church did not know the existence of this map, and later we got it by chance. Rob raised his eyebrows. Yes, there were 6 people who found this thing at that time. Because we couldn't reach a consensus, we finally chose to tear the map into pieces. Including me, the 6 of us took apart. It was not until I became the leader of Nightingale that I gradually collected the remaining 5 pieces of the map. However, in the process, this matter was leaked. I am not worried about others, but there are several powerful forces that are not inferior to Nightingale. They also know about this. Sax spread his hands. So tonight, I can only use this sneaky method to invite you to come tonight. Since you have collected all the maps, why are you looking for us? Luo asked. It was not until I collected all the maps that I realized that the 7th floor is different from the previous floors. There is a group of guards in front of the last staircase. Sax looked helpless. Yvette's father can't do anything about this level. He used to be a jailer in Oglange. He can pass directly with this identity, but we prisoners definitely can't. How strong are the guards? There are 7 7th level paladins, and 1 priest in total. They are divided into 2 groups and change shifts every half a day. We are not afraid of a head-on confrontation, but the trouble is that they can use the alarm to call their companions above. This is why I want you to cooperate. We need to get rid of them in the shortest time. Luo took a breath. 8 level 7 professionals? Even if one of them is a priest with no direct combat power, this lineup is still terrifying. The girl was puzzled. Why did the other party want to cooperate with them? One of them was just a half-baked level 3 magician, and the other was not even a professional. There were many people of this level in Oglan. But Luo did not ask this question. Her heart was pounding. She knew that if the 2 wanted to climb the tower, this was their best chance. At least, they had to reach the 7th floor first before considering the following problems. Sax seemed to be still worried that they would not cooperate, and added, in fact, this operation is quite sure. We have a map, so we don't have to worry about those traps and mechanisms. For people act together, and I can deal with 2 paladins by myself. Then he pointed to the man in black who had been standing in the corner without saying a word. We can deal with 1 ghost, and the remaining paladin or priest will be left to you. What do you think of this arrangement? It sounds fair. At this point, Luo had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to it first, and take it 1 step at a time. Chapter 486. Sax was very active. After getting the consent of Rob and Lolo, he began to prepare the things needed to climb the tower. He planned to enter the tower before dawn, so that even if other forces noticed their actions, they would not be able to react in time. While there was still some time, Rob asked Sax if he knew a guy named Max. Sax thought for a while. When I first entered Oglan, I offended a big force on the ground. I had no choice but to escape underground. I stayed there for 8 years. It was not until 5 years ago that the force was destroyed that I returned to the ground again. But I have never heard of this name either on the ground or underground. What's the matter? Do you have any grudges with this guy? If you don't want to do it yourself, I'd be happy to do it for you. The future super magician shook his head. No, I'm just asking casually. This name was mentioned by the fox-masked man on a small note before departure. It was also the only information he gave on this trip to Ogrinchi. However, Merlin did not say what the name was used for. In fact, apart from a simple name, there was no other information such as identity, gender, appearance, occupation, etc., and it was impossible to judge whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. The fox-masked man. Rob has always had a headache with this guy. He is a legendary figure who can be listed as the ancestor of magicians together with Roland. However, after more than 900 years, Rob is not sure how much human emotions are left in that body. Merlin seems to act according to his mood. The only thing that is certain is that he likes to play games. This guy had a lot of fun at the lake and later at the freshman competition field. In his eyes, this trip to Ogden is also just a game. So the name Max could be a clue or a trap. However, whether it is a clue or a trap, it is based on the real existence of this person. But to Rob's surprise, he did not find this guy named Max in Ogden. Not only Sax, he also asked Karina and Trixie before. The former is the owner of the tavern, and she knows most of the people on the ground, while the latter is the leader of the Dark Hall, who unified the entire underground world. However, neither of them seem to have heard of this name. The future super mage got the same result from the boss of Nightingale, and did not bother about this issue anymore. After half a magic hour, Sax prepared everything. Ghost, as the name suggests, was like a ghost hidden in the dark. He pushed the door open with 2 big bags on his back and nodded to Sax, so the latter stood up, took one of the big bags and put it on his back, turned around and said politely to the 2 of them, "We are ready, what about you?" Then, "Let's go!" Lola was nervous in her heart, but she still had to remain calm on the surface. She felt that the 2 of them were like foxes following behind a tiger's, and had to stand up straight to avoid being seen as guilty by the other party. The girl was not sure about this operation, because according to Sax, there were still 4 guards waiting for them on the 7th floor. She had been thinking about how to deal with the remaining person, but she couldn't think of a good solution. 7 paladins and 1 priest, divided into 2 teams, patrolling alternately. If they encountered a team with a priest, it would be okay, they could fight. Priests, no matter how high their rank, did not have any good means of protection. In a one-on-one situation, Luo felt that she still had a chance to defeat the opponent in a short time, but if she encountered a team of 4 paladins, she really had no way, even if she was twice as strong. So we can only take a chance. The 4 of them took advantage of the moonlight to come to the tower in the center of the city. This was the second time Rob stood outside the gate tonight. The future super magician did not expect that he would revisit the old place so soon. The ghost pushed the door forward, and the 4 of them walked in one by one. The door slowly closed behind them. Sax lit the magic lamp in his hand, and then said to the 2, "Wait a minute, there is a Malcolm Python on the first floor. It is specially raised here by the temple to guard the gate. Although it is only level 5, this kind of magic beast likes to sneak attack people, and this is its home ground. It's better to get rid of it before going down." Luo nodded, no objection. Ghost opened his backpack expressionlessly. It seemed that Sax was not lying. It was not the first time for the 2 to enter the tower. They were indeed very familiar with the environment here, so they had made sufficient preparations. Ghost took out a piece of sausage made of unknown things, and untied the oilcloth wrapped on it. A strong fragrance immediately filled the entire first floor. Even Luo couldn't help swallowing his saliva after smelling it. Ghost put the piece of fragrant sausage on the ground, took out the dagger, stepped back 2 steps, and his figure merged into the darkness. Sax seemed to see the curiosity in the girl's heart and explained, "This is ordinary crow meat. The reason why it is so fragrant is because a special spice is added. Wait, Malcolm Python can't resist this temptation, and will come out in a while." However, after 5 minutes, the confidence on Sax's face gradually disappeared, and he frowned and said, "It doesn't make sense. Malcolm's python is not known for its intelligence. Even if it knows it is a trap, it can't resist the desire to eat. It should have appeared long ago. Why hasn't it appeared yet?" The answer to why Malcolm's python didn't show up is simple, because it was beaten up by someone not long ago, and now it is only 1 breath left, lying in a corner. It is conservatively estimated that it will not be able to move for at least 10 days and a half months. Even if it smells the fragrance now, it is powerless. After waiting for another 3 minutes, Ghost decided to give up the trap. He walked over to pick up the sausage, rewrapped it, and put it back in the bag. Sax shook his head and said, "Forget it. The python may have been killed by someone. It is estimated that it is no longer here. Let's continue to move forward." Having said that, except for Rob, the remaining 3 people were still very careful and alert along the way. They were not afraid of Malcolm Python itself, but they were worried about being entangled by this kind of monster and dragged away from the safe path. Fortunately, the mechanisms and traps on the first floor were not too dangerous. Sax and Ghost were sure to escape unscathed. Only Luo was trembling with fear. She knew that this action would be very exciting, but she didn't expect it to be so exciting. As soon as she entered the door, a 5th-level monster greeted them. Fortunately, the 4 of them quickly touched the stairs and climbed to the 2nd floor. Chapter 487. With Sax and Ghost leading the way, the dangerous traps in the tower seemed to have all failed, and the 4 people passed the first 6 floors smoothly. So far, they have gone farther than all the prisoners who broke into the tower before, and are only 1 step away from the final destination. This also proves that Sax did not lie, and they did master the safe path that only the jailers knew. Ghost's figure disappeared on the stairs leading to the 7th floor, and Sax stopped and turned to the 2 people and said, "Okay, the next part is the key part. The traps on the 7th floor are very dangerous, so you must be extra careful later. Follow my steps and never make any unnecessary moves. Even in the battle, you can't deviate from the route." "We can't deviate from the route during the battle. It's okay for ranged professions, but what about melee combat?" Lolo asked in confusion. "Not everyone can't move. The jailers in the temple, there are no traps on the small platform where they are staying, so they can move freely. But the area around that place is very open, and they will find us before we get close, so we must start the battle in advance." Saxton paused. "Don't worry about the ghost. His profession is a shadow stalker. He can approach the jailers quietly. He will ambush nearby in advance, and enter the battlefield as soon as the battle starts." As Sax spoke, he took off the black longbow behind him, flexed his fingers, and then pulled out the feather arrows from the quiver one by one and checked them one by one. He was very patient, because there was only 1 chance. If he failed this time, the jailer in the tower would definitely realize that the safe path to the tower had been leaked. Even if they could escape, all the entrances and exits in the tower would be sealed later. Rob noticed that the feather arrows used by Sax were very special. The arrowheads were not made of iron, but of bones from some unknown animal. They were crescent-shaped and had threads engraved on them to facilitate piercing armor. Ordinary people might think that this was because of the shortage of supplies in Oglin, and Sax was forced to use bone arrows instead of iron arrows. However, Rob remembered clearly that when they first met, he had seen a lot of iron ingots in Nightingale's base, which showed that the other party had mastered certain smelting techniques, and was not unable to forge even an arrowhead. So the future super magician believed that the former had a reason to choose this kind of bone arrow. Sax did not hide it, and took out one and handed it to Rob generously. I made this kind of arrow myself before I came to Oglin, using the jawbone of the Erdal flying squirrel, which is the hardest part of their body, and can easily tear through most armor. Unfortunately, there are only 7 left now. Luo didn't pay attention to the 2 people chatting next to her. The girl was very conflicted because the battle was about to begin. She didn't know why Sax was so confident in them. She never asked them how they planned to deal with the 4th guard. It seemed that she had already determined that she must have a way. But the fact was that even if Sax asked her, she wouldn't know how to answer. Luo now hoped that the other party could believe in her, but she didn't want the other party to believe in her so much. The special environment in the tower means that unless you have top stealth ability like a ghost, melee professions cannot participate in the battle. This means that Rob can only be a spectator after the battle starts. She is left alone, level 3 against level 7. Not only must she win, but she must also end the battle before the opponent sounds the alarm. This is extremely difficult. The more Lolo thinks about it, the more uncertain she becomes. Sax has counted and checked all the feather arrows in the quiver, and asked with his eyes whether the 2 can leave. At this time, there was less than 1 magic hour left before dawn, and they didn't have much time left. When all the jailers woke up, the tower would become more dangerous and their space would become smaller and smaller. At this point, Luo could only pray that the team on duty on the roof was the one that included the priest. The 3 of them climbed up the stairs to the 7th floor quietly. The ghost had disappeared, and even Sax didn't know where he was lurking. The surrounding stone walls were covered with dark holes, and behind each hole was a deadly mechanism. The person leading the way became Sax. He had put the magic lamp back into his backpack, put the bone arrow on the bowstring, and walked in front with his back bent. Rob seemed to see the nervousness in Lolo's heart, and reached out to hold her cold little hand. The girl did not refuse. She really needed some support now. Although someone was not powerful, Lolo didn't know why. As long as he was around, she would feel very safe. For example, now, they were surrounded by dangerous mechanisms and traps, and if they took a wrong step, they might be doomed. But when she felt the warmth from the palm of that hand, the tension in Lolo's heart also subsided a lot. Until Sax stopped again, and heard the sound of sword sheaths and armor colliding from the front. Rob and Lolo looked at each other and realized that they were very close to the 4 jailers. Sax carefully moved behind a stone pillar, poked his head out and looked out, then quickly retracted it, waited for half a minute and poked his head out again, then rolled to another stone pillar at the fastest speed, pointed to the stone pillar where he had hidden before, and made a gesture to the 2 people behind him, meaning that they should hide there. The future super mage nodded. He also saw that this kind of stone pillar was not too thick. Hiding 2 people was the limit. 3 people could not hide behind the same stone pillar. This was why Sax took the risk of moving for the second time. Then Rob and Lolo followed the previous movement trajectory of the former to the first stone pillar. They looked out quietly, and saw 4 jailers in front of a square platform. Unlike the mob that had just gathered in the dark hall, the jailers of Oglin were strictly trained and selected from thousands of people. This can be seen from their attitude. In all these years, no prisoner has been heard of breaking in here. However, even so, they still perform their guard duties meticulously. No one takes it lightly. The 4 people pay attention to the movements in different directions, and switch positions every once in a while. The collision sound of scabbards and armors heard by Sax and others just now was made when the 4 people switched positions. Luo also stretched her head out to take a look, and her face suddenly changed. Her luck today did not seem to be very good. There was no priest among the 4 people. The girl took a deep breath. Her opponent this time was actually a 7th level paladin. Chapter 488. The 3 of them were about 10 meters away from the platform where the guards were. There were 2 pillars in front of them. If they wanted, they could get closer, but it didn't make much sense because they could already launch an attack here, and going further would be more risky. The jailers in the temple were all elite, and they were very alert. Sax decided to be cautious and didn't make any further plans. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the two guards on the right side of the platform, and then at himself, meaning that he would deal with these two people, and then looked at Rob and Lolo. The girl gritted her teeth and chose the bald paladin, who was closest to her. Sax nodded, took out an hourglass from his arms, and turned it upside down on the ground. The sand in this hourglass flowed very fast. At this speed, all the sand would fall into the bottle below in less than half a minute. When the sand above the funnel ran out, it was time to attack. Sax bent his bow, squinted his eyes, and quickly entered a state of forgetting himself and the world. He was an 8th level archer, and he was a sneak attack at such a close distance. He was confident that he could get rid of anyone, but this time, he had to deal with two people at the same time. The interval between the first and second arrows must be short enough, and the next arrow must be shot before the other target realizes what happened. This was not easy for him, so Sax didn't care about Rob's situation after assigning the targets. Luo held the staff in her hand. She was extremely nervous now. Her mind was completely blank, so Rob had to remind her, the time is almost up. You should start to chant. Chant? What to chant? Luo said blankly. What is your best single attack magic? The future super magician patiently guided. Earth Thorn? The girl finally came back to her senses a little. She realized that she was in big trouble. The only 3rd level fire magic that Luo mastered was too noisy, and could not be used at this time. What was even more terrible was that the 2nd level water arrow magic that she had just learned a few days ago was now completely forgotten in her nervousness. Only a 1st level earth magic was left in her mind, because she had practiced it a lot before and could barely remember it. Let's use the earth thorns. There's no time to hesitate, Rob said. Using entry-level 1st level magic to deal with a 7th level master, even the most arrogant magician probably wouldn't do such a crazy thing, but as someone said, there was no time for her to think about the choice. Most of the sand flowed away unknowingly, and there were less than 10 seconds left to launch the attack, which was only enough time to release a 1st level magic. Luo stumbled and finished chanting the earth thorns. Just at the last moment, when the hourglass ran out, the girl heard the sound of a feather arrow cutting through the air. Sax had already made a move, and at the same time, a figure rushed out from the darkness on the left side of the platform. It was a ghost that had been lurking for a long time. Luo's right hand holding the staff trembled slightly, and pointed at the bald guard. The opponent was indeed a well-trained paladin. He noticed the magic the moment it was formed. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was a crack in the ground. Too slow, the bald paladin thought. He had recognized that this was a 1st level earth magic earth spike. He would not take this level of magic seriously. This should be just a trick of the enemy to divert attention. Sure enough, he saw a figure jumping out of the darkness. The dagger with a cold light directly slashed the neck of a young paladin. At the same time, he heard the sound of an arrow piercing the armor. The companion beside him groaned and fell to the ground. There were more than one enemy, and one of them was a very powerful archer. 2 people fell down as soon as they met. The bald paladin knew that his group was no match for the enemy. He took off the horn from his waist without hesitation and put it to his mouth. He didn't care about the gap on the ground. The 1st level magic needed time to form. With his skills, he could easily avoid it before the earth spikes appeared. As long as the horn was blown, the whole tower could hear the alarm. It was definitely not just luck that this group of people could quietly reach the 7th floor. Before launching the attack, they did not touch any of the mechanisms and traps on this floor. The safe path to the tower may have fallen into the hands of the prisoners outside, so the top priority now is to block the entire tower first. The bald paladin wanted to blow the horn, but the next moment his head suddenly sank. He had a lot of combat experience and immediately realized that he was hit by mental magic, and it was a high-level mental magic. Fortunately, the paladin had the highest mental resistance among all professions. Relying on his firm belief, he quickly got rid of the opponent's mental control. However, even a moment of hesitation on the battlefield is enough to be fatal, not to mention that he just paused for 2 or 3 seconds. When he came to his senses, the 1st level magic had been completed, and 3 earth spikes protruded from the cracks in the ground and stabbed at his chest. The bald paladin was unable to dodge, but he was not too panicked. He was very confident in the armor he was wearing. This armor was not a standard one, but a gift from a friend. There were divine patterns engraved inside, which greatly improved its durability. Not to mention 1st level magic, even 3rd level magic would be difficult to break. This was indeed the case. The 3 earth spikes broke one after another after touching his armor, and they didn't even leave any marks on it. Just when the bald paladin thought the danger was over, he suddenly smelled an extremely dangerous breath. A fourth earth spike actually emerged from the crack. Unlike the previous three, this earth spike grew incredibly fast, and almost instantly reached his chest. The next scene made the bald paladin horrified. His armor was like paper in front of this earth spike. The half-inch thick steel plate was easily pierced. The divine pattern burst out with dazzling light, but it could no longer support it after half a second and shattered. The next moment, his eyes went dark, and he had been pierced through the heart by the earth spike, and the horn in his hand fell to the ground. At the same time, Sax also killed the last guard, put away his bow and arrow, and gave the girl a thumbs up. The series of battles just now happened very quickly. The bald paladin had his back to them. Except for himself, everyone else could only see roughly. They saw Luo release a magic, and then the bald paladin was stabbed into a candied hawes by the earth thorns. Sax was convinced, awesome, using a first-level magic to kill a 7th-level knight, a master is worthy of being a master. Chapter 489. Seeing the bald paladin die, it was Luo who was most shocked. According to Sax, the opponent was probably the captain of his team, and his strength was obviously not fake, so just now. I actually killed a 7th-level professional. Luo felt like she was dreaming. Before the battle began, her brain was still stuck. If someone hadn't reminded her, she might have missed the last chanting time. In this tense atmosphere of life and death, the appearance of the first-level magic was almost as cute as being cute. In fact, the girl was already in despair after releasing the earth spike. Her attack seemed to be a self-deception, but a master like the bald paladin eventually died from this joke-like entry-level magic. Until the earth spike pierced his chest, Luo still couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be possible? She knew her own strength best. She couldn't win so cleanly against those first and second level candidates in the student union assessment before, let alone the opponent became a battle-hardened paladin. However, what happened before their eyes was beyond doubt. Everyone only saw that as soon as she made a move, the bald paladin, who was the target, lost all resistance. As for the process, no one cared at all. Who in this world doesn't have some secrets? The strength displayed by the girl made the passing Sax praise her endlessly. Luo was still in a daze, but the ghost had already stepped over the 4 corpses and rushed to the stairs behind them. Sax was not in a hurry. He turned around and said to the two, "The warehouse is upstairs. There are no guards on the 8th to 12th floors. You can take whatever you like, but remember not to go up. The 13th floor is where the jailers rest. If we alarm them, we will die." After that, he pointed to the bodies beside him and said, "Every day when the sun rises, they will hand over to another team. We must evacuate here before they do. Excluding the time it takes to get down to the first floor, we only have about half a magic hour to move freely. Since our goals are different, I suggest that we act separately and gather here after half a magic hour. What do you think?" No problem. The two were not looking for the supplies on the 8th to 12th floors. Even if Sax hadn't mentioned it, Lolo was ready to discuss the separation. But she would have to find another reason. Now that Sax had brought it up, it saved her a lot of trouble. The girl didn't know what the former was looking for, and she didn't care, as long as the goals of both parties didn't conflict. "Then I wish you good luck next." Sax shook hands with the two, then walked up the stairs with his backpack. After his figure disappeared, Rob came to the 4 corpses, ignored the blood stains on them, reached in and fumbled for a while, and took out 2 silver medals. "What is this?" Lolo asked curiously. They didn't have much time left. Until now, they still didn't know where Mother Teresa was in the tower, and they couldn't even be sure whether she was really here. But even so, the girl didn't urge her, because she knew that someone must have a reason for doing this. "The identity cards of the jailers in the tower," Rob said after flipping through one of the silver cards. The girl quickly responded, "Why are there only 2? "Because the other 2 were taken away," Rob said lightly. "The battle just now lasted only 4 or 5 seconds from start to finish. This time is enough for ordinary people to yawn, but for masters, it is enough to do many things." For example, Rob released 2 high-level magics in one breath. The first mental magic was just to buy time, and the second magic that followed was the killer move. The 4th earth spike that the bald paladin saw was actually a 6th-level earth magic called Earth Spear, which was mixed into the first-level earth spike that Luo had released before by Rob. This magic itself had undergone a certain mutation, and coupled with the problem of angle, no one present could see the trick. However, in addition to the future super magician, there was another person on the field who did more than one thing. Ghost, this guy who rarely spoke from the beginning, his stealth was indeed very powerful, and his grasp of timing was also amazing. Obviously, There was no communication before, but at the moment when Sax made a move, his figure also cut into the battlefield. The timing of the action was perfect. Ghost eliminated his opponent at the fastest speed, and then reached out and touched the opponent's chest. His action was very concealed. If Rob had not been half focused on Sax and him, he would definitely ignore this inconspicuous little action. Then he passed by another guy with an arrow in the chest, and used the same method to take away the silver medal on that guy. But why do they collect these identity cards? It seems that they didn't tell the truth before. Their target is also above the 12th floor. Rob had actually always wondered why Sax wanted to cooperate with them. The two sides had only met once, and they didn't know each other very well, so there was no trust. Moreover, he had shown his strength on the surface before, so it was reasonable that Sax should be wary of him. As a result, the other party not only revealed the secrets of climbing the tower, but also had a good attitude afterwards, and could be said to have answered all his questions. If he just wanted to get rid of the guards on the 7th floor, he didn't need to find the two people at all. He just needed to choose another master from Nightingale, or he could choose to unite with other forces to keep the initiative in his own hands. But Sax chose to take the risk of choosing an uncontrollable factor that was stronger than him, and he was not familiar with it all. Unless he was not choosing a companion from the beginning. Rob had figured it out. Sax was planning to use them as bait to attract the attention of the jailers in the tower. So the place where he and Ghost were going was probably guarded by many people. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to get in. Unless a powerful master broke into the tower and disrupted the original defense here, they would have a chance. But there was one thing Rob didn't quite understand. If Sax really planned this, then he would be trapped here as well. If he found an intruder, the tower would be sealed off immediately. Even if they were not noticed for the time being, once he was dealt with, the jailers would have time to search the entire tower again. How would they get out then? Chapter 490. What should we do? Realizing that Sax was planning to use the two of them as bait, Lolo asked Rob, should we evacuate from here first? The future super magician was a little surprised to hear this. If it was a year ago, after finally getting the whereabouts of Mother Teresa, the girl would never give up no matter how many dangers lay ahead, so Rob never thought that evacuation would be an option for Lolo. The girl seemed to know what he was thinking, and was a little embarrassed. Everyone will grow up. I will not give up on finding out the truth of that incident, but I will not be as reckless as before. I know it is a trap, and I still jump into it. In the end, it will only hurt the people who care about me. Last time, I was tricked by that earring into the church's secret base in Gudries, which caused the mysterious teacher to be injured. I never had the chance to apologize to him. This time, I will not repeat the same mistake. Sax didn't give us the map but chose to lead the way. Now it seems that he didn't want us to leave here, but he would never have thought that there are people in this world who can remember all the roads just by walking through them once. Maybe we can retreat first and sneak back in 2 days later. Lolo is very confident in someone's memory. However, she didn't expect Rob to shake his head. I did write down the safe paths in and out of the 1st to 7th floors, but it's meaningless. Once the bodies of these guards are discovered, the jailers will realize that the method of passing through the mechanism has been leaked. They will block this place at the first time and notify the temple to send people to rearrange the mechanisms and traps until the arrangement is completed. The people in the tower can't get out, and the people outside can't get in. I estimate that this period of time will take at least 2 or 3 months. We can't wait that long, and when the tower reopens, the safe path we have mastered before will not be usable, so I don't think it's a wise choice to retreat now. But Sax's biggest mistake was that he shouldn't have chosen us as bait. Those who scheme against others will eventually be schemed against by others. This situation seems dangerous, but it is also an opportunity for us. Rob said calmly, we can also use them to attract the attention of the jailers, but before that we must first find a safe hiding place and the whereabouts of Mother Teresa. The hiding place is to avoid the subsequent search. This is the territory of the temple. Strictly speaking, as long as the jailers are serious, there will be no blind spots. However, Rob did not plan to hide forever. As long as he could hide longer than Sax and the others, it would be fine. This is not difficult to do, because the latter probably did not expect that their purpose would be exposed so quickly, and they were outmaneuvered. As long as they hide until Sax and the others are discovered, they can attract the attention of the jailers, and also create time for Rob and Lolo to kidnap or interrogate Mother Teresa. The leader of Nightingale is an 8th level professional, and Ghost is also strong. Even if they are caught, they should be able to resist for quite a while. Of course, all this must be based on finding Mother Teresa first. The 13th and 14th floors are where ordinary jailers rest. The 15th floor is where the warden and several senior officials live, plus a restaurant and some functional facilities. The 16th floor is more mysterious. No one knows what is on it. Rob got this information from Karina. Where do you think Mother Teresa is? I personally think the chances of her being on the 15th or 16th floor are higher. Assuming she worked for the temple and poisoned her favorite student, and in order to prevent the truth of that incident from being discovered, she had to hide her identity and leave the monastery where she had lived for a long time. In order to compensate her, the temple may make her the manager of Odlin or enjoy VIP treatment here. The future super magician analyzed. Luo clenched his fists upon hearing this. How can there be such a vicious person in this world? Mom has always treated her as a mother, and Dad also trusts her and invites her to visit the house, treating her as an elder, but she ended up doing something like that. If I could see her, I would definitely look into her eyes and ask her if she had had nightmares over the years. Rob was not wrong. The two walked from the 7th floor to the 12th floor, and did not see Sax and Ghost along the way. The two guys were obviously no longer here, but the future super magician was not panicked at all. This situation was within his expectations. Then he and Luo ignored Sax's warning and headed straight for the 13th floor. The 4 guards they met on the 7th floor were quite good among the jailers in terms of strength. Otherwise, they would not have been entrusted with the important task of guarding the tower. In comparison, the other jailers were much inferior. Most of them were level 5, but they were not something that a half-baked level 3 magician like Luo could deal with. However, the girl's luck today seemed to be particularly good. She didn't even meet a jailer along the way. At this time, most people were still sleeping in bed. The only guy leaning on the corridor didn't react at all when he saw the two of them because he had fainted. It's not luck. Sax and Ghost just passed by here. Rob checked and found that the unlucky guy who fainted was still breathing, so he opened his backpack, took out the rope from it and tied him up, and then tore off a piece of clothing and stuffed it into his mouth. What are you going to do? We can't go room by room to look for people. That's too dangerous, and we may not have enough time. So the fastest way is to find someone here. If Sister Teresa lives here, these jailers can't be unaware of it. The future super magician carried the unconscious guy on his back. The 13th and 14th floors were the most crowded, and it was also the place where Mother Teresa was less likely to appear. The two did not stay here, but went directly to the 15th floor and found an empty room. This seemed to be a small study room, with bookshelves everywhere, filled with books, mostly related to theology. Rob took 2 books and blocked them in the crack of the door. In this way, the sound insulation effect of the room became very good, not only suitable for study, but also suitable for interrogation. Then Rob fetched some water and poured it on the prisoner to wake him up. The prisoner had just regained consciousness with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but when he saw how the 2 men were dressed, he immediately came to his senses with a determined look on his face. The future super magician could tell from his eyes that he was a determined guy, and it would be difficult to make him speak even if he was tortured physically. Chapter 491. This is a very young paladin, still childish, with some hair on the corners of his mouth and a pair of deep blue eyes. If he were to go out, he would probably charm many girls. It is said that the noble ladies in the free city especially like this type. However, the future super mage did not seem to have any intention of being gentle with women. He moved a stool in front of the captive, and then took out a dagger from his bag. The latter's eyes were calm after seeing the dagger, and there was no fear on his face. After taking out the piece of cloth from his mouth, he just snorted coldly, straightened his chest, looked into someone's eyes, and said fearlessly, "The gods will punish you fallen people." After saying this, he closed his mouth and didn't speak again, but his eyes looking at someone were full of provocation. Rob was unmoved, took out another apple from his bag, sat on the chair, and peeled the skin slowly with a dagger. The young paladin's expression became a little confused, not knowing what the other party meant. Tonight, he was awakened by the snoring of the bed next to him, and he couldn't fall asleep again. He opened the door to the corridor, intending to take a walk outside and breathe some fresh air, but he saw a suspicious figure there. However, before he could speak, he was hit on the back of his head by something, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already here. I was careless. The young paladin was a little annoyed. He only noticed the guy not far away, but he didn't expect that the other party's companion had quietly touched behind him. The attacker's strength was indeed good, but he was not completely defenseless. The main reason was that he was too careless. Since the tower was built, no one has ever been able to break through the 7 layers of mechanisms below, so when he saw the guy in the corridor, he didn't feel alert at the first time. He was more confused and didn't expect that someone would attack him immediately. However, the man and woman standing in front of him at this moment did not seem to have the suspicious figure he had seen in the corridor before. "Pope, are you curious about who we are?" the future super magician said while chewing an apple. He just saw the other party's name on his ID card. The paladin named Pop remained silent, but his eyes betrayed his thoughts. He was indeed secretly guessing the identities of the two. "Don't guess blindly. We just arrived here not long ago, but we are not prisoners of Oglin." Rob's words made Luo's heart rise to his throat. He thought he was going to reveal the details of the two people, but then he heard someone continue, "We are actually Archbishop Motellus's men." Pope sneered at this, but finally said, "Do you think I'm a fool?" Rob's expression did not change. He took a bite of the apple, and said leisurely, "Half a month ago, Warden Crowell discovered that the safe path to the tower seemed to have been leaked, so he wrote to Archbishop Motellis and asked him to send someone to investigate. The two of us are the envoys sent by Archbishop Motellis this time. We are here to investigate this leak and evaluate the necessity of resetting the defense mechanism. So you sneaked in like thieves, attacked me, and tied me up? Forget it. No one will believe such nonsense. We did sneak in, but we did it to facilitate the investigation. The disclosure of the safe path shows that there is a traitor among you, so Warden Crowell wrote to Archbishop Motellis for help. In other words, we can't trust anyone in this tower except Warden Crowell." The future super magician spread his hands. "We need you to assist in the investigation, but we can only tie you up before you prove yourself. By the way, the people who attacked you are not us, but an organization called Nightingale. Their leader is called Sax. There is also a guy called Ghost working with him tonight. We were also chasing them before." As the jailer of Oglin, Pope naturally knew the powerful Nightingale. After hearing someone say this, he also recalled the black shadow he saw in the corridor before. It really looked like the leader of Nightingale, Sax, who was carrying a longbow on his back. In addition, the person who attacked him from behind was very likely the guy called Ghost. But even at this level, Pop still found it hard to believe Rob's previous rhetoric, and shook his head. "Even if the people who attacked me were Nightingales, I still can't prove your identity. How do I know that you are not in the same group with them?" "Well, I can understand your suspicion." Rob stood up, and Pop thought that the other party had given up communicating with him, but he didn't expect that the former walked to a row of bookshelves. The future super magician asked the young paladin, "What books do you usually read?" The latter was somewhat puzzled by what he said, but after hesitating for a moment, he said truthfully, "I just finished reading the 12 Saints 2 days ago." This book has always been very popular among young clergy in the temple, especially paladins, because the 12 Saints tells the story of the 12 most famous paladins in the history of the church. Because it was just written 100 years ago, it is not obscure to read, just like a novel. Rob found the book on the bookshelf and brought it to Pope. "Just tell me the page number." "What do you mean?" "Pick a page number, and I can tell you what it's about," the future super magician said calmly. "Are you serious?" Pope was skeptical. Even the most devout believers couldn't know the general content by just flipping through a page. However, the next moment, when he casually reported a number with doubt in his heart, the other party really told him a short story about a saint. Then Rob opened the biography of the 12 saints, turned to the page Pope mentioned, and put it in front of him. The latter was completely shocked because he found that the story someone told was exactly the same as the content on this page. The young paladin took a breath of cold air, but the story of the 12 saints was widely circulated after all, so for the sake of caution he asked to change to a less popular Shadow Divine book, but the result was the same. This time Pope was really shocked, and he was already 70% sure of someone's identity, because he didn't think that outsiders or ordinary believers could recite a relatively obscure book to this extent. The other party obviously invested a lot of energy in these books, so the young paladin couldn't help but start to waver. Perhaps the two people in front of him were really the men of Archbishop Motellis? Lolo looked at her with pity. "Poor child, you don't know what kind of monster is standing in front of you." She had experienced Rob's horrible memory once before in the Raphael library. To be fair, if she were to switch with Pop now, she probably wouldn't believe that there really is a guy in this world who can remember everything just by flipping through it casually. Chapter 492. From the look on Pope's face, Rob knew that Pope had taken the bait. The young paladin's vigilance was lower than he thought. However, no matter how vigilant he was, it was useless, because the future super mage did not choose to pretend to be a member of the church for no reason. He had another trump card: mimetic magic. Rob was perhaps the only person in the world who could use divine magic without any faith. Of course, Dandelion and Merlin had to be added to this list. But no matter what, In the cognition of most people, faith is a prerequisite for magic, just like a magician must need a magic device to cast a spell. So as long as he shows a magic, Pop will never doubt his identity again. But then, he will have to explain to Lolo the origin of this magic. Rob doesn't want to always deceive the girl. The reason why he concealed his identity before was just because he didn't want Lolo to worry about him. The girl has enough things on her shoulders. Since they met, Rob has been doing everything to help her reduce the burden and prevent her from pushing herself so hard. But this does not mean that he likes to deceive Lolo. In fact, Rob has always felt sorry for hiding his identity. If possible, he still hopes to be more honest with the girl. For now, at least, he doesn't have to prepare another set of excuses for the divine arts. If trust is 10 points, the future super magician estimates that Pope now trusts the two of them about 7 points. There must be some doubts. After all, anyone who is tied up like this will inevitably have some doubts in his heart. So although Pope is willing to speak now, he will definitely not say anything if it involves confidential information. But this is enough, because the two of them were not here for any secrets of ogling. Rob said to Pope, "You have two choices now. The first is to help us find the traitor in the tower, and ensure the safety of others. The second choice is to remain silent. Don't worry, we will not hurt you, but we cannot let you go before your suspicion is eliminated. And now you know our identity. In order to prevent you from disrupting our subsequent investigation, we can only find a place to hide you first. I choose the first one." The young paladin did not hesitate for too long. The future super mage nodded. In fact, Rob had already expected his choice before Pope spoke. When he saw the dagger, he was not afraid and looked at him with provocative eyes. The future super mage had already made a rough judgment of the character of the young paladin. This is a person who is loyal to his beliefs and not afraid of death, and has a certain degree of offensiveness. This kind of person often prefers to take the initiative in his own hands. Compared with passively waiting for the inner ghost to be caught and his innocence to be proved, Pope is undoubtedly more inclined to take the initiative. At the same time, he can also use this method to further test the two people on the opposite side. Pope thought he was very smart and made up his mind that if the other party was really investigating the leak of the safe path, he would cooperate honestly, but if the other party took this opportunity to investigate other secret cases, he could also take this opportunity to see through the true colors of the two. Unfortunately, this time he obviously underestimated his opponent and overestimated his own intelligence. Rob didn't waste time and asked directly, "How long have you been here?" Pope thought about it carefully and felt that this question was irrelevant, so he answered normally, "I have been here for a year and a half, and before that I have been serving in the 6th Paladin Order. The church only has 5 Paladin Orders. Don't test our identities with this kind of question. If you don't want to cooperate, you can shut up and stay aside." The future super mage frowned. As someone who even knew about the existence of the Inquisition, how could Rob not know how many Paladin Orders there were in the temple? His understanding of the church was even more comprehensive than that of most clergy. "Sorry." Pope apologized quickly, but at the same time, he also believed in the identities of the two people. "Don't worry, I won't do this again." So the future super mage continued to ask, "During the past year and a half, has anyone around you behaved abnormally?" On the surface, this question seemed to be investigating the traitor, but in connection with Mother Teresa, if the other party was really here, Rob was sure that she would not tell others about the murder of Illyria. First, this matter was not glorious, and second, Rob felt that Mother Teresa should still have some guilt towards Illyria. Well, if this emotion could not be vented, it would probably cause her to behave abnormally. Pop thought about it, and gave a few names, but Mother Teresa was not among them. Considering the possibility that the other party might be hiding their real names, Rob asked about their age, gender and occupation, but finally ruled them all out. So the future super magician could only expand the scope and ask a basic question first. How many people are there in the tower? What do they do? There are 62 people in the tower, 2 cooks, 3 cleaning maids, a warden, 2 deputy wardens, and the rest are jailers like me. How many women are there? Why, do you think the traitor is a woman? Pope raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. There is no conclusion yet. We can only say that from the evidence we have, the possibility of women is higher than that of men. Is that so? There are not many women in the tower. In addition to the 3 nuns, there is also the deputy warden Pamelia and 6 jailers. It is unlikely that she is a jailer. Lolo once said that Mother Teresa is an ordinary person. Even if she started to learn later, she is now over 80 years old and cannot do the work of a jailer. The same is true for the 3 nuns in charge of cleaning, so Rob focused on the deputy warden Pamelia. The two were close in age. But after carefully asking about Pope and Pamela, Rob had to admit that the two had almost no commonality except age, and Pamela was already very famous before entering Odlin, and there were old subordinates of hers among the jailers. Such a person could not be impersonated. So after a round, Rob found that all the suspicions were ruled out. What about the 16th floor? Lolo said, you are talking about people from the 13th to 15th floors. Is there anyone on the 16th floor? Pope first took a deep look at the girl, paused for a moment, and said, the 16th floor is used to store some sundries. I have only been there once, and there is nothing on it. Chapter 493. Rob knew from the look on the young paladin's face that he was suspicious, because there was not much connection between Lolo's question and the search for the traitor. However, because of the accumulated inertia, Pop still answered the girl's question, but he also had doubts about the identities of the two people in his heart, so the future super magician had to ask 2 questions in a row, bringing the topic back to the previous investigation, and the young paladin's emotions stabilized again. Rob didn't care much about the answers to those 2 questions, because the future super magician had confirmed that he couldn't get any clues about Mother Teresa from Pope. But this was a bit strange. Merlin had told Lolo that the latter was in Odlin before. Although this guy was not easy to deal with, he still had one advantage. At least, he always followed the rules of the game. Since he promised Lolo that he would tell her the whereabouts of Mother Teresa, he would definitely not fool people with false information. As for what conspiracy he would play after finding the person, it was another matter. This was also the reason why Rob asked Dandelion to support him. However, based on the information he provided, there should be no problem. The future super magician has searched underground and on the surface, so the only possible hiding place for Mother Teresa is this tower. However, this situation seems familiar. Rob suddenly asked Pop, do you know Max? Max? Pope was stunned. From his expression, the future super magician had already got the answer. The other party had indeed heard of this name. The young paladin nodded, everyone knows Max, but he shouldn't be the traitor. He and Master Pearson are the cooks here. They cook all the meals in the tower, but they are just ordinary people. I heard that he hasn't left this tower for 20 years. Thank you for your cooperation. I don't have anything else to ask. If the traitor is caught, I will mention your contribution to Archbishop Motlese and Warden Crowell. Rob had already got the clue he wanted. After saying this, he slashed Pop's neck with a knife. The name mentioned on the small note that Merlin gave to Luo before leaving was indeed meaningful. This Max should be the key person to find Sister Teresa. No wonder he couldn't find him outside before. He was not a criminal at all. However, even without this clue, Rob planned to go to the kitchen next, because if you want to hide someone in a place, you may be able to hide it from other people, but you can never hide it from the cook in this place. Even if Sister Teresa can avoid seeing anyone, as long as she is a person, she always has to eat. The kitchen is most sensitive to the amount of food, and if the former is unwilling to show up, she needs someone to deliver food on time. However, there was one thing Rob didn't quite understand. Ogling was an isolated place. If Mother Teresa hid here, she wouldn't have to worry about her identity being leaked, because no one knew that Merlin had secretly left a backdoor for her. There had been no outsiders in this place for hundreds of years, so was it really necessary to be so careful? Even Pop didn't know the existence of the former. Humans are social animals after all. No matter how much Mother Teresa avoided risks, it would be difficult for her to not see anyone. If she had lived alone for so many years, she would have had some mental problems no matter how comfortable the environment was. In fact, most of the jailers in the tower only served for 12 years, and were replaced every tenure. From this point of view, it was the cook Max who had stayed here the longest. Well, this explained why he had not left the tower for 20 years. It was not that he did not want to contact the outside world, but that the church did not allow him to contact the outside world to prevent him from leaking the whereabouts of Sister Teresa. When Rob saw the latter for the first time, he realized that they had found the right person this time. Max was obviously more nervous than the other cook Pearson when he saw them. Pope did not lie. The two people in the tower were just ordinary people, but Max should have been a priest for a period of time before. Rob could feel a weak divine power from him, but he didn't know why he lost his power now. Interesting, this guy should have a certain degree of loyalty to the church, but the church was not at ease with him, otherwise it would not have stopped him from leaving here. Max's situation was different from Pop's. His faith was not so firm, and a proper threat should have made him speak. However, the future super magician obviously miscalculated this time. He did not have any problem with Max, but he ignored another person. Just when he was about to ask questions, the cook Pearson suddenly took action. His target was not Rob or Lolo, but his companion beside him. Pearson pulled out a boning knife from under the chopping board and chopped Max's head. Although he was not a professional, he had been cutting vegetables and meat for many years, and the muscles on his arms were very developed. The force of this knife was enough to directly cut off half of the latter's head. Rob smiled bitterly. This time he made a mistake. Since the temple was worried about Max, how could they not have any defenses? At this point, he could almost see the arrangement of the church. There were two cooks. One was responsible for delivering food to Mother Teresa, and the other was responsible for monitoring the other. Once something happened, the person in charge of monitoring would kill the person in charge of delivering food. In this way, the person who knew where Mother Teresa was would die. Even if the rest betrayed, it would be useless because he knew nothing. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have roughly guessed where Mother Teresa is. Let's search him first, especially pay attention to whether there are keys or something like that. The future super magician dealt with another cook. On the other side, Luo also took out everything in the pocket of the corpse, including 2 bunches of keys, a recorder and half a pack of tobacco. The key is undoubtedly most likely related to Mother Teresa's hiding place, but finding a recorder on a cook is also suspicious. Then Rob opened Max's mouth and found that his teeth were still clean, and there seemed to be no trace of being smoked by tobacco. Damn, it seems like everything has some problems. Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now, just take them all away. As the daybreak was getting closer and closer, and they had less and less time left, Rob said to Lolo, let's split up. You go to the 16th floor to find Mother Teresa first, and I find a way to lead people to Saks and Ghost to buy some time. The girl nodded, be careful. Chapter 494. Rob actually already had the answer in his mind as to where Saks and Ghost would be. There were not many places to hide in the tower. Once the intruders were discovered, the jailers would quickly take action. Places like the small study and the kitchen seemed to have few people, but if something happened, they would be searched immediately. So hiding in such places would definitely be the worst of the worst. With the level of Saks and Ghost, I don't think they would make such a low-level mistake. There is a warden and 2 deputy wardens in Odlin. The warden, Crowell, was originally the leader of the 2nd Paladin Order. After being injured, he took the initiative to apply for a transfer and came here to manage the prison. He is very capable, and is the most feared person in this Terryrob. Among the 2 deputy wardens, Pop mentioned Pamela. Although this woman is almost 90 years old, her skills are still as good as before. She is also a military man and her reputation is even higher than Crowell. Although it is a peaceful time, and there is no threat of war, some more dangerous prisoners still need to be dealt with by the Paladin Order. Pamela has led many pursuit operations. Many powerful prisoners in Odlin were caught by her, such as the former boss of Nightingale, the livestock owner and Spider, who now live underground. They have all fallen into her hands. Because of this, Pamela became famous. Many prisoners here hated her. The future super magician didn't know whether the arrest of Saks and Ghost was related to her, but judging from their previous behavior, this time it should not be for revenge. The remaining deputy warden named Flo was a little different from the previous 2. Although he also came from the military, he had basically been doing civilian work. During this period, he had no outstanding military exploits. He was relatively young, only less than 40 years old. Flo was a 7th level paladin. His strength was quite good for his age, but Pope's expression was obviously contemptuous when he talked about this deputy warden. When Rob asked him who he thought was the most suspicious, the first name the young paladin mentioned was Flo. Although Pope did not say it explicitly, his words hinted that Flo did not come to Odlin of his own accord. Flo's background has always been a mystery. Although he did not have any military achievements, he was promoted faster than anyone else in the Knight's Order, which has caused dissatisfaction among many people. However, he did not make any major mistakes during that period, so even if someone was angry with him, they could not find any excuse. Until about 3 years ago, something very important that he was responsible for went wrong, and Flo had to leave the Paladin Order and come to Odlin to avoid the limelight. However, this guy clearly just treated this place as a holiday resort. He had told others more than once that he would leave here soon, so he didn't care about his work at all. He just ate, drank and had fun every day. He even used his position to tease the young female guards in the tower. He didn't behave himself until he was stopped by the warden Crowell. He had a very bad relationship with people in Odlin. Rob assumed that he was Saks or Ghost. If he wanted to find a place to hide here, the best choice would undoubtedly be Flo's room. As one of the 3 managers of the prison, the latter was one of the few people in the tower who had a separate residence. He was not very strong, and was not welcome here, He had always been isolated from the group. Even if something happened to him, it would be difficult for the jailers here to notice it in the first place. As long as Flo was held hostage, and he was outside to help them attract firepower, Sax and Ghost could use this vacuum period to do something. Although he guessed where the two were hiding, the future super mage still hadn't guessed how they were going to leave. It wasn't that Rob was gossiping, but if he and Lolo found Mother Teresa, they would have to face the problem of how to kidnap the latter from the tower. Rob didn't want to kill her out of here unless it was absolutely necessary. The future super mage hoped to find the answer to this question from the two. Flo's level was even worse than Sax expected. The ghost quietly touched his bedside and put the dagger on his neck. Flo was still asleep. As a high-level professional, his alertness was really disappointing, so Sax had to cough softly again. Flo was awakened by this. When he opened his sleepy eyes and saw a cold light, the guy's first reaction was to struggle violently and wanted to shout for help. As a result, the ghost had to move the dagger back a little to prevent the guy from getting too excited and hurting himself. Then he reached out and cut off the other's jaw cleanly. "What the hell is this?" Sax sighed. He has been in Ogland for a long time. No one above or below the ground is a good person. In daily life, he always has to put others aside. It has been a long time since he saw such a pure idiot like Flo. Sax dared to bet that if this guy was thrown down the tower, he would not survive for more than 3 days, despite his 7th level strength. Okay, I've gone off topic. Being stupid actually has its advantages. Sax put away the story he was going to make up, took off the longbow behind him, loosened his fingers, and then Flo felt a chill in his crotch. The deputy warden was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head to check his little Flo. He was relieved until he found that the feather arrow only scratched his pajamas, but the look in his eyes, when he looked at Sax, had completely changed. Even he could tell that the opponent was a master. The arrow just now was extremely fast, and the movement was smooth. Flo estimated that even if he put on armor and took weapons, he would not be his opponent, not to mention that there was another ghost-like guy beside him. "Warden Flo, I'm sorry to disturb your sweet dream. I believe you should roughly understand what happened in this situation, so I won't say any more nonsense. I only have one request. You do whatever we say. As long as you can cooperate with us, we will naturally not hurt you. But if we find that you have other thoughts or try to ask for help from the outside world, Sax sneered twice. Now, if you are willing to cooperate with us, just blink twice. If not, please continue to resist." Flo blinked twice almost immediately. "Very good." Sax gestured to the ghost, who helped Flo to reattach his jaw. As soon as he regained the ability to speak, Flo opened his mouth and yelled, "Do you know who I am?" "If you provoke me, you." Sax sighed. Flo's jaw was twisted off again when he was only halfway through his words. Sax added, "I forgot to say it just now. I will add one more thing temporarily. Unless we ask you questions, you are not allowed to speak at other times. We are all reasonable people. I hope that Warden Flo will get along with us happily in the next period of time." Chapter 495. Sax's original plan was to use Flo as a cover to successfully avoid the first search, and wait until Rob and Lolo were discovered before they could start the next action. However, after contacting Flo, he changed his mind. It was rare to meet an idiot in Ogden, and this idiot was a high-ranking official in the prison. It would be a pity not to use him. Flo's jaw had been reattached. This time he didn't dare to say anything nonsense. He put on his clothes silently, and secretly looked at the two people around him with the corner of his eyes. Neither Sax nor the ghost concealed their appearance. Unfortunately, Flo, the deputy warden, had never done anything serious. He had been in the tower for 3 years, and could not even call all the names of the jailers. He had never cared about the prisoners under the tower. He could not even recognize the leader of the Nightingale. Until now, he was still doubting the identities of the two, wondering if those guys who disliked him before had united to teach him a lesson in this way. Sax took off the longbow on his back and sat down on the chair, while putting his feet on Flo's velvet sheets. Seeing this, the latter moved his lips to say something, but remembered that his jaw had been twisted twice, and finally just swallowed his saliva. "There's still some time before the show starts. Don't you plan to entertain your guests?" Flo was stunned and said cautiously, "I asked the kitchen to make you something to eat. Don't bother. What do you have here?" Sax crossed his fingers and placed them on his chest. "Tea, oranges, and some beef jerky. This place is poor and remote, with no people around. Those who deliver supplies like to be lazy and take several months to deliver the goods. This place is like hell. But I will soon be able to return to the outside world. I wrote to Archbishop Motlis last month, and he said that the matter will be resolved. Flo deliberately mentioned Archbishop Motlis, hinting that he had a powerful background. If the two were playing a prank, they would be afraid now. But the result disappointed him. The other party was indifferent after listening to his complaints. Ghost stood in the shadows and could not see the expression on his face, while Sax looked at him with a smile. That smile made Flo shudder. "Please, Warden, make us a cup of tea. It would be even better if you can peel a few more oranges." Flo didn't dare to refuse, and quickly turned around to prepare to boil water, but at this time, there was a knock on the door. Sax and Ghost looked at each other, and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. This time was much earlier than they expected, and it was not yet time for the two teams of guards to change shifts. Could it be that the guy who was knocked unconscious in the corridor was discovered by someone? Well, this is possible. Although it is not yet dawn, it cannot be ruled out that someone can't sleep and comes out to get some fresh air. Sax didn't care. Anyway, they had found a hiding place. Next, they just had to sit aside and wait for the jailer and Rob Lolo to fight. As for when the two sides would fight, it didn't matter much. Speaking of Rob and Lolo Sax, I am actually quite curious. The strength of the two cannot be seen from their appearance, but they seem to be masters. The hounds are quite good, but they were all killed by someone in just one encounter. As for Lolo, he is even more unpredictable. Using first-level magic to kill a 7th-level paladin is simply unheard of. Interesting, when did these two people come to Odlin? Why didn't I hear of their existence before? And why did they hide their identities? Sax knew that he would probably never get the answers to these questions, but he didn't care much about it. No matter how powerful the master was, he still fell into his trap. Thinking of this, he looked at Flo not far away. This time his luck seemed good. If he could use this card well, the success rate of the action would increase a little. The leader of the Nightingales was ready to watch the show, but the knock on the door made him nervous again. Did he underestimate this idiot guy in front of him? Did he ask for help from his companions in the tower through some unknown means? The eyes of the two people in the room were like knives. Flo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a smile. It might be someone from the kitchen who wants to ask me what I want to eat in the morning. The ghost has quietly walked to the other side of the door, where he can monitor Flo's movements without being seen by people outside the door. Sax raised his eyebrows. You know what to say, and what not to say, right? Understood. Flo nodded quickly, put down the kettle in his hand, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and opened the door. Flo had never hoped that the person standing outside the door was Crowell or Pamela, the old woman with a stern face all day long. Although those two people have always been at odds with him, at least they would not watch him being held hostage. However, what surprised Flo was that the person outside the door was a guy he had never seen before. Judging from his clothes, he was obviously not from the tower. Flo was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Who are you and why are you looking for me?" "I'm not looking for you, but the two friends in your room," Rob said lightly. Flo wanted to cry, but had no tears. What day is today? Why is there another one? There are more and more bad guys around him, and his hope of being rescued is getting slimmer and slimmer. What on earth are Crowell and Pamela doing to let so many dangerous people sneak into the tower? If he is rescued, he must write to Archbishop Motlis to report their dereliction of duty. However, what Flo didn't know was that after hearing the sound outside the door, Sax and Ghost also changed color, and there was a storm in their hearts. How could this be possible? Sax thought that there should be no flaws in his previous behavior, but why did the other party find out so quickly, and even find their hiding place directly? For a moment, Sax even suspected Ghost. No, it couldn't be Ghost. The relationship between Ghost and him was a secret, and outsiders didn't know. The two were not leaders and subordinates, but brothers. Ghost entered the wanted list of the temple before Sax, but no one had seen his true face. After Sax got into trouble, he was imprisoned in Odlin by the church. 5 years later, the ghost that had been missing for a long time suddenly appeared and committed several major crimes. The temple arrested him and sent him in. However, the person in charge of the arrest did not know that this ghost was not the same ghost. The old ghost had died many years ago. The new ghost was pretended by Sax's younger brother in order to rescue his brother from Odlin. Chapter 496. Sax was still wondering what went wrong, but Rob outside the door said, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" The two people in the room knew that the other party was just being polite, and they had no choice. Since the other party had seen through their plan, they could find a way to tell the jailer in the tower where the two were. But the good news was that they did have a trump card. When entering the tower, Sax was careful, and only led the way. He didn't give the two people the map with the safe path marked, so Rob and the others would not be able to leave here without their help. Sax guessed that this was also the reason why the other party came to the door. It seemed that the other party came this time with the intention of negotiating. The leader of the Nightingales shook his head at the ghost hiding behind the door. Rob came alone. Sax thought that the other party was on guard against them. If anything happened to him, his companion, the girl named Lolo, would probably tell the jailers their location immediately. In this way, they would not be able to use violence to solve the problem. After realizing this, Sax did not hesitate and said immediately, "How could it be? You came at the right time. Warden Flo was planning to make tea for us." The future super mage walked into the house. Flo hesitated for 2 more seconds, praying that someone would pass by the door at this time, but soon he was hit by a dagger on his waist. Flo shuddered and immediately closed the door, looking helpless. These people seemed to have forgotten that he was the master here. "Second time," the ghost said softly, meaning that this was the second time Flo had broken the rules. He didn't say what would happen the third time, but it was precisely because of this that Flo was more frightened. The latter shivered and began to make tea. "I'm curious, when did you find out?" Sax sighed after seeing Rob. His plan was perfect. Except for the ghost, even the other people in the Nightingale didn't know what they were planning. So he thought about it, and ruled out the possibility of leaks. It seems that he underestimated his opponent this time. "I knew you were targeting me when we first met." Rob sat down on another chair and said calmly, "You took the ID card from the body, and let me confirm this again. Since you have doubts about us from the beginning, why did you agree to go up the tower together?" "Why not? We have to go up anyway, so why not find a companion?" Sax sighed. It was ridiculous that he was still smug about his success in scheming the other party not long ago, but now from the other party's tone, it seems that he doesn't care whether there are traps in this tower climb. However, there is good news. Sax can at least be sure that the other party did not know the safe way to enter the tower before, otherwise they would not have needed to team up with him. In other words, although the current situation deviates from his expectations, he still has bargaining chips in his hand. In this case, the next step is negotiation. The plan has been discovered, so it is obviously impossible to use the two as bait, but the good news is that Froby is easier to control than expected, and perhaps he can be used to achieve the same goal. Sax thought for a while and said, "I can give you the map, but you..." "Sorry, you seem to have misunderstood something. We don't need the map. If you want to leave, we can leave at any time now, but there are still some things that we haven't finished yet." Rob interrupted him, "I'm more curious about your purpose here?" The ghost's pupil shrank suddenly, and his right hand moved to the dagger at his waist, but the future super magician was faster, and threw a binding spell at him. The space in the room was not large. Although the ghost had been prepared, he was still in a mess when dodging, and even knocked over a table. Fortunately, Rob opened a silent barrier in time to ensure that the sound of the table hitting the ground would not be heard outside the house. The ghost rolled on the ground and was about to enter the stealth state, but the next moment, he was directly pulled out of the shadows by a giant elemental hand, his expression full of disbelief, like a mouse with its tail stepped on. On the other side, the arrow shot by Sax was firmly embedded in an ice shield. The latter raised his longbow and put the arrow again as quickly as possible, but the latter just sat quietly on the chair. Rob said lightly, "If I were you, I would not make meaningless attempts again." Sax's forehead was full of cold sweat. He finally realized how serious the mistake he made this time was. He was only concerned with finding an expert to attract the tower jailer's ideas as much as possible, but he didn't expect how much trouble this expert would cause after getting out of control. But even at this point, the leader of the Nightingale still did not give up, and said with his neck stiff, "You will regret it if you kill us." "Oh, is this your secret? There is a secret passage in the tower leading to the outside world." Sax's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he said in a lost voice, "How could you know?" Flo was also surprised. "There is a secret passage in the tower? How could I not know?" The future super magician pointed to Sax's luggage beside the bed. The latter's backpack on the bedside was cut open, and the dragon crystals wrapped inside were scattered all over the floor. Sax was shocked. When did he fail to notice it? Who on earth was this guy? He had just been attacked by him and the ghost, but he could still pull out his hands to cut his backpack. Rob understood what the two were planning after seeing the dragon crystals on the ground. Dragon crystals have no value in themselves, but because of their rarity, they function as currency. However, this function can only be used in the outside world. In Oglin, the value of a dragon crystal is not even as good as a piece of black bread. Since Sax was carrying a bag full of dragon crystals, there was only one possibility. He was planning to run away. The two climbed the tower not to find anything, but to escape from prison. No wonder they went straight to Flo's room, and were indifferent to the supplies on the 8th to 12th floors. There was actually a secret passage in the tower that led directly to the outside world, which surprised Rob. The prison in the south of the temple was built in a desperate situation. In the known documents, there was only a small path between cliffs to enter and exit Ogrinchi, but first Merlin left a back door for himself at the foot of the mountain, and now there is a secret passage left by the temple itself. It seems that there are more secrets here than he imagined. Sax was still trying his best to negotiate with the other party. We can tell you where the secret passage is. However, Rob was unmoved. No need. If there is a secret passage, it is either in Crowell's room or in Pamelia's room, because these are the only two places where you need me to help you attract attention. Chapter 497. Despair appeared on Sax's face. He had revealed all his cards, but the other party was not moved at all. It was too late to regret now. However, to his surprise, Rob did not seem to plan to attack them again. He just released a light prison to lock them and flow together. Sax quickly guessed the other party's intention, and his expression changed. And then someone spoke up, confirming his guess. Don't even think about leaving Oglin. I will put you on the platform on the 7th floor. The light prison will disappear after half a magic hour. Whether you can escape from this tower depends on your own ability. Sax smiled bitterly. It will be dawn in less than half an hour, and the guards, who are changing shifts, will find us. Are you going to use us as bait? That's right. Rob did not intend to deny that, after being discovered by the guards, Sax and Ghost would definitely not be able to return to the 15th floor. If they want to survive, there is only one way, that is to escape down, fight their way out, and try to leave before the tower is blocked. Then you might as well kill us directly. Sax shook his head and said, it only takes a few minutes to block the tower. It's useless even if we run faster. What's more, there are Crowell and Pamela here. If either of them comes to chase us, we will die. So I leave him to you too. Rob pointed at Flo beside the two of them, who was still in a daze, and seemed to have not yet reacted to what had happened. It seems that we have no choice, Sax said after a long silence. Rob left Flo to the two of them for a reason. Sax and Ghost would obviously not do it simply to die, but everything was different after adding Flo. No matter how stupid and unpopular this guy was, he was nominally a senior executive of Ogling, and his background was not simple. It was possible that holding him hostage would. No, it should be said that it would definitely make Crowell and Pamela afraid to act rashly, and thus give them hope of escaping the tower, but on the other hand, Flo's existence would definitely make everyone focus on them. In other words, the two of them knew that they were still Rob's bait. But since there is a possibility of escape, Sax will still choose to give it a try. When Rob came to the 16th floor, Lolo had already searched the place thoroughly, and found that there was nothing here except for the sundries as Pop said, and Lolo also focused on checking the walls and some subtle corners, and did not find any mechanisms or secret rooms on them. The area of this floor is about the same as the 15th floor. We didn't see any irregular additional buildings on the top of the tower before, so it is almost impossible that there is extra space here. Could it be that Merlin lied and Sister Teresa is not here? Lua wondered. No, if that's the case, then the church wouldn't have to be so eager to kill Max when we found him. Rob walked around the 16th floor, and sure enough, as Lua said, there was no dark room here. But for some reason, the future super magician always had a weird feeling. This feeling was not strong, but it meant that there was something he hadn't noticed before. Rob touched his chin and thought, the sun was getting closer and closer to rising, but the girl didn't urge him. About 3 minutes later, the future super magician finally spoke again. The height here is wrong. What? When I was down there, I estimated that the height of this stone tower should be between 102 and 103 meters, but now the 16 floors add up to only 98 to 99 meters, a few meters less in height. Well, that means there should be another floor hidden above. Although it was not the first time that he had seen someone's terrifying observation ability, this time Luo couldn't help but gasp. Is it true that someone noticed this kind of thing? The height of the tower is several meters lower than when observed from the outside. It is almost impossible for ordinary people to detect it. First of all, there is a large deviation in the height of the tower observed with the naked eye. Secondly, there will be errors in estimating the height of each floor. The error will be even greater when added together. The difference of several meters can be easily ignored. Probably only a monster like Rob can discover the secret of this floor. The future super magician looked up and soon found a suspected keyhole on the top of his head. Luo took out the 2 keys he had found from Max's body. It seems that we can only try one by one. Well, wait a moment. Rob felt that this keyhole was a bit too conspicuous. If it was just this level, there was no need for the temple to arrange personnel to monitor Max, because no matter whether he was dead or alive, he would sooner or later discover the mechanism above his head, unless. The future super magician moved an empty wooden barrel next to him, stepped on it, observed the keyhole closely, and then said to the girl with certainty, "This is a trap." "How did you see that? Remember our previous analysis? If Mother Teresa lives upstairs and never shows up, then Max is responsible for delivering 3 meals a day to her. Assuming this is the mechanism to open the 17th floor, there is something missing up there." "What is it?" "Scratches. Max has to go in and out of here frequently. Delivering meals is a very mechanical job. In the long run, it is impossible for him to concentrate all the time and insert the key into the keyhole accurately every time, so there must be scratches near the keyhole. So that's how it is." Lolo suddenly realized. Since it has been proven that the 2 bunches of keys are traps, the only things left are the recorder and tobacco. The tobacco is undoubtedly the most suspicious, because Max himself doesn't smoke, but this time it was Lolo who spoke first, saying with certainty, "Tobacco is also a trap." "Why?" Rob was a little surprised. He hadn't seen any problem with these tobaccos. Lolo pointed to a bunch of inconspicuous roots mixed in. "This thing will produce the same smell as tobacco when it is lit, but it will make people lose strength after inhaling it. It is a specialty of the underground." "Oh!" The future super magician was intrigued. He was sure that he had never seen such a thing in relevant books before. It was very likely that it was discovered by prisoners in Oglinge in recent decades. However, now was not the time to study it. Rob put the bunch of roots into a small bottle and kept it close to his body. In this case, there was only one thing left. The future super magician picked up the recorder. Could it be a mechanism related to music? This is quite rare. Chapter 498. Rob found that he seemed to have overcomplicated things. The existence of the 17th floor was originally a secret. Unless someone like him had extremely good observation skills, most people would not realize that the builders had played tricks on the height of the tower. Therefore, even if they were lucky enough to find the keyhole above their heads, it would be difficult to realize that it was a trap. With these 2 safeguards, it would be a bit redundant to spend a lot of effort to set up a musical mechanism. Moreover, the cook Max was responsible for delivering meals and cleaning up garbage every day, so the opening of this mechanism should not be so complicated. Realizing this, Rob soon discovered the trick. This recorder was made of 2 pieces, and after taking it apart, a piece of green stone was found inside. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the real key. The future super magician inserted the piece of green stone into a groove in the corner. As a result, the next moment, the 2 heard the sound of the stone axis turning. A gap opened on the stone wall above their heads that was only wide enough for one person to pass through, and at the same time, a wooden ladder fell down. After seeing the wooden ladder, Luoluo's eyes showed a trace of confusion. Since she made up her mind to escape from the family and began to investigate the truth of the incident, she has unknowingly gone so far, even further than her father did back then, and seems to be only one step away from Mother Teresa, who played a key role in it. The truth is within reach. However, the more Luoluo got to this point, the more nervous she became. She was worried that she had found the wrong person, that there was actually nothing on it, and that this was the final trap set by the church to capture her. The Scarlet Sword had pursued this name for a full 10 years, but in the end, nothing was found. Luoluo knew very well that she was far inferior to her father in terms of wisdom, strength, or wealth and connections. What she relied on to get to where she is now was just a trivial persistence. It was like a stubborn mantis, waving its slender arms, trying to stop the rolling wheels. The girl asked herself more than once, if even her father hadn't done it, could she really accomplish it? Lolo didn't know the answer to this question. She was like a gambler sitting at the card table, having placed all her bets, and the outcome was about to be revealed, and her heart was full of anxiety. And at this moment someone pulled her hand, and when she realized what was happening, she was already in that person's arms. Feeling the warmth coming from her chest, the other person leaned over and whispered in her ear, "What are you afraid of? The worst-case scenario is just starting over. Hesitation and hesitation are not your style." After saying this, Rob opened his mouth and bit the girl's ear mischievously. Then the next moment, Luoluo jumped up like a rabbit and pushed someone away. The girl blushed. "What do you want to do?" "I'm trying to cheer you up," the other person said calmly. How can there be such a method?" Lolo was ashamed and angry, but she had to admit in her heart that the guy's interference had reduced her nervousness a lot. She was no longer as worried as before. She took a deep breath, put away her wild thoughts, and climbed up the wooden ladder. The structure of the 17th floor was very simple, with only one corridor and 6 rooms in total. Lolo was obviously stunned when she first came up. She thought the environment here would be very comfortable. After all, it was located at the top of the tower, the light and air should be very good, and it was a place specially provided by the temple for Mother Teresa to live in. But in fact, the corridor she was in was dark, and the air around her was filled with a damp and cold smell, and there were the sounds of mice running past. The girl took out the magic lamp from her backpack, and at this time Rob also climbed up from below. The future super magician was not too surprised. He looked around and explained to Luo, the existence of the 17th floor is a secret, and even the jailers below are kept in the dark. Therefore, windows must not be opened during construction, otherwise the people under the tower can know the secret just by counting the number of windows. But wouldn't it be uncomfortable to live in there without sunlight? Yes, it's not easy to survive here. A voice sighed. Who is it? Lolo showed a vigilant look and drew the sword at his waist. Good sword. The voice praised. The material and craftsmanship are almost perfect. Even among the works of elves, it can be called a masterpiece. This sword must have a complicated origin. Do you know this sword? The girl has found the source of the voice. It came from behind an iron door on her left-hand side. Lolo was a little curious. She didn't know how the other party saw the sword in her hand, because there were only a few pinhole-like ventilation holes on the iron door, and it was difficult to see outside from above. The other party seemed to know her doubts, and was very friendly. He took the initiative to answer her questions without waiting for her to ask. I smelled it. Smell it? The girl was a little unbelievable. Yes, each weapon has a unique smell. Even if you can't see it with your eyes, you can tell them apart by smelling it. I remember this sword. Its name is Phiasis, which means revenge in Elvish. The voice paused and seemed a little proud. It also has a twin brother called Faith, which is the work of the same foundry. Their predecessor was actually a two-handed sword, but it was secretly melted down by those bastards in the temple 200 years ago. Those guys didn't care much about handling waste, so it was bought by a dwarf for 5 silver coins. Later, it was sold to an elf weapon master after several twists and turns. Finally, it was split into 2 and became Faith and Revenge. You must have made a mistake. I have never heard of any belief. This sword has been passed down from generation to generation in my family. It has been the sword of each head of the family. Before me, this sword has always been in the hands of my father. Impossible, I can't remember this smell wrong. Who is your father? The voice was a little unhappy, as if he was not satisfied with Luo's questioning of his judgment. Karev. Luo was silent for a while. Since she had come this far, she didn't plan to hide her identity anymore. The name of the Crimson Sword is well known in the north, but the voice's reaction was very indifferent. I'd never heard of this name. The last time I saw this sword, it seemed to be in the hands of Roderick. Luo explained, that's my grandfather. The voice behind the iron gate was also stunned, and then muttered to himself, has it been so long? Roderick has a granddaughter? Chapter 499. Who are you? Lolo didn't expect that after reaching the 17th floor, she didn't find Mother Teresa, but met a guy who knew her grandfather. From the other party's tone, he seemed to be of a high generation, so the girl also added honorifics to this question. I'm afraid there are not many people in this world who know my name. The voice behind the iron door sighed. What is the relationship between Master Constantine and you? Rob suddenly spoke. The voice behind the iron door seemed a little surprised. Have you seen me? No, it's impossible. Judging from your voice, you are only 20 years old at most. How do you know my name? Who is Master Constantine? Luo also asked. Constantine was the best weapon forger in the human race, or in the entire Dawn continent, 80 years ago. Hearing weapons and blood forging are his unique skills. Every weapon he forged is unique. The elf sword is already very precious, but you can still buy it as long as you are willing to pay. Constantine's weapons, especially those forged by blood forging, are priced at more than hundreds of thousands of gold coins on the black market, and they have always been in short supply. However, he suddenly disappeared about 50 years ago. His friends and disciples looked for him for a long time, but they could not find any clues. He seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. The Mercenary Guild has 3 S-level unlimited commissions, one of which is to find the whereabouts of Constantine. The reward is 1 million gold coins plus 3 weapons forged by blood forging. The future super magician explained, I have never met you before, but I just remembered that the method you used just now is very similar to the legendary eavesdropping soldiers. You know a lot, kid. The voice behind the door muttered. But Luo was still a little confused. The best weapon forger of the human race 80 years ago? Then he must be at least over 100 years old now. But why can't I tell from his voice? Although the voice behind the door was a little vicissitudes, it was not too old, and seemed to be only in his 40s or 50s. Because of his blood. Rob said, strictly speaking, he is not a pure human. Some dragon blood flows in his body, which can delay his aging. People call those with dragon blood dragonborn, which is why only he can use blood forging to forge weapons. Constantine shook his head. It is said that the real dragonborn were all extinct more than 1,000 years ago. I asked a magician friend to use blood exchange to forcibly inject some of the collected dragon blood into my body. At best, it can only be regarded as a weakened version of dragonborn. Although it has extended my lifespan, the dragon blood is too overbearing and cannot be endured by a mortal body. Although the blood exchange was successful, the blood vessels in my body have been in a cycle of continuous tearing and repairing. The pain is unimaginable to ordinary people, but it is worth it to be able to use blood forging to forge weapons. Luo couldn't understand Constantine's persistent pursuit of forging skills, but this did not prevent her from respecting him, no matter whether they were enemies or friends. Perhaps people who can be called masters in a certain field will have a persistence and pride that only they themselves understand. So she waited for Constantine to finish before asking, "What is your relationship with the temple? What do you think the relationship between me and the temple should be?" Constantine asked back, but before the girl answered, he continued, "One day a cardinal found me and told me that they found an arsenal, which might be left by the previous civilization, and asked me if I was interested in going inside to take a look, but as a condition, I must keep this matter secret." I agreed without thinking much at the time. As a weapon forger, learning this kind of thing is endless, not to mention a new forging system. I can't resist this attraction, so I didn't tell anyone about this, including my wife and daughter. I quietly set out on the road and arrived at the designated place at the agreed time. Then I lost my freedom and came here after opening my eyes. You mean the temple kidnapped you? Wait, what exactly is this place? Don't you know? Constantine was calm. This is the highest level secret prison in the temple. The reason why the church built Ogrinchi was to cover up the existence of this place. I heard you talking before. Are you planning to find someone here? The person who provided us with the information deceived us. We are indeed looking for someone, but that person is not a prisoner of the temple. No, it should be said that she has made great contributions to the church. Luo said. Constantine did not comment. I have been here for more than 40 years, and I am very familiar with this place. Why don't you describe her and see if I can help you? In fact, I have never seen her. I only know that she is about 80 years old, and is an old lady. She has a lot to do with my mother's death. I want to find her and ask her about the incident that year. I know the person you are looking for. If I remember correctly, she came here about 10 years ago. You are right. She is indeed different from the other people imprisoned here. You will know when you see her. She is in the room on the right at the end of the corridor. Constantine was just as he said. He knew everything. Thank you, Senior, Luo said respectfully. She followed Constantine's instructions and walked to the end of the corridor. It was very quiet behind the iron door on the right. If it weren't for the slight breathing sound coming from the vent, one would even doubt whether there was anyone living inside. The 2 keys that were searched for Max before finally came in handy this time. There were no more traps and mechanisms after entering the 17th floor. Rob used the simplest method to insert the keys into the keyhole on the door one by one and tried. After a while, he opened the lock on the door. Luo took a deep breath. She was finally going to meet the most suspected murderer of her mother. This scene was not unfamiliar to her, because it had appeared in her dreams many times. The other party was under the protection of the temple, and lived a secluded life carefully, thinking that no one would find him. However, she fell from the sky. When the other party saw her, his eyes were full of shock and fear. But when the girl pushed open the iron door with trembling hands, the scene in front of her made her stunned. Luo had never seen such a cruel scene. She saw a thin old lady sitting quietly on a chair. Her hands and feet were nailed to the armrests, and the floor of the chair with 4 3-foot-long iron nails. The wounds had rotted and maggots were born from them, wriggling and gnawing at her flesh. She was in a coma. If it weren't for the divine patterns under her body that kept releasing weak divine power to heal the wounds on her body, she might have died from such serious injuries. Chapter 500. Rob took out a bottle of healing potion from his backpack and poured it into the old man's mouth. After a while, the potion took effect, and the old woman on the chair opened her eyes, but there was nothing in her empty eye sockets. Her eyeballs had disappeared for some reason. Aunt Teresa? The future super magician asked. The old man nodded when he heard the voice, and his expression seemed a little confused. Who are you? Lolo had waited too long for this moment, but when she really stood in front of the other party, she didn't feel any joy in her heart. Perhaps it was because the scene in front of her was too different from what she imagined, and she couldn't even feel the joy brought by revenge. Mother Teresa looked old and weak, as if she could die at any time. She was like a tattered rag doll, with no intact part on her body, and her life was supported by the divine pattern under her body. Luo couldn't understand why she became like this. She took advantage of Illuria's trust and killed her, and then quietly left under the protection of the temple, avoiding the pursuers sent by the Scarlet Sword, and soon disappeared from the north. No one knew her whereabouts for more than 10 years. She was like the best magician, playing with everyone in her hands. Luo never thought that when they met again, she would fall into such a miserable situation. The girl stood there, and did not speak for a long time. However, Mother Teresa seemed to sense something, turned her head towards the girl with difficulty, and said hesitantly, "Is there anyone else there?" Luo was silent for a while, and said, "You don't know me? I came here just to ask you a few things." The old man shook his head. "I'm very old, and there are many things I can't remember." "No, you must remember this." The girl took a deep breath. "Illuria, is this name familiar to you?" "Of course, she was one of my students, my favorite student. Although we are not related by blood, she is like a daughter to me. I know that as a nun in a monastery, I should treat every child equally as much as possible, but believe me, if you have seen that child, you will definitely like her." When talking about Illuria, a strange look appeared on Mother Teresa's face, which made her withered face appear alive again. Sincerity, kindness, purity. She seems to be the embodiment of all the good things in the world. Every time I see her, I will praise the gods from the bottom of my heart. Although Lolo has never seen Illuria, he has heard many people's descriptions of their mother, father, guards, knights, and farmers in the territory. Everyone's Illuria is different, but without exception, everyone likes that simple and kind girl from the bottom of their hearts. She was gentle to everyone around her, and couldn't bear to hurt even a blade of grass. Who could have thought that someone would reach out to her? Tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Lolo looked at the old man and finally asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for more than 10 years. Why? Sister Teresa did not answer. Lolo put her right hand on the elven sword named Phaeacis, and took another step forward. "Tell me, why did you kill her?" "I didn't hurt her." The old man shook his head. "Impossible. You were the only one who stayed by Illuria's side before she passed away, and you were the only one who had the chance to kill her. If it wasn't you, why did you run away the day before the funeral? Why didn't you meet with the Scarlet Sword and explain everything clearly?" "I didn't run away, but was taken away by someone." Sister Teresa sighed. "Those people didn't want me to meet Karlov, worried that I would tell him what I knew. But you are right, in a sense, Illuria was indeed killed by me. The child always trusted me, but I betrayed her trust and failed to protect her. I still don't know how they succeeded. During that time, I stayed by her bedside almost without sleep, drank the same water, and ate the same food as her, tasted every piece of food sent to me, and kept a close eye on everyone who wanted to get close to her. I thought that way those people wouldn't find a chance to kill her. No, I don't believe it. You must be afraid that someone will avenge her, so you said that." Luo's heart was already in turmoil. The old man smiled. "Child, do you think I am now a person who is afraid of death?" Indeed, rather than saying that the divine pattern under her body was maintaining her life, it was more like maintaining her punishment. She lost her eyes, half of her hips, and more than half of her toes. In addition, the 4 iron nails were still firmly embedded in her limbs. Death was more like a relief for her. The future super magician, who had been listening quietly at the side, also spoke up at this time. What she said should be true. Constantine also said before that she came here more than 10 years ago. Calculating the time, she should have been captured and imprisoned here just after Illuria was killed. This also explains why Karlov never found her whereabouts in the next 10 years. Before pushing open the iron door, Lolo was thinking about how to avenge Illuria and ignored many things. It was not until she heard Rob's words that she realized that the other party had been here for more than 10 years. In other words, she had been enduring torture that ordinary people could hardly imagine in the past 10 years. "Don't feel sorry for me, child. This is what I deserve. I knew this day would come when I rejected those people." The old lady looked calm. "Who are those people? Why did they kill Illuria? And why did they do this to you?" Mother Teresa did not answer the girl's question, but asked, "Child, do you know what the name Heartfilia means?" Lolo was stunned. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, Illyria is my daughter. How could I not recognize her child? The old man's thin and pale face showed a kind look. I gave you this name. When Illyria and I discussed the child in her belly, your mother said that she hoped you would live an ordinary life without worries. In ancient Vitro language, Heartfilia means no sorrow. The girl understood what the old man meant, and shook her head. My mother passed away just after giving birth to me, and my father also disappeared a few years ago. He went to investigate what happened to my mother. I can't pretend that nothing happened and live a self-deceiving life. You were one of the witnesses of that incident. I hope you can tell me the truth. Chapter 501. It has already happened. Even if we know the truth, it won't bring back those who have passed away. Mother Teresa said solemnly, I don't know what Kara thinks, but you're mother, and I don't want to see you live in hatred. I don't live in hatred, I just need an answer. Lolo insisted. What happens after you get the answer? The old man sighed. Can you swear to let it all go? The girl was silent, and at this moment Rob said, I'm afraid you don't know yet. After the disappearance of the Scarlet Sword, the church controlled the Breton family. The temple has been secretly searching for Lolo for these years, and even planned a marriage for this purpose. As far as I know, Ferdinand's heir-in-waiting has arrived in Gudries, so even if we want to give up the church, we will not give up in the current situation. Sister Teresa was stunned when she heard this. What? You said the temple is hunting down Heartfilia? Yes. But it doesn't make sense. That incident is over. The conflict between the church and the Breton family was caused by Illyria, who has been dead for many years. The old man murmured. So we need to know the truth of that incident. The future super magician said, only in this way can we know why the temple attacked Lolo again after more than 10 years. Sister Teresa shook her head. I swore to the gods that I would never tell anyone about that incident again. Even if they did this to you? The girl looked at the old man whose limbs were nailed up with iron nails, somewhat incredulous. I said that I deserved all this. I betrayed my faith and failed to fulfill my duties, although I do not regret the decision at the time. Sister Teresa paused. I'm sorry, I know it's not easy for you to find this place, but I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I don't quite understand why you chose to stand aside when her daughter was in danger, even though you would rather betray the temple to protect Illyria. The future super magician frowned. Whether you believe it or not, what I am doing now is also to protect you. The old man sighed. If I were you, I would take her with me, hide somewhere unknown while there is still time, and hide my identity. Don't pursue the truth of that incident anymore, because the closer you get to the truth, the more dangerous it will be. The Breton family is the undisputed #1 family in the north, but even the Scarlet Sword can't protect Illyria. Do you think the temple can't find us if we just hide in a desolate mountain? Rob asked back. Mother Teresa fell silent after hearing this. The future super magician did not urge the other party. Lolo opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by him. The room fell into a dead silence. It was unknown how long it had been. Just when Lolo thought he had lost hope, the old man spoke again. Illyria is very special. I knew this when I first met her. She is different from other children adopted by the monastery. Special? Do you mean some kind of trait in her? No, because she was brought here by His Holiness the Pope himself. Sister Teresa's next words made both of them stunned. Rob looked strange. Could Illyria be the daughter of Venervi? I know what you are thinking. Although it is disrespectful, I had similar thoughts when I saw this scene. Your Majesty. Your Majesty is usually a very serious person, who is upright in his conduct, but that day he took off the ring of the previous popes on his right index finger and gave it to a baby to play with. His Majesty called my teacher, Sister Bernice, who was the abbess of the monastery at that time, into a room. I don't know what they talked about there. About 10 minutes later, Sister Bernice came out and called me in. His Majesty asked me a few questions, all of which were very common questions about the monastery, including the food and environment here, the nuns' usual homework, and the nuns' temper and character. I answered them one by one truthfully, and then His Majesty handed the baby in his arms to me. I was a little panicked at that time, not knowing where this child came from. Although the Sith monastery has a long history, it has always been mainly adopting orphans, and its scale is not very large. There are many monasteries in the capital that are more famous than ours, so I don't understand why His Majesty chose us. His Majesty seemed to see the nervousness in my heart and comforted me. Don't worry, I just need you to raise this child. You just treat her as an ordinary orphan, and treat her like other children in the monastery. I was a little confused. Is that all? His Majesty laughed and told me, you don't have to think about it. This child has nothing to do with me. Her fate has long been determined, so there is no need for others to do anything special. I was a little confused and didn't know what His Majesty meant by this sentence, so I could only bite the bullet and say, I will definitely train this child into an outstanding person. His Majesty waved his hand. It's up to you. Remember to report her mental and physical condition once a month. You can write to me directly if you need anything, and if anyone asks, just say that you picked up this child. His Majesty stayed in the monastery for one night, and left early the next morning. He never came back since then. At first, I was a little worried, but as time went by, I gradually forgot about what happened that day. I followed His Majesty's instructions, and announced to the public that we had found the baby girl. The child grew up day by day. Because of the instructions of His Majesty before he left, I did not treat her differently from other children in the monastery. However, as time went by, her good qualities began to show more and more. Not only me, but also other people in the monastery liked her very much. I had no children, so I treated her as a daughter, hoping to train her into an excellent nun. So when I heard that she fell in love with a silly boy named Karev, my first reaction was a little angry. Perhaps because I felt it was a little difficult to talk about, I did not mention these things in the report to the church. At the same time, I tried to limit her from meeting the boy from the Breton family, hoping to break them up in this way, but I didn't expect the latter to directly take Illyria to the north. By the time I realized it, it was too late. Nothing could separate the two of them except death. Chapter 502. Rob heard the word about fate again. The last time was from Mortelius. The old bishop had said something similar after being kidnapped. Lolo's fate had already been determined, and could not be changed. Mortelius also advised him, and Dandelion not to interfere. Before that, Vainolvi had said the same thing to Mother Teresa. If we count the prophecy given to him by the goblin, then there are 3 times. I just don't know if the fate mentioned by both parties is the same thing. Mother Teresa was so weak that she couldn't even speak continuously. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and rested for a while before she spoke again. On the 3rd day after Illyria left, someone came to the monastery. He was a 2nd-level priest who looked very young, but was holding the Pope's token. He asked me some questions, most of which were about Illyria, and a small part was about Karlov. Then he left without saying anything. I thought it was just a routine inquiry from the temple, and I didn't take it seriously. Many young novice nuns couldn't withstand the temptation of the world, and eventually gave up halfway and chose to get married and have children. But because they were not formal nuns, this was not a serious matter. The usual punishment was just to prohibit them from entering the church again. For Illyria, I felt more regretful because she was my most promising child, but since she chose another path, I could only bless her. About 2 months later, news came from the north that Karlov and Illyria were getting married. The head of the Breton family was going to marry a commoner girl with no identity or background. At that time, everyone on the street was discussing this matter. I also received an invitation, but Karlov and I had some conflicts because of Illyria's matter before. I didn't want to disturb them again, so I declined the invitation on the grounds of being unwell. Such a long time passed without any problems, and I gradually let go of my worries. It happened that the dormitory of the monastery was going to be renovated at that time, so I started to prepare for the donation. As a result, the 2nd-level priest appeared again a few days later. He asked me when I was going to leave for the wedding and whether I could take him with me. I declined his request and told him that I didn't plan to attend the wedding. He nodded politely and left without saying anything else. But I was still a little confused because Illyria had already left the church, so why would anyone still pay attention to her? And thinking back, although the young man was polite, he always gave me a very dangerous feeling. When we were chatting, I deliberately asked him a few small questions related to the doctrine, but he always changed the subject. If he hadn't brought the token of His Majesty, I would even suspect that he was a fake. In short, his appearance made me a little uneasy. I remembered that His Holiness the Pope had said that I could ask him for help with anything, so I plucked up the courage to write him a letter. But His Holiness might be too busy, managing tens of millions of believers and being responsible for the operation of the entire church. He probably didn't have time to pay attention to my little thoughts. 6 months passed, and I didn't receive any reply. The priest didn't come to the monastery again. The north was very peaceful, but I always had a sense of uneasiness in my heart, as if something was about to happen. I remembered my teacher, Sister Bernice. When His Majesty sent Illyria to the monastery, he had a brief private conversation with her in the room. I think she might know something, but she had resigned from her post as the abbess 2 years ago due to her age and returned to her hometown to retire. I went to see her after the renovation was over. The teacher looked good and was still thinking about the children in the monastery. After we met, we chatted about family matters for a while. I found an opportunity to ask about the conversation between her and His Majesty the year. The teacher's expression suddenly became cold, and then she said that she was a little tired and would talk about it tomorrow if there was anything. Although I was somewhat puzzled, I didn't say anything. As a result, when I went to look for the teacher the next morning, the teacher's niece told me that she had gone out and didn't know when she would be back. I was a little bit unbelievable. The teacher was already quite old, and it was winter at that time. How could she suddenly go out alone? Moreover, even the younger generations at home couldn't tell where she went. I vaguely felt that the teacher's disappearance might be related to the matter I asked yesterday, so I was worried and regretful. I asked the local church for help and posted a missing person commission in the mercenary guild. However, there was no news of her whereabouts for 4 or 5 days. Just when I was at a loss, the youngest son of the innkeeper knocked on my door and said that today was the 40th anniversary of the opening of the inn, and every guest could get a free baked pie. At that time, I was sorting out the possible whereabouts of the teacher one by one, and took the baked pie absent-mindedly and put it aside. I didn't get anything until the evening. I was a little hungry, so I poured a glass of cold water and ate the cold baked pie. Halfway through, I found something strange in the middle. It was a small note with only one sentence on it: "Leave here and don't come back." I recognized it as the teacher's handwriting, so I opened the door and ran downstairs. I immediately found the boss's youngest son, but he didn't admit that the note had anything to do with him. Then I asked the cook, and he said he didn't see anyone else in the kitchen. So I could only return to the room disappointed, wondering why the teacher had to communicate with me in this way when he didn't leave the town. The future super magician raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "I'm afraid someone is watching your every move nearby." The old man nodded. "This is the most reasonable inference, but I didn't have such an idea at the time. We are just ordinary people. Although what we have been doing is not great, it is enough to be called a clear conscience. I believe that I have no secrets, so I don't think that someone would target us." But I was relieved to know that the teacher was fine. Since she didn't want to see me, there was no point in staying, so I returned to the monastery the next day. But after this incident, my doubts became deeper, and not long after that, I received a letter from Karlov. Lolo pricked up her ears. She knew that the most important part was finally coming. In the last few months before Illyria's death, it was the old lady in front of her who had been with her. She obviously discovered something, otherwise the people in the temple would not have captured her and put her in the secret prison of Odlin. Chapter 503. Karov wrote me a letter saying that Illyria has been in a state of emotional instability recently, and asked me if I had any good solution. My heart skipped a beat after receiving the letter, and the young man immediately popped up in my mind. I was a little worried about Illyria, so I handed over the affairs of the monastery to another nun, took a long vacation, hired a carriage, and headed directly to the north. I didn't hear about what happened to the Breton family along the way, which made me a little relieved. A month later, the carriage arrived outside Karov's castle. It wasn't until I saw Illyria that my heart completely fell back into my stomach. She looked a little thin and pale, but she didn't look seriously ill. I noticed her bulging belly. She should have been 7 or 8 months pregnant. After dinner, I came to her room, and she asked the maid to leave, so there were only 2 of us left in the room. I have never seen her like that before. She was terrified and helpless, like a kitten that had just been pulled out of the water, trembling. Seeing her like that, I suddenly felt angry and asked loudly if Karov had bullied her. However, she shook her head and made a shushing gesture to me. There was no one else in the room except the 2 of us, but she insisted on searching everywhere, not only under the bed, in the cabinets and on the sofa, but even the teapot and snuff box were not spared. Afterwards, she took my hand and told me mysteriously that someone had been secretly monitoring her for the past few months. I immediately became nervous when I heard her say that, and thought of what happened to my teacher not long ago. However, Illyria's situation is very different from my teacher's. My teacher has no children, and lives with her brother and his family. They are all ordinary people. After all, this is the north, and it is the core of the Breton family. The guards are strict. Take the corridor, outside the bedroom for example. There is a team of guards almost every 10 steps. Not to mention a living person, even a fly can hardly fly in. I asked Illyria if she had told Karlov about this. Although I don't like the guy, I have to admit that he is really good to Illyria. It is a great thing that the head of the Breton family can withstand the pressure and marry a girl of commoner origin. What's more rare is that he never showed any difficult attitude in front of Illyria from beginning to end. Although I have some conflicts with him, I have to admit that from the perspective of a husband, he can be called perfect. He also handled this matter very well. He took action immediately and organized people to turn the entire castle upside down to ensure that no suspicious people had sneaked in. He then added more guards. Now there is a guard every 10 steps outside to ensure Eluria's safety. However, all this seems to have no effect. Eluria always feels like she is being watched, and this feeling becomes stronger as time goes by, as if there is no safe place in the world. Rob shook his head. According to your previous description, it is almost impossible for someone to successfully sneak into the castle without being discovered. Moreover, Karlov himself is very powerful. Experts of this level are very alert and have a keen sense of danger. The Breton family has dominated the northern border for hundreds of years and has a deep foundation. It is not that they cannot control their own hinterland. It is precisely because they are afraid of the Scarlet Sword and the Breton family temple that they have not taken action yet, unless the visitor is a 9th level professional. But this is even more difficult to explain. It is unreasonable for the temple to send a 9th level expert and not take action, but just monitor and harass Eluria. Sister Teresa sighed. Karov also made the same analysis at the time. After the search, he didn't really believe that there were outsiders in the castle, but he still dispatched personnel and strengthened the security. At the same time, he also turned down many things and stayed with Eluria as much as possible, but the latter's situation did not improve. No, it might be said that it got worse. Not long after he wrote to me, Eluria began to have auditory hallucinations. Hallucinations? Yes, about a month ago, she began to hear some strange whispers from time to time. She couldn't find the person who was talking. According to her, the voice spoke a language she had never heard before, and she didn't know why she could understand that strange language. However, when I asked her what the voice said to her, she closed her mouth again. During that time, she became nervous and often locked herself in the room. Sometimes she would talk to the mirror, crying and making a fuss. Luo looked at someone and asked in surprise, "Mental magic?" Mental magic is the most mysterious of all magics. In theory, there is indeed mental magic that can achieve such an effect. Especially since Eluria is just an ordinary person, it is easy to succeed with deliberate actions. But again, what is the other party's motive? What's the point of using mental magic to scare your mother? Besides, ordinary magicians can't enter the Breton family's castle. Rob explained. So you also think that Eluria has a mental problem? No, I think this possibility is very small. From your previous description of her, she should be a very strong person, and she did encounter an accident after giving birth to you, so I believe that there must be a reason for her abnormal behavior in the last few months of her life. Future Super Mage, this is a typical result-based inference, but Eluria did not suffer any substantial damage in that situation, and the Crimson Sword did almost everything it could do. For this, invisible. There was no good way to deal with the enemy Karlov. Everyone, including Mother Teresa, thought that Eluria was suffering from some strange disease. However, this strange disease was alleviated to a certain extent after Mother Teresa came. Eluria became much quieter, rarely crying and making a hysterical noise, and occasionally she could cheer up and accompany Karlov to some unimportant gatherings. The old man hesitated. I don't think so. I can't do much. I just stayed by her side, read some scriptures for her, and picked some herbs to help her calm down. On the surface, her condition did improve during that period, but one time when I woke up late at night, I saw her standing by the window alone. I can't describe the look on her face. I have only seen similar expressions on the faces of dying people, full of attachment to the world. Chapter 504. Let's sort it out again. Eluria first realized that someone was watching her. At this time, she told Karlov, "And you, because you are the people she trusts the most." Soon after, she began to have auditory hallucinations. At this time, she was very scared in her heart, and her external manifestation was that she became more and more neurotic. At the end, she received a death notice, but she became quiet again. Rob glanced at Sister Teresa. In the third stage, Eluria already knew who wanted to kill her. The other party was obviously very powerful, so she gave up hope of survival. This also explains why she didn't ask you for help again, because she realized that this would only put you in danger. So the one who harmed her was the Pope? Luo said, or one of the 3 cardinals. Only these few people standing at the top of the pyramid have the ability to threaten the Breton family, the most powerful family in the north. Among them, Venner V is undoubtedly the most suspicious, because he was the one who brought Eluria into the monastery and gave her to Mother Teresa, and the second-level priest, who had visited Mother Teresa twice, was holding his token. But there is a problem here that cannot be explained. If the Pope wanted to harm Eluria, it would undoubtedly be most convenient to do it when the former was still a baby. Why must he wait until 18 years later? Because Mom married Dad? Mother Teresa shook her head. Illyria is just a novice nun. Although the church does not encourage them to marry, it does not prohibit them. Besides, His Majesty has not told me to make Illyria a formal nun. So the doubts about this issue still lie in Illyria's life experience. At that time, almost everyone thought that she was just an ordinary orphan adopted by the monastery, but now it seems that this is not the case. Rob then asked the old man, "When did the people from the temple find you?" "About a month before Illyria was due to give birth. I was picking soothing herbs near the castle, and visiting sick children in a nearby village. On the way back, I met two knights. It was strange. They didn't have any holy aura, but they had a golden investigation order issued by the First Paladin Order, and a special operation permit issued by the Holy Alliance. They came to me and asked me to bring something into the castle quietly, but because of what happened to my teacher before, I finally refused them." Mother Teresa explained, "You may not know the Golden Investigation Order. This is the highest level of investigation order that the Paladin Order can issue. Except for those above the Archbishop, all clergy who see the Golden Investigation Order must cooperate unconditionally and must not ask questions related to the action." Rob thought of the small team of punishment knights he met in the adventurer's heart. Although they did not have the investigation order of the knights, they also had the special operation permit issued by the Holy Alliance, which helped them to travel smoothly in the Principality of Andila. The two people the old man met outside the small village were probably also punishment knights. The reason why they also brought the Golden Investigation Order was to ask Mother Teresa, who is also from the church, for help. There is nothing wrong with this inference, but because of this, the future super magician frowned. "It's a bit strange." "Why do you say that?" Lolo asked. "This happened a month before Illyria gave birth, which shows that Karib did a good job guarding the castle. The temple tried a lot, but still couldn't infiltrate it. As a last resort, it could only find Mother Teresa, who had always been by Illyria's side." "Well, it seems to be like this." Luo nodded. "Then who was watching Illyria in the castle before?" The girl was stunned when she heard it. "What you said is indeed very contradictory. If the temple has infiltrated the castle, there is no need to find Mother Teresa. If it has not infiltrated, then why did Mother notice the abnormality so early? If an ordinary person receives a death notice, her first reaction will definitely be fear, and then she will try to verify its authenticity. Illyria finally gave up resistance, which means that she not only knew the other party's identity, but also believed it. But if the people from the temple failed to infiltrate the castle, how did she get the proof?" Luo was also confused. The girl thought about it, and her eyes lit up. "Wait. I remember that after my mother died, her maid also committed suicide. What if she was from the temple?" "No, the poor child is innocent." Sister Teresa shook her head and said, "Illyria did not die of a cold, and Maggie closed the window the night before she died." "How did you know?" "Because I was a little worried in the middle of the night. I went to her room to see her. I was afraid that she would be cold, so I paid special attention to the window before leaving." Maggie and Illyria have a good relationship. When Illyria first came, Maggie's father happened to be seriously ill. Illyria found someone to cure her father's illness. Even Karlov didn't know about this, but Maggie has always been grateful in her heart. It is almost impossible for her to betray Illyria. Luo thought that the truth of the incident would be solved after finding Mother Teresa, but now the mystery is getting more and more people are implicated. Rob asked the old man, "The temple kidnapped you and locked you up here. Do you know why?" Mother Teresa thought for a while. "I refused to cooperate with the request of the holder of the Golden Investigation Order, which is equivalent to directly violating the order of His Majesty the Pope, so it is normal for the temple to arrest me. I betrayed my faith first." "I know what you want to say, but what I want to say is that if you reach my age, you will understand that many things are not necessarily true. The temple was indeed involved in the incident, but no one knows what role it played. After all, I am a clergyman. If it weren't for the possibility that you might be in danger, I didn't want to tell you these things." Rob shook his head. "I don't think you told us the truth. At least you didn't tell us all the information you had. If it was just because of the investigation order, the temple wouldn't have taken such a big risk to kidnap you under the eyes of the Scarlet Sword, and they wouldn't have tortured you. You must have something else. I dare to guess that it should be related to your teacher, Sister Bernice, and you don't want to cause trouble for her, right?" The old man was silent for a long time before speaking again. "I didn't lie, but I did hide one thing. Sister Bernice has the habit of writing a diary, especially some secrets in her heart that cannot be told to others. She likes to write on paper. She started when she was 50 years old, and there are more than 30 notebooks in total. When I went to her hometown to find her, she didn't say anything but gave me all those notebooks. Chapter 505. There were more than 30 notebooks, all of which were placed by Sister Bernice in a place only she knew. When Sister Teresa found her, she told her the address by hiding it in a baked pie. I found that place and saw those notebooks, but there were too many contents inside, so I just glanced at them and left. Because of what happened to the teacher, I was cautious and did not bring those notebooks back. Instead, I asked the owner of the inn to keep them for me. I originally wanted to wait for a while, until the storm died down before picking them up. Unexpectedly, I received a letter from Karlov not long after I came back. I was worried about Illyria, so I hurried to the north. So those notebooks are still in the hands of the innkeeper? Rob asked. The old man shook his head and said, I don't know. After all, it was more than 10 years ago. At that time, I agreed with him that I would go back to get them in 2 or 3 months. Now that so much time has passed, I don't know how he will deal with those notebooks. What is the name of that inn? Lolo asked. Red Beard, in the small town of Gairis in the south of the Holy Alliance Xia Principality. Sister Teresa paused and added, if my teacher Sister Bernice is still alive, I hope you won't disturb her. She has retired, and I don't want to involve her again. Rob nodded. Anything else? The old man thought for a moment and said, when I was first imprisoned here, the second-level priest came once and asked me what I saw and heard before Illyria gave birth. He thought I was blind and couldn't recognize him, but I still remember his voice. His footsteps were very special, one light and one heavy. In addition, there was a very strange guy who also came to see me. He didn't seem to come in by normal means. He also asked me a few questions, but my eyelids became heavier and heavier when I answered the questions. When I opened my eyes again, I couldn't remember any of those questions. The future super mage knew that the person behind him was most likely Merlin. Rob didn't understand why this guy was so interested in what happened to the Breton family. Not only did he personally attend Illyria's funeral, but he also came to Oglin to ask Mother Teresa. You have to know that the temple's eyes were always in the north during that period. As the most wanted person of the Inquisition, this guy should not have appeared just to have some fun at such a huge risk. In Xia, if you encounter danger, you can go to Viscount Dolan. He is a trustworthy person. After the old man finished speaking, he waved to Lolo and said kindly, child, can you come here for a moment? Come to me. The girl looked at Rob, who nodded, so Lolo walked to Mother Teresa. The future super mage quietly left, leaving the room to the two of them. He came to the corridor outside, and Constantine's voice came from the other end of the corridor. Boy, it seems that your business is over. How about it? Did you get what you wanted? Rob shook his head, but he still gained a lot from this trip to Oglin. As an eyewitness to the incident, the old man provided a lot of valuable clues. He already understood why Merlin had to let Lolo come in person, because Merlin knew very well that no matter what he said, the latter would not believe that Mother Teresa, who was originally the most suspicious, was the one who had been trying to protect her mother. In a sense, the other party could even be regarded as the girl's last relative in this world. This was also the reason why Rob left the two of them alone. After saying this, Constantine fell silent for some reason. Then it was the future super magician who spoke first. Senior, is there anything I can help you with? Constantine hesitated. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but I think you are good people. I am obsessed with forging in my life, and I have no distractions. Anyway, I am not a swordsmith anywhere. I don't care if the temple locks me up, but I have a daughter. She has always been very close to me since she was a child. She must be very sad after I disappeared. I want you to help me go and see her. Why don't you go by yourself? We can rescue you from here. Rob didn't expect Constantine to reject this proposal without even thinking about it. No, I won't leave here. I haven't finished what the temple wants me to build. Even if I go out, they will hunt me down, and they might even threaten me with my friends and family. I have been missing for more than 50 years. My daughter is probably married by now. I feel guilty for missing her childhood and don't want to disturb her life now. So I just need someone to help me see her. If she encounters any difficulties, you can help her if it's not too troublesome. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer in vain. Wait a moment. Constantine turned around and searched for something, muttering strange. Where did I put it? Oh, I found it. Come here, boy, open the door. Rob walked to the iron door that locked Constantine and took out the key. Unlike Sister Teresa, the temple captured Constantine here to use his talents, so his residence is not bad. Although it is not luxurious, it is comfortable. There are not only beds and workbenches in the room, but also many functional magic circles, but they are all filled with messy weapons and materials. Constantine is over 100 years old, but because of the dragon blood he has exchanged, his lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary people. Although it is not as exaggerated as Merlin, it is no problem for him to live 200 or 300 years. From the outside, he looks only in his 30s or 40s, with short blonde hair and a handsome appearance. If this guy is not so obsessed with forging, he can probably live a good life by dressing up a little and going to the city to pick up ladies. He holds a gray iron sword in his hand, and there is a scabbard made of shark's skin on it. Xinglua, I give it to you. Rob drew out his long sword and exclaimed. Constantine's products must be top-notch. There is no doubt about that. Although the sword is not impressive in appearance, it is sharp, tough, and strong. However, these are not enough to surprise the future super magician. What really surprised Rob is that this sword does not exclude magic elements. As we all know, metals have poor sensitivity and affinity to elements, so the practice of magic and martial arts will probably only appear in novels, because you can't throw your sword aside when releasing magic and pick it up after releasing it. Not to mention whether it can be realized in operation. At least it has already lost in momentum. Now the Xinglua forged by Constantine has perfectly solved this problem. Chapter 506. This is the first time that the future super magician has seen a melee weapon that does not affect spellcasting. This long sword named Starfall is not a divine weapon. In terms of forging craftsmanship, it is similar to the faith on Luo's waist, but in terms of value, the former is comparable to a divine weapon. It seems that you have discovered the specialness of this sword. It took me 12 years to make it, and there were many accidents in the middle. It was not until half a month ago that this Starfall was born. The forging process cannot be replicated, and even I can't make a second one. This sword fell into the hands of those guys in the temple, and was wasted. Giving it to you can be regarded as helping it find a good destination. Constantine's last words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Rob was a little surprised. How did you see that? With the help of the camouflage secret treasure, his own breath-hiding skills were also excellent. Even high-level magicians could not feel the magic fluctuations on him. Constantine was just a weapon forger, so how could he see through his identity as a mage? It's not me, it's the falling star in your hand. Many people think that weapons are just dead objects, but in fact, they are just like humans. There is a soul hidden in each weapon. When you get close to me, I can hear its joy, and I know you are the master it is looking for. Constantine said, Falling Star is the most special of all the weapons I have forged. In the eyes of most people, it is a good sword, but it is only a good sword. Only in your hands can it exert its full power. In fact, even if you do not agree to my request, I will give it to you, because as a forger, there is nothing more joyful than seeing a weapon find its dream owner. But if you give me the Falling Star, how do you explain it to the temple? You don't have to worry about me. I'm different from the nun you're going to see. The temple captured me, so that I could make a weapon for them. They won't do anything to me before the weapon is made. The future super magician finally felt relieved after hearing this. He took the long sword and said solemnly, Please rest assured, I will definitely find your daughter. Constantine nodded, Then I trouble you. My daughter's name is Silver. She should be 57 or 58 years old now. Before I was captured by the temple and brought here, I lived with her at number 15, Boulevard Street, Set via Port, Holy Alliance. In addition, I also have several properties in White Crow Town, and several distant cousins, but they are far away, and it is unlikely that Silver will go to them. Rob wrote down the places and names, and then Constantine reminded him again that if Silver lived well, there was no need to disturb her. It can be seen that he did not have much hatred for the temple, but felt more guilty about his daughter. Then the future super mage locked him back in the house according to Constantine's request, and the latter also told him who the people in the remaining rooms were. Most of them were high-ranking officials of the church, and the lowest level was above the archbishop, because they had many followers and believers behind them. If someone committed a serious crime, in order to avoid them tarnishing the image of the temple and the possible bad influence, the church would first help them conceal the crime, and then secretly arrest them, and lock them up here, claiming to the outside that they were unwell and needed treatment. As time went by, their disappearance was no longer noticeable. According to Constantine, a total of 7 archbishops and 1 cardinal had been imprisoned here in the past 50 years. Rob was still hesitating whether to release these people to cause trouble for the temple, but unfortunately, 6 of the 8 people were no longer alive. Of the remaining 2, one was old and deaf, and the other had mental problems because he had been imprisoned for too long. So the future super magician had to give up this idea. Before coming up, He had left a micro-magic device with reconnaissance function on the 13th floor. With the help of the magic device, he learned that the whereabouts of Sax and Ghost had been discovered, and now the tower was in chaos. With Flo as a hostage, the two Nightingale's men still seemed to have hope of escaping the tower, but as an outsider, Rob knows very well that once Clowell and Pamela decide to take action, they have no chance at all. Perhaps the only suspense is how long they can hold out. It's time to leave. Rob takes the washing back to the room where Mother Teresa is. Luo says to the old woman, "Let's go together. After we get out, I find the best doctor to heal you. If that doesn't work, we can kidnap a bishop." Mother Teresa smiled and touched the girl's head. "Child, I am very happy that you have this kind of heart, but I know my body best. I am no longer able to survive. If it weren't for the divine pattern under my body, it would have died about 10 years ago. I can feel that day is very near. Even if you take me away from here, I will not live for a few days. Don't waste your energy. I know that I have committed many sins. I don't ask to go to heaven after death. I only hope to turn into a star in the sky to guide you in the dark night." Then she turned to Rob and said solemnly, "Take good care of her." "I try my best." The old man said word by word, "Not only try your best, you have to do better than Kara did back then, because after so many years, your enemies are likely to be stronger and more cunning than before." The future super magician thought for a while, and said, "I promise you that if anyone wants to hurt her, they must step over my body first." Sister Teresa nodded, finally satisfied, and said to Luo, "You go out first. I have something to ask this young friend." The girl vaguely guessed what that thing was, and couldn't hold back any longer, and burst into tears. Instead, the old man comforted her, "Don't be sad for me, child. Each of us will have such a day, sooner or later, to meet you at the last moment of life. The gods still treat me well. It's getting late, and you should leave." However, Luo was unwilling to let go of the old man's skinny hands, muttering, "There must be a way, there must be a way." "Right?" The girl's last words were to someone, her eyes full of expectation. However, Rob could only sigh softly. Mother Teresa's injuries were too severe. Once she left the divine rune, she might not last for 2 minutes. Even if the healing potion in the bag was taken into account, she could only leave Oglinji at most, but it was impossible to leave the Kilimanjaro Mountains. The future super magician held number 2 and quietly released a sleeping spell. He carried Luo, who still had tears on the corners of his eyes, and then pulled out the star to cut off the divine rune on the ground that maintained the old man's life. He bowed to the ladder and left the house. Chapter 507. When Rob went down to the 15th floor, the entire tower had entered the first level alert state. All the jailers in the tower were mobilized. Sax and Ghost were blocked on the 2nd floor. All the entrances and exits had been closed. However, with Flo as a hostage, they should be able to hold on for a while. Rob did not pay attention to the situation over there. If you really count them, there are only 1.5 people in the whole of Odlin who can really threaten him. One of them is the Warden Crowell. The latter was the leader of the 2nd Paladin Order. At his peak, he was a 9th level master. Even if his strength is damaged now, the future super magician is not sure that he can take him down. He is also the person Rob does not want to meet the most. The remaining half is the Deputy Warden Pamela. The latter joined the Paladin Order earlier and organized dozens of large-scale pursuit operations, almost without any failure. Speaking of which, her name is more famous than Crowell. But Rob knew that Pamela's strength was not as good as Crowell's. Compared with Crowell, a well-balanced comprehensive talent, Pamela had obvious shortcomings. She was more inclined to command, her own strength was average, her management ability was not very outstanding, and she was a little stubborn and conceited. This is also a common problem of most commanders or smart people. If you don't have confidence in your own plan, how can you convince others to execute it? Pamela's self-confidence or arrogance is accumulated through actions again and again, but this also cultivated her superior attitude. She has a strong desire for control, and likes to be above everyone, and have a general view of the overall situation. Therefore, even if she is a participant in the plan, she only reveals a small part of the information to the other party. Sometimes even those who act with her don't know what her real intention is. Her behavior and way of doing things made many people dissatisfied, which is why she has made great achievements in the war, but she has never been able to go further and become the leader of the Paladin Order. In short, these two people are not easy to deal with, so it is no wonder that Sax and Ghost need someone to attract their attention and transfer them out of the room. The good news for Rob is that although Flo is not welcome here, his background in the church is not simple. Once he is kidnapped, both Crowell and Pamela will definitely find a way to rescue him first. This period of time is also the best time to leave Oglin. The future super magician carried the girl to the door of Pamela's room. There was no obstruction along the way, and Rob used the simplest and crudest method to directly blast open the latter's door. Pamela's residence is not big, slightly smaller than Flo's room, and the furniture inside is also simple. There is almost nothing except a bed, a table and a bookcase, so it is also very convenient to search. The future super magician took less than a minute to find the teleportation array hidden under the bed, but Rob threw it aside after taking a look at it, and had no intention of opening it at all. A voice sounded from behind him, "Hey, don't you want to leave here?" Rob didn't turn around, and said lightly, "I've heard of your great name for a long time. If the passage connecting to the outside world is really in your room, I believe you should do a better job. At least it won't be so easy for me to find it." "Oh, it seems that you know me very well," the voice said with interest. "But you don't know me well enough. If I were you, I wouldn't block the door with just a few people." The future super mage finally turned around. The first thing he saw was an old man with silver hair, but vigorous spirit. He had an extraordinary demeanor, and a pair of eyes that seemed to see through you. She was older than Sister Teresa, but years of military life, a reasonable diet, and strict exercise made her body function as if she was still 50 years old. Pamela, once a senior member of the First Paladin Order, is now the deputy warden of Oglin, and has been guarding the largest prison in the south of the temple with Crowell. Rob could read her ambition from her eyes. Although she was already 90 years old, Pamela did not seem to give up the plan to climb up. Unlike others, she did not come here to retire, but wanted to make some achievements and use this opportunity to officially enter the senior level of the temple. So when she found an intruder in the tower, she was not surprised but happy. When most people were chasing Sax and Ghost and rescuing Flo, she quietly returned to the 15th floor and gathered people to ambush here. Because Pamela firmly believed that there were more than 2 intruders this time, the old man threw the soybean-sized thing in front of Rob. "This thing is yours, right?" TSK, I have never liked you magicians, but I have to admit that your imagination and creativity are really good." Rob was not too surprised that the miniature magic device he had placed was found by the other party. Although this thing was exquisitely made and easy to carry and hide, the records on it were only some low-level magic, which was still easy for masters of Pamela's level to find. This was also the reason why Rob did not leave any detection magic outside the ladder and Crowell's door, because that would only backfire and make the other party realize that there were other people in the tower. However, even so, the miniature magic device that was only the size of a soybean hidden on the 7th floor was still found by the old man with silver hair in front of him. Should we say that he really lived up to the name of the Silver Lion? It's a pity that Pamela still made a mistake. She brought too few people to surround Rob. There were only 4, including herself. Of course, Pamela was not just being overconfident. For people were the most suitable number, she had calculated. If there were more people, it would be easy to be exposed. The remaining 3 were not casually brought over, but carefully selected. They were all 7th level professionals, and 2 of them were her old subordinates, who cooperated with her very well. In addition, with her own support, Pamela felt that she should be foolproof. Of course, all this is based on the premise that the person they met was not Rob. Pamela seemed to be very interested in someone, and the unconscious girl on his back. She opened her mouth to say something, but the next moment Rob had already taken the lead. The future super magician was most worried that the battle would attract Crowell, so he decided to fight quickly and decisively. Once he made a move, he no longer had any reservations. A fire dragon went straight to Pamela, but the latter reacted quickly, and her skills were still the same as before. She drew the sword at her waist, and cut off the dragon's head with one sword. However, the other people around her were not so lucky. Chapter 508. Until Rob made his move, Pamela still thought the situation was under her control. In fact, she did a good job. When everyone's attention was attracted by the Sax and the Ghost on the 2nd floor, Pamela asked herself a question. What was the meaning of the other party's actions? This group of people sneaked into the tower without anyone noticing. At least in part, they did a good job. However, their behavior afterwards was a bit confusing. They did not take any of the stored supplies on the 8th to 12th floors, but risked being discovered by passing through the 13th and 14th floors where the most jailers were, and sneaked to the 15th floor to kidnap Flo. Why? The latter's position in Oglin is actually very awkward. He has a good background, but basically knows nothing. It is meaningless to hold him hostage, and it will also attract the attention of the jailer. Such a guy is more like a hot potato, so Pamela concluded that the 2 people on the 2nd floor were just baits. Later, The micro-magic device left by someone on the 7th floor also confirmed her inference. This analysis may sound simple now, but you have to know that it has only been less than a quarter of an hour since the two Nightingale people were discovered. In such a short time, Pamela not only made the right judgment, but also set up an ambush, which can be said to be quite amazing. She felt like she was back in the days of chasing wanted criminals, watching the cunning prey step into the trap she had set long ago. But before she could enjoy the joy of victory, her face changed the next moment. The fire dragon rushed towards her with its fangs and claws bared, looking quite imposing. Pamela did not dare to underestimate it, and immediately drew her sword to meet the enemy. She killed the fire dragon with just one sword, but she was not happy at all, but instead showed a rare panic. The moment the sword and the fire dragon came into contact, she knew she had fallen into a trap. The strength of this magic was only level 3 at best, but the opponent's chanting time was longer than ordinary level 3 magic, which meant that the guy's target was not her at all, but the three people behind her. Pamela's heart sank. This was the first time that the situation tonight exceeded her expectations. However, the three people following her were not mediocre. Although their strength was slightly inferior to hers, they could all be called experienced. The guy's chanting time just now was longer than ordinary level 3 magic, but it was limited. According to Pamela's estimation, the opponent could at most chant another level 4 or 5 magic after releasing the fire dragon. Thinking of this, the deputy warden felt relieved. If it was only a 5th level magic, the three people would be at most embarrassed with their skills. However, when Pamela turned around, she couldn't help but be shocked. Just when she swung her sword to cut off the dragon's head, the three people behind her also faced a magic. The three people had the same idea as her at first, thinking that the other party's main target of attack was Pamela. In addition, the three magics were very fast. As we all know, the longer the magician casts the spell, the less powerful it is. Therefore, the three people didn't take it seriously. As a result, it was only after the actual fight that the three realized how wrong they were this time. Unfortunately, it was too late. The future super magician played a little trick. The fire dragon that looked fierce was actually the weakest. Instead, the three magics that looked insignificant at first glance were the real killer moves. The three people obviously did not expect that the other party would target them. Their attention was focused on Pamela, ready to support at any time, and only half of their minds were used to deal with the magic attacking them. The final decision was made by the 5th magic, a spiritual magic. Normally, spiritual magic is not very effective against clergy, but Rob had a good grasp of the timing of the release this time. When Pamela realized that she had been fooled, her mental defense was exposed, and the future super magician just caught that moment. Silver Lion's action paused slightly, and when she turned back, it was too late to save her 4 subordinates. Pamela's pupils suddenly contracted, and she found that she had made a serious mistake. Because Sax and Ghost had preconceived ideas, she had always thought that the intruders were the prisoners in Oglin, but after Rob took action, Pamela was sure that the intruders were not from the prison. Compared with the intruders invading the tower, this was what she was most worried about. How did the outsiders get in here? Unlike Flo, who was a second-generation rich man who was just eating and waiting to die all day, Pamela, the deputy warden, was still doing her job conscientiously. She knew all the prisoners in Oglin, and many of them were sent in by her. She knew that there were many masters among them, but she also knew that there was definitely no master of this level among them. There were 3 level 7 professionals in front of her in one encounter. Although there was a certain element of sneak attack, it was enough to explain the problem. Such a guy couldn't be a prisoner here, so how did he get into Oglin? If he could get in, did it mean that those prisoners could also get out? In the next moment, many questions flashed through Pamela's mind, but she soon refocused her mind because she realized that the young boy in front of her might be the most difficult enemy she had ever encountered in her life. This time, she finally lost her previous composure of winning. Pamela had to admit that things were completely out of her control. The other party was right, she did make a mistake, and calling Crowell without knowing the enemy at all was undoubtedly the safest approach, but everyone had selfish motives, and Pamela was no exception. She respected the latter, but she also had her own pride and ambition. She wanted to prove that she was no worse than Crowell through this incident, so she only brought a few of her old subordinates. And just like the previous actions, she was used to taking charge of the overall situation alone, and only revealed all the plans when everything was settled, but this time she finally had to pay the price for her arrogance. Pamela was agile, and seemed to be no different from 40 years ago. On the contrary, she seemed to be more comfortable in the battle because of her accumulated experience. Even Rob could not do anything to her for a while, but the deputy warden knew very well that he could not hold on for long. On the surface, she had a good offensive and defensive skills, and could even threaten the opponent with a sword occasionally, but she was already a 90-year-old woman after all. Her physical strength was not comparable to that of 40 years ago. This was particularly evident in the melee profession. No matter how well she took care of herself, she could not escape the cruel laws of nature. She would lose in 5 minutes at most, and the opponent obviously saw this, but had no intention of respecting the old and loving the young. Not only did he increase the rhythm of the battle again, but sometimes he deliberately gave her 1 or 2 flaws, forcing her to attack and speed up the consumption of her physical strength. Chapter 509. Pamela has begun to pant, and her steps have become unsteady, which is a sign that her physical strength is on the verge of exhaustion. On the other hand, the opponent has never left the original position from beginning to end, and is still exerting pressure on her slowly, and narrowing her range of movement. Pamela knows that if she continues like this, she will definitely lose. She must make a last-ditch effort while she still has some strength left. But the bad news is that the guy on the opposite side is also quietly waiting for her to make a move, wanting to end the battle early. However, Silver Lion is not an ordinary person after all. She knows that the most taboo thing in a battle is to lose the will to fight. The stronger you imagine your opponent to be, the more timid you will become, and eventually a vicious cycle will form, which will only make your situation more dangerous. So Pamela simply stopped thinking about the opponent's intentions, held the sword in front of her chest, took a deep breath, and took a half-step forward resolutely the next moment. The future super magician's eyes also flashed with admiration. The opponent is indeed a master who has been famous in the temple for a long time. If she were 40 or 50 years younger, Rob would not guarantee that he could defeat her in such a short time. But unfortunately, Pamela's physical strength could no longer support such an intense battle. When she lost her patience and began to turn defense into offense, it meant that her body was almost at its limit. In fact, it was somewhat beyond Rob's expectation that Pamela could hold on until now. In addition to her solid basic skills and rich experience, the sword in her hand, called God's Grace, also played a big role. This sword was made by a famous dwarf craftsman. A large amount of mithril was added when it was forged. It has a very good spell-breaking effect. This long sword played an important role in her previous ability to defend without leaks. However, once Pamela decided to attack with all her strength, her originally perfect defense finally revealed a flaw. Pamela obviously understood this, but she knew she had no choice. The old woman changed her previous rigorous and delicate fighting style, and swung her sword in a wide and open manner, trying to make up for her defensive disadvantages through fierce offenses. There was even a hint of a mad swordsman in her every move. In this short half-minute, she looked like a god descending from heaven, invincible wherever she went. However, she finally killed the boy and lost his shadow before she had time to be happy. Pamela reacted quickly. Almost at the same time, she used the divine grace in her hand to cut a circular arc behind her. The pre-transmission magic of instant teleportation, the famous phase shift old man was no stranger. When Rob's figure disappeared, she had already predicted the opponent's intention, so the old man put away the sword at the first time and attacked behind him without hesitation, but the sword finally cut into nothing. Rob's figure appeared again, but he still stayed in the same place. Pamela realized that she had been tricked again. The next moment, her body was engulfed by flames. This time, the fire dragon was finally no longer a showpiece, but a serious high-level magic. However, the paladin is indeed the toughest profession. Pamela took a direct hit from the 6th level magic, and did not die immediately. Although her hair and eyebrows were burned, she still had her last breath. The future super magician drew out the starfall from his waist, and walked in front of the old man. There was no grudge between Rob and Pamela. On the contrary, he admired each other. He had heard a lot of the latter's deeds when he was in the Royal Magic Academy of Teast in the early years. Unlike the group of people walking in the dark and the Inquisition, Pamela basically arrested the most heinous criminals. Because of her existence, guys like the livestock breeder can only rot slowly in Oglin, and many people who want to do evil will give up their ideas after hearing her name. Generally speaking, she is a very good person except for her ambition and conceit. But it is also because of this that Rob has to choose to kill her, because he knows that provoking such a person is the most troublesome. Pamela is brave, strategic, tenacious, and hates evil. Once she sets her sights on a target, she will never give up. When she first joined the Paladin, there was a very famous incident. A fugitive she was chasing escaped into the Gobi Desert. At that time, no one expected this result. Because it was the driest season at that time, the few oases in the Gobi Desert had disappeared, and the fugitive did not carry any supplies, so it was basically a dead end to escape there. At that time, the team responsible for the search and arrest held a meeting, and everyone except Pamela supported staying outside for half a month, because after half a month, the people inside would basically be dead. Only Pamela insisted on chasing in, and no one could convince her. So the final result was that she walked into the deserted Gobi Desert alone with a week's supplies, and she was there for 2 months. Everyone thought she died there, but 6 months later she walked out with the prisoner. The future super magician knew very well that if Pamela could survive today, she would definitely find ways to hunt him down, so the best way was to solve this problem now. However, when he walked in front of the ladder holding Xinglua, a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, can you please let her go?" The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who looked about 45 or 46 years old. He looked very ordinary and dressed very ordinary, just like the uncles you can see everywhere on the roadside. He used a negotiating tone, not aggressive, and stood far away, leaving a considerable safe distance, indicating that he had no hostility. Rob paused after hearing this, but did not stop what he was doing. So the middle-aged man hurriedly said, "I can guarantee that she will not bother you again in the future." The future super magician thought about it, and finally put away the long sword that was parked on Pamela's chest. The man also breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, the exit is in the next room, but you need an ID card to open the passage. Do you want me to take you too?" Rob was a little surprised. "You are not going to stop us?" The man asked. "Are you prisoners here?" The future super magician shook his head. "My duty is to guard this prison, and prevent the prisoners inside from escaping and endangering the outside world. Since you are not prisoners here, why should I stop you from leaving?" The man shrugged his shoulders. "That makes sense." Rob nodded to the latter, and without saying anything else, he carried Luo to the next room. The man squatted on the ground and began to check Pamela's injuries. The two never asked each other about their identities, as if they had some kind of tacit understanding, but Rob was very sure that the man behind him already knew who he was, as if he recognized him at a glance. Crowell, the real ruler of Odlin, the former leader of the Second Paladin Order of the Temple, seemed to be a little younger than he thought. Chapter 510. It was already daybreak when Rob walked out of Odlin. Dadalion was cooking noodles in the cave and asked him, "Would you like a bowl?" The future super magician shook his head. "Have you finished your business?" The president of the Magician Association used the branches he picked up to make a fire. The climate in the Kilimanjaro Mountains is very humid. Strictly speaking, those branches are not suitable for making a fire, but as one of the strongest fire magicians in the world, Dadalion obviously could not be stumped by such a small problem. Soon the water in the pot started to boil, and the president of the Magician Association began to throw in ingredients. At first glance, it looked quite rich. There was not only rabbit meat he had hunted nearby, but also wild vegetables and mushrooms he had picked. The future super magician nodded. "I guess so. I plan to go back to Gudry's, and then go to the north." "North?" Dardarian closed the lid. "Are you finally going back to school?" "Well, here. You can't stay here anymore, right? By the way, the old guy wrote to me a few weeks ago, asking me if I had seen you. I guess he noticed something, and he might come to Gudry's to arrest people in person in a while." "No, I'm going to the Holy Alliance. There are a few things to deal with there." "Is it related to that child?" The president of the Magician Association raised an eyebrow at the girl, who was sleeping on someone's back. "Where are you going to the Holy Alliance?" "Ah, forget it. I probably can't stand it if the old guy comes over. He will definitely betray you. So don't tell me." Dardarian adjusted the temperature of the flame, and then pursed his lips. "Well, I helped you stop the thing you asked me to stop, but it was a little dishonest and always wanted to escape, so I hung it on the tree outside. It turns out that there are really intelligent golems in this world, tut-tut. Well, there are still many things in this world that you and I don't know." Rob put Lolo down gently, and walked out of the cave. The sun was shining brightly outside. The future super magician took only a few steps, and saw the tree that Dadalion mentioned. Her Kulta was tied up like a dumpling, hanging upside down on a branch, swinging back and forth with the breeze. The little golem has always been very cunning, but compared to someone more shameless, it is still a little naive. In order to prevent it from escaping, Dadalion specially carved a magic circle. As long as Hikulta makes any move, it will be hit by the arc falling from the sky, so now the little golem is hanging there like a dead fish. But when it saw Rob coming towards it, it was obviously a little panicked. As one of the few people who had seen someone's strength, and also someone who was mixed up with Merlin, it was most worried about being killed by the future super magician, so when it was underground, it found an opportunity and sneaked back alone. From this point of view, it was actually quite pitiful, not caring about the life and death of Rob and Lolo at all. If there was no secret passage in Crowell's room connected to the outside world, the future super magician might be trapped in Oglin. Of course, in that case, Hekrito might be more at ease. The little golem put himself in the shoes of the other person, thinking that if he were to switch places with someone, he would probably draw his sword and cut himself. And it turned out to be just as he expected. Hekrito saw the guy drawing his sword while walking. The little golem looked terrified and began to struggle violently, but after being electrocuted several times, it calmed down again, with deep despair in its eyes. Hekrito thought he was dead this time, so when Rob cut the rope on it, and the little golem fell to the ground, its expression was still a little confused. Hekrito looked up and secretly glanced at someone, and found that he didn't seem to have any intention to continue, so the next moment the little golem tried to take a step, but was electrocuted again as soon as he moved. Hekrito quickly retracted his legs. Although Rob helped it untie, he didn't deal with the magic circle left by Dandelion, so the little golem looked at someone pitifully again. The future super magician was unmoved. Since Rob had already planned to leave Gudry's, he didn't care much about Merlin knowing his identity, so he didn't plan to kill Hekrito to silence him. But in view of this guy's disappointing performance along the way, the future super magician didn't mind giving him a little punishment. Hekrito was smart, and knew that he could not rely on anyone now, so he gave up begging for mercy. 5 minutes later, the little golem, which was electrocuted and confused, finally walked out of the range of the magic circle. Rob glanced at it indifferently. You should know what you can say, and what you can't say. I don't need to tell you the consequences of talking nonsense, right? Hekrito nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, as if he was afraid that someone would change their mind and kill him again. He patted his chest and swore that he would take what happened in prison to the grave. When the two returned to the cave together, Dandelion had disappeared, and the pot of rabbit noodles he had cooked also disappeared. On the other side, Lolo, who had been sleeping before, opened his eyes. This is the cave we just came to. Have we left Oglin? Well, you cried so hard before that you fainted, so I carried you out. The future super magician said calmly. Fainted? Well, I didn't know why at the time. My eyelids suddenly became very heavy, but fainting from crying is too exaggerated. The girl scratched her head, feeling a little bit unbelievable, but the reality was like this, and when she opened her eyes again, she was already outside the prison. However, there were still many things to think about, and Lolo couldn't think about how to get out for a while. Although this trip to Oglin still failed to solve the mystery of Illuria's murder, she got a lot of information. Lolo's head was still a little dizzy until now. Before this, she always thought that Mother Teresa was the direct murderer of Illuria, and finding her would solve the truth of that year, but she didn't expect that the final result was completely different from what she thought. Sister Teresa was treated that way just because she didn't want to hurt her students. Lolo was still immersed in the grief of the old man's death. He clenched his fists and swore, I must find the mastermind behind that incident and make them pay the price. Before she died, Sister Teresa provided 2 clues for tracing. One was the second-level priest, who had appeared in the monastery twice with the Pope's token. The old woman told the girl his appearance and name. The other was Sister Bernice's diaries. If you want to trace any of these 2 clues, you have to go back to the north. But before that, Rob suggested going to Gudry's to meet the fox-masked man again. Merlin once appeared at your mother's funeral, and came here specifically to find Sister Teresa. He should know more than the latter. Anyway, we have to take a boat to leave from there, so why not go and see him again? Chapter 511. Although there were some minor accidents at the beginning of this trip to Ogrenchi, it was generally smooth. It took only 11 days from departure to return. During this period, the university town was still calm, as if nothing had happened. The fleet of the Ferdinand family was docked at the Ruby Islands, and there was no movement. However, before leaving, Rob had learned from the guy named Bowers that Mograine, another protagonist of the marriage, might have quietly come to Gudry's, so he was much more careful when he returned. He did not go to the school or the bakery, but found a hotel outside to stay. After deciding where to live, the little golem went to Merlin to discuss the meeting, while Dandelion helped Rob pick up Bernadette from the foster home. After not seeing each other for a few months, the latter had gotten rid of her previous fat house image, and was much more energetic. She had regained some of the grace she had when they first met in the dungeon. It seemed that she had been doing well during this period. The future super magician bought some fruit for it for dinner, and then knocked on Lolo's door. When he walked in, the girl was hugging her knees, and looking at the setting sun outside the window, wondering what she was thinking. Merlin has agreed to meet. Once he arranges a place, Hekrito will come over in the evening. After talking to him, we can leave here. I have booked a boat ticket to set via port tomorrow afternoon. There may be someone monitoring the school, so I probably won't be able to say goodbye to Gage and Ginny, but I can write to them when I get there. Lolo nodded, but she looked a little absent-minded. Want to chat? Rob moved a stool and sat down in front of her bed. What are we talking about? About your mother. Oh, what do you think? I do have an immature guess, but it's just a rough outline, and it's still missing a few key pieces of the puzzle. But there were quite a few participants in that incident back then. Don't worry, I have a feeling that we are getting closer and closer to the truth. The girl looked back from the window, as if she was brewing her words. Mother Teresa said something to me before she died. Well, what did she say to you? She said she was very angry when Mom chose to be with Dad, but she also admired her because she followed her heart and made a very brave decision. She lived for herself. Although it was short, every minute and every second was wonderful. Lolo was silent for a while. I don't know what the feeling is like. Soon after she was born, her mother died. The cause of Illyria's death was confusing. After that, her father, Scarlet Sword, devoted all his energy to investigating the truth of that incident. Most of the time when Lolo was young, she spent it alone. At first, there were maids and children from nearby farmers playing with her. However, as the investigation deepened, Karev realized that there might be great dangers behind it, so he also increased the protection of Lolo, set more guards for her, and no longer allowed her to leave the castle. In Lulu's childhood memories, there was only a little cat that had always been by her side. However, when she was 8 years old, the little cat chased a mouse into the forest outside the castle and never came back. It's okay, the girl comforted herself. The little cat must have made many new friends in the forest, so it left here. Unlike other girls of the same age, Lulu became particularly strong because she lost her mother very early. She didn't cry because she knew her father was doing something very important, and there was not much she could do to help. All she could do was not to cause him any more trouble. Once, she wanted to boil water for herself, but accidentally knocked over the cup, and the boiling hot water in the cup poured onto her thigh. The 6-year-old girl endured the pain and told no one. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and wrapped it around the red part that was scalded by the boiling water. When Karev came back at night, she sat on the ground alone, playing with toys quietly, and there was nothing unusual. It was not until the maid changed her clothes and took her to bed at night that she found blood on her legs. The blisters had been rubbed by the handkerchief. Lulu had a fever for 3 days and 3 nights, but even so, she was very quiet. Everyone in the castle said that Miss Heartfilia was very good, but she was not born to be a good girl. She also wanted to act like a spoiled child in her parents' arms, and sneak out of the castle to play with other children in the fields. On the day when the kitten was lost, no one knew that she had packed her luggage and wanted to run into the forest alone to find it. But she finally suppressed the desire deep in her heart, and continued to be a good child in the castle. Until the Scarlet Sword also disappeared, she began to play the role of the head of the Breton family again, taking over the responsibility of investigating the truth of the incident from her father. Lolo thought she would continue like this. However, she didn't know when. She also had something she cared about and liked, and wanted to be like her mother, fighting for the beauty in life. Even once. The girl seemed to have made up her mind, looking into the boy's eyes, and said, "Close the window." Rob was a little surprised, and didn't understand why Lolo made such a request. Until the girl repeated, "Close the window." The boy got up and closed the window of the hotel room. The sun was blocked outside the window by the setting sun, and the light in the room gradually dimmed. In the darkness, it was difficult to see the expression on Lulu's face. Her originally steady breathing seemed a little hurried, like the waves on the beach. The girl's voice also became a little trembling. "Now, come here and hug me." The boy walked to the bed, and heard a rustling sound in front of him. Lulu's movements were a little clumsy, and it took a long time for her to unbutton a button. She didn't dare to look up, but she could feel the figure getting closer and closer to her body, so close that she could feel the other person's breathing. Lolo closed her eyes. She was ready. But the next moment, the hands pressed on her back, stopping her from unbuttoning the last button. The girl looked a little confused. "You. Don't you like me?" "I like you, but your body is shaking badly." The figure sighed. "Has anyone told you before that you are really bad at lying?" Lolo shuddered. I don't know what you were talking about. I don't like you like this. Is this the best way you can think of to say goodbye?" Chapter 512. Rob's tone was rarely harsh. This was the first time that Lolo saw someone angry. In the past, no matter what she did or how big a mess she made, someone always treated her gently. That night in the bakery, when the other person touched her head and said to her, "Don't worry, Do whatever you want to do, I will protect you, she thought to herself. Is this what it means to be spoiled? It was a wonderful feeling that she had never experienced before. Don't you like me anymore? The girl didn't know what she did wrong, and said in a muffled voice. The future super magician snorted coldly, What is this, a parting reward? If you must understand it that way, it's fine. Lolo paused, and then continued seriously, I have received a lot of care from you along the way. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get out of the endless sea of trees, and it would be impossible to get here, but now I have got the clues of that incident, and I can investigate the rest by myself, so it's time to break up, and I don't have anything else to repay you. If doing this can make up for some of your losses, I will also. However, she was interrupted by Rob before she finished speaking. Hey you, what do you think of my liking you? Huh? What? The girl didn't understand why the other party suddenly asked such a question. To be honest, I don't care about your answer at all, because liking someone is my own business. I like you not for any reward, but simply because liking you is a satisfying thing. It is because of this feeling that I have come to this point, just like your mother liked your father back then. It has nothing to do with the past or the future. Even if she knew what would happen in the future, she would still make the same choice. Luo was silent for a long while, but this love will put you in danger without you knowing it. I don't know why it is like this. It seems that no matter how hard I try, the people around me will still get hurt because of me. Sometimes I miss the time when I was alone. Although I would get hurt and bleed, I would not hesitate or waver. Since I met you, I don't know how to describe that feeling. It's as if my own decision is no longer just my own decision. I started to get scared and worried, and even thought about giving up. When I get hurt and bleed again, I can't help but go. I wish you were by my side. Liking someone can make you weak, but I never think it's a bad thing. Isn't it because we have weaknesses that we are human? The future super magician raised his eyebrows. I thought we had discussed this issue and reached an agreement. You promised me that you would never leave me alone to do dangerous things again. But have you ever thought that I also have someone I care about, and I want to protect him too? The girl clenched her fists, and something dripped on the back of the boy's hand, cool, like dewdrops under the eaves in the morning. I know I'm not as smart as you, and I can't think of a better way, so I can only use the dumbest way. If leaving someone can protect him, I can only do this. Rob shook his head. No one can choose life for others. You couldn't live out the life your father arranged for you before he disappeared. You couldn't give up revenge when Mother Teresa asked you to. So what reason do you have to make decisions for me? Whether it's danger or death, it's my choice. It's my own choice. It has nothing to do with you. You're forcing me to change my choice just to avoid feeling guilty. Aren't you being a little too selfish? No, it's not like that. Luo was so anxious that she was about to cry. No, not this time, only this time. Is it because you plan to stay and meet Mograine? Rob said lightly. This sentence was like a thunderbolt, thrown into her heart, making the girl stunned there. How did you know? This marriage was impossible from the beginning, because the temple knew that you, as one of the parties involved, would not agree. The purpose of their doing this was just to set a trap and force you to show up. So the simplest and smartest solution is to ignore them, and quietly take a boat to set via tomorrow. But if you really do this, you will not be Heartfilia. I am the head of the Breton family anyway. If I disappear without saying anything, it will not only bring shame to the family, but the church may also use this as an excuse to further weaken the family's influence in the north. Oh, do you still have feelings for those people in the family? After they did this to you, you are still willing to protect them. My feelings are not directed at a certain person, but the name of the Breton family. My father gave it to me. Although I can't do what he did back then, I will do my best to maintain the reputation of the family. In addition, I can't just bear the title of someone else's fiancé, because I already have someone I like, and I don't want him to have any misunderstandings because of this. The girl said seriously. Very good, this is my good girl. Since the temple wants to play so much, let's have a good time with them. They are not the only ones who have the advantage in Gudries. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the future super magician. Lola was startled. Don't you blame me? Why should I blame you? Hey, didn't you say before that the simplest and smartest solution is to ignore them, and quietly take a boat to set via tomorrow? The girl was a little confused. What about the 2 boat tickets? I didn't book any boat tickets at all. I just wanted you to tell me your choice. Rob said slowly, but I didn't expect you to face it alone again, and not only face it alone, but also repay me in this strange way. The girl blushed, and at this moment, the last button on her back that she had unbuttoned halfway fell off for some reason, so her clothes also slipped off her body. Luo screamed and covered her chest at the first time. Fortunately, the light in the room was very dim. That guy shouldn't have seen it, the girl comforted herself in her heart. As a result, she looked up and saw someone looking at her with a smile. Well, I suddenly found that your proposal to repay the favor seems to be good. Chapter 513. Lolo shrank back twice, pulled the quilt over her body, leaving only her head outside, and said in panic, "The proposal has expired." Expired? Then I'm at a loss? Who told you to say something cool? It's because you're a worry. Rob reached out and stroked the girl's cheek, showing a sly smile, but since you're here, I have to charge some interest. Lolo seemed to realize what would happen next, but this time she didn't escape, but closed her eyes. Hot breath, heaving chest, lips touching each other in the dark. The girl thought that one day she might be as brave as her mother, no longer avoiding, and facing her own heart. However, the next moment, a knock on the door destroyed this beautiful scene. Luo pushed someone away in a panic. You go open the door first. Oh no, let me put on my clothes first. Turn around, don't look back. Rob was a little helpless. He already knew who was outside the door. The little demon Hecrito came to pick them up to meet Merlin as agreed. The future super magician just didn't expect the other party to come so early. He returned to the hotel just after the sun set. With his usual lazy style, it was rare for him to be diligent once. It was a pity that the timing of this guy's arrival was a bit too bad. After Lolo got dressed, the boy lit the oil lamp and opened the door. Hecrito seemed a little surprised why the two took so long to come out, but he didn't gossip. He gestured to Rob if he was ready. His master wanted to invite them to the dinner. The future super magician looked at Lolo. The girl nodded, but then she was a little confused. Dinner? Why did Senior Merlin suddenly invite us? Rob knew the answer to this question. This sudden dinner was probably aimed at him. Although the little golem looked more innocent than anyone else, if he expected this guy to keep his promise and not tell others what happened in Oglin, he might as well believe that Vanelvi was gay. However, the future super magician had no expectations for it. He had no intention of staying in Siamis any longer. After playing with the temple, he would leave Gudries with Lolo. At this time, it was not a big deal for Merlin to know his identity. However, he had to admit that the other party was quite fast. The little golem went back in the afternoon, and Merlin had already prepared the dinner as soon as it got dark in the evening. Hecritos then took out a box from behind, which contained 2 dresses. Not only were they the latest styles, but they were also the most suitable sizes. Luo shook her head. We can just wear our own clothes. Generally speaking, nobles must wear evening gowns to attend dinners to show respect to the host, but Merlin's situation is special. On the one hand, he has helped Luo, but on the other hand, he has also put the girl in danger. Both sides have a common enemy, the temple, and they should help each other. However, Merlin's attitude has been unpredictable, and even his former lover Carlyle doesn't know what he is thinking. To be on the safe side, the girl decided to wear more comfortable and convenient clothes. This is Luo. No matter who the opponent is, even if it is an old monster who has lived for 900 years, she will not give up resistance and struggle just because the opponent is strong. The girl is seriously calculating how to gain more advantages once the two sides have a conflict. In the eyes of others, her actions may be futile and stupid because one side is a rookie who has just learned magic for less than a year, and the other side is the ancestor of magicians. The gap between the two sides cannot be made up, and it is meaningless to pay attention to these tiny details. But this is why Rob likes Lolo. When facing difficulties, most people will first think about whether what they do is useful, but Lolo thinks that there must be something else they can do. The little golem is easy to talk to. Seeing that the two did not intend to wear formal clothes, he did not force them. After Rob and Lolo packed up their things, he took them downstairs. Outside the door, a carriage was parked on the side of the road and had been waiting for a long time. The carriage was a special model customized by the Magician Association. 13 functional magic circles were engraved on the widened carriage. The passengers inside could not feel the slightest bump. The driver was a handsome man. He was not only a 6th-level master, but also an elf. You know, purebred elves are very proud and rarely serve people of other races. In addition, even the horse pulling the carriage is not simple, and you can feel the blood of the monster on it. Seeing this, Luo couldn't help but murmur, "What does this mean?" It was not the first time they met Merlin. The other party owed them a favor before, and it was just an ordinary meeting. Except for the strange location, everything was normal. But this time, the girl could clearly feel that the standard of the welcome had changed. The little golem got on the carriage first, and then he even took down the carpet and spread it on the ground. The girl was a little puzzled and asked Hekrito, "Is this carriage going to pick up someone else?" The golem shook his head. "Are there any other guests tonight besides us?" The golem nodded. "Is there any other powerful person who will appear tonight?" This made everything understandable. The dinner was upgraded to welcome a special guest. This was normal. Lolo didn't think much about it. Anyway, their purpose tonight was just to meet Merlin and ask him about what happened to the Breton family. Therefore, the girl was not interested in who the other guests were. It would be best if they could finish the conversation early, so that they wouldn't have to attend the dinner. Anyway, they didn't wear formal clothes. This carriage was very eye-catching and attracted a lot of attention along the way. However, there were also a lot of people following behind them. Lolo was a little worried that he would be noticed by the people in the temple, but the elf coachman driving the carriage didn't seem to care. The speed of the carriage did not change from beginning to end, and the direction was not concealed. Finally, it stopped outside a courtyard on the outskirts of the city. This courtyard was registered in the name of a member of the city council, and there were a considerable number of private guards outside. Those guards let the carriage go in, but stopped the people following behind. The elf driver pulled the reins and stopped the carriage outside a small red building. Hekrito's got off the carriage first and pushed open the door of the small building. However, to everyone's surprise, the building was dark and empty. The little golem made a gesture of invitation at the door. Lolo hesitated for a moment, but finally took a step. When she stepped into it, everything changed. The wide hall, the soft carpet, the carpet above the head, the dining table that was 20 meters long, the maids shuttled like butterflies, and the air was full of the smell of champagne and steak. "Space magic, we have left the courtyard now," Rob explained behind the girl. Chapter 514. Merlin is indeed an old demon who has lived for more than 900 years. His understanding of magic is unimaginable to most magicians. From the outside, there is nothing special about the red building, and even no magical fluctuations can be detected. But once you step into it, it feels like you have stepped into another time and space. The little golem waited for Rob and Lolo to enter before closing the door calmly, whistling, and returning to the carriage. Then the elf driver pulled the reins and drove the carriage away with an expressionless face, leaving the little tails hiding in the dark looking at each other. They are all strong and have bypassed the guards at the front door and followed all the way here. But what Hekrito's did afterwards was a little confusing to them. Two brave guys walked outside the small building, opened the door and looked inside, but found nothing. So they went in again and looked around, but didn't see a single person. When they walked out of the small building, they looked like they had seen a ghost. On the other side, Rob and Lolo had already seen Merlin coming down from the second floor. The latter was wearing a bright red dress tonight, looking very festive. "Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. To congratulate you on your triumphant return, let's have a glass of fine wine from the Galbian Peninsula." That beautiful island was unfortunately razed to the ground by a floating turret during the Second Magic War, so there are only 3 barrels of Galbian ice wine left in the world. Even I usually don't want to drink it, so I use it to entertain guests. Merlin clapped his hands after he finished speaking, and someone immediately brought up 3 goblets and a wine barrel. The beautiful and charming fox made open the wine barrel, and a rich and intoxicating aroma soon filled the entire banquet hall. The golden wine fell into the cup, just like honey. Merlin picked up one of the cups, put it under his nose and sniffed it, and sighed with satisfaction. What a pity, why are beautiful things always so short-lived? Lolo did not reach out, but looked around and noticed that there were 6 chairs in front of the long table, which meant that there should be 3 guests tonight besides them. The girl thought that the distinguished guests Merlin mentioned were among the 3, so she said, "We are not distinguished guests, we just come to ask you a few questions. Since this wine is so precious, let's leave it to others. We will leave after asking questions." As expected of the head of the Breton family, are all people in the north so straightforward? Merlin smiled, "But please believe me, you should be willing to meet these guests tonight." He paused and continued, "The trip to Odlin is over. You have already met Sister Teresa. I think you should understand why I must let you make this trip in person." Indeed, if Merlin had said before that Sister Teresa was actually to protect Illyria Lolo, she would definitely not believe it. The girl did not refute, but continued to ask, "What else do you know about that incident?" "I know much more than you think, more than that old lady Teresa, more than your father, the Scarlet Sword, and even more than that kid Vannervee." Merlin blinked and smiled slyly, "But my answers are not free. I helped you before because you had a long time with Claire in the freshman competition. Now we are even. If you want me to answer questions again, you have to work hard on your own." "What kind of effort?" Let's take a gamble. The fox-masked man said excitedly. Just treat it as a pastime before the dinner begins. You have two choices. The first is to play with me. If you win, you can ask me 10 questions. I will tell you whatever you want to know, but my answers are only yes or no. The second is to play with my students. If you win, you can also ask me 10 questions, but I will only answer 3 of them, and the answers are only yes or no. What if we lose? If you lose, you have to help me do something. Merlin put down his glass. I refuse, Rob said without hesitation. Why? Merlin seemed a little surprised. Maybe I just want you two to kiss each other or something. Lulu blushed when he heard this, and said angrily, Senior, please respect yourself. Merlin shrugged. Okay, then let's change it. How about you help me kill a dragon? There is a dragon that I have hated for a long time. That guy is greedy, and has a bad temper. He owed me money for more than 200 years. I want to find someone to help me beat it up. The girl said seriously, Senior, please stop joking. If you offer us conditions that we cannot fulfill, we will definitely not accept them. I am not joking. Merlin touched his chin. How about this? Forget about the business. No matter you win or lose, you have to answer me one question, just one. How about it? Rob was alert. His intuition told him that this might be the other party's real purpose, but if it was just one question, the future super magician could not think of any tricks. His authority in the Magician Association was second only to the president, vice president, and 9 directors, and he knew many secrets, but these secrets were only relative to ordinary people. Merlin is the ancestor of magicians, one of the founders of the Magicians Association, and an immortal legend. This world has almost no secrets for him. Logically, he should not care about the things he has. Okay. Rob nodded. That's fine with me. Very good, it seems that we have reached an agreement on the rules of rewards and punishments. Then the next step is the game mode. Have you decided which one to choose? We choose the second one, the future super magician said. Oh, are you sure? This was the second time Merlin showed surprise tonight. Even if you win the second option, I can still avoid the core issues. Yes, the second option, Lolo said firmly. She actually preferred the first option, but the girl believed that Rob must have his reasons for choosing the second option. TSK, what a pity. I was going to let you win by randomly drawing a card to compare the size, but since you insist, let my students play a game with you. Merlin snapped his fingers, and the door on his left was pushed open. A man wearing a white crow mask and wrapped himself tightly came out. Behind the white crow man were 2 waiters, pushing a square table about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. Clang, clang, clang. The name of this game is Who is the Monopoly Man? Chapter 515. Merlin, who has an endless life, lives longer than any known intelligent life in the world. You should know that even the giants, who are known for their longevity, only have a lifespan of 800 years, and the intelligence level of the giants is generally low. Most of them live alone in the mountains where few people go, and do not interact with other tribes. The long years do not make much difference to them. But Merlin is different. As the ancestor of magicians, he has been active in human history since the time of Roland. Although he did not personally participate in the 2 magic wars, his figure is always looming. Merlin himself did not have much ambition or interest in wealth and power, but in order to conceal his existence and avoid the temple's pursuit, he still did some side jobs. He might not care too much about some things, such as wealth. Everyone has to spend money as long as they are alive, and Merlin is no exception. He likes to have fun, especially in the early days when he still had a lot of humanity left. He once lived a life of debauchery and extravagance. So in order to balance the expenses, he did make some investments at the time. Although he did not spend too much energy on it, these investments still snowballed over time. Another example is his intelligence network. The current intelligence network of the Magicians Association was built by Merlin. However, as the initial batch of old people died or retreated, the leaders of the Magicians Association began to notice the abnormality in him, and secretly launched an investigation into him. Merlin did not resist, and took the opportunity to leave the Magicians Association by faking his death, erasing the traces of his existence. At the same time, he also took away some of the intelligence talents he cultivated, and established his own intelligence network. In addition, there is the St. Laurent Brothers Magic Academy, which is now the West Amos Comprehensive Academy. This school, which appears and disappears from time to time, has always existed as Merlin's base camp. All these things come together, and eventually constitute Merlin's private power. No one knows how big this power is. Anyway, Merlin's name has always been on the top of the temple's wanted list. However, after more than 900 years, The church has never been able to do anything to him. However, managing such a large force is not an easy task. Merlin is notoriously lazy. It is obviously impossible for him to take a fixed time every day to sit down and check the accounts and handle trivial matters. In fact, he only sets up the framework, and the rest of the actual management will be handed over to special people. Claire once said that there are 4 most important people in the ladder's power system. One is responsible for protecting his safety, one is responsible for intelligence, and the other is responsible for managing his wealth. In addition, the St. Laurent Brothers Magic Academy also needs a principal. These 4 people can be regarded as his students. Claire played the role of a guard beside Merlin. And now Rob estimated that the man in front of him with a white crow mask was the wealth manager among the 4. Merlin snapped his fingers. The game of Monopoly is very simple. You will see a map that restores the real business environment of Gudries. Before the game starts, each of you will get the same amount of chips. What you need to do next is to accumulate as much wealth as possible within a limited time. How to accumulate wealth? Luo asked. How do you usually make money? Merlin asked. Well, since you are all new, I will give you some tips. There are many commercial places in the city where we live, such as the bathhouse, which can make a profit by charging admission fees, and your bakery can make money by selling bread. If you are confident in your luck, you can also go to the casino to gamble. In short, I don't care how you make money. Whoever has more money after 200 rounds will win. As for other rules, please explore them by yourself in the game. Don't worry, as a referee, I will ensure the fairness of the game. Fair? But you made this game, your people should be familiar with the rules, right? Lolo questioned. There is no absolute fairness in this world, and there are 2 of you, so you have a greater chance of winning. Merlin grinned. If there are no other questions, we will start. In the game, I will not answer any questions about the rules unless necessary. When the 3 of them walked to the square table and sat down, Merlin took out a formation plate from his arms. After activating the magic circle on it, a miniature map of Gudries appeared in front of the 3 of them, but there were no street names on it, only functional buildings, and next to it was a list of all the goods and prices. It should be noted that this list of goods will change every 5 rounds. In the first round, each of you has 100 gold coins. Next, please choose the place you want to go to in turn. I will roll the dice to determine the order of your actions in each round. Which number do you prefer? Merlin asked Luo. I don't care. Okay, I will randomly assign it. Merlin set a number for each person, rolled the dice, and said to the White Crow, you go first in the first round. The White Crow nodded. Go to the Grey Dwarf blacksmith shop, buy 500 kilograms of fine iron. You spent a total of 20 gold coins, and your turn is over. The fox-masked man took the corresponding gold coins from the White Crow, and gave him an item card representing pig iron, and turned to Luo and said, it's your turn next. With the White Crow taking the lead, Luo also roughly understood some of the gameplay of this game. It felt like a commodity trading game, buying first and then selling, making money based on price fluctuations. But the girl's intuition told her that this game was not as simple as it seemed. Before she understood all the rules, she decided to do whatever the other party did for safety reasons. This method was a bit rogue, but Luo had a clear understanding of her position. She knew that business was not her strong point, so her purpose of the game was just to entangle the opponent and increase the chances of winning for her companions. So the girl said, Grey Dwarf blacksmith shop, I also want to buy 500 kilograms of fine iron. But then she heard the fox-masked man say, the purchase failed. The fine iron in the Grey Dwarf blacksmith shop has been sold out. Lolo was stunned. Why? Because there are only 500 kilograms of fine iron in the Grey Dwarf blacksmith shop. The fox-masked man blinked and said leisurely, are you cheating? Lolo frowned. If you have the final say on whether there is stock or not, how can we win this game? As I said before, I will not answer any questions about the rules after the game starts. Merlin smiled. If you have nothing else to do, your turn will end. Chapter 516. Lolo changed his mind. Then I won't go to the blacksmith shop. I go to the brewery. Sorry, you only have 1 chance to move each round. Confirm again? Do you want to end the round? All the fine iron has been sold out. There's no point if we don't end it. Lolo was halfway through his speech when he suddenly had an idea. Wait, there's more than just fine iron in the blacksmith shop, right? What about weapons? What about farm tools? Very good, it seems you already understand how to play this game. The fox-masked man nodded. I need 60 sets of armor and 80 farm tools. Lolo tried. 60 sets of armor and 80 farm tools cost 32 gold coins in total. Here are your goods. Thank you for your patronage. Merlin took the money and handed Luo 2 cards representing armor and farm tools, then turned to Rob. It's your turn. Lolo didn't know if it was her illusion. She could feel that Merlin seemed to be particularly interested in someone, and saw that the latter was in deep thought but didn't urge him. When the White Crow and Luo's rounds ended, Rob had been thinking about a problem. In order to prove his conjecture, he chose to move to his own bakery, 120 elf cookies. Merlin glanced at him and chuckled. Oh, you found out so quickly. You should know your own store best. The best-selling elf cookies are limited to 100 pieces a day. I waited in line for a long time last time. Sure enough, the 500 kilograms that the White Crow said before was not a random number. Rob still remembered that Merlin had introduced before the game that the map used restored the real business environment of Gudries. Since it is real, it means that the inventory and price of each store are not far from reality. On the surface, it seems to be just a simple game of buying and selling goods, but the key to winning or losing is the familiarity with the business environment in Gudries City. In this regard, neither Rob nor Lolo is obviously as good as the White Crow. The latter manages Merlin's wealth and knows all the business trends in the university city. Sure enough, in the second round, the White Crow found a retired dwarf foundry in an inconspicuous little restaurant in the west of the city. He paid the other party 10 gold coins to make 100 pieces of armor with the 500 kilograms of fine iron he bought. In this way, he only spent 30 gold coins in total to get 100 sets of armor. In terms of cost, it was nearly half cheaper than buying directly in the blacksmith shop, and the quality of the armor was also better. However, it took him 3 rounds to cast it. In these 3 rounds, Luo sold a total of 24 pieces of armor and 40 pieces of farm tools at the market, earning his first pot of gold, with a profit of nearly 2 gold coins after deducting the cost. Well, the speed of making money is a little slow, but after all, it is just moving the things in the blacksmith shop to the market to sell. If the price is set too high, no one will be interested. Luo is now very curious about how the White Crow will sell the 100 sets of armor he made. As a result, she finally got the answer in the 5th round. Luo saw that the other party went directly to the guard post and sold all the armor to the guard team at the price of 2 pieces for 1 gold, making a net profit of 20 gold coins in one go. Is this okay? Luo was dissatisfied, pointing at the White Crow man. Why should the garrison pay a high price to buy the armor he made? Merlin seemed to guess that the girl would ask such a question, smiled gently, and said slowly, if you know enough about the city of Gudries, you should know that the garrison will replenish some weapons at this time of year, and the bid will be much higher than the market. His batch of armor was made by Old York, which is a grade higher than the batch you have, so I think the final transaction price is very fair. The numbers on the list are not absolute, but only represent the average price in the market. I said it at the beginning, this map restores the real business environment of this city. Any means of making money, as long as it is feasible, is allowed by the rules of the game. Luo stopped talking. In the 5th round, she did not choose to follow the White Crows to the police station, but stayed in the market because she did not know how many weapons the police station replenished at this time of year. If she rashly followed them, they would have stopped collecting armor, which would waste a round. The most urgent task was to get rid of the goods in hand first, and then consider the next investment. However, in the 6th round, when Luo saw the price list of the goods, her heart sank. The price of armor was reduced by 20%. She still had 20 sets of armor that she hadn't sold yet. Considering the price fluctuations this time, she had not made any money in these rounds, but had lost a lot. However, she was relieved that Rob on the other side had already started to make a profit, but someone's choice made her a little confused. Rob actually bought several items in the first 5 rounds, but the quantity of each was not much, as if he was testing which one could make more money. Fortunately, he had good luck in the new round of price changes. 4 of them appreciated, and only 2 fell. He made a small profit at the end of the 6 rounds. Rob sold out all the goods on hand and looked at the price list thoughtfully, while the White Crow took the 120 gold coins in his hand and started his next investment. However, he seemed to pay special attention to someone's every move. If his attention was divided into 10 parts, at least 7 parts were on Rob, and the remaining 2 parts were on what he was doing. As for Lolo, there was probably less than 1 part, and the more time went on, the thinner this part of attention became. As the game progressed, the assets of the 3 people, including Luo, began to increase steadily, but the speed was fast and slow. The White Crow man could always find a way to make money quickly in the city by taking advantage of intelligence. His assets were always ahead of the two. After the initial trial, Rob soon found a stable income channel. At the same time, in order to narrow the gap with the White Crow Man, he began to try some high-risk investments in the midterm, such as smuggling. After 3 smuggling ships were detained and 2 were robbed by pirates, a smuggling ship finally returned successfully in the 90th round, bringing back 20 times the profit, which also gave the future super mage the hope of catching up with the other party. Luo chose the most brutal and simple way to make money, which was to resell. After more than 10 rounds, she finally discovered the pattern of changes in the price list of goods. The price of the goods in the next round will be affected by the circulation volume in the previous round. The reason why the price of armor fell in the 6th round was because she and Bayaran were selling it in the previous rounds. On the contrary, if the circulation volume of the goods in the market decreases, the price will rise. Once she mastered this pattern, she could increase the price by stockpiling a large amount of goods, and then sell them after the price changes. Although she was not as good as the two, she made a lot of money. When the game reached the 110th and 20th rounds, Bayaran believed that he had figured out the details and action patterns of his opponent and finally decided to take action. Chapter 517. In the previous rounds, the 3 of them basically made their own money and rarely interacted with each other, but when the game entered the middle and late stages, the White Crow seemed to feel the pressure brought by Rob, and contrary to his usual behavior, he began to take the initiative to attack. At the beginning, he was still very cautious. The first round of the two people's confrontation was in the operation of the bathhouse. Rob bought 5 bathhouses in the city in the 80th round. He spent 7 rounds to calculate the relationship between the flow of people and the ticket price, and chose to raise the price by 30%. This move also brought him a lot of profits. By the 100th round, the 5 bathhouses had become his main source of daily income, so the White Crow paid to open 3 new bathhouses in the city, selling tickets at a price slightly higher than the cost, competing for customers, causing Rob's 5 bathhouses to have a significant reduction in income. The White Crow wanted to see how someone would respond, but Rob's reaction disappointed him. The future super magician chose to avoid the aggressive opponent and decided to accept the fact of loss. He sold the 4 bathhouses at a price lower than the purchase price, and quietly moved to another place to buy 2 wineries to start selling wine. It stands to reason that at this time, the White Crow could make a lot of money by taking the opportunity to acquire the 4 bathhouses and then restore the price to normal. However, he seemed to have made up his mind to pester someone tonight. Seeing Rob by the winery, he also sold the 4 bathhouses in his hands as soon as possible and bought the other 3 wineries in the city. He still used the same method. After buying them, he immediately lowered the price to near the cost line and continued to fight a price war with someone. The future super magician put up a little resistance this time. After the White Crow lowered his price, he immediately adjusted his price to a little lower than the latter, basically the same as the cost price. As a result, the other party simply lowered the price below the cost line. After doing all this, the White Crow waited for Rob to take action, but unexpectedly, the latter was scared again and chose to sell the brewery and continue to move to the dye shop. In the next dozens of rounds, the 2 of them were entangled like this. No matter what Rob did, the White Crow would get involved. Often, someone just stepped in, and the White Crow rushed in. Naturally, no one could make money from such vicious competition between the two, but the White Crow's family background was richer than Rob's. Even if they were both at a loss, his remaining wealth could still suppress someone else. In the 180th round, the future super magician made a desperate bet and used all the remaining money for smuggling. As a result, he was unlucky, and none of the ships that went out to sea came back. The White Crow also breathed a sigh of relief. Is it over? He had heard of the opponent's name for a long time, so although he had the upper hand, he was always on guard against Rob's possible killer moves. However, as the game progressed, the opponent always performed tepidly. Facing his overwhelming offensive, he could not find any effective response at all, and was suppressed by him from beginning to end. In the end, he could only choose to gamble on his luck. Such performance was far from his status. Is he not worthy of his reputation? The White Crow Man obviously won the game, but he could not hide his disappointment. Although he had a certain advantage by relying on business intelligence, he didn't think he would have no power to fight if the positions of the two sides were reversed. He also had many ways to deal with malicious competition, so he would not behave so badly. However, Rob threw the remaining 3 gold coins on the table, which clearly showed that he had given up. The White Crow didn't say anything. Although the exciting confrontation he expected didn't happen, and the whole process was unremarkable, he nodded to the future super mage out of courtesy. He sold the remaining inventory in the last few rounds and cleaned up the assets. A total of 2,700 gold coins. His wealth expanded 27 times compared to the beginning, especially considering that his competitor now only had 3 gold coins. This result can be said to be quite good. However, when he turned his eyes to Luo Luo, who he had not paid much attention to before, he almost vomited blood. The gold coins in front of the girl were piled up like a small mountain, shining brightly, and conservatively estimated to be more than 4,000. It seemed that the winner had been decided. How is this possible? The White Crow's face changed drastically. He had heard of the head of the Breton family before, but now it seemed that the other party did not have much talent in business. After a few rounds, the White Crow could determine that the other party did not pose any threat to him, so he had only paid less than a point of attention to Luo Luo before. After discovering that the girl's means of making money were still at the most basic level of reselling, he was too lazy to pay that little attention and directly crossed the other party out of the list of competitors. This was not the first time he played the game of Monopoly. He knew very well that the maximum amount of gold coins that she could earn by reselling would not exceed 2,000, and his final wealth was 2,700. Logically, this number should have been able to surpass the other party, unless. The White Crow's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Rob on the other side. He was also a very smart person. After a brief shock, he had figured out how he lost. The reason why Luo Luo could make so much money was inseparable from someone. No, to be more precise, he himself was also involved in this matter. It was not until this moment that the White Crow suddenly realized that he had fallen into the other party's trap from the beginning. Those shops were not chosen randomly by the other party. In this game, the price of any commodity is determined by supply and demand, and in turn, price changes will also affect the supply and demand relationship. Take the previous bathhouse as an example. If more people go to the bathhouse to take a bath, then the bathhouse can naturally increase the ticket price, and the bathhouse raising the ticket price will also lead to a decrease in customers. So far, there has been no problem, but the White Crow people have overlooked one point. Commodities are not isolated from each other. The increase in the number of bathhouses and the reduction in ticket prices will bring a large number of customers. The increase in these customer flows will lead to a series of chain reactions, the most direct of which is to stimulate the demand for soap and bath towels. At that time, Luo Luo happened to have a large amount of these two commodities in his hands. When the new round of price updates came, the prices of soap and bath towels skyrocketed, and the supply was in short supply. Seeing this, the girl was overjoyed and quickly sold her inventory to make a fortune. If it was just a coincidence, then it was definitely no longer a coincidence that when someone bought a brewery and a dye shop, Luo Luo happened to have a large amount of grain and dyes for brewing. Was this guy planning to do this? After figuring it out, Bayaran was no longer dissatisfied with losing to Luo Luo. He knew that he made a mistake this time. His contempt for the girl was noticed by the other party from the beginning. Luo Bu made good use of this, and simply used himself as bait to attract his attention. However, he helped his companions accumulate wealth unknowingly, and finally won the game. A bright color flashed in by Yaren's eyes. This guy was really as strong as the rumor said. Chapter 518. The game is over. I declare Miss Heartfilia the winner. According to the agreement, you can ask me 10 questions, and I will answer 3 of them. However, my answers are limited to yes and no. Now, I can give you some time to sort out your questions. Merlin didn't seem to care at all that his people had just lost the game. On the contrary, he seemed quite satisfied with the result. He stood up from the table and walked to the other side to pick some fruit to eat. The maid brought brown paper and a quill pen for the two to write questions. The White Crow man then stood up politely and bowed to the two. It's nice to meet you. It's my honor to play games with you too. But I won't bother you anymore. I hope you can get the answers you want tonight. Rob nodded, and the White Crow man left the table and walked straight to Merlin. The latter was concentrating on a plate of mangoes. He didn't look up when he heard the footsteps behind him. How is it? It's hard to tell. The White Crow thought about it carefully, and finally chose such a cautious answer. Bullshit. Merlin sneered, you're just saying nothing. The White Crow was a little helpless. I'm not fam, and business is not my strong point. Apart from my excellent overall view and strong calculation and observation skills, I can't see much. Why don't you ask fam to help with this kind of thing? If he were here, he should be able to see a lot of things. Doesn't that guy often say that the business world is the best place to peek into human nature? Fam is helping me with something else recently, so he can't spare the time. Merlin curled his lips. It doesn't matter, I just had a sudden idea, and I was free anyway, so I asked you to come over and play. You seem to be very interested in him? The White Crow asked curiously. Merlin did not comment. Many people are very interested in him. After a pause, he continued, but I didn't expect him to be with the girl from the Breton family. Things are starting to get interesting. To be honest, I'm a little looking forward to his next choice. TSK, I seem to smell the scent of fate. Destiny? Do you believe in that? Who knows? Merlin smiled. It's up to you. I'm going to retire soon anyway. According to the agreement, I will hand over everything I have to the little girl named Lois in the next 6 months. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Well, don't come if you have something to do. There will be nothing good when you come. The White Crow poured himself a glass of ice wine and added, Hey, why are you in such a hurry to retire? Are you planning to learn fishing? Well, it doesn't matter whether I fish or not, but it's mainly because I feel that the danger is getting bigger and bigger when I help you. I'd better retire as soon as possible, otherwise I might be killed by you one day. You know, I hate taking risks the most, and retirement life is more suitable for me. The White Crow drank it all. I wish you a good time next time. After saying that, he put down the wine glass, waved his hand, and walked out the door directly. Merlin was not in a hurry. He finished a plate of mangoes, and ate some melon seeds before slowly walking back to the table. Luo handed him the brown paper. We have finished writing our questions. Merlin took it, took a look at it, and started yelling. His face became very interesting. Hey, you guys are a bit too much. You actually asked me if there are other lives outside the galaxy. Do you think I know everything? Even the gods don't know this question. The senior said that as long as we win the game, you will answer whatever we want to ask. With your status, I believe you will not cheat. Luo said seriously. That's what I said, but you should ask something I know. Merlin was speechless. Who said we didn't ask you questions, you know? Merlin pulled to the end and saw 3 questions he could answer, but only these 3 questions were his to answer. In other words, he had no right to choose questions. Merlin laughed and didn't take the girl's little thoughts to heart. Okay, you won this round. I can answer your 3 questions, but according to the agreement, you also have to answer one of mine. Excuse me, senior. Lolo was a little nervous. She was a little worried that Merlin was going to use a similar method to embarrass them. As a result, the other party asked a question that made her blush. The latter held his chin and asked with interest, Hey, are you two dating now? The girl was embarrassed, but she still hummed softly as agreed, but the sound was lighter than a mosquito. On the other side, Rob was very calm, but Merlin's question obviously surprised him. Judging from the latter's previous performance, the reason why he met the two tonight was obviously for this question. However, the future super magician did not expect that he would finally ask such a question that looked like a joke. Is this guy just having fun, or is this question really that important to him? Does it matter to him whether he and Lolo are dating? Very good, I have got the answer I want, so I will answer your questions next. The first question. Merlin raised a finger. Yes, unfortunately, Karab is no longer in this world. When Lolo heard this answer, she felt like she was stabbed by a sword, and her heart hurt. It has been almost 6 years since the disappearance of the Scarlet Sword. The girl was actually prepared in her heart, but she still had a faint hope. Not long ago, she met Mother Teresa, who had disappeared for a long time, which made her hope stronger. The girl thought that maybe her father was still alive, but was captured by the temple and imprisoned somewhere silently. After all, no one saw him leave this world with their own eyes. However, Merlin's answer was like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing all her hopes, especially since the latter did not even hesitate, and was obviously very sure of the news of the Crimson Sword's death. Merlin did not give the girl much time to feel sad, and quickly continued, The second question, the answer is yes or no. Banner V was not the mastermind behind the murder of your mother, but he was indeed an insider, and a very important participant. This time, the answer was completely beyond Lolo's expectations. The girl couldn't help asking again, Are you sure? Although it was not confirmed by Mother Teresa, Pope Vanel V was undoubtedly the most suspected person. I'm sure. Although I don't like that guy, I won't frame him for such a thing. Merlin spread his hands. That guy is also pitiful in a sense. The third question, the answer is also no. As far as I know, Eluria has not been poisoned. She has been staying in the castle of the Breton family. Karlov protects her very well. It is difficult for outsiders to get close to her. It is almost impossible to find a way to poison her. Chapter 519. Merlin's last answer was also beyond Lolo's expectations, because according to Mother Teresa, the people of the temple had come to her and tried to bring something into the castle through her. The final cause of death of Illyria was a cold. Obviously, this was just a superficial statement, but there was no obvious sign of injury on her body, so poisoning became the most likely means. But now Merlin's statement completely ruled out this possibility, and he also said that it was difficult for outsiders to sneak into the Breton family's residence. In this way, the cause of Illyria's death became more and more confusing. Luo frowned and said, "I don't understand. If this is the case, who killed my mother? I'm sorry, I have answered your 3 questions and fulfilled my promise as agreed. Now it's time for the dinner." After Merlin said this, the girl knew that she could not get any more information from the other party. However, the information she got tonight was enough. She needed some time to digest and sort it out. She didn't want to attend any more dinners. She stood up and said, "Thank you, Senior. We won't bother you anymore." TSK, you are really decisive. But if you leave like this, aren't you afraid that your friends will be sad? Merlin shook the ice wine in his glass, and the door of the banquet hall was pushed open as soon as he finished speaking. Simon, Ginny and Gage walked in from outside, and the latter muttered as he walked, "Hey, that's not right. I came to this restaurant last time, and the decoration inside was not like this." "Huh? Really, Lolo and Rob, why are you here?" Gage was shocked when he saw the 2 of them, but then he showed a hint of joy. "What's wrong with you? You were still participating in the student union election a few days ago. Why did you suddenly drop out of school? Where have you been for so many days? It's a pity, your grades are good enough to become cadres. We had something urgent to do and left in a hurry, so we didn't have time to inform you." Luo apologized. "Unfortunately, not only did you lose the opportunity to become a cadre, but you also missed a lot of important things. By the way, do you know who the new president of the next student union will be?" Gage said mysteriously. "Simon?" Rob said. "Damn, are you kidding me? You can even guess this." Gage widened his eyes. "Did you hide in the school secretly?" This result is not difficult to predict. There are many masters among the freshmen of Siamus this year, but no one can be the opponent of the next head of the Grady family except Rob and Ginny, who switched souls. As long as Simon performs stably, there will be no suspense about the position of the student union president. This student union election is more lively than any previous one, but the final result shows that the magic department still dominates, taking 9 out of 10 seats. The only seat that was not won was because Lolo gave up halfway. The girl was originally the best student except Simon, and it was a pity that her score was cancelled at the last minute. However, the more exciting thing is the swordsman department. Originally thought that after many years, it could finally break the monopoly of the magic department again, but unexpectedly, Rob suddenly disappeared in the end, and the remaining seat was picked up by the thief department that had been silent all the time. When Gage talked about these things, Lolo felt as if she was in another world. She knew that her study career at Siamus had ended. Although she was only on leave and not dropping out, it would be difficult for her to come back here if nothing unexpected happened. Gage obviously didn't know that the 2 of them were about to leave Goudry's. He asked excitedly, "Are you the ones who gave us the invitation tickets to come here for the free tasting?" Lolo shook her head. "We are guests tonight too." Gage then noticed Merlin sitting at the table, who was looking at them with interest with his chin in his hand. At this point, Lolo finally knew who the other 3 guests Merlin invited tonight were. In this way, including them, all 6 seats were occupied. After everyone was seated, Merlin tapped the cup with a spoon. "Very good, since all the guests are here, I declare the dinner tonight to begin. Next, please enjoy the food and wine here. Don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. Even if you get drunk, I will arrange for someone to take you back." Luo was still worried that the fox-masked man had ulterior motives in calling everyone here tonight, but as he said, Merlin did not mention anything and quietly left halfway through the dinner, leaving the banquet to the 5 people who had reunited. Luo was still hesitating about how to tell Ginny that he was going to drop out of school, but Ginny took the lead and said, "When are you going to leave Goudry's?" "Leave?" Gage was stunned when he heard this. "Oh, are you talking about vacation? Are you going to travel?" "No, I still have some things to deal with, so I can't stay in school any longer. I'm glad to meet you here. If I solve my problems in the future, I will definitely come back to see you." The girl took this opportunity to finally say what she wanted to say. "Is it related to the temple?" Gage's next words stunned everyone. "Don't be surprised. So many things have happened in Goudry's recently. Some people in the school also know that we have a good relationship. Some sneaky guys have asked me about you. If I can't guess your identity, I'm too slow." The fat man paused, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Does the Breton family really have any conflicts with the temple?" "Yes." Lolo did not hide it. My mother's death is likely related to them. Gage groaned. Then what are you going to do? We have found clues, and will continue to investigate. Jenny said, we are friends. If you need any help, please tell us. My family also has a certain influence here. Although we can't confront the temple head-on, we can still find a ship to send you away. The fat man thought for a moment, and took out a purple gem from his pocket. I can't help you in the south, but if you encounter any trouble in the north, you can take this gem to find the Ziato's Chamber of Commerce. Ziato's Chamber of Commerce? Rob was a little surprised when he heard this. The Ziato's Chamber of Commerce is the second largest chamber of commerce in the Dawn continent besides the Haifa Chamber of Commerce, but they mainly operate in the north and the dwarf world. The future super magician did not expect that Gage would have contact with this Chamber of Commerce. The fat man waved his hand. Don't think too much. My family is just a little richer than ordinary people. I just happen to know Ziato's. A friend, this gem was given to me by him, but I can't use it. I hope it can help you. Simon smiled bitterly. You guys are embarrassing me. My family has been in decline for a long time, and there is nothing to show for it, so I will send you some news related to the church. I don't know if you can use it. A friend told us that the temple seems to be in turmoil now. A group of backbone forces led by Bishop Winger have united to oppose Vanner V, and may launch an investigation into him in the near future. Vanner V may step down. Chapter 520. It was already early morning when they returned to the hotel. After the banquet, Merlin arranged for someone to send Lolo and Rob to another new hotel in the north of the city. In addition, their luggage left in the previous hotel was also moved here. In this way, the people of the temple and the Ferdinand family lost their traces again. However, with the power of the church, once it is confirmed that Lolo has returned to Gudry's city, an investigation against her will soon begin. So the next morning, just after dawn, Lolo knocked on someone's door. Rob was brushing his teeth in the house. The purpose of the temple to arrange this marriage is to force you to show up, because only you can personally represent the Breton family to reject this marriage and invalidate the marriage contract. So the church will definitely set up a trap nearby that day. If you show up, you will definitely fall into their trap. The girl shook her head, but if I run away, they will use this as an excuse to deal with my family, so even if I know it is a trap, I must show up. Well, I said I would support your decision. Not only will you reject this marriage, but you must also do it in front of as many people as possible, leaving no excuses for the temple. However, we cannot follow the pace of the church. The future super magician paused. Mograine of the Ferdinand family has quietly come to Gudry's. Lolo had heard about this matter once when she was in Auckland, but she didn't know at the time whether Rob said this to make the hesitant Mother Teresa tell the truth or whether it was true. Until now, she heard Rob mention it again, and finally confirmed that the other party of the engagement, the young master of the Ferdinand family, had really come to the university city. Lolo didn't know much about Mograine. The two had never met since they were born, but the girl had heard of some of the guy's deeds. From all aspects of evaluation, he was a very good young man, but behind him was the temple, and the conflict between the two sides was irreconcilable from the beginning. Of course, outsiders could not understand these things. Lolo estimated that if she rejected him, it would cause a big sensation in the city. The girl asked, do you have a plan? Well, since Mograine has come to Gudry's, we can choose to take the initiative. Rob rinsed his mouth. Write a letter to invite him to meet. The time should be set in 2 days. If it is too urgent, the temple will not agree to it because they will not have time to arrange it. However, they will be in a hurry to arrange it in 2 days. The venue is the Golden Rose Restaurant, which is very close to the Phantom Theater. There will be a performance at 5 p.m., and there will be many people at 8 p.m. In addition, the Golden Rose is also an old aristocratic restaurant, which is deeply loved by the upper class of Gudry's city. Many counselors and socialites dine there every night. These people can serve as witnesses. You can ask Mograine to go alone, so that it will be difficult for people from the temple to sneak in. What should I do? You don't need to do anything in particular. After rejecting the engagement, just find a way to get into the kitchen. Someone will take you away there. I will take care of the rest. The future super mage said calmly. Since he had decided to confront the temple head-on, Rob took action immediately. Last night, he went to the Magician Association to find Dada Lion. The two worked all night, and finally worked out a plan. The future super mage not only wanted to take Lolo away from the church's net, but also wanted to teach the temple a lesson before leaving. Just before Lolo knocked on his door, Rob had just returned to the hotel for less than 5 minutes. He only had time to wash his face before the girl came in. However, Lolo found that she seemed to have only a vague understanding of someone's plan after listening to it. Apart from knowing that there was a possibility of retreating from the kitchen, she did not get more information. The future super magician explained this. This plan itself is not fixed. The most important thing is to adjust it in time according to the opponent's movements. Before that, I can't give you a more specific action plan. Luo thought for a moment. This matter still needs the help of others. Will it cause trouble to them? Although Rob's plan only mentioned her part, it was obviously not something that could be accomplished by two people. Take the Golden Rose for example. This old aristocratic restaurant usually does not receive civilians. If there is no recommendation from a local aristocrat, you can't get in even if you have money. Moreover, 6 to 8 o'clock every night is the peak dining time. Those who can book a seat during this time period are not simple in the city. However, the more powerful a person is, the more he will be concerned about. Luo did not want to let him get into trouble with the temple because of his own affairs. Rob shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about that guy. He has already caused bigger troubles. If the temple could do something to him, it would have done it long ago. It wouldn't be a big deal if it did one or two things. It has been so long since Mortellus was kidnapped. The church probably has a good idea of the kidnapper. His identity may not be confirmed yet, but Dandelion can't get away, and that guy doesn't seem to have any intention of hiding. As the president of the Gudries branch of the Magician Association, the temple can't do anything about him unless it finds enough evidence. It is said that Mortellus has returned to the north under the escort of the Third Paladin Order not long ago, and it is unknown who is responsible for the temple's action this time." After Lolo finished writing the letter, he gave it to Rob. The future super magician deposited the letter at Green Cat's Eye, and then spent 10 gold coins to hire someone to spread the news. In less than half a day, the streets and alleys of Gudries City began to talk about this meeting. The marriage between the Breton family and the Ferdinand family has been a long-lasting gossip topic in recent times. Although the heat has declined due to the kidnapping of Mortellus in the Earl's mansion, as the fleet led by Mograine went south, everyone started to pay attention to the marriage of the two wealthy families again. However, the fleet of the Ferdinand family was eventually trapped in the Ruby Islands for inexplicable reasons. Just when everyone thought that there would be no excitement in the near future, another protagonist, the head of the Breton family, who had been hiding his identity and studying in Gudries, suddenly spoke up. It seemed that Mograine of the Ferdinand family had arrived at the university town alone before the fleet, so the girl invited the latter to meet at the Golden Rose restaurant in 2 days. The seats at the Golden Rose were already very tight, but because of this incident, they increased several times. Now a dining seat on the black market has even been sold for 500 gold coins. Many people are very interested in the meeting in 2 days. Chapter 521. Today, the atmosphere in the Golden Rose restaurant is obviously different. There were no seats in the restaurant since early morning, and the diners ate much slower. Some people didn't make a reservation for the evening, so they thought of delaying until nightfall. However, their dreams were shattered not long after. The owner of the restaurant announced that the normal business hours of the Golden Rose would only last until 7:40 today. In other words, by this time at the latest, all diners who came into the restaurant during the day must finish their meals and leave the seats for those who made reservations in advance. As soon as this notice was posted, it immediately caused dissatisfaction among many people. Most of the people who could come here to eat were of prominent status, but everyone just complained and did not take any further action. Naturally, they would not take a mere restaurant seriously. However, the owner behind this restaurant was Earl Nathan. As one of the most influential people in Gudries City, the old Earl was rumored to control the city council. At least in the University City, all forces still had to give him face. However, Earl Nathan himself did not seem very happy now. He sat in his own yard, sighing at an old tree not far away. His youngest grandson was by his side, peeling apples for him. "Grandpa, aren't you going to go over there tonight?" "What to see?" The Breton family and the Ferdinand family are both among the most powerful noble families in the north. The little grandson secretly glanced at his grandfather. It is said that their history is longer than ours. The marriage between the two families is a sensational event in the entire Dawn continent. It is said that His Holiness the Pope has also sent his blessings. Moreover, Master Mograine is a famous handsome man. Many women in Gudries City want to meet him. In comparison, the girl from the Breton family is not as good, but I heard she is also a beauty. The most important thing is that the marriage between the two families is likely to change the entire pattern of the northern noble power. They chose to meet in our restaurant. This is a good opportunity. Don't you always teach us to make more friends? Earl Nathan did not answer his grandson's question, but asked, "Do you think they will be together?" The grandson was stunned. "Aren't they engaged?" Are you worried that Mograine will not like the girl named Lolo from the Breton family? Indeed, with his conditions, he can find any girl, but the other party is the head of the Breton family after all. Mograine will not be so irrational. If he wants to become the next head of the Ferdinand family, no one can provide more help than Lolo. The old man shook his head. You only saw those superficial things. What happened tonight is more complicated than you think. There seems to be some problems within the Breton family. The daughter of the Scarlet Sword appeared in Gudries, not for study as rumored, but was probably forced to flee. So this marriage is a bit strange. People from the temple and the Magician Association came to me 2 days ago. The temple and the Magician Association? The little grandson was a little surprised. Are they also paying attention to the marriage between the Ferdinand family and the Breton family? No, to be more precise, they are all paying attention to the girl named Luoluo, especially those people in the temple. They seem to be eager to take the child back to the north. Who should we help? The little grandson asked. No one. Earl Nathan closed his eyes. Some time ago, because of the mine incident, we were very close to the church, and some people have begun to be dissatisfied. The identity of one of the 2 magicians who kidnapped Archbishop Motlis that night has been basically confirmed. He is Dadalion, the president of the Gudries Magician Association. Ah, that guy. The grandson was so angry when he thought of what happened 2 months ago. The banquet he had finally organized was ruined by that guy. Not only did he kidnap a bishop, but he also set fire to the earl's mansion and burned half of it. It can be said that he was quite arrogant. After that, he actually went to ask him for help to solve the case. In the eyes of that guy, he must be an idiot. The grandson gritted his teeth and said, why don't we just join forces with the temple? Hasn't the Myron family already turned to the temple? I heard that Motlis also helped them get the right to operate a port for 20 years. The Myron family is courting disaster. Be extra careful when dealing with a giant like the temple. What they want is far beyond your imagination. Our Torquita family is not a famous family with a long history. The reason why we can control Gudries is nothing but a neutral attitude. Remember, once you choose a position, you are also creating an enemy. The old man sighed, and the south is the territory of magicians after all. In a small church on the outskirts of the city, a young man was praying in front of the statue. In Gudries, a city where everyone wants to be a magician, there are fewer believers in the gods than in other places. In addition, the location of this small church is very remote, and few people come here usually. There are only 1 or 2 elderly clergymen inside, as if they have been abandoned by the gods. However, at this moment, they are looking at the statue in the hall with excitement. As the prayers continue, large amounts of sacred power surge out of the statue, filling the entire church, and even faint Buddhist chanting can be heard in the ears. One of the older priests couldn't help crying. He didn't dare to disturb the young man until he finished praying. He walked up to him and said respectfully, "Are you a bishop from somewhere else?" The young man had a handsome face. When he smiled, it was like the sun shining on the lake. Just a glance from a distance could clear the haze in your heart. I'm not a bishop. I'm just an ordinary paladin. I come to the church to wash away my sins. Do you have sins too? Said the younger priest. We all have sins, just more or less, said the knight. I wonder what sins you have. My sins come from my fiancée. She betrayed her faith, was blinded by hatred, and chose to fall into endless darkness. As her fiancée, I will bear this sin with her. Ah, since you haven't married yet, why don't you choose someone else? Said the young priest. The gods will not abandon any believer. As her fiancée, you are needed to guide and save her at this time, said the older priest. Thank you, I think so too, said the knight. Chapter 522. Lolo tied the dagger to the outside of his right leg, put on a black evening gown, and tried to walk a few steps. Nothing could be seen from the outside. Tonight's date seemed like a romantic encounter to outsiders, but only the parties involved knew the danger. This was the first time that Lolo and the temple had a head-on confrontation. The latter was a behemoth that spread throughout the human world. Even in the less influential Southern Church, it still had tens of millions of believers. No one knew what kind of trap they would set tonight. However, no matter what danger lies ahead, it is not Lolo's style to sit back and wait for death. After much hesitation, the girl gave up the staff and chose a dagger as a self-defense weapon. Mograine is a 5th-level paladin. If they really fight in a semi-enclosed space, like the Golden Rose, the opponent will not give her the opportunity to chant spells. Instead of doing so, it is better to choose a melee weapon to buy more time. In addition, Lolo also carries 2 defensive magic devices. One of the earrings was bought by her at the black market in the alley the day before yesterday. It can release a third-level auxiliary magic, the dark art. The other is the feather on her hat, which is called Fearless. The feather is a precious collection of the Gudry's Magician Association. The future super mage borrowed it through Dandelion, just in case. However, because it is difficult to explain the origin of this thing, Rob did not tell Lolo about the existence of Fearless. The dusk in Gudry City is no different from usual days. The Marion Lighthouse is dyed rosy by the setting sun. Outside the dock, merchant ships are busy returning to the port, laborers are unloading cargo with bare chests, and fishermen are selling fresh seafood they just caught. Lolo didn't know how many of these people were people from the temple in disguise. At least at this moment, she didn't want to think about such a question anymore. If nothing unexpected happened, she would leave this beautiful city tonight. She had lived here for almost a year, and made many friends. She didn't know when she started to like the city, and the faint fishy smell in the sea breeze. Compared with the cold north, the spring and summer here were longer, as if they would never end. However, with the arrival of the temple, the peaceful life before was broken. After she got the clue from Mother Teresa, she also had to set off to return to the north to continue to investigate the truth of her mother's murder. Lolo was a little absent-minded looking at the street outside the window, until Rob's voice came from behind. The carriage has arrived downstairs. The girl hummed lightly, and her eyes became firm again. Is it okay for you to meet alone tonight? Rob asked. The temple made such a big scene in the name of marriage, which could certainly force Lolo to show up, but doing so would also be disadvantageous to them. When everyone's attention was focused on this meeting tonight, even the temple could not openly attack Lolo at this time, so at least the girl should be safe during this period before the end of the meeting. The future super magician didn't want to just take Lulu away, he also planned to use this time to do something, so it's better for the two of them to act separately tonight. The girl nodded. I have no problem. If I can't even deal with Mograine, how can I avenge my father and mother? Don't underestimate that guy, he's a little weird. Rob didn't know much about the Ferdinand family before. The library of the Magician Association has the information of most of the nobles on the Dawn continent, even including those names that have disappeared in history, but the degree of detail is still different. Among them, the Southern Free City, as the base camp of magicians, has the most complete and rich information. The Lionheart Empire, as a powerful force that has risen in the past 200 or 300 years, is the most welcoming to magicians, but because of its short history, it is second. The Holy Alliance is completely controlled by the Church, and has the longest history among the three major forces. Although it is not hostile to magicians, magicians as non-believers are not as popular in the Holy Alliance as in other places, so it is relatively difficult to collect information. However, even so, as an important direct descendant of the Ferdinand family, Mograine should not be introduced in just a few words. Moreover, there is one thing that has always puzzled Rob. In this generation of the Ferdinand family, there are no other outstanding young people except Mograine. If he is really as outstanding as the rumors say, even if he is only half as good, he should have been designated as the heir a long time ago. However, there were no similar rumors in the Ferdinand family before this marriage. What is the reason that the Ferdinand family is reluctant to make Mograine the next head of the family? Fortunately, in the Golden Rose tonight, in the public eye, even if the latter had any tricks, it would be difficult to use them. Lulu arrived outside the Golden Rose at 7:49, but Mograine, who had not appeared in Gudry City before, had arrived at the restaurant before her. To everyone's surprise, the latter came on foot. From a small church on the outskirts of the city, he walked step by step to the Golden Rose. But Mograine was recognized by someone because of his handsome face not long after he went out. The infatuated girl on the roadside screamed at him, and he smiled in response. A noble lady passing by wanted to give him a ride in her carriage, but he shook his head and declined. He just walked on the dusk street, neither fast nor slow. The sun fell on his shoulders, painting his profile golden. From a distance, he looked like he had walked out of the light. Wherever he went, the eyes of the crowd followed him. He walked into the Golden Rose. Although the people who dined here tonight were either rich or noble in Gudry City, when these people saw him, they couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Just being in the same room with him made people feel deeply inferior. Women couldn't resist his charm, and men couldn't even have the courage to be jealous. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but start to wonder what kind of person in this world was worthy of being his wife. With such doubts, Lulu's carriage also stopped outside the restaurant. The girl got off the carriage. This was the first time that the head of the Breton family showed up in front of outsiders. There were many more people outside than expected. The theater next door hadn't ended yet, but many people had already run out to see the two protagonists in this extraordinary marriage. Lulu was a little nervous, But the head of the Breton family quickly adjusted her mentality. When she stepped out of the carriage, the whole world darkened under the background of her black dress. Chapter 523. Is this Gudry's? I seem to smell the scent of freedom. Tisk, it's really uncomfortable. At dusk, an inconspicuous merchant ship docked at the dock. The passengers on the ship got off one by one. The last two people were a fat and a thin one. The fat one was holding a cage with a monkey performing with him in it, while the thin one was holding an organ. Street performers, like them, can be seen everywhere. They usually travel between different cities to perform and earn money. Passers-by in big cities, like Gudry's, are often generous, which is their favorite. However, the two people who just got off the boat seemed to be a little different from other street performers. They were not in a hurry to find a place to perform, nor did they look for a place to stay at night. Instead, they wandered around the dock. This has been a habit they have developed over the years. No matter who their opponent is, they will first survey the surrounding environment. And along the way, they found at least 6 or 7 groups of people with the same purpose as them. Most people, like them, have a disguise, but the aura of the same kind still allows them to recognize each other at first sight. The fat man and the thin man were not surprised to see those guys, or rather, they would have been more surprised if they hadn't seen those guys. Oh my, there's really nothing we can do about it, but after all, it's an unprecedentedly large order. Even those retired old guys probably wouldn't be able to sit still after seeing this number. It looks like the competition tonight will be fierce. The thin man licked his lips and smiled. Just 2 days ago, the underground forces in the entire South received a huge black anonymous commission. The commission was simple: to stop the girl named Hartfilia, the head of the Breton family, from leaving Gudry's city before 12 o'clock tonight. As long as this could be achieved, all participants could share the commission fee of 5 million gold coins, and the one who could catch the target could enjoy the amazing reward of 24 million gold coins. No one had ever seen such a horrible commission, so when receiving the commission, everyone's first reaction was to doubt the authenticity of the incident. However, soon afterwards, Haifa, the first chamber of commerce in the Don continent, came forward to guarantee the commission. After that, the entire black forces in the South were all boiling. Everyone knew how powerful the Breton family and the Ferdinand family were, but both were located in the north after all. This was a free city-state, and the two sides were separated by a vast ocean. And the most important thing was that no one could resist the temptation of 20 million gold coins, which could even buy a small country. From that day on, the masters of the black world began to gather in Gudry's. The fox-masked man stood on the Marion lighthouse with his hands behind his back, humming a little song, looking at the setting sun that was falling into the sea level, with a comfortable expression. Behind him was Lois, who was panting. The girl had originally decided not to climb up until she saw the latest news in her hand. Lois looked incredulous. Oh my God, Albus just left the city because of you. Are you crazy? Now the city is full of dangerous people, and the only person they are afraid of was deceived by you. How dare the jackals go up the mountain if the tiger does not leave the forest? The show is about to begin, and I am at best the one who opens the curtain. Merlin said slowly, you can't trick Albus away, but if you know what he wants, you can naturally let him leave for a while. This is a deal between the temple and him. I'm just a middleman. From sunset to midnight tonight, Gudry's will temporarily lose order. TSK, the temple paid a lot to get this condition. Have you ever thought about how Albus would treat you who concealed all this if he knew that the super genius that the Magician Association values most was also involved in tonight's incident? Lois said coldly. The fox-masked man shook his head. You underestimate Albus too much. So many things happened in Gudry's. Even Steins, who was far away in the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, noticed something. As the actual ruler of Gudry's, how could Albus know nothing? You mean he wants to use the hand of the temple to get rid of Rob? Lois was shocked when he heard it. Don't think about it. It's true that there are personal grudges between Albus and Steins, but as high-level members of the Magician Association, they are all for the better development of magic. Steins can see the future of magic from the guy named Rob. Albus is not blind, so of course he can see it too. He left because he knew that the temple didn't dare to do anything to the child. The fox-masked man said lazily, but the temple is not stupid. There are more than 2 groups of people in the city tonight. Tisk, it's like a carnival down there. The old man from the Torquita family is a little smart. He hides at home. Unfortunately, Albus has left Gudry's. No one can escape tonight. At sunset, Earl Nathan got up from the rattan chair and wanted to take his grandson to dinner. However, he noticed something wrong after taking 2 steps and started coughing violently. If I were you, I wouldn't do anything unnecessary. The intruder held a black iron crossbow and pointed it at his chest. Count Nathan's hand, which he had put into his clothes under the pretext of coughing, froze there. He was only half a centimeter away from reaching the magic device in his pocket for help. In addition, he had no less than 4 defensive magic devices on him. How about a gamble? However, the other party's words at the next moment made the old man's heart sink to the bottom. Friendly reminder, the arrow in my hand is forged with mithril, and it is pure. The man pulled down his cloak. Earl Nathan had felt that the other person's figure was problematic before, and it was not until this moment that he finally confirmed it, and his face changed drastically. Dwarf? Don't worry, we are not bad people, we just come here to kill someone. The dwarf grinned. Of course, it depends on whether you are willing to cooperate with us, Lord Earl. After saying this, the dwarf suddenly moved the crossbow towards Earl Nathan's grandson. The latter wanted to use a magic device on his body to sneak attack while the two were talking, but the dwarf had already pulled the trigger without hesitation. The next moment, the mithril short arrow shot through the grandson's arm, causing the latter to scream, "You are brave, but too slow." The dwarf said, "This arrow is just a warning, I will start killing people with the next arrow." Earl Nathan is worthy of being a man who has seen countless storms and waves. Seeing this, he remained calm and said in a deep voice, "What do you want me to do?" "Golden Rose, you are the boss behind the scenes, right? I want you to arrest the girl of the 2 people who will meet tonight." Chapter 524. Tonight, the city of Gudries was in turmoil. The largest bounty ever offered made the entire dark world of the South boil. Experts from all walks of life were ready to move. In addition, dwarves, elves, orcs, and a race whose name was unknown also sneaked into the city under the cover of night. Everyone had different intentions. In addition, the temple and the Ferdinand family had already left behind people. The university city became unprecedentedly lively after nightfall. Even some passers-by noticed something unusual and went home early to close their doors. However, there was still a crowd of people near the Golden Rose. Especially when Luo's carriage stopped at the side of the street and the girl got off, everyone's eyes widened. Although most of the women present regarded her as an enemy, they had to admit that Luo was indeed a beauty the moment they saw her. Perhaps only such a beauty could be worthy of the nearly perfect prince, the girls thought in their hearts, feeling an inexplicable pain, and when they looked up again, they had lost the figure of that person. The waiter opened the door, and when light and darkness met, the Golden Rose also completely quieted down. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the calmest person in the whole restaurant was Mograine. "You are here." The young master of the Ferdinand family only looked up, then picked up the menu, and called the waiter beside him, "You can order." It was obviously the first time they met, but Mograine acted as if he had known Lolo for many years. "I know what you want to say, don't worry, since you are here, just sit for a while, don't worry, there are so many people here, I can't do anything to you. Well, if I remember correctly, you like salmon from the west coast and cheese from Lankas, right? Unfortunately, I put the salmon on the boats, and now the boats are still in the Ruby Islands. I did bring some cheese from Lankas, and I have already given it to the kitchen." "How did you know?" Lolo was a little surprised. These 2 things were indeed her favorite foods in her childhood, but no one knew about it except an old lady who was in charge of her daily life in the castle. Even the Scarlet Sword didn't notice such a small thing. "I know more than you think." Mograine smiled. "You have a scar on your right leg. It was scalded by knocking over a hot water cup when you were 6 years old. The little cat you raised when you were 8 years old escaped into the forest and disappeared. When you were 9 years old, you missed your father and secretly made a doll and put it next to your pillow." The girl's heart sank. She hadn't expected the temple's investigation of her to be so detailed. Her childhood story unfolded slowly in the other party's mouth, as if there were no secrets. Luo had a thought that even she herself felt a little scared. Could it be that since then, her every move had fallen into the other party's surveillance? Mograine seemed to know what she was thinking and shook his head. "It has nothing to do with the temple. I found these things myself. Please forgive my presumption. I just want to know what kind of person my fiancé is. If you really know me, you should know that I will never agree to marry you," Luo said in a deep voice. Mograine touched his nose. "Is it because of my last name, or because I am a member of the church? Because I already have someone I like." Mograine raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but there was not much surprise on his face. "Is it true? Then there is nothing I can do. If it was someone else, I would definitely not accept it, but that guy." The young master of the Ferdinand family shook his head and admitted very cleanly, "I can't compare to him." But after a pause, he continued, "But I also have my advantages. I can give you something that he can't give you." "What is it?" Lolo didn't expect that Mograine's words seemed to know someone, but now was not the time to ask such a question. The cause of your mother's death. As long as you agree to our marriage and go back to the north with me, I can tell you the truth of that incident. Lolo was silent for a while and said, I refuse. Oh! Mograine was finally a little surprised this time. From what I know about you, you should regard this as your ultimate goal. Isn't finding the truth more important to you than life? If it were you 2 years ago, you would agree to my proposal. But now I am no longer alone. The girl said so. The waiter came over with a barrel of red wine. Excuse me, this barrel of wine is a gift from the owner of our restaurant tonight. Rose Night. It is said that there are less than 300 barrels in the entire Dawn continent. Earl Nathan is quite generous. Mograine smelled the red wine poured into the glass. But the next moment, he suddenly reached out and knocked the glass in the girl's hand to the ground. Before Lolo spoke, Mograine said, There is something wrong with this wine. Wait for me for a while. After saying this, he stood up from his seat. Most people hadn't reacted to what happened yet, but the latter had already rushed into the kitchen. Luo's heart immediately rose to her throat. She thought someone was discovered by Mograine in the Golden Roses arrangement, but half a minute later, Mograine came out of the kitchen carrying a dwarf's body. There was an uproar in the restaurant. It seemed that no one expected that the young master of the Ferdinand family would kill people in front of so many people. Until a middle-aged man who looked like a person in charge changed his face. Where did this person come from? He is not from our restaurant. You'd better find someone to go and see Earl Nathan now. Mograine took the napkin from the neck of a fat noble, who was stunned, wiped the blood off his hands, and sat back in front of Lolo. Gudrys is a little bit uneasy tonight, but as long as you are by my side, I can keep you safe. If other 5th-level professionals said such words, it might make people feel arrogant, but Mograine had just proved with actual actions that he was not bragging. The dwarf he killed was a 6th-level master, but the whole battle process only took a few tens of seconds, and no one knew how he did it. But the next moment, the girl stood up without hesitation. I'm sorry, I refuse this marriage in the name of the head of the Breton family, and officially cancel the engagement with you. From now on, there will be no relationship between us. Are you sure you want to do this? I don't know what the guy said to you, but his situation tonight is also very dangerous. I'm afraid he can't protect himself. No one can protect your safety except me. Mograine was still calm as usual after the engagement was just cancelled. His calmness also made Luo feel a little uneasy. Chapter 525. Lolo's words plunged the entire Golden Rose into an eerie silence. Even the guests who were still eating stopped using their knives and forks, each with a look of astonishment on their faces. They were here tonight to witness the historic moment of the Ferdinand family and the Breton family, but they didn't expect to be waiting for an even more explosive piece of news. The marriage of the two great families has been the hottest topic in the human world in recent times. It has been laid out for such a long time, and Mograine also led the Ferdinand family's fleet to travel thousands of miles south to Gudrys, which can be said to be full of sincerity. In the eyes of most people, the two people at the table tonight can be called a perfect match made in heaven, but no one expected that Lolo would directly reject Mograine in the end. Many people couldn't help but doubt their ears at this moment. Mograine nodded, I respect your choice, but you can stay for dinner. At least during this time, I can guarantee your safety. Don't worry, I won't stop you from leaving at any time. No need. The girl shook her head. Mograine raised her eyebrows. Really? You have to think it through. There are nearly 4 hours until 12 o'clock. I can help you spend 1 hour. It can be regarded as a gift before parting. No need. The girl insisted. Oh, do you trust that guy so much? As far as I know, he is in a bad situation now. No, not only him, but also his companions. Unfortunately, your plan tonight has been seen through by the temple. You can't face those crazy guys outside alone. Mograine said, while tying the napkin around his neck slowly, you saw what happened just now. Once you leave here, someone might want to use you to deal with him. Yes, I will believe him no matter what happens, and if he is really in danger, I can't just sit here motionless. The girl said seriously. In the office, Dada Lion was sitting motionless on his leather chair. The president of the Magician Association not only put his feet on the desk without caring about his image, but also looked at the 8 people who walked in from outside from between his legs. Hey, you are here? The leading nobleman couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. It's been 16 years since we last met. Yeah, I didn't know that Theo, the great Andre family, had become a dog of the temple 16 years later. Dardarian was amazed. I thought differently of you at that time. After all, It's rare to find someone who is willing to give up the position of heir and concentrate on honing combat skills in this impetuous society. In the end, you still go to lick those charlatans? I have to do my best to fulfill the trust of others. Theodore remained calm despite being abused. I haven't seen you for many years, but you are still so free and easy. I am really jealous. Oh, you are so sweet. Tell me, what benefits did the temple promise your family? A salt field, 2 small islands, and some trade benefits. To be honest, I don't understand these things. Anyway, I only know that I want to keep you here until 12 o'clock tonight. Dandelion looked at the remaining 7 people. Are you the same? Those guys are willing to spend a lot of money this time. But why make it so troublesome? They can just give me the money directly, not to mention a mere 4 hours. I can stay for 40 hours. The president of the Magician Association sighed. Is it because my reputation has dropped a bit recently? Another one of the 8 people said, sorry, we are also helpless. So we hope that the senior can cooperate with us and stay quietly until the time is up, which will be good for all of us. Hey, cooperate with you? How can I cooperate? If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot that this is my own office. I thought it was a branch of the church in Gudries. Dardarian sneered. You probably forgot that I am the manager of all magicians in this city. We did something wrong this time. After the matter is over, we will voluntarily hand over our staffs, and let President Dardarian deal with us. Theodore bowed. I say, are you all married? The man took out a cigarette from the drawer, tapped it on the table, and asked. The 8 people in the room looked at each other, wondering why their thoughts were so jumpy, and suddenly they talked about the issue of marriage. It was not until a while later that someone suddenly realized, Senior, did you just get married? Congratulations. Alas, this has nothing to do with me. I'm worried that if we start fighting, your handsome faces will be smashed. If you can't find a wife, won't your second half of life be miserable? Dandelion said calmly. The 8 people looked strange. Senior, there are 8 of us here. There are 12 pigs in the slaughterhouse next street. So what? I don't pay for the barbecue anyway. That's not something to be proud of. Someone couldn't help but muttered. Dandelion held a cigarette in his mouth and said vaguely, I say, you guys are too naive. 16 years ago, you were all defeated by me. 16 years later, do you think I can't be your opponent if you join hands? Senior, you haven't changed at all. You are always so confident. Theodore was silent for a moment and then laughed. We are all the top students in each academy, but we are not as talented as you. So 16 years ago, we could only watch you trample our pride underfoot. But we didn't give up. When you were standing still, we were all trying our best to catch up day and night. Thanks to you, the 8 of us entered the 6th level before we were 30 years old. TSK, is it amazing to reach the 6th level before the age of 30? Do you want me to write a notice for you and post it all over the streets? After lighting the cigarette, Dandelion extinguished the flame on his hand. Although it is cruel, it is a pity that this world is like this. Mortals are mortals. Some things cannot be changed by hard work. It is really a declaration from a genius. Theodore smiled bitterly. No one can understand the despair better than me, because compared to that guy, I am just a mortal. Dandelion took a deep breath and pinched the cigarette between 2 fingers. Well, even mortals are divided into different levels. Come on, let me see how much progress you have made in the past 16 years. In that case, I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. Theodore didn't like nonsense in the first place. After saying this, a hint of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and he finally clenched the staff in his hand. Chapter 526. What kind of person is that guy? I heard that he rarely shows up in front of others, so few people have seen what he looks like. But it seems that everyone in the entire Dawn continent knows his name. It is said that even the bigwigs above will bow to him. Mograine is pretty good. His handsome face has always been popular with women, but if you put that guy together with him, I feel he has no chance of winning. Those magicians seem to think highly of him. If that's the case, why did Albus leave? Was it because of the conflict between him and Steins? No. The little boy who had been sitting in the corner reading a book quietly finally stopped humming and uttered his first sentence of the night, although it was still only 2 short words. The little girl holding a candy behind him seemed to have gotten used to his brevity, and said to herself, Oh, I heard that the Magicians Association is also looking for him. That old guy is really cunning. He wants our people to lure the guy out. Maybe? A fierce battle broke out at the headquarters of the Magicians Association in the city. The powerful magic fluctuations seemed to set the night sky on fire, but the little boy never raised his head. His attention seemed to be completely attracted by the book in his hand. It was a comic book that could be seen everywhere on the street. It depicted the adventure story of a dragon slayer, but the little boy read it with relish. But his plan this time may fail. TSK, I heard that the dwarves and elves have sent masters, but the most powerful ones are the orcs. Although Monquin Udasai's strength is not very good, he has lived long enough and has a high generation, so he has many friends. When his body was found in Sethvia, His Holiness the Pope seemed to be very troubled. Hey, Wood, who do you think is the murderer who killed him? It doesn't matter what the truth is. The little boy shook his head. The key is what everyone is willing to believe. The church and the orcs are willing to believe that His Majesty is the murderer. TSK, the strict guy is really boring. The little girl stuck out her tongue. The little boy paused. I have seen the wounds on the body. The attacker is not an ordinary person. At that time, His Majesty happened to be in Sethvia. He is indeed a bit suspicious, but there is no trace of 6th level magic at the scene. I don't know if it was intentional. Well, no matter what, the orcs are sincere this time. They sent out 2 8th level masters in the name of helping Udasai to avenge him. It seems that no one has seen their true faces so far. There are rumors that they are a couple. They are also famous in the assassin world in the past 2 years. If they attack, that guy will probably be in danger. After all, no matter how powerful he is only a 6th level. Well, then don't we have any chance to attack him? The girl licked the candy. Really? Is this a wasted trip tonight? Jane, don't use the rank to measure the strength of those monsters. Only by really fighting can you judge the strength of the opponent. Huh? Mutu, you are too strict. Hasn't the strength of that guy when he left the Royal Magic Academy of Teast been simulated by the teacher? After being sanctified, we can easily kill him even with just a little finger. Well, but it has been 2 years since then. We don't know his current strength. In just 2 years, how much can he evolve even if he is a genius? The girl said disapprovingly, but it's really annoying to cooperate with those guys hiding in the gutter of the Inquisition. Well, be patient for a while. Some things in the church also need them to handle in secret. Humph, sneaky guys are only irritating. Why bother with so much trouble? Just kill them openly, and it won't take long. Old man Albus is not here. Who else can stop us in Gudri's city tonight? The girl bit the candy in her mouth, swallowed it, and stamped her feet impatiently. What are the 2 demons doing? It's been more than 20 minutes since I went there. Why haven't they come out yet? The little boy's ears moved, and he finally closed the book in his hand. No, it seems a little too quiet over there. Did they run away? If that's the extent, I'd be disappointed. The girl carried the long sword that was taller than her on her shoulder, and then she saw a figure rushing out of the window on the 2nd floor of the hotel. It was a beautiful woman with a fox tail and ears, but now only half of her furry tail was left. The woman fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassed posture, her face full of fear. After getting up, she didn't dare to look back at all, and she didn't care about her companions, and limped away into the night. Huh? The little girl's eyes finally lit up, looking at the figure who came out of the hotel door. Not bad, it seems that tonight will not be so boring. Rob also noticed the 2 kids not far from the door. They looked like they were only 11 or 12 years old, but the future super magician felt a hint of danger from them. You know, even when he was fighting 1 against 2, facing the best killer of the orcs, he didn't feel this way. Bernadette stood on his shoulder and looked coldly at the 2 kids across the street. The little boy stood up and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Alvin and she's Jane. If nothing goes wrong, the 2 of us will be your next opponents." Rob said, "You're still out in the dark. Will your parents be at ease? You regret it if you treat us like children." The little girl took out another candy from some pocket and threw it into her mouth. "But don't worry, we won't kill you if we have orders from above. Hey, the bird on your shoulder looks pretty good. How about giving it to me if you lose? Okay, come and get it if you want it." "Well, I won't be polite then." Before she finished speaking, the girl's figure had disappeared from the ground. When she reappeared, she was behind someone, and the long sword in her hand, which was more than 1 person tall, was extended, but the next moment, it touched a transparent barrier. 6th level defensive magic invisible wall. Jane, when will you change your impatience? The little boy shook his head, but after saying this, he had already pulled out the dagger from his waist. Chapter 527. When Rob saw the 2 demons of the Slayer, he realized that he might have been exposed. There were not many people in the whole city of Gudris who knew his identity. There were only 3.5 at most. Among them, Dadaian could be trusted, and Simon should be fine. Merlin's attitude was ambiguous, but he was a person who followed the rules very much. In order to ensure the fun of the game, Rob did not think he would favor one of them before tonight. The remaining half was Donahue, the former director of the Raphael Library. Rob had only met him once. The old man had given them some help when they were looking for the St. Laurent School of Magic. In addition to that, he seemed to know a lot of things to Rob. The future super magician was not sure whether the other party had seen through his identity, but even if Donahue knew his identity, it was unlikely that he would tell the temple. Rob went through all the names in his mind, and finally remembered a guy he had forgotten. Motley's, the actual ruler of the temple in the south, was kidnapped by him and Dandelion in the Earl's mansion. That night, the old bishop behaved mediocrely, and had almost no power to resist, but now it seems that he still underestimated the other party's insight. Although he and Dandelion were wearing masks at that time, Mortella seemed to have seen something. Maybe it's not certain yet, but just suspicion is enough. The twin ghosts of beheading are the touchstone tonight, used to test his identity. If he is killed by the twin ghosts of beheading, then everyone is happy. If the twin ghosts of beheading fail, it can also indirectly prove that he is the one, so the temple's plan has entered the second stage. Rob knew that there must be someone waiting for him outside the hotel, but he was still a little surprised when he saw the two little ghosts on the street. Although there is no absolute correspondence between age and strength, in most cases, masters will not be too young, because cultivation is a continuous process, and combat experience also needs to be accumulated. Take magicians as an example. There are very few who can break through the 6th level before the age of 20 in history. But there are exceptions to everything. The promotion path of clergy is very different from other power systems. The church has always preached that divine power is a gift from heaven. Although priests also practice and can obtain divine power by studying and understanding divine scriptures and strengthening their faith, there are also some other people who may have been mediocre for a long time before, but one day they suddenly get the favor of the gods and become top clergy. Except for the soul enlightenment of the orcs, such a thing is almost impossible to happen in other power systems. However, similar things usually happen to some ascetics with firm beliefs. It is still rare for people like Alvin and Jane to have joined the ranks of masters at a young age. After the fight, Rob could feel the strength of the two more directly. They were only 11 or 12 years old, but they already had the 7th level skills. Their physical indicators, including reaction speed, strength and agility, were all first class. The only shortcoming was that they were still a little lacking in combat experience, but at this age, they were already top-notch. But unfortunately, their opponent tonight was the future guardian of the human race, the most talented magician in the history of magic. The two 8th level masters had no chance of winning against the future super magician. Moreover, although Alvin and Jane were excellent, they still had a lot of gaps compared to the two ghosts of the slasher. So the girl suddenly called a halt halfway through the fight, and threw the long sword aside. What, are you ready to give up? Give up? Are you kidding? That was just a warm-up exercise. It's time to get serious next. The girl moved her wrists and ankles and closed her eyes. The little boy named Alvin on the other side did the same thing as her, and when they opened their eyes again, there was no emotion in their pupils. The next moment, the aura of the two began to rise at an astonishing speed. They crossed the threshold of the 8th level without hesitation, and did not stop there. They kept approaching the 9th level, and finally stopped at the threshold. They were only one step away from becoming the strongest in the entire Dawn continent. At this moment, their every move contained endless sacred power. The future super magician frowned, not because of the sudden surge in the terrifying strength of the two, but because he could no longer feel the aura of the two, as if the two people standing in front of him were completely different strangers. Who are you? The future super magician looked into the girl's eyes, and said in a deep voice, I can't hide it from you. The girl spoke, but another voice came out of her mouth, but I'm afraid I disappoint you. I'm just an insignificant little character. A big shot like you won't know my name. The voice paused. Don't worry, although it's my turn to control this body now, the previous promise is still valid. I won't kill you. I just need you to stop interfering in the things over there. What if I don't agree? Rob said calmly. The voice smiled. This is not a wise choice. It seems that you don't know your current situation. These two children are the ultimate weapons that the church has spent hundreds of years to create. They were originally intended to be used against 9th level professionals. Although they have not been completed, you are not able to resist them now. So unfortunately, this is not a request. Ultimate weapon? The future super magician did not comment. Although I don't know how you did it, you should be very clear that this overclocking state is a huge burden on their souls and bodies, and the damage caused is permanent. If this continues, they will not even live past the age of 15. The voice was silent for a long while. Sometimes, in order to achieve great goals, individuals have to make some sacrifices, and you should pay more attention to yourself. The voice seemed not to want Rob to continue speaking. After saying this, Alvin and Jane's bodies moved again. Compared with the last time, their speed was nearly twice as fast. At the same time, their other physical qualities were also greatly enhanced, far exceeding the normal level of the 8th level. In addition, even the only shortcoming of combat experience was made up. Although Rob had been prepared, he was still at a disadvantage after a short while. He was kicked in the chest by Alvin, and the elemental armor on his chest broke after only a moment. However, taking advantage of this little time, the future super magician released another 0-degree bubble and finally withstood this wave of attacks. But if he continued like this, he might not be able to hold on for a few more rounds. Chapter 528. If Rob considers himself second in terms of spellcasting speed, then there is probably no magician in the entire Dawn continent who dares to claim to be first. However, tonight, his spellcasting speed, which he was proud of, was challenged unprecedentedly. Although he could still cast spells instantly, each spell stayed in the air for a very short time, and was almost broken as soon as it was formed. The guy who was controlling Alvin and Jane was confident but not arrogant. He was obviously afraid of someone's high-level magic, so the attack was like a storm from beginning to end without stopping, not giving him the opportunity to brew a big move. Rob's situation became very passive. One defensive magic after another was broken, and the air was full of scattered magic elements. So far in the battle, he had to focus all his energy on defense, and he didn't even have time to lock the enemy. The future super magician realized that this would not work, and decisively activated the phase shift, wanting to distance himself from the two. However, at the next moment, when he appeared on the roof of the hotel, Alvin and Jane had been waiting there for a long time. Is it luck? The two of them joined forces to attack, and the terrifying power that erupted instantly broke the 2 layers of magic shields on Rob's body. However, at this critical moment, the future super magician also entered the phase space again. But 2 seconds later, when his figure appeared on the street next door, Alvin's fist followed him like a shadow. Rob finally confirmed one thing: the other party might have some means to monitor the magic fluctuations in a part of the nearby area. In this way, his strongest displacement magic, phase shift, was also useless. The temple was different from those alien races. They did not want to kill him, but just to prevent him from abandoning the battle here and rushing to Luoluo. The little boy's attack proved this point. He unloaded most of his strength at the last moment. Although Rob's body was thrown out by this punch and crashed into a tailor's shop, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Give up. Maybe in a year or two, when you successfully advance to the 7th level, we will no longer be your opponent, but now you have no chance at all. Jane said to the dark tailor shop, as long as you promise not to interfere in the affairs of the Breton family, we will stop. How about that? But there was no sound inside. Escaped? No, it's impossible. There is no magic fluctuation nearby, which means that the person should still be in the house. Could it be that the previous blow was a little too heavy, causing the other party to faint? Or was it bad luck when he hit the house and hit something? Just when Alvin was thinking about whether to go in and take a look, the figure had already walked out of the tailor's shop again. At this moment, Rob looked more embarrassed than ever. His body and hair were covered with dust and sawdust, and his eyes finally lost their former calmness. It's over. There's no need to fight anymore. You can't keep up with our speed now, and you can't get rid of us. We can take your life at any time if we want. The temple has expressed enough respect for you, and I hope your majesty can take care of yourself. Jane frowned. It feels like no one has said this to me for a long time. Although there was a powerful enemy at his side, the future super magician looked up at the moon above his head. The weather was good tonight, and there were no dark clouds in the sky, so the moon looked particularly bright. Jane wanted to say something, but then Rob had already retracted his gaze and said, I have to admit that your move just now was quite powerful, but it's too early to be complacent. If I guess correctly, this overclocking state will not last too long each time, so your current state can only last for 10 minutes at most. Jane and Alvin's faces changed when they heard this. They didn't expect the other party to see through their true colors so quickly, but they were not too panicked. Jane said in a deep voice, You didn't even last 3 minutes before. Do you think you can last 10 minutes if we go all out? You are not the only ones who didn't go all out. The future super magician put 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled. Bernadette, who had been hiding aside when he was fighting, flew back again, landed on his shoulder, and looked coldly at the 2 little ghosts opposite. Since I was little, every magician I've fought with has said that I cast spells very quickly, but because I usually have to consider the endurance issue, Even I don't know where my limit is. Thank you for giving me this opportunity tonight. Now it's your turn to keep up with my speed. Rob raised the staff in his hand. Don't worry, it won't take 10 minutes. Dandelion caught the fallen cigarette but put it back in his mouth and looked at the 8 people lying on the ground. What? You boasted so much, but it's just like this. Although he said that, his little finger on his right hand was trembling slightly. It was obvious that the battle just now was not easy for him. After all, there were 8 people on the other side, and they were the trump cards of each academy before. Since they were defeated by him 16 years ago, they have been working hard and training hard, and they are also constantly studying his weaknesses. They may be the people who know him best in the world except Dandelion himself. It's a pity that the 8 people joined forces and still lost to that person after 16 years. Although he was defeated, Theodore, who was lying on the ground, showed a hint of excitement on his face. I know the secret of your fire dragon flash. Oh! You are not as powerful as you appear. You actually manipulated the time when the cigarette fell to the ground. You mixed spiritual magic with fire magic, deceiving our vision and making us feel that this moment was very short. But in fact you have used this time to complete the chanting of several high-level magics. Great, I take back what I said before, you are different from those 7 idiots, you still have some talent. Dardarian exhaled a puff of cigarette. But so what, didn't you lose tonight? As long as we crack the secret of this move, next time, we will definitely defeat you, senior. Idiot, I don't only know this one move. Dardarian had just won a fight, and he was in a good mood, and couldn't help bragging, you guys will be defeated no matter how many times you come. If you want to stop me, at least Olavian will have to take action. Theodore's face turned strange when he heard this, because he fell in the direction facing the door, so when he saw the person walking in from the door, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Senior is senior, he is really prophetic. President Dardarian, how are you? Olavian said. Chapter 529. The president of the Magicians Association shuddered when he heard this voice, and almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. A woman wearing leather boots and short silver hair was standing outside the door of his office. Dandelion couldn't help but gasp when he saw her. No way, Olavian, have you fallen to the point of doing odd jobs for the temple? Although Theodore and his group graduated from various magic academies, they all had families behind them. They were nobles first and magicians second, but Olavian was different. She was the trump card of the St. Laurent Magic Academy, a disciple of Albus, and also a senior commissioner of the Magicians Association. She was directly under the command of the council, and her position was half a level higher than Dandelion. If she also helped the temple to attack him, the president of the Gudry City branch, it would be a very serious matter. But as soon as Olavian opened her mouth, Dandelion knew that she and Theodore's group had different intentions tonight. You brothers have played enough, and it's time to send His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein back to the Royal School of Magic of Teast. Dandelion raised his eyebrows. Special Commissioner Olavian is really resolute. I thought you would at least catch up with me first. Is this your idea or that of Old Man Albus? No, this is an order from the council, President Dandelion. Olavian didn't waste any words, and took out a document from his arms. From now on, I will temporarily replace you as the manager of all magicians in Gudrys. In addition, congratulations on your marriage to junior sister Lilith. She is a good girl, and I hope you can treat her well. Dandelion spread his hands. Okay, I have no objection. Anyway, I am just a small branch president. I will do whatever you big guys tell me to do. I just don't know if the council's order will work for my lovely junior. Finally, thank you for your congratulations. I will treat your gift that never existed as a gift. Olavian's expression remained unchanged. Now is not the time to be willful. I know that you and His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein have made a lot of preparations to deal with this situation tonight, but now your position as president has been stripped by me, and you can no longer command the magicians in the city. Admit it, your plan has failed. If you really want to do good for him, you should let me take him away from here. After a pause, she added, I came in a hurry this time, and I will make up for the gift next time. Oh, is this what the council is thinking? You guys are too sinister, TSK. Dardarian finally confirmed that Olavian's appearance tonight was not accidental. After all, the south is the base camp of magicians. The temple may be able to deceive civilians and ordinary nobles by making such a big scene, but it certainly can't be hidden from the eyes of the council's high-level officials. It's just that the goals of both parties are not in conflict. The church's goal tonight is to capture Lolo, and the Magicians Association also wants to take this opportunity to find Rob, who has been away from the Royal Magic Academy of Teast for 2 years. Therefore, the council finally decided to turn a blind eye to what happened in Guthries tonight. Albus's departure showed his attitude. Both sides obviously knew about his relationship with Rob. The temple sent Theodore's group to stop him, but the Magician Association was more cunning and even took advantage of the church. Oladian suddenly appeared in front of him at this juncture and took away his authority as the president, which was equivalent to cutting off the firewood and directly destroying the plans of the two. If the current situation continues, the future super magician will have to bow to Oladian, who now controls the management of the Guthries magicians, and let the latter take action at the cost of returning to the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. After figuring out all this, Dandelion couldn't help but applaud the woman in front of him. Great, great, you plan before you act, you are worthy of being the student of that old man Albus. After all these years, you really haven't changed at all. Oladian obviously had a grasp of the situation, but after seeing the actions of the man in front of her, she suddenly felt a little uneasy. Dandelion opened the drawer, took out a bottle of perfume and 2 dirty cups that hadn't been washed for a long time, and rubbed them with his sleeves. Come on, how about a toast to celebrate that you defeated me again? At this time, Oladian also received a message from her subordinates. The female magician looked at the small note in her hand, and her face finally changed. Where is Lilith now? Don't you like to guess my actions? Why don't you guess? Dardarian poured champagne into 2 glasses and said leisurely. Oladian's face darkened, openly going against the council. Have you considered where this will put Lilith? No, no one is going against the council. Vice President Lilith is just following the orders of me, the president. Who told you to show up now? Then I now order you on behalf of the council to terminate Vice President Lilith's actions. It's too late. The order I gave her required her to cut off all contact with the outside world during the action, so now no one, including me, can contact her. Dardarian shrugged, picked up a glass of champagne, and looked very regretful. Oladian's face turned very bad now. Even if Lilith can take the girl away, without the support of the Magician Association, how long can they hide in the city? In addition, don't forget that His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein is still in danger. Tonight, in addition to the people from the temple, many alien killers have also sneaked into the Guthries University city. There is no plan at all. Dardarian interrupted Oladian and put out the cigarette in his other hand on the desk. The dock, the city gate, and the underground black market, except for Lilith's place, even my arrangements in these places were originally made for you to see. Dardarian grinned. So, there is no plan at all tonight. How is it possible? Oladian was speechless when she heard this. No plan means that Rob will face the temple, the Ferdinand family, the killers from the alien race, and almost the entire underground forces in the south alone tonight. Yeah, when he told me this plan, I thought I heard it wrong. That guy seems calmer than anyone else on the surface, but in fact, he is an out-and-out lunatic in his bones. Dardarian drank the champagne in the glass, and then sighed, men in love are really irrational. Chapter 530. What a beautiful and lonely firework. Merlin stood on the Marion lighthouse, with the whistling wind in his ears. He put his hands in his pockets and looked down at the city of Guthries. Explosions and roars came from the city, and magic of various attributes set off the sky of the entire city with colorful lights, as if it was a grand celebration. The last time Guthries was so lively felt like more than 900 years ago. Unfortunately, the protagonists are no longer here. The fox-masked man's words rarely revealed a trace of loneliness. Really, teacher? What nonsense are you talking about again? How do you know about things that happened 900 years ago? Lois rolled his eyes. Well, don't take it to heart. It's a rhetoric. A rhetoric. The loneliness flashed away. Merlin tightened his collar, and then complained, Why is it so cold? Didn't summer just pass not long ago? It's because you insisted on running to such a high place. This is probably the price of pretending to be Beep. Lois sneered. Oh, that's really ruthless. Seeing the fox-masked man shivering in the cold wind, the female archer finally handed the clothes in her hand to him. How thoughtful. I really don't know what I will do after you get married. Merlin took the clothes and put them on happily, and did not forget to praise his female student. Is it coming again? Lois's heart moved. Why can this man in front of him always say these ambiguous words as if nothing happened, but in less than a minute he will throw all the tenderness behind his mind, with the cruel innocence of a child. Just like now, he was standing right in front of her, but he seemed to be very far away from her. Grandma Claire once said that he was the most passionate and ruthless man in the world. Lois had never believed that there could be such a contradictory guy until she saw him with her own eyes, and was attracted by those eyes that seemed to be engraved with endless secrets. When she looked back, she could not help but sink into him. It was like being captured by a huge star that was emitting light. From then on, she could only revolve around him, and had lost her previous orbit without realizing it. Is it too late? But it seems not bad to stay by his side, like this forever. I believe that one day, this feeling will be passed on to the other party. The girl thought to herself, but the man not far away had already spoken again, gloating, the church may be in big trouble tonight. Oh, why do you say that? No matter how you look at the current situation, the girl of the Breton family is at a disadvantage. By the way, teacher, are you really not going to take action? After all, Hartfilia is a student of the St. Laurent Brothers Magic Academy. Lois calmed down and turned his attention back to the situation in Goudry's city tonight. Hey Lois, do you believe that there are geniuses in this world? The fox-masked man did not answer the girl's question, but rubbed his hands and asked back. Are geniuses referring to guys like Osido, Caesar and Simon? No, the first two are only slightly better than ordinary people. Simon has good potential, otherwise I would not let him take over Foreman's job, but that's all. Merlin touched his nose. Only people like Dandelion and Oladian can be called geniuses. In the battle 16 years ago, everyone thought they would be the strongest of the younger generation. It just so happens that one of them is a disciple of Stein's, and the other is a student of Albus. They are from the south and the north, and they might even become lifelong enemies, but it's not enough. It's not enough? Lois didn't understand what the fox-masked man meant by it's not enough. At that time, Dandelion and Oladian had no rivals except each other, and Merlin actually called such talent not enough. Really, teacher, are you bragging again? Well, those two guys are excellent in this era, but if they are in the long river of history, well, they are just average. Merlin tore open a bag of snacks. Hey, compared with those predecessors in history, are you too strict with them, teacher? Is that so? But I know there is someone who can definitely surpass those old guys. If the talents of Dandelion and Oladian represent the limits of mortals, then that person has all the possibilities of magicians and humans. Merlin raised two fingers. I have only seen such things in two people in my life. I have to admit that although Steins is average, he has a good eye. Teacher, are you talking about that His Majesty? Lois was curious about the fox-masked man's words. She had never seen this guy praise someone so much. He often sneered at those ninth-level professionals. But I have met him before, and I feel that there is nothing special about him except that he is calmer than ordinary people. That calmness is his last kindness to the world. Merlin blinked and grinned. Jane's pupil suddenly shrank. How? How is this possible? For her, sanctification means the symbol of invincibility. Moreover, Alvin is also working with her this time. The two of them can even fight against a ninth-level professional. However, when the guy in front of her walked out of the tailor's shop, what happened afterwards completely overturned her imagination. The overwhelming magic attack poured down, and the guy on the opposite side actually doubled the casting speed on the original basis, and it seemed that he was at ease. At first, they tried hard to keep up with the opponent's movements, but after a few rounds, there was only endless explosions and roars in their vision. What made Jane even more horrified was that she was beaten into the sanctification state. There were originally 7 minutes left before the state ended, but now her consciousness directly controlled her body again. I give you one last chance. Leave Goudry's immediately. The future super magician stopped and said lightly, and the magic in the sky dissipated in an instant. Jane gritted her teeth. Damn it, don't look down on me. Although her body had reached its limit, the little girl planned to burn her soul and life to force herself to enter the sanctification state again, but the next moment her head was hit by something, and she fainted directly. Alvin carried the girl's body on his back, bowed deeply to Rob, and quickly disappeared into the night with the ladder. Chapter 531. Because of the appearance of the dwarf assassin, Lolo didn't know if the original retreat route could still be used. If Mograine was right, she couldn't leave through the main gate, so she followed someone's instructions and walked into the kitchen. The Golden Rose's kitchen was very large, with more than 30 chefs, each with 1 or 2 apprentices. No one of the dwarves didn't cause much trouble when they sneaked in before, but this also caused Lolo's problem. She didn't know which of these people was responsible for meeting her. Her evening dress looked a bit eye-catching in front of everyone. Luo stood at the door for a while, but no one looked up at her. Goudry's is not only a city of magicians, but also a food capital. The food festival held in Red River Square every year attracts many chefs to travel across the ocean to exchange skills. Golden Rose is the most famous aristocratic restaurant in the entire university town. Many of the chefs here are champions of previous competitions. Their love and pursuit of cooking skills are incomprehensible to ordinary people. For example, now, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of them, but most people were still concentrating on their cooking, as if the girl didn't exist at all. When Luo was still hesitating whether to take the initiative to speak, the first chef of Golden Rose, a female elf with a shaved head and pierced ears, came over and threw a set of kitchen helper clothes to Luo. You come now? Why are you so slow? Why don't you change your clothes? The girl was stunned after taking the clothes, and opened her mouth to say something, but the female elf had already pulled her into the dressing room, not far away, without saying anything. After closing the door, the latter touched her body before saying, "Sorry, this is a necessary inspection. It seems that those guys didn't do anything to you." Then I make it short. Someone asked me to send you to her. Her? I don't know the details, and I don't want to know. I'm only responsible for sending you out of here. Let's go when you're ready. How do we leave here? Lolo asked. The female elf pointed to a cargo carriage in the backyard. This is the carriage we usually use to purchase and transport food. There is a mezzanine inside, which was originally used to separate the food better, but the size is just right for hiding a person, so I'm afraid I have to inconvenience you next. It just so happens that the black reef fish in the restaurant is almost finished. That kind of fish can only be caught late at night. I go to the dock to purchase the goods and drop you off halfway. Luo nodded, thank you. You're welcome. Just remember to ask the guy to pay me the meal money he owes as soon as possible. The female elf chef was very fast. She packed the carriage in 5 minutes, and said to one of her students, I'm going to go out for a while. Please keep an eye on the restaurant for me. Yes, teacher. The student nodded. The female elf chef drove the carriage into the night, but was blocked by a team just a few steps out of the door. What do you mean? The female elf chef sat in the carriage, looking at the 6 people in front of her with an unchanged expression. Chef Elsa, it's so late, where are you going? The leader said with a half smile. You are not the guard team. Do I need to tell you where I am going? Elsa said coldly. Of course not, in fact, we are also here to ask Chef Elsa for help. Another person said with a smile while jumping on the carriage. Elsa frowned. I don't know how to help you. We are looking for someone tonight. I hope Chef Elsa can give us a little hint. The team leader said. You have the wrong person. I am just a chef. Elsa shook her head. In that case, we can only do it ourselves. As they were talking, more and more people noticed Elsa and her carriage, and gathered around. The 6-member team had already boarded the carriage, but they searched it but found nothing. So one of them jumped down again, walked around the carriage, and said with his chin, It seems that we have misunderstood Chef Elsa. The female elf snorted coldly. Can I leave now? Of course. No. The man laughed and knocked on the carriage board. Does Chef Elsa really think that a mere piece of wood can deceive all of us? It's a bit too rude to hide our Miss Heartfilia here. Elsa's face changed immediately when she heard this. The 6 people proudly lifted the wooden board on the carriage, but when they opened the interlayer, there was nothing inside. How could this happen? The 6 people looked at the empty carriage in shock. Are you satisfied now? The female elf sneered. Wait, where is your student? The 6 people remembered something, and their expressions changed. However, according to the latest news from the Golden Rose, the student of Lolo and Elsa has disappeared. At the entrance of a small alley 2 streets away from the Golden Rose, the young elf girl took off the hat used to cover her ears. I will send you here as agreed, and you can walk in by yourself later. Thank you so much for tonight, master and disciple. The young elf girl waved her hand and said, No, you're welcome. Just remember to ask the guy to pay off the meal money he owes to master. This was the second time that Luo heard the other party mention the meal money, but she still didn't know who that guy was. It seemed that the person she was referring to was not Rob. Luo wanted to ask again, but the young elf girl left in a hurry after sending her to her destination. Luo sorted out her doubts, and walked into the alley. The light inside was dim, and there were puddles under her feet, but she could vaguely see a figure leaning against the wall. It seemed that the other person had been waiting for her here for a while. When Luo got closer and saw the other person's appearance clearly, she was shocked. President Lilith. She never thought that the person who would help her evacuate tonight would be Lilith, the vice president of the Goudry's branch of the Magicians Association. The situation is urgent. Let's talk about it later. Lilith put the cloak in her hand on the girl's shoulders. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps came from outside the alley. It sounded like there were 5 people, but fortunately they were not very powerful. There was only one level 6, and the rest were level 4 and level 5. Lilith was sure that she could take down this group of people, but the problem was that once they started fighting, the noise of the battle might attract other people. Now there were unknown people everywhere in Gudry's city. If this continued, it would be easy to fall into danger. Chapter 532. Lilith pushed open a secret door beside her and pulled Luo inside. Behind the door was a tavern where drinkers were drinking. Others were competing in arm wrestling or chatting with the waitresses beside them. Lilith and Luo were both wearing cloaks. No one noticed their presence. They came out from behind the bar and walked towards the front door. Just as they were about to push the door open and go out, Lilith suddenly pulled Luo over and pushed him against the wall. Their lips were less than half a centimeter apart. Luo was startled by this sudden scene. A whistle sounded in the tavern. At this moment, a dozen men in black rushed in. They just glanced at the two people who were behaving intimately and turned their heads to other places, starting to look for suspicious people in the tavern. Then another group of people came out from the back door. After the two groups met, they began to block and search the tavern, causing dissatisfaction among many drinkers. But when one of the men in black nailed the right hand of a hapless guy to the table, the others in the tavern wisely remained silent. Unfortunately, after searching around, nothing was found. It was only then that someone realized that the two girls, who were making out by the door, had disappeared. "President Lilith, where are we going now?" Lolo asked the female magician in front. "Fishing Friend's home, a small bookstore. Now that's the only safe place in Gudry's city. But when we go there, we have to make sure there are no pursuers behind us." Lilith explained that Fishing Friend's home and Golden Rose were not in the same block, and there was still a distance between them. If we walked, it would take about 1 magic hour. Normally, this amount of time wouldn't be a problem, but now there are people everywhere in Gudry's who are looking for Luo, and just now, they almost ran into a group of people chasing them. It's almost impossible to travel an hour without being discovered. I prepared a teleportation array nearby, but someone used a super giant magic device to block the entire Gudry's, and now there is no way to teleport in this city. Lilith said. "Then how do we get there?" "Take a carriage." "Will the carriage not be stopped?" "Of course ordinary carriages will be stopped, but there is one carriage that few people will pay attention to. Chef Elsa's carriage that transports ingredients has been searched once. At least no one will stop this empty carriage in the next half an hour." While the two were talking, the female elf chef's carriage had stopped beside them. Elsa jumped off from it, and the latter took her place in the driver's seat. At the same time, Lilith also turned into Elsa's appearance. The vice president of the Magician Association nodded to the female elf chef, and drove away immediately after Luo got on the carriage. Luo had been wanting to ask questions for a long time, but she had never had the chance. Now that she was finally a little safer, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you know Chef Elsa?" Lilith nodded and said, "We are friends. We have known each other since childhood. Elsa's parents are scholars. When she was very young, the family moved to Gudry's. When she grew up, she returned to her hometown to hone her cooking skills. I studied magic at the St. Laurent School of Magic. After returning, I became the chef at the Golden Rose. Well, she told me before to let the guy pay the meal debt as soon as possible." "What does that mean?" Lilith paused, as if she was digesting the news. After a long while she said, "Thank you. I will let the guy pay the money as soon as possible. Special Agent Oladian has come from afar. Why don't we go have a midnight snack together? I know someone who cooks delicious food." Dardarian dragged his chin. That guy seems to be a chef in a noble restaurant. More importantly, she has a good relationship with Lilith. Eating at her place doesn't cost money. "Well, you plan to keep staring at me now, so I can't do anything else. Don't beat around the bush. You must have a way to contact His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein." Oladian said in a deep voice, "What happened tonight is much more serious than you think." "How do you know what I'm thinking?" The president of the Magician Association sat at his desk and rocked his chair. "According to the latest information we have, the temple not only sent out the people from the Inquisition, but also a cardinal came to Gudry's. They are determined to get the girl named Heartfilia," Oladian said seriously. "Are there cardinals participating tonight?" Dardarian looked a little surprised. "So you still want to use the girl from the Breton family as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Rob? In addition to Pope Vainilvi, the most powerful people in the temple are the cardinals, and there are only 3 of them, all of whom are 9th-level masters. In terms of status, they are comparable to Steins and Albus. Because priests lack effective means of attack, their single combat power is the weakest among all professions, but in contrast, they have strong team combat capabilities. A cardinal can even turn a team of 8th-level knights into 9th-level combat power. This is the terrifying thing about 9th-level priests." "I lied before," Oladian admitted. "With the power of the Magicians Association in Gudry's tonight, I'm afraid it is not capable of keeping the girl of the Breton family from the cardinal. I just want to find her first, and use her to bring His Majesty Etreid Richard Hallstein back to the Royal School of Magic of Teast. TSK, this is really despicable, but now that you mention it, I know where the guy is now. Oladian's eyes lit up. Where else can I go? Of course I'm going to find the cardinal in the temple, Dardarian said leisurely. Now is not the time to joke. Oladian was shocked. I'm not kidding. Hey, you said it yourself. There are too many people coming to catch the girl tonight. If I use my own strength, no matter how strong I am, I can't stop so many people. In this case, I can only rely on some external forces. Let me ask you, if he fights with the cardinal now, what will you do? His Majesty Ethelred Richard Holstein's safety is ranked S level in the Magician Association, even higher than Vice President Albus and Vice President Steins. If his life is threatened, then according to the regulations, all magicians in Gudry's city must enter the first-level combat readiness state. Oladian said word by word. I'm a little regretful for helping him. That guy really likes to cause trouble for us. The president of the Magician Association sighed, and said with a sad face. Chapter 533. I already know what happened before. I don't blame you. Go down and have a rest. The old man said to the two children outside the house in a kind tone. Also, remember to find your teacher before going to bed, and ask him to help you eliminate the sequelae of sanctification. Alvin nodded, pulled up Jane, who was still a little indignant, and walked down the cabin. After the two left, the old man stood up from his seat, turned around and said to a girl beside him, Let's go, Renesian, let's go to see the distinguished guest together. Distinguished guest? The girl didn't know what the old man meant. The ship they were on was not docked at the port of Gudry's, but half a mile away outside, surrounded by endless seawater. The girl named Renesian didn't know where the distinguished guest the old man was talking about came from. The old man didn't explain, but just pushed the door and walked onto the deck. The paladins standing silently in the night wind like stone statues outside saluted after seeing him, and it could be felt that their respect for the old man was from the heart. The old man returned the greetings one by one without getting tired, and then walked to the center of the deck. In the surprised eyes of the girl, he bowed very solemnly to the empty bow, and then said, Your Majesty, we meet again. After a moment, the place where he was looking at had a moment of distortion, and a figure appeared under the moonlight, which was Rob. The reason why the future super magician let Alvin and Jane leave was to follow them, and find the master of the temple tonight. The two were secret weapons cultivated by the church. No matter who it was, they would definitely have to hold such a powerful and dangerous thing in their own hands to feel at ease. Dadelion guessed correctly. Too many people had sneaked into the city of Gudry's. Even if Rob had Bevernadette's help, it would be impossible to eliminate all these forces. And tonight, there was only one party that could do this, and that was the magician. With the departure of Albus, the Magician Association had been very quiet in the turmoil tonight. Except for Lilith, who acted alone to help Lulu escape, the rest of the people had not made any moves so far, so many people ignored their existence. But the city of Gudry's is Gudry's of magicians after all. The city of magicians is not just in name only. There are tens of thousands of magicians living in this city, and nearly 100 magic academies. It is an extremely powerful force. However, magicians naturally advocate freedom, and the organizational structure of the Magicians Association is not as clearly divided as the temple. This force cannot be commanded by Dadelion or Oladian, but once they are suddenly united for a certain goal, no one, whether it is the temple or the alien race, will be the opponent of this force. What Rob is doing now is to create a goal that can unite this terrifying force. However, the future super magician was also a little surprised when he saw the old man. In the power structure of the church, the Pope is the most powerful, followed by the cardinals, but many people don't know that the status of the three cardinals is not exactly the same, and there are also differences in the main and the secondary among the three. Rob thought that tonight the temple would at most send out the youngest Cardinal Trevino, but he didn't expect that after boarding the ship, he met Bishop Saruman, the head of the three cardinals. The latter is the second most important person in the church. 3 years ago, when the future super mage was promoted to the 6th level, it was Cardinal Saruman who went to the church to watch the ceremony, so the old man said that the two met again. The paladins on the ship were all shocked when they saw someone suddenly appear. They didn't expect that someone could sneak in under their noses. They wanted to draw their weapons, but were stopped by Saruman. The old man sighed. He obviously knew what someone wanted to do by sneaking on the ship. Don't you think what your majesty is doing now is a little too selfish? Because of your selfishness, you are going to involve all the magicians in the city, And you may even start a war between the temple and the Magician Association. How many innocent people will die because of this? As the future patron saint of the human race, can you really watch all this happen? Rob was unmoved and said lightly, Bishop Saruman, have you forgotten the cause of all this? If you hadn't used the power of the entire church just to capture an innocent girl, things wouldn't have developed to this point. If the gods are really so kind, why don't you take a step back tonight? Renesian's heart was pounding with fear at this. It was the first time she heard someone casually tell Bishop Saruman, the second in command of the church, to take a step back. Normally, the temple wouldn't have to do anything. The millions of believers in the world alone could tear the person who said this to pieces. However, the old man just shook his head after hearing this. If it was other things, I could take a step back on behalf of the temple, but not this one. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the specific reason, but as long as you promise not to take action tonight, I will go to the Royal School of Magic of Teast in person to apologize to you. Renesian was completely stunned by what happened. Although Bishop Saruman was the most approachable among the church's senior officials, as the second in command of the temple, his words and deeds not only represented himself, but also the image of the church. But now, he was willing to personally apologize to the young man who came out of nowhere. Renesian had never seen the old man lower himself so low. But the hateful guy opposite just said calmly, you don't need to apologize. With me here, no one can take her away tonight. The wrinkles on Bishop Saruman's face deepened. It seems that the rumors are true. Your Majesty, your relationship with the young lady of the Breton family is lovers. Rob did not hide it. It is true. The old man sighed. It seems that I have no choice. He waved his hand, and a dark golden divine book appeared in the void. This divine book was larger than any book the boy had ever seen, and it actually covered the sky above the entire ship. The rich sacred power illuminated the entire sea area as if it were daytime. The paladins on the ship bathed in it, and felt that their bodies and minds were sublimated. Endless power was surging in their bodies. With a clang, they drew their swords involuntarily. On the other side, the future super magician also drew out the staff at his waist, concentrating and saying, I have heard of the holy name of the light of judgment for a long time, and I will come to experience it tonight. Chapter 534. Olavian's expression changed, and she looked out to the sea. Although she could not see anything there, she could feel an extremely strong magical fluctuation. The female magician asked, What is that? What do you think it is? Dardarian asked back. That's impossible. Olavian's face turned bad. It must be your trick. Where is the telescope? There should be a high-powered magic telescope in the association's warehouse. Not only Dardarian and Olavian, at this moment, all the magicians in the city of Gudries felt the powerful magical fluctuation, which came from the sea. It is hard to imagine that those magic elements still have no signs of dissipating after such a long distance. Luo also looked up. Although she couldn't see the situation outside from the carriage, she couldn't help asking Lilith, who was driving the carriage in front, what was that magic wave just now? It was so strong. It seemed that the magic power in my body resonated. This was the first time the girl encountered such a situation. She was shocked. There was a powerful magician. It was initially inferred that the battle was likely to be at sea, a certain distance from Gudries. Lilith analyzed calmly. How strong is a powerful magician? Is he stronger than you, President Lilith? Lolo is now at level 3, so she can grasp the strength of level 1 to 3 magicians, and can roughly deduce the strength of level 4 magicians, but there is no intuitive concept for those above that. That guy is much stronger than me. I have never heard of such a level of magic fluctuation, Lilith said truthfully. Could it be the super magician Abuz? Lolo's eyes lit up. Being in Gudries, she naturally heard a lot of legends about Abuz. It was said that this level 9 super magician was always fair and strict. When she first came to the university town, the girl also considered whether to tell the Magician Association about her experience. Especially when she became a magician, she saw the protection regulations for magicians in the convention of the Magicians Association. When the personal safety of magicians is threatened, they can ask the Magicians Association for help, and the latter will provide protection for magicians. This regulation was written by Roland, the ancestor of magicians, when he founded the Magicians Association 900 years ago, and it has sacred effect. But she was not sure that the Magicians Association would not really fight against the entire temple for her, an insignificant low-level magician. Luo didn't distrust the Magicians Association or Master Absakeo, but she had experienced too many things during the period after her father disappeared. The girl always believed that most people in this world were kind, but at the same time, what happened to her also made her understand that kindness has a price, and when this price exceeds a certain level, most people will choose to remain silent. The Magicians Association is an association of all magicians. As one of the senior managers, Master Absakeo should make every decision based on the interests of all magicians, and has nothing to do with justice. Luo could understand the position of the Magicians Association, but she also had a little extravagant hope in her heart. Perhaps the super mage Albus was not always so rational and calm. Perhaps some of the magicians in this city would still remember the rules that Roland had left behind, and the oaths they had made when they joined the Magicians Association. Lilith's heart moved. She knew the real situation of Gudry City now. Principal Albus had already left the university town. No one except her would come to help Luo tonight. However, she couldn't bear to dispel the girl's expectations. After a pause, she hummed, "Maybe? You are playing with fire." Oladian's face was livid. The thing she was most worried about was still happening. What means did the ship have to isolate the outside world from prying eyes? But Oladian still saw the golden light in the sea through the telescope. Such a strong sacred power had no reasonable explanation, except that a cardinal-level clergyman took action. And there were not many people who could force a cardinal to take action with all his strength. In connection with the terrifying magic fluctuations before, the name was about to come out. Dandelion had already lit another cigarette and took a puff. "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed to see you again this time. You made such a big mess without telling the association, and you still have the nerve to say that I disappointed you?" Oladian was amused by the guy opposite. "Mess? I don't understand what you mean." "Well, I did do a lot of ridiculous things before, but not tonight. In my opinion, I just did what a branch president should do tonight." Dandelion said calmly, "We all read those oaths when we joined the Magician Association. Unlike you, the rules left by Roland still mean something to me. You are just abusing your power for personal gain." Oladian frowned. If that girl was not related to His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein, would you still take action tonight? "Yes, you said yourself that I am a person who likes to do things recklessly. Gudry's is so lively tonight. Wouldn't it be a bit too boring to just sit here?" Dandelion held the staff beside him again. After this period of rest, his magic power has recovered more than half, so he became full of energy again. "Oladian, you have been with those old guys in the board of directors for too long, and even your way of thinking has become dull. You are always looking back and forth. Where is your original pride? If I had known this would happen 16 years ago, I should not have let you use that half trick. I should have just smashed your pitiful self-esteem directly." Dandelion slapped the table, and said passionately and generously. "Enough," the female magician said coldly. "Do you really think I'm an idiot? 16 years ago, it was you who lost control of that move at the last moment and lost. Oh, did you find out? I thought you would keep arguing about whether I was letting you win." Dandelion scratched his head. Oladian was speechless, and after a moment, he stretched out his hand and said, "That thing. What is it?" "Your president's badge. If you want to activate the first level of combat readiness, you must have the participation of the board members, or 2 branch presidents or above. You and I just happen to meet the conditions for activation, otherwise you have to go to school to find someone." Dandelion was stunned when he heard this. "What? I just want you to let me go and help over there. Can you stop a cardinal by yourself?" Oladian said calmly, "Don't be so fussy. If you want to do it, just do it thoroughly, and tell those guys in the temple whose territory Gudry's is." Chapter 535. The carriage was speeding on the street in the middle of the night, and the next moment a row of pottery jars suddenly fell from the sky. The row of pottery jars smashed on the ground, and a 2-meter-high blue flame jumped out of it, blocking the entire street. Lilith tightened the reins, and the brown horse pulling the carriage raised its hooves and neighed, and the carriage stopped in front of the wall of fire. "Chef Elsa, shouldn't you go to the dock to buy goods? Why are you here?" The one who spoke was a one-eyed man, carrying a red war hammer, standing on the roof of an inn. There was a little girl next to him, only about 14 or 15 years old, holding the corner of the man's clothes, expressionless, but she was carrying a backpack behind her, and the row of pottery jars just now were dropped by her. Lilith didn't waste any words, and directly pulled out the magic wand from under the seat. She didn't think of using Teresa's identity to deal with the 2 people. Since the other party had set their sights on them, they must have discovered the abnormality of the carriage, and the fire ignited by the pottery pot would attract the attention of others, so the next battle must be fought quickly. When the man on the roof saw Lilith's actions, a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he licked his lips. "Eva, it seems that we have found the target. I will go to hold the magician back, and you go to catch the people in the car. Remember to move quickly, otherwise you will not be able to get the reward if you are discovered by others." After saying this, the man jumped down, waving the warhammer in his hand, and rushed towards Lilith. Before his toes touched the ground, 3 wind blades were already slashing towards him. Lilith had a good grasp of the timing. The man couldn't change his shape in the air, so it was difficult to dodge, but there was no panic on the latter's face. The man grinned and blocked the red warhammer in front of him. The wind blades disappeared immediately after hitting the warhammer, and they didn't even leave any marks on it. Mithril weapon? Lilith frowned. Although the wind blade was only a 3rd level magic, the man's ability to block it so easily was obviously inseparable from the warhammer in his hand. The little girl named Eva was not in a hurry. Seeing that Lilith's magic did not threaten the one-eyed man, she squatted down and took out a small crossbow from her backpack. She aimed for a long time, but unfortunately the arrow she shot was a bit off target and flew over the carriage and nailed to the wall of the theater opposite. However, Luo soon noticed the steel cable at the end of the crossbow arrow. Eva slid down the steel cable. The night wind blew up her clothes, revealing her smooth belly. However, she fell down only halfway through the slide. Luo used the dagger on her calf to cut off the steel cable behind the crossbow arrow, but Eva landed lightly on the ground. Her movements were as light as a civet cat. She reached out and took out a pottery jar from the backpack behind her. She looked at the figure opposite with a bad look. The one-eyed man not far away was shocked when he saw it and quickly reminded, "You have to be alive, alive." So Eva put the pot back and took out a 3-meter-long whip. The one-eyed man smiled bitterly. "Can't you change to a more normal weapon?" But Lilith's series of violent attacks made him speechless. The one-eyed man dared not be distracted anymore. The person standing in front of him was the vice president of the Gudries branch of the Magician Association. Even if he had a mithril weapon in his hand, he had almost no chance of winning. Fortunately, he only needed to delay the opponent for a few minutes, and he could retreat after Eva on the other side succeeded. That was what the one-eyed man planned, but after the fight, he found that his idea was too simple. The 3 wind blades were just a test, and then Lilith did not give him any chance to exchange gifts, and directly exploded. The first move was a ranged magic covering half a block, and there were fierce single attacks in the middle. The one-eyed man was caught off guard and dealt with it in a very awkward manner. When he took a breath and tried to stand firm, he sadly found that even if he was prepared, it was useless, and he was still pressed to the ground and rubbed. Meanwhile, Eva's progress was not very smooth. She didn't take Lolo seriously because she only had a dagger on her, especially since the other party was only a 1st-level swordsman. But when they really started fighting, she found that the blood talent of the Breton family in swordsmanship was indeed well-deserved. Lolo's close combat method was not inherited from her father, the Scarlet Sword, but was taught by a mysterious teacher. However, with the same set of training methods, the girl stepped into the threshold of the 1st level after a month, while a certain human guardian was still standing by the door to watch the scenery. It can be seen that at least in terms of swordsmanship, Lolo perfectly inherited Karlov's qualifications. Therefore, Rob was a little confused for a while, why the mysterious teacher in the girl's mouth insisted that she choose the path of a magician, and this matter could probably only be understood when he met the latter. During the time in Gudries, although Lolo focused on magic, he did not completely abandon sword training. In addition, after more than half a year at sea, although swordsmanship was only Lolo's side job, he had unknowingly reached the threshold of the 2nd level, and was only 1 step away. The little girl named Eva had many strange mechanisms on her body, but her skills were only at the beginning of the 3rd level. Moreover, because of the prerequisite of capturing alive, many methods could not be used. For a while, she could not do anything to Lolo. The two fought for a while without a clear winner, and on the other side, her companion, the one-eyed man, could not hold on first. Not only was the beard on half of his face burned off, but his left hand was also frozen. Seeing that things could not be reversed, the one-eyed man carried the red war hammer on his back, rolled out of the range of the next magic, and yelled to Eva, "Retreat, Plan B." The little girl was stunned for a moment, and seemed a little unwilling, but finally reached into the backpack and took out a wooden ball, and threw it at her feet. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke filled the street, and soon the smoke enveloped the figures of the two. Under the cover of the smoke, the one-eyed man and the little girl named Eva fled into a nearby house. Lilith didn't chase them. Although she was sure that she could completely eliminate the two people within 5 minutes, the battle just now had attracted many people. The next group of people would arrive here in 3 minutes at most. Lilith said to Luo, "Get in the car." The girl nodded, but before she could get close to the carriage suddenly exploded and broke into pieces. Then Luo saw the team of black-clad men she met in the tavern before. Lilith's face changed. "You go first. I stop them and come to you soon." Although Luo was a little worried, She also knew that the other party's target was herself. If she stayed, it would bring danger to Lilith, so the girl gritted her teeth and went into the alley. Chapter 536. Your Majesty, why are you doing this? Bishop Saruman sighed. After he summoned the divine book, he did not attack again, and stood with his hands behind his back. The combat power of the paladins on the deck was more than doubled under the bonus of holy light. Except for 2 who stayed by his side to protect him, the remaining 11 people all moved. Even Rob could not resist the siege of so many quasi-9th level masters alone. The future super magician entered the state of phase shift at the first time. Rob's figure turned into a stream of light. He stayed in each space for no more than 1 second, and kept moving at a super high speed, because only in this way could he ensure that he would only face 1 or 2 enemies each time. At the same time, various high-level magics poured out from his hands, covering the entire deck. The roar of magic was everywhere. The captain of the guard beside the old bishop took a step forward, knelt on one knee, and inserted his sword into the ground. The divine pattern on the hilt was activated, with this as the origin, and no attack within a radius of 1 meter could penetrate. However, when he looked up at the figure not far away, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of admiration. Challenging a group of quasi-9th level masters, with the strength of the 6th level is itself an incredible thing. What that person is doing now is impossible for anyone present, and from the current few rounds, the 2 sides are evenly matched. However, this is only on the surface. Rob's reckless release of magic has a price. His mana consumption speed is amazing. In less than 2 minutes, it has reached the bottom. You must know that he is now a 6th level magician. The magic power contained in his body is not small. It stands to reason that it can at least support a high-level magician's full output for 20 minutes, but at Rob's current casting speed, it only took 1/10 of the time to consume it. But if not, he would not have been able to hold out until now under the siege of several quasi-9th level masters. Should we say that he is worthy of being the most valued ace genius of the Magician Association? In another 20 years, he may become the youngest 9th level super magician in human history. Who in the world can be his opponent by then? However, that is many years later. No matter how you look at it tonight, he has no chance. Is it over? Looking at the figure in the smoke, many people are thinking this in their hearts. Only Bishop Saruman seemed to have noticed something, and looked up at the night sky. A red figure broke through the night, and landed on the boy's shoulder. It was an extremely beautiful bird with feathers, as soft as silk, and eyes like gemstones. Although they knew that the other party was an enemy, even those strong-minded paladins couldn't help but show a trace of admiration when they saw those eyes. It was not because of the influence of the spiritual magic, but purely because of the appreciation of beautiful things. For thousands of years, human beings have always had a common pursuit of beauty. Is there still one bird of divine punishment left? This was the first time the old man showed surprise on his face tonight. Rainesian's eyes were also attracted by the beautiful bird that fell from the sky in front of her, and she couldn't help asking, "Teacher, what is the bird of divine punishment?" Bevenadette, this is what people in ancient times called them, which translates to the fruit of fate, but in the temple this bird has another name, called the bird of divine punishment. The old man said. Saruman didn't seem to be in a hurry, and the paladins around him didn't take action without his order. The old man asked Rob, who was surrounded in the middle, "Where did you get this Bevenadette?" The future super magician heard something from the other party's words and frowned. Is Bevenadette's disappearance more than 1,000 years ago related to the temple? Bishop Saruman did not deny it. The bird of divine punishment is a monster recorded in the divine scriptures. Although mortals are captured by their beauty, and give them new names, monsters are monsters. Since you are the owner of this bird, you should know that they have the ability to charm people. The church naturally has the obligation to eliminate them. And then keep a few of them for research? We did do some things that were not so glorious, but the starting point of the temple has not changed for thousands of years. We exist to protect humans. The appearance of magicians is only 900 years. Don't forget who was protecting our race during that dark era. The old man said, those guys in the Inquisition did catch 2 birds of divine punishment, but this kind of bird is very proud. Once caught, it will go on a hunger strike, and cannot be studied at all. So I am very curious about how you subdued this bird of divine punishment. This is a long story, but I'm afraid you don't have time to listen to it. As soon as Rob finished speaking, 12 blue flames rose above the distant city of Gudries. These flames formed a sharp sword pattern, which was the first level combat readiness mobilization order of the Magician Association. Is this the result you want, Your Majesty? Bishop Saruman said calmly, without changing his expression, after seeing the 12 blue flames. The temple's action in Gudries tonight is very important, but it is not legal, So the church spent a lot of money to invite the masters of the Black World as the main force to capture Lolo. Cardinal Saruman even stopped on the sea half a mile away from the university city. All this was done to avoid exposing the existence of the temple. Once the war with the Magicians Association begins, no matter whether they win or lose, what happened tonight will be exposed, and the church will be in a passive position. Detain her. Faced with the sudden turn of events, the old man remained calm. Also, notify Mograine to make a quick decision and catch the girl before the Magicians Association takes action. The captain of the guard had cold sweat on his forehead. Are you really going to detain the S-level protected person of the Magicians Association, the future guardian of the human race? Rob took action first tonight. If he just repelled the opponent, even the Magicians Association would have nothing to say. But once he was detained, the situation would change completely. The opponent's identity was special, and it was very likely to trigger a war between the two top forces, especially now that they were still in the Magicians' territory. Albus was just temporarily away, not dead. Bishop Saruman shook his head. What happens next is not what you should worry about. I will explain to the Magicians Association. It's not a big problem if he is detained for half an hour. The first level alert order has been issued, and his purpose of boarding the ship has been achieved. If he is released now, there may be changes on Gudri's side. Chapter 537. The church's paladins are strict in discipline. Although they are somewhat cautious about Rob's identity, they put all distractions behind them after receiving the order from the Cardinal. Once a team of quasi-9th level masters go all out, the momentum alone is frightening. In contrast, Rob's spellcasting speed actually increased again. With Bevanadet by his side, his mana, which was about to run out, was restored. This time, the target of the attack by the future super magician was no longer the 11 paladins in front of him, but the ship under their feet. The 2 water dragons released by Rob smashed a hole in the deck, and seawater poured in from the hole. The whole ship was actually showing signs of sinking. Renesian screamed and quickly held the side of the ship to stabilize her body. The reason why magicians are recognized as the strongest profession in the Dawn continent is not only because of their powerful attack power, but also because of their adaptability to the environment. If the ship sinks, everyone on the ship, whether strong or weak, will fall into the water, and their strength will be greatly reduced. Only Rob will not be affected. Saruman knew what the young man was thinking, so he would not let him get what he wanted. The old man finally made another move. The divine book in the sky flipped, and more than a dozen golden pages fell off from it, wrapping the entire boat. The hole at the bottom was also blocked by a page, and the boat stopped sinking immediately. The boatman on the lower deck quickly scooped out the seawater that had poured into the cabin with a wooden bucket. Then Saruman waved his hand again, and another page floated down and blocked him. The old man said to the 2 guards around him, "With the divine book, I can protect myself. You should also make a move. End the battle as soon as possible to avoid more trouble at night." "Yes." After receiving the order, the captain of the guard team pulled out the sword stuck on the deck and joined the battle. The 2 were the best among the paladins. As soon as they attacked, Rob immediately felt the pressure. With the blessing of the divine book above his head, low-level magic had no effect at all. Even if the paladins had wounds on their bodies, they could heal quickly. The future super magician tried to attack Saruman and Renesian standing aside, but the magic he released was easily blocked by the page of the book. According to the test results, Rob can infer that it is difficult to destroy the page unless it is magic above the 8th level. This is also the reason why Saruman dared to let everyone join the battle. The old man has seen the sword on the top of Gudri's city, but it will take some time for the Magician Association to organize its manpower. Before that, as long as Rob is detained first, Mograine can continue to act. Even if Mograine fails, he can still have bargaining chips. At this moment, the conflict with the Magicians Association was inevitable, so Saruman no longer had any illusions. He had finally found the girl named Lolo, and the church would not retreat at all. How terrifying the attack of 13 quasi-9th level masters was, perhaps only those who were in it could understand. The space on the deck was not large, and there was almost no safe zone even with phase shift. This was the most difficult battle Rob had ever experienced so far. Even with Bevanadet providing him with mana, he could hardly see any hope of victory. Saruman is worthy of being the leader of the 3 cardinals. He has been promoted to the 9th level for 40 years. His comprehension and understanding of the divine code is far beyond the reach of other clergy. Even if Rob wants to use phase shift to leave the sea covered by divine power, it is impossible. In other words, he has been forced into a desperate situation. With Bevanadet, he still has some mana left, but the mental exhaustion caused by the high-intensity battle makes it difficult for him to continue. Optimistically speaking, Rob has 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, he can no longer fight in this way. His opponent will hardly get tired under the cover of holy light, so he must find a way to escape in these 5 minutes. But at present, this seems impossible. Saruman was obviously not surprised by this result. In fact, he was surprised that the boy in front of him could hold on until now. You know, the opponent is only a 6th level player. It is enough to be proud of that he can hold on for such a long time under the siege of so many quasi-9th level masters. No wonder the Magician Association values his talent so much. However, talent is just talent before it is realized, no matter how amazing it is. The old man's eyes have moved away from the battle in front of him, looking further away, and began to think about the future. The situation tonight was disrupted by Rob, but as long as they can find Lolo, they can still complete their plan, and the follow-up is just a diplomatic trouble. Saruman was still thinking about how to negotiate with the Magicians Association, but the next moment Rob disappeared again, and when he appeared again, he was already standing in front of the old bishop. Renesian was startled, and took a step back subconsciously. Saruman frowned. The page in front of him was a barrier that the boy could not break through at this stage. Rob's attack had proved this before, so he didn't understand the meaning of the other party's current move. However, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw a thin layer of golden light on the boy's body. Rob easily passed through the obstacle that he could not pass before. Before the paladins around him could react, he had already drawn the starfall from his waist and stabbed the cardinal in front of him. If it were someone else facing this sudden sword, they would probably have been frightened silly. However, Saruman was worthy of being the top 9th level strongman in the Dawn continent. At the critical moment, the divine codex in the air suddenly closed and fell back into his hand, blocking the long sword in the boy's hand. However, Rob's real purpose had been achieved. When the divine codex disappeared from the air, the blockade of the nearby area was also lifted. Rob seized this rare opportunity and opened the phase shift again without hesitation, but this time he completely escaped from this space. All this happened in a flash. Until this moment, the paladins still hadn't figured out what happened in that short moment. Why did the opponent suddenly survive when they were about to lose? Even Bishop Saruman was almost attacked. The deck fell into a dead silence. Only Renesian, who was closest, saw what happened just now. The girl covered her mouth and almost screamed. The thin layer of golden light that just appeared on the boy's body was clearly the sacred power that only clergy could use. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through the blockade of the page easily. But how is this possible? Can a person without faith also use the sacred power? What happened in that short second before was completely beyond Renesian's common sense. The girl couldn't tell why, and a hint of fear rose in her heart. Chapter 538. The 12 blue flames that shot up into the sky above Gudry's city were reflected in the eyes of everyone in and outside the city, but everyone had different feelings when they saw the pattern above their heads. The fat artist and the thin artist were in a complicated mood now. With the monkey in the hands of the former, they found the target before others after getting off the boat, and successfully blocked the other party in a dead end. Just as they were about to take action, they saw the pattern in the night sky. The two of them naturally understood what this pattern meant. The thin artist couldn't help but change his face. Didn't they say that the magicians wouldn't intervene tonight? The fat artist's expression was also full of doubt. It may not be related to what we are doing now. However, even he himself didn't quite believe this sentence. Tonight, the city of Gudry's was full of people from the Black World. If it wasn't to deal with them, how could the Magician Association activate the first level of combat readiness? You know, this pattern hasn't appeared in the sky above the city of Gudry's for more than 200 years. What should we do? Should we retreat? The thin artist asked. They all lived in the south, and did not have much concerns about the Breton family and the Ferdinand family in the north, but they knew how powerful the magicians were. If they offended the Magician Association, they would probably have no place to stay in the entire Dawn continent. But if they gave up like this, they were a little unwilling. The super bounty of 24 million was only one step away from them. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to earn such a large sum of money in their next few lives. The fat artist finally gritted his teeth and said, "Why not? Now that no one else knows that we have captured her, we can flee directly to the dwarves after exchanging the money. How can those magicians reach there? In that case, let's do it without further delay." The deterrent power of the Magicians Association is indeed terrible, but in the face of the astronomical commission fee, the two of them quickly reached a consensus. Those who can get involved in the underworld are not cowards, and how could they not understand the principle of seeking wealth and honor in danger? However, just as they were about to attack, two lightning balls fell from the sky and shot towards the two people. The fat artist holding the cage of the monkey dodged a lightning ball, while the thin artist held the accordion in front of him, trying to take this move. Unexpectedly, the lightning ball shot at the thin artist suddenly changed direction when it was about to touch him, and flew towards the iron cage in the fat artist's hand. The latter was sandwiched between the two lightning balls and looked shocked. In the end, he had to throw away the iron cage in his hand. A lightning ball floated into the iron cage and directly stunned the monkey inside. The next moment, Lilith appeared in front of Luo. Seeing the figure of the vice president of the Gudris branch of the Magicians Association, the two finally didn't care about the 24 million anymore, and dared not stay where they were, and fled into the night one after the other. Are you okay? After Lilith focused on solving the monkey that only had the ability to track, she didn't care much about the fat artist and the thin artist. After the two escaped, she didn't chase them anymore, and turned around and asked. Luo shook her head. She heard the conversation between the fat artist and the thin artist before, and asked the female magician, what was that in the sky just now? The first level war readiness mobilization order of the Magician Association. All magicians above level 3 in Gudri City, who have received the mobilization order must gather at the association. Lilith paused. Since the mobilization order has been issued, it means that the association will take action against those guys in the black world. There should be less danger on the road later, but you can't let your guard down. Let's go! I take you the last leg of the journey. Lolo nodded and said, thank you. This is the end time she has said thank you tonight, but Lilith shook her head when she heard it. Don't thank us, thank that person if you want to thank someone. As far as I know, the Magician Association originally didn't plan to take action tonight, but I don't know why they changed their minds, and the only one who can do this is that person. Who is that person you are talking about? Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Lolo realized very early that someone's identity was not as simple as he said, but afterwards, the two seemed to be avoiding this topic intentionally or unintentionally. Perhaps they felt that the current relationship was very good and did not want to change anything. After all, when they fell in love with each other, they actually did not know each other's identity. The reason why the girl chose to confess everything at first was because she was worried that it would implicate someone, and she believed that the other party chose to conceal his identity for her sake. The two of them used two completely different methods to protect the people they loved, with different directions, but the same end. Luo could not forget the tenderness in the boy's eyes when he mentioned opening a bakery. She could feel that he really loved this simple and peaceful life, so Luo stopped dwelling on it. To like someone is to like his present and future, not the past. Since Rob didn't talk about it, Luo stopped asking. Until tonight, when she saw the level 1 combat readiness order issued by the Magician Association in the night sky above her head, the girl finally couldn't help but ask the question again. Your luck is too good. There are so many people in this world. Why did you meet him? A voice sighed in the darkness. Lilith's expression changed, and her eyes finally fell on the low wall behind her. Who? President Lilith, I have heard of your name for a long time. The voice paused, and then said, Miss Hartfilia, we meet again. A figure walked out from behind the low wall. It was Mograine, who had dinner with Lolo at the Golden Rose before. There were a few drops of sweat on the handsome face of the paladin. It seemed that it was not easy for him to get here. Sorry, I am usually gentle to women, but time is tight this time, so I can only make an exception. Mograine said, as he drew the knight's sword from his waist. In that case, let me learn the swordsmanship of the Ferdinand family. Haha, I am afraid that you will be disappointed, President Lilith. My swordsmanship has nothing to do with my family. Mograine smiled, and when he held the sword, 2 golden lights ignited in his pupils, and then he gently uttered 2 words of warning. The next moment, Lilith's magic chant was interrupted, because she could no longer make any sound, but the female magician reacted quickly, immediately stepped back half a step, distanced herself from the other party, and finally regained the ability to speak. Fanatical believer? Are you a fanatic? Looking at the rich and somewhat terrifying holy power around the paladin, Lilith seemed to remember something, and her usually calm face couldn't help but change color. Chapter 539. What is a fanatic? Lois asked the fox-masked man beside him. Fanatical. Merlin's eyes flickered. To put it simply, they are a group of people who have dedicated everything to the gods. Their property, bodies, and even their souls no longer belong to them. However, in exchange for this, they can also exchange for unparalleled power. If they are lucky, they can even exchange for 1 or 2 abilities that only the gods can use. Of course, they are completely incomparable to the originals. They are just similar in spirit, but even so, they are still very powerful to use. No wonder Mograine performed so well. But the Ferdinand family never showed any intention to choose him as the next head of the family. Lois said. Well, the Ferdinand family relied on the temple to start their business, and jumped from an unknown small family to the largest family in the Holy Alliance. However, since they have secured that position, they will inevitably have some other ideas in their hearts. The fox-masked man played with a coin in his hand. In recent years, they have not been completely in agreement with the church. On the one hand, they hope that the core members of the family will maintain a good relationship with the temple, but on the other hand, they don't want them to get too close to the temple. As for handing the family over to a fanatic, that is even more impossible. Otherwise, in less than 2 years, the entire Ferdinand family name will no longer exist. This marriage is a big deal, but those who really know it know that it is impossible. The children of the Ferdinand family, who may inherit the position of the head of the family, are too busy to hide. Only Mograine doesn't care. He doesn't care about being disbanded in front of others. Anyway, he has no face to speak of. That guy has dedicated everything to the gods, so this time he will come forward to cooperate with the church's actions on the Ferdinand family side. Hey, that guy didn't have an easy time. Merlin held the spinning coin between his right index finger and thumb and smiled. Those who would make deals with the gods are fools. I have never seen anyone who can take advantage of those greedy and ruthless guys. Lilith's expression was unprecedentedly focused. More than 10 years ago, when talking about the new generation of magicians, everyone would think of Dandelion and Olavian at the first time. They had strong talents visible to the naked eye and exuded a dazzling light from the beginning, so that the others standing next to them seemed dull. Lilith was one of those who were ignored. She performed mediocrely when she first entered school, but she improved herself at a steady pace every year. Before graduation, her grades were already among the best in the St. Laurent School of Magic, which was full of geniuses. However, people still talked about Olavian, who had graduated several years ago. After leaving school, she successfully received an invitation letter from the Magicians Association. In less than 2 years of work, she was successfully promoted to vice president with excellent efficiency and meticulous attitude. However, compared with Dandelion, who was directly promoted to president, her resume became bleak again. Even though she had become a nerd in the past few years, living in the office all day on fried noodles and notebooks, she supported the Goudry's branch alone. Although the guys in the city council showed respect to her on the surface, the one they really feared and valued behind the scenes was still the guy named Dandelion. Maybe some people think that such a life is unlucky, but Lilith doesn't think so. She didn't stand still in these years, but kept moving forward, step by step, maybe not fast, but very steady, not impatient, and not losing herself in the light emitted by others. Dandelion once commented on Lilith, when he had just worked with her for a month, "Lilith is a very scary person. She ranks in the top 3 of all the people I know. She may seem quiet sometimes, but anyone who ignores her will definitely pay the price. The consequences are 10,000 times more terrifying than you can imagine." The president of the Magician Association paused and added quietly, "I don't know which unlucky man will marry her in the future." Mograine soon paid the price for underestimating his enemy. With the commandment divine word in his body, he was like the natural enemy of the magician. Once the commandment was issued, he could not cast spells within 10 meters in front of him, and he could easily deal with more than 10 meters. He originally thought that Lilith would be helpless after this move, but the next moment, he saw the female magician advancing instead of retreating, and stepped into the range of the commandment again. When the paladin sensed the danger and turned his head to avoid it, he was still half a step late. Mograine reached out and touched the wound on his face, looking surprised. "Instant cast without chanting?" Lilith responded with her actions. He was greeted by several ice arrows. The paladin had to take a small step back and waved the long sword in his hand to shatter the ice arrows in the air. But then Mograine showed a relieved smile. "I was almost fooled by you. It seems that your chantless spell casting is limited to this 2nd level ice magic, and it is still far from enough to defeat me with only these means. It's my turn to attack next." After the paladin said this, his movement suddenly became faster. He stopped dodging, and the ice arrows that came from the front exploded before they even reached him. After receiving the order from Bishop Saruman, Mograine decided to fight quickly and decisively. He no longer held back, and directly used the power of the fanatics. The rich sacred power seemed to ignite the entire night sky. However, Lilith's skills were beyond his expectations. Mograine originally thought that the only people in Goudry City who could make him feel afraid tonight were Dandelion and Olavian, but he didn't expect that even with the power of the fanatics and the blessing of the discipline, he still couldn't defeat the opponent in the first place. Obviously, there was nothing special about the fighting style of the female mage on the opposite side. Except for the initial non-chanting spell that surprised him a little. After that, it was just a regular battle with him in a wide space. However, for some reason, Mograine, who had always had the upper hand, could not win the victory in one go. This really couldn't go on. After a while, the paladin became obviously a little anxious, so he decided to bypass the female mage and attack the target directly. The golden light in his eyes became more intense, and he shouted at the girl Jie Xing. The next moment, Luo Luo's body was fixed in place by an inexplicable force, and could no longer move. However, before Mograine had time to be happy, he saw the feather on the girl's hat turned into a flame, which spread out with a bang, sweeping away the nearby sacred power, allowing Luo Luo to regain his ability to move. Chapter 540. The feather named Fearless on Luo Luo's head is one of the 3 most precious collections in the Gudris branch of the Magician Association. Although it is only level 3, it has an extremely rare divine power burning attribute. This magic device was made by Clark, one of the 50 greatest magicians in history, and known as the father of low-level magic. Clark basically put all his energy into the research of level 1 and 2 magic, and created more than 1,000 low-level magics in his life. However, few people know that he actually has a hobby of making magic devices. It's just that his achievements in low-level magic are too brilliant, which in a sense overshadows his talent in making magic devices. The magic devices Clark made were like his magic, mainly low-level. After all, when the old man died, he barely made it to the 6th level, and he was not in the Enlightenment era like Roland. This level was a bit shabby in the 50 years, but as a rare magician in the history of magic, who could see through the secrets of element combination, his talent in low-level magic or magic devices was unparalleled. Especially magic devices. Clark didn't make many magic devices in his life, less than 100 in total, but they had strange functions, and at least 1/3 of them were impossible to replicate. Like this feather named Fearless, its divine power burning property is extremely rare, and it can burn the divine power within a half-meter radius. However, this thing is like many other things made by Clark. It is the kind of thing that everyone thinks is very powerful at first glance, but it seems useless when you think about it carefully. The divine power is the most gentle of all power systems, and is not harmful to the human body. It is estimated that Clark himself did not think of how to use this thing, so after the old man died, it has been placed in the collection room of the Gudris branch. Until tonight, Rob was worried that the temple might have some special means, so he asked Darian to lend it to Lolo for self-defense. The discipline ability used by Mograine is indeed very rare, and it is close to the power of gods. However, in the final analysis, it is just a special way to use the sacred power. After encountering the Fearless, he was burned clean. Lolo took this opportunity to retreat and distance himself from Mograine again. The paladin frowned. He originally thought that this was a battle that would be won easily, but he didn't expect so many waves in the middle. Not only did he fail to defeat Lilith in a short time, but even the plan to directly control Lolo was aborted. Mograine stopped and did not chase the 2 retreating people. If he continued like this, even if he could finally catch Lolo, he would not be able to leave Gudris in time. A quarter of an hour had passed since the Magician Association issued the first-level combat readiness mobilization order. The time left for him was getting shorter and shorter. The paladin wiped the sweat from his face and sighed, "You won. I have tried my best, but I still can't do anything to you." Lilith's vigilance increased instead of decreasing after hearing this. Fanatics are never the kind of people who give up so easily. They are even willing to sacrifice their lives to achieve their goals. The temple has made such a big scene in Gudris tonight, and it is obvious that they are determined to get Lolo. The current situation in the city is indeed unfavorable to Mograine, but it is far from hopeless. Even if the fight continues, he may not have no chance to catch Lolo and break out with the commandments. And he gave up so early, and stopped trying. The female magician felt an ominous feeling in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, the paladin on the opposite side turned around and said to somewhere in the darkness, "Come out, you promised to do something for me." His words dissipated in the night wind, but nothing happened afterwards. Just when Luo Luo suspected that the other party was just bluffing, a series of footsteps finally came from the darkness. "We just owed a favor to the family behind you in the early years, but we never said we would do anything for you." The one who spoke was an old man, with a hooked nose and a solemn look. Next to him stood a man who looked almost exactly like him, but had a droopy face and looked listless. It was unclear whether he was his younger brother or older brother. Both of them were dressed as magicians, and held magic wands in their hands. Lilith's expression changed drastically after seeing the 2 people, and she cried out in surprise, "The twins of the north?" The old man, with a droopy face, finally showed a bit of energy on his originally weak face after hearing the name. He exclaimed, and said to the majestic old man, "Brother, I didn't expect that someone in the south has heard of our great name." The latter frowned. "Shut up. Don't speak if there is nothing to say." The old man, with a droopy face, pouted, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and turned his head away in anger. This childlike behavior appeared in an old man in his 60s or 70s, which looked indescribably strange. "Why did the two seniors come to Gudry's tonight?" Lilith said in a deep voice. The Northland twins. This name is unknown to many young magicians now, but 30 years ago, everyone in the magic world knew it. If Dandelion and Olavian were the most talented magicians 16 years ago, then the Northland twins were one of the brightest stars of their time. The two were twins, but the elder brother, who was born first, always had the IQ of a 10-year-old child when he grew up. So after he turned 10, the younger brother started to take care of his older brother, and they even switched the way they addressed each other. The younger brother, who is now called the elder brother, was a majestic old man with a talent for magic since he was a child. He entered the best Silver Cross Magic Academy in the Holy Alliance, but because his parents passed away early, he insisted on bringing his elder brother to school as well. This move caused a lot of controversy at the time. Later, the then principal of the Silver Cross, Super Mage Sydney, accidentally discovered that the latter had a magical talent that was no less than that of his younger brother. In the end, Sydney accepted both of them as his disciples and trained them to become the trump cards of the Silver Cross, which was also passed down as a good story. Because the elder brother had intellectual disabilities, the two brothers had never been separated since birth, so the magicians at that time called them the Northern Twins. The two were very active in the North for a time, until they were defeated by Roselle, who is now the Dean of Academic Affairs of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. The two appeared in front of the world again, and that was Gudry's tonight. Lilith's heart sank after seeing the two. Although the other party was a magician, from the conversation between Mograine and them, they seemed to have some kind of deal with the Ferdinand family. The first level war readiness mobilization order actually had no coercive power for magicians of their level. When the two retired more than 20 years ago, they already had the strength of the 7th level, and now they might have already entered the 8th level. If they decided to take action, the female magician would have almost no chance of saving Luo Luo from the two. Chapter 541. The family has agreed to transfer the opportunity to escape to me. As long as you catch the girl from the Breton family, you will be completely free from now on. Mograine promised. The Breton family? Could it be the descendants of that kid Karev? The old man with a drooping face scratched his head. Well, I like Karev very much. Wouldn't it be a bit unfair to bully his daughter while he is away? Shut up. I told you not to speak in front of others. The majestic old man closed his eyes after scolding. He seemed to be thinking about something, and opened them again after a while. Lilith knew that he had the answer, and his expression was solemn, while Mograine on the side seemed very relaxed, as if he had already known the result. Okay. The majestic old man said, add another bottle of grey marrow, and we can escort you all the way to the dock. Deal? Mograine said happily without hesitation. Grey marrow is the sap of a tree. This tree only grows on a small island under the jurisdiction of the Ferdinand family. The yield is very low, and it is of no use to most people. Many people thought that the Northland twins chose to retire because they lost to Roselle, because they disappeared after that battle, but in fact, the real reason for their disappearance was that the elder brother's brain disease suddenly worsened and his intelligence began to deteriorate further, so the two suddenly lost their traces, and the younger brother began to take his brother to seek medical treatment everywhere. During this period, the church had found the two and invited them to serve the temple on the condition that His Majesty the Pope would help them, but they were eventually rejected. As geniuses who once shone in that era, they also had the pride of being magicians, and were unwilling to rely on a certain force and become tools. However, in order to control their brother's illness, the two finally had to make concessions. They found the grey marrow that could greatly delay the incidence of the disease, and negotiated with the Ferdinand family, who controlled the grey marrow. Finally, the Ferdinand family exchanged 20 bottles of grey marrow for their 3 shooting rights. These 3 shooting rights have been used up twice in the past 10 years. Tonight is the last time. As long as they complete what Mograine requires now, they can fulfill the agreement with the Ferdinand family and become completely free. The paladin knew that the majestic old man would not refuse, or he was not qualified to refuse. The batch of grey marrow he exchanged from the family more than 10 years ago was almost used up. If he didn't want his brother to become an idiot, he could only continue to trade with the family, and now was the time for him to show the value of the two. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse in an instant. Lilith had not expected that Mograine had such a terrifying killer move as the Northern Twins. The female magician did not dare to despise or have any flukes against the two old men who had become famous more than 30 years ago. At this stage, she could not be their opponent. However, even so, Lilith did not retreat. She held the staff and said solemnly, "Please teach me, two seniors." The majestic old man nodded slightly. "You have a solid foundation and a firm will. It seems that there are still a few decent guys among the young people, but you are not my opponent. There is no point in fighting like this." Luo, who had been silent before, raised her head and said, "I go with you. This is our business, and has nothing to do with President Lilith." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard a familiar voice behind her. "No one can take you away except me." Rob came from the other end of the street. He looked a little embarrassed, as if he had just experienced several fierce battles. There were holes everywhere on his clothes, and they looked tattered. However, once he opened his mouth, everyone's eyes were attracted to him. The drooping old man was quiet for a short while before he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who are you, kid? You are so arrogant." The pupils of the majestic old man on the other side suddenly shrank. Mograine sighed deeply, and only Lilith was the calmest among the crowd, bowing and saying, "Your Majesty." Rob nodded to the female magician in return, and then ignored the others, but walked directly to the girl, looked into her eyes, and said gently, "I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. My identity is quite special. I will tell you everything after tonight's events are over." "Are you a magician?" Lolo saw the number 2 in someone's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Tonight, Rob did not use the secret treasure to disguise its appearance. The girl could see the fist-sized blue magic crystal on the top of the staff. In addition, she could also feel the subtle magic fluctuations on the boy. The future super magician hummed. "Are you powerful?" Lolo was a little curious. In the 2 years they were together, she had never seen someone release any magic. "No, I seem to be a little bit more powerful than very powerful." The young man blinked. Luo was speechless, feeling that this guy was hopeless, but the girl was still worried about someone's safety. Luo didn't know the origins of the Northern Twins, but from Lilith's previous reaction, the two were obviously masters. In addition, there was a covetous Mograine next to them. The girl couldn't think of what Rob could do to deal with the situation in front of him. After the future super magician finished talking to Luo, he turned his eyes to the majestic old man, who happened to be looking at him, with a complicated expression on his face, but he finally saluted and said politely, "Your Majesty." "You need gray marrow?" Rob asked directly, "How much do you want?" The majestic old man hesitated. "About 20 more bottles. In fact, in order to ensure that his brother's condition does not worsen, he needs to take a bottle of gray marrow every 6 months. 20 bottles are only enough for them to support for another 10 years. Mograine shook his head. "It's useless. There is only one place where gray marrow is produced. If you want to get gray marrow, you can't get around my family anyway." "Really?" The future super magician did not comment, took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote down a series of formulas on it, and then handed it to the majestic old man. The latter looked puzzled when he took the note, but he only looked down and his eyes immediately lit up. He bowed to the young man, but this time he was willing. Then, he did not look at Mograine beside him, and walked away with his brother. The paladin smiled bitterly. "What on earth did you show them?" "Gray marrow formula." The future super magician said calmly, "The reason why only your family's territory in the entire Dawn continent has this kind of thing is because it does not exist naturally, but is a synthetic medicine developed by the temple. The Northern Twins refused to serve the church, so you staged this good show. Your family came forward to make an agreement to attack 3 times, but in fact it is still a disguised way of using their power to serve the church." Chapter 542. The departure of the Northern Twins completely disrupted Mograine's plan, turning him from the one who had the initiative into a lone warrior. The lonely figure of the paladin looked a little pitiful in the night, and what was worse was that the opponent he was about to face was a super genius cultivated by the Magician Association, a terrifying monster rarely seen in the entire history of human magic. Although he still had the last trump card, even the paladin himself couldn't help but doubt whether this so-called trump card will it work. Mograine was most satisfied with himself because he always had many ways to deal with various situations. But this time, when facing the powerful enemy in front of him, he found that all the methods he was proud of seemed to have lost their effect. The paladin sighed. "Really? I have donated a lot of money to the church recently, but why is my luck still so bad? Speaking of which, there is no chance of winning against such an opponent." Lilith said, "Are you going to admit defeat? Give up?" Mograine smiled after hearing these 2 words. "Since you know who I am, You should know that the word give up has never appeared in my dictionary. The paladin looked at the boy in front of him and raised the sword in his hand again. There is no other way. It seems that I can only let you see my consciousness. However, what no one expected was that not long after Mograine finished speaking, a golden beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and enveloped him. The paladin felt endless power surging in his body. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that he had already possessed the strength of the 8th level. The gods will not abandon their believers, a voice said lightly. The terrifying divine power did not dissipate after strengthening Mograine's body, but gathered together again and finally condensed into a human form. This body made entirely of divine power has no facial features, but Rob has recognized the identity of the person from the voice he spoke before. This energy body emitting golden light is Saruman, the head of the 3 cardinals. Holy body? The future super magician looked at the strange life in front of him, and his eyes rarely showed a solemn look. The priest profession is famous for its powerful healing power. Even if it reaches the 9th level, theoretically, it does not have much combat power. Not to mention other professions of the same level. Even those who are a few levels lower than oneself may not be opponents, but there are exceptions to everything. For thousands of years, the legend of the holy body has been circulating within the church. It is said that some powerful priests can use the divine power to construct a body for themselves for fighting. They call this body the holy body. The holy body has the power of the 9th level, but it is not subject to physical restrictions like other professionals. There are almost no weaknesses in the body, and it is a form of existence born purely for fighting. However, there are only a handful of priests who can condense the holy body in the entire history of the church. Rob did not expect Saruman's strength to be so strong. The old man's holy body is not perfect, otherwise there would be no facial features. Judging from the strength alone, it should not have reached the 9th level, but even so, it is still difficult to deal with. If he had known that the other party had such a method, the future super magician would not have taken the risk of letting Luo go to the appointment tonight. Not to mention that he only has less than 60% of his strength now. Even if he is still in a state of complete victory, it is difficult for Rob to defeat a priest with a holy body. You shouldn't interfere in tonight's affairs. The energy body composed of holy power said coldly. Is this a warning? Tonight's events are not due to some kind of personal grudge, but the will of the church and even the whole world. That child is what we must get. I must take her away. In addition, your majesty. The old man paused. You have crossed the line. To others, Saruman had been talking about Lolo from the beginning to the end. Only Rob knew that the other party's last sentence was also a reminder of the mimicry magic. He used magic elements as a basis to simulate the power that only belonged to the gods. In the eyes of the church, such behavior has undoubtedly crossed the line and may even shake the foundation of the temple. If it were not for his special identity, Saruman would definitely choose to kill him at the first time to solve this problem. The old bishop is only giving a warning now. Obviously, in the eyes of the church, they still have to solve the problem of Lolo first. Mortellus once said that capturing Lolo in the temple is an S-level event, and Saruman's current reaction seems to prove this point. Okay, but if you want to take her away, you need to defeat me first. The future super magician stopped talking nonsense, stopped between the cardinal and Lolo, and said to Lilith behind him, take her away first, to the other world. You can't stop me now. The energy body's tone did not contain any pride or boasting, but was just calmly stating a fact. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a lazy voice behind him. What about us? Dardalian looked a little funny now. He was squatting on a coal cart, with his legs apart, stepping on the wooden boards on both sides to avoid contact between his body and the coal balls in the cart. The main reason was that the city was too chaotic now. Not only were there a bunch of people from the black world running around, but there were also magicians who saw the first level war readiness mobilization order and were rushing to the association. In a hurry, he couldn't find other means of transportation, so the president of the Magicians Association could only take the coal cart. The driver stopped the carriage on the side of the road, jumped off the seat, pulled open the cloak on his head, and revealed Olavian's face underneath. Bishop Saruman came to Gudry City. It was our fault that we did not welcome you at the first time. So please give us another chance to make up for it. How about we go to the association and sit together? Do you want to start a war between the Magician Association and the temple? The energy body looked at the three people who surrounded him from different directions without fear. Look at what you said. We just invited you to have tea together. Otherwise, it would be a bit lonely if one of us is missing. Dardarian took out a cigarette and lit it, and then he exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world, doesn't your holy body have a mouth? How can we pour the tea into it? You don't know what you are doing. Saruman was not angry, but just looked at the three people deeply, and then ordered Mograine beside him, "You must catch the girl." After saying this, his body swelled up like a ball, and exploded into pieces before the three people could react. The holy power released at this moment filled the entire street. The paladin did not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and shouted, "Resist the thought." The next moment, everyone on the street except him was frozen there, as if they had lost consciousness. Chapter 543. Saruman's holy body exploded in an instant, releasing a huge amount of divine power. This divine power was used by Mograine, making his next commandment divine words more powerful than ever before. As soon as the commandment was spoken, the whole street seemed to be frozen, and even time stopped. Mograine looked at Rob, who was motionless not far away, and couldn't help but have a somewhat crazy idea in his mind, but he finally restrained himself. The other party's identity was too special. It was not only of great strategic significance to the Magician Association, but also to the entire human race. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the church would not directly attack him. Mograine knew that the most important thing now was to catch Lolo, so he just glanced at Rob and then disappeared in the night. As soon as the paladin left, several shadows rushed out of the darkness and rushed towards the future super mage without hesitation. This group of people wrapped their faces with gauze, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. The pupils were a strange purple color, obviously not human. However, after they stepped into the street, they could not escape the influence of the commandments. Their bodies stagnated, and they lost the ability to think. They were stunned in the same place. However, because of their intrusion, the nearby holy power became a little thinner, and Rob's fingers trembled slightly. At the same time, Lilith and Lolo were running towards the bookstore, and the female magician cast a light body spell on them. Lolo still hadn't been able to digest what had happened before. First, two senior figures, who had been missing for many years, appeared, and then she saw a cardinal appear in Gudry's with her own eyes. Although it was only in the form of a holy body, not a real person, it was enough to shock her. When Dandelion and Olavian appeared together, Lolo was even a little numb. These masters, who are usually famous, but rarely seen, actually appeared in front of her one after another tonight. However, what surprised her the most was Rob. Lolo knew that the boy's identity was not simple, but she didn't expect that even the second in command of the temple, the cardinal, was so polite to him. Who is this guy? In fact, the girl has always had such a question in her mind. When the two first met, Rob acted very weak, but his knowledge reserve was completely beyond common sense, as if there was nothing he didn't know in the world. He showed this when the two explored the dungeon together. He could even recognize Bevenadette, a creature that had been extinct for more than 1,000 years, but sometimes he was so stupid on some common sense issues that it was unbelievable, and it felt like a dead otaku who had never stepped out of the house. But I have to admit that this guy's learning ability is indeed very strong. Not long after that, he made up for his shortcomings. Now this guy can confidently shout in front of so many people. "No one can take you away except me." Such a slogan made Lulu blush. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the Fishing Friends' home bookstore, Lilith in front suddenly stopped. The female magician frowned. She could feel a strong and familiar force approaching them at an unimaginable speed. Lilith was a little surprised. Dandelion, Olavian, and Rob were the three strongest people among the new generation of magicians. If they attacked together, they would have the strength to fight even against Saruman in the holy body state. But she didn't expect Mograine to catch up so quickly. Obviously, something happened over there that she knew. But now is not the time to dwell on such things. Lilith made a quick decision and raised her staff. Ice walls immediately rose up in front of her. The opponent now had the power of an 8th level professional. There was no chance of winning in a head-on fight. While delaying the opponent's actions in this way, she said to Luoluo, "Find the owner of the bookstore. She will take you into the other world and activate the defense system there. As long as you hold on for this period of time and wait for the principals of the colleges to come, you will be safe." Mograine used his long sword to clear the way and smashed the ice walls in front of him, but his speed slowed down. He was a little helpless. Although Bishop Saruman had given him the power of the 8th level, his body was not used to using it. He was still far behind a real 8th level professional. Moreover, this power was only temporary, and would disappear in a quarter of an hour. In contrast, more than 40 minutes had passed since the 12 blue fireworks of the Magician Association were launched into the sky. The sound of fighting began to be heard from all over the city. The masters of the Black World hired by the temple at a high price were retreating step by step. Gudry's, the city of magicians, has awakened from its sleep and started to show its fangs. One magician after another walked down from their towers, and one magic academy after another opened their doors. As more and more magicians joined the battle, the final defeat was getting closer and closer. Mograine stopped his attack and sighed. Do you still have to use that trick in the end? Seeing that Luoluo's figure was about to disappear at the end of the long street, there was no urgency on the face of the paladin. On the contrary, a hint of fanaticism flashed in Mograine's eyes. The next moment, he turned the long sword upside down, pointed it at his lower abdomen, and stabbed it in without hesitation. Blood gushed out from between his fingers, and the sudden pain made his originally handsome face become hideous. However, as the blood full of divine power gathered together, something was struggling to emerge from the pool of blood. Hey, the blood of the 8th level paladin, who knows what kind of monster will be summoned? Mograine murmured, obviously seriously injured, but there was a sick smile on his face. What he showed now was not the ability of a fanatic, but the blood power of the Ferdinand family. This is a secret that few people know. The Ferdinand family, who are backed by the church, once secretly made a contract with a powerful being in the abyss. They can use the sacred power contained in their own blood as a sacrifice to summon monsters from the abyss to serve them. Catch that girl and bring her to me, Mograine said to the red monster in front of him, whose head is twice the size of a normal human, but whose body is only as tall as a baby, with slender limbs and wings growing on its back. The monster opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, flapped its wings, and flew directly over the ice walls created by the female magician, rushing towards Luoluo. Seeing this, Lilith released several wind blades to slash at the ugly monster in the air, but the latter did not dodge, and let the wind blades fall on his body, but he was not hurt at all. The red monster raised his head, and showed a bloody smile to the female magician. Chapter 544. Don't make things complicated, Mograine shouted hurriedly. The purpose of the temple tonight was to capture Luoluo, not to start a full-scale war with the Magician Association. If the vice president of the Gutteries branch was killed here, it would undoubtedly add fuel to the already unstable situation. The red monster seemed a little regretful after hearing the order, but due to the contract, it had to obey the will of the summoner. With a flap of its wings, its body appeared in front of Lilith the next moment, facing her. The distance between the two was less than 1 centimeter, and the female magician could even see the scarlet tongue in the other's mouth. Lilith remained calm. Almost at the same moment, a hexagonal shield formed by lightning appeared in front of her. However, the sharp claws of the monster easily penetrated the shield in front of her, and pressed on the female magician's lower abdomen. Lilith closed her eyes involuntarily, but the monster did not make any further moves. A smile of success flashed in his eyes. In the end, he just took this opportunity to steal the staff in her hand to ensure that she could not attack again. Then its body suddenly accelerated, as if it had teleported, and stopped the girl before she entered the bookstore. And Luoluo's dagger also swung towards it. The red monster seemed to have seen something funny. It blinked its eyes, folded its arms, and stopped in midair, without any intention of dodging. This level of attack was not even a tickle for it. However, the next moment, the monster's sarcastic smile condensed on its face, and its eyes revealed endless fear, but when it realized the danger was coming, it was too late. A golden spear made of magic elements flew by Luoluo's hair, and hit the red monster's body, leaving a bowl-sized wound on its chest. Half of its left chest disappeared, and the street behind it could be seen. However, this red monster was indeed from the abyss. Its body was almost fatally damaged by this terrifying blow, but it did not die immediately. It rolled on the ground with its tongue sticking out in pain. Now it didn't care about the contract at all, and only wanted to find a place to repair the wound. But then another light prison fell from the sky and covered it. The red monster was shocked and angry, and violently collided with the light prison that trapped it. Blood spilled from its wounds, dripping on the ground, and emitting white smoke. Its power is very strong. If measured by the power system of the Dawn continent, it is probably at the peak of the 8th level. However, when facing the boy in front of it, who is only the 6th level, it does not feel the slightest chance of winning. The red monster does not want to take revenge for the gunshot at all. It just wants to leave this place quickly. Its desperate collision soon paid off. After all, the light prison was only a 6th level magic, and it could not hold out for long in the face of the absolute power gap. However, the red monster felt more and more uneasy. At the moment it escaped, a total of 12 giant swords fell from the sky. Although it was desperately dodging, 2 giant swords still fell on it. The falling giant swords easily cut through its flesh and blood, and directly cut it into 3 pieces. Then, there was a fire that fell from the sky, and completely washed away the traces of its existence in this world. When Mograine saw the face of the person coming, he could not help but be shocked. How is this possible? The divine word commandment was the most important ability he gained after becoming a fanatic. He understood the divine word commandment far better than others. He knew that the effectiveness of each commandment was determined by the strength of the sacred power in the nearby area. With his previous strength, the effective range of the divine word commandment he mastered was only about 10 meters, and it could only be effective against opponents below the 7th level. But Bishop Saruman used the holy body to self-destruct to push the concentration of the surrounding sacred power to a terrifying level. In that area, his divine word could even affect 9th level professionals. No matter how powerful someone was, it was impossible to escape in such a short time. How many minutes have passed? According to the common sense of the paladins, the divine word should have trapped the 3 people for at least half a magic hour. Mograine had just used up his blood power, and was seriously injured. He thought that the other party would take this opportunity to kill him, but Rob did not even look at him from beginning to end. This move did not make the latter happy, but instead made him feel deeply humiliated. This means that even though he had used all his means tonight, he was still not taken seriously by the other party. But Rob himself didn't think so much. No matter what, Mograine was a direct descendant of the Ferdinand family. It was bad enough that his engagement was cancelled in front of so many people tonight. If he killed him, he didn't know what the Ferdinand family would think. So after he dealt with the monster from the abyss, he took Lolo's waist amid her exclamation, and the two of them disappeared into the night of Gudri's city. The battle in the city came and went quickly, and it was basically over before 11 o'clock. The Magicians' Association regained control of the entire city with overwhelming force. When the masters of the Black Forces saw the 12 fireworks overhead, more than half of them had already retreated. Most of the remaining people were unable to resist the temptation of the huge reward, but they soon paid the price for their greed. When the powerful high-level magicians in the city took action one after another, the prison of the guard station was filled with prisoners. While all this was happening, the ship of the temple docked half a mile away from Gudri's also quietly left, just like when it came, without attracting anyone's attention. Saruman's departure also announced the failure of the church's action tonight. Dardarian walked through the ruins in his pajamas, and came to the only remaining milk tea shop on half a block. He yawned and said, "Boss, give me a cup of, first love flavor." The president of the Magician Association pointed to a milk tea on the menu marked as recommended by the store manager. The boss looked confused and said, "What happened yesterday? Last night?" He came to open the store early in the morning, but saw that the competitor who had just opened next door had only half of the door left, standing stubbornly in the autumn wind. "I don't know, maybe it's a city appearance improvement." Dardarian picked up a small stool from the ruins, shook off the dust on it, and sat in front of the store. "How long will the milk tea take?" The boss was at a loss, not knowing when the city appearance improvement became so thorough, directly demolishing all the non-compliant stores. The scene in front of him was like the end of the world. Oladian came from the other side of the street and said in a deep voice, "Where are the people?" "They went to the city council to ask for an explanation, and another part accepted my suggestion, and is rushing to make banners, planning to use them when protesting later. You know I'm not talking about those who lost their houses. Oh, my wife is probably playing a voting game with those idiots in the city council to unite the majority and fight against a small group. I'm talking about that person." Oladian felt that she was about to lose her patience. Chapter 545. "Hey, you guys are really funny. You all come to me to ask for someone. I'm just his senior, not his nanny. How do I know where he go?" Dardarian spread his hands and said to the boss, "Uncle, how long are you going to look at beauties? Go make my milk tea." The milk tea shop owner looked embarrassed and quickly turned his eyes away from Oladian. He ran back to the shop and pretended to make milk tea, but during this time, his eyes couldn't help but slide towards the female magician. "I'm helping you now. The people from the council will be teleported to Gudri's this afternoon. If you can't come up with a satisfactory result, you may lose your position as branch president. So the best way is to cooperate with me in the remaining half-day to find Edeld Richard Hallstein." Oladian frowned. The man sighed, "You overestimate my loyalty. Why don't you want to believe it? If I knew where the guy was, I would definitely report it as soon as possible. It doesn't matter whether I become the branch president or not, but I still care about such a large bonus." Oladian looked into Dedalian's eyes, as if to judge whether the man in front of him was lying. It was not until 5 minutes later that the female magician spoke again, but she changed the question. "What about that girl? The temple's target last night was her. You should know something." "Oh, The girl from the Breton family. Dardalian touched his chin. Her mother's death seems to have something to do with the temple. The child is investigating this matter now. But if it was just because they were worried that the incident would be leaked, the temple would not have made such a scene. Last night, the church's posture was clearly to capture her at all costs. Even Saruman, the head of the 3 cardinals, came to Gudry's and took action personally. If it weren't for Rob, the child would probably have been caught by the church now. By the way, what did the temple say about what happened last night? The church is obviously well prepared. The envoy of Pope Venervi will arrive in Gudry's tonight. He will meet with several directors and explain what happened last night. Hey, those guys reacted quickly, but it doesn't matter. What happens next has nothing to do with us. Let those old guys in the board of directors worry about it. Dardarian took the milk tea from the boss and touched his pocket, but was embarrassed to find that he was wearing pajamas and didn't have a wallet, so he looked at the female magician expectantly. Oladian was a little speechless, but still paid for someone. Thank you, I will let Lilith pay you back. No, I have other things to do, so I will leave first. If you get any news from His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein, please let me know. After leaving this sentence, Oladian strode away. What happened in Gudry's last night affected many people, not only the competitors of the milk tea shop owner, but also a small number of nobles including Earl Nathan. Fortunately, the Magician Association took action in time and controlled the situation before dawn. However, what many people did not expect was that the turmoil caused by this riot had just begun. After listening to reports from Oladian and others, the council finally made a decision to deprive Dadalion of his position as branch president. Lilith is now the temporary president of the Gudry's branch. The Fishing Friends' home was also affected, and the inner world was demolished as an illegal magic space. Fortunately, the members got the news in advance, so at least the precious and rare books inside were not confiscated. The other founder of the inner world, Immaculate Flower, was furious, but the culprit Dadalion was like nothing happened. After resigning from the position of president, he felt relieved and immediately packed his luggage, planning to go to the nearby dungeon to earn some milk powder money for his unborn son or daughter. However, before he even left the house, Oladian came to visit him again. Oh, rare guest, but you've come to the wrong place. Turn left when you go out. Lilith is at the Magicians Association. Oladian shook her head. I'm not here to find Lilith, I'm here to find you. Looking for me, right? I'm no longer the branch president of Gudry's. I shouldn't be of any use to you, right? Oladian took out a warrant and said calmly, this was just issued by the council. You are now my deputy. From this moment on, you will be responsible for finding the whereabouts of His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein with me. Dadalion raised his eyebrows. What the hell, wasn't I suspended just now? But when he took the commission and read it from beginning to end, his face immediately turned green. Damn, I'd rather die than be your deputy. Who came up with this idea? No, I want to see the teacher. This is too ridiculous. Besides, commissions are not mandatory. I can refuse, right? In theory, this is true, but this is the proposal of Super Mage Steins. I heard that what you did in Gudry's made President Steins quite dissatisfied, especially your behavior of concealing the whereabouts of His Majesty Ethelred Richard Hallstein. However, he still decided to give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. As for whether to accept it, President Stein said he would respect your opinion. Dadalion had been planning to tear up the commission, but he shuddered when he heard it, and said with a wry smile, what's the point of choosing? If I still don't agree to it, I'd probably be dead on the street tomorrow. Very good, I've already told junior sister Lilith that the carriage is waiting for us downstairs. I give you 5 minutes to pack your things. This may be a very long journey. 5 minutes? Are you kidding me? It's only the first day of our partnership, and you're so impatient to make things difficult for me. This is revenge, definitely, revenge for me not trying my best to help you that night? Oladian's expression did not change. Aren't you going to the dungeon to pan for gold? Have you almost packed your luggage? 5 minutes should be enough, right? Or do you want to sneak away alone? You know this too, are you spying on me every day? Dardarian was amazed. He was not embarrassed at all when his inner thoughts were exposed. Since he could not refuse this commission, Dardarian could not help but think of taking it and running away, but unfortunately it was ruined before he could execute it. To be honest, I don't know why the council issued such an order. No matter how you look at it, I am more efficient alone. Oladian said calmly. Hey, are you trying to provoke me? I tell you, this trick has no effect on me. I will be as unreliable as I want to be on this journey. Dardarian said confidently. It's up to you. Oladian said, I wait for you in the carriage. There are still 3 minutes. Chapter 546. Where is this? Lolo lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out the window at the unfamiliar streets, curiously. Sword Bend Port. Rob said, it is the second largest port in the Free City. We will take a boat back to the north from here. This is also the place where someone registered as his hometown in the enrollment file. After he escaped from the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, Sword Bend Port was also listed as a key search area by the Magician Association. 2 years have passed, and the association has turned the city upside down, but no trace of his life here has been found. It is estimated that Steins and Demand should also realize that they have been tricked by him, and they will probably focus on several other places in the future. So Rob planned to take Lolo out to sea from here and return to the Holy Alliance. On the way here, the future super magician had confessed his identity to the girl. Lolo's reaction was a little calmer than someone expected. The girl scratched her head, but focused her attention on something strange. So I really helped the most talented guy in the history of magic change his career? Well, it seems so. Rob thought of the days when Lolo forced him to practice sword in the endless forest and the sea, and his expression was a little strange. The reputation of the critical training method still left a shadow in the heart of the future super magician. Your talent in swordsmanship is really bad. The girl sighed. After more than a year, this guy is still a blank slate, with no signs of advancement. This can be called a miracle. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, Rob admitted. Lolo clicked his tongue. What's wrong? When I heard about your deeds before, I thought you were a very unkind guy, because I heard that many nobles prepared expensive gifts and sent them to the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, but in the end, they didn't even get a chance to see you from afar. So I thought at that time that His Majesty Ettried Richard Hallstein must be a difficult person to get along with. Well, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was Steins and Demand who wouldn't let me leave the magic tower. Rob seemed a little helpless when he mentioned his miserable life before. But Lolo said, oh, it's great. Well, what? This feeling of being loved by the world. Everyone seems to respect you very much. Everyone will salute you and call you His Majesty when they see you. Even Albus, Steins and other big figures in the Magician Association want to take you back to protect you. Luo lowered his head as he spoke. Rob knew that the girl was not jealous of him. She was shocked by the temple's determination to capture her at all costs. The streets that night were full of enemies, and she even had the illusion that she was against the world. A touch of tenderness flashed in the eyes of the future super magician. He reached out and touched the girl's head. Don't be afraid, you still have me. No matter what happens, I will stand in front of you. Luo blushed and stammered, I didn't mean that. But before she could explain, the carriage had stopped. Let's go eat something first. Rob paid the fare and jumped off the carriage. Luo followed him down. Both of them were now wearing cloaks and dressed like tourists. However, before they entered the restaurant, they saw the notice posted on the wall. This notice was jointly issued by the Magician Association and the temple. Rob didn't know what happened after that night. After dealing with the monster summoned by Mograine, he took Luo out of the city directly. In order to ensure safety, he didn't contact the people he knew before. At present, the Magician Association and the temple seemed to have reached some kind of consensus after the friction that night, and began to work together to find the whereabouts of the two. Luo was a little worried. It seems that several docks in the Free City have been heavily guarded. I just heard someone downstairs say that an anti-magic device has been deployed there a few days ago. Your camouflage secret treasure may not be usable, and they have been checking the identities of outsiders very strictly recently. Don't worry, wait for me here for a while. I will rescue you soon. Rob left for a while after speaking, and when he came back a quarter of an hour later, he had 2 more identity certificates in his hand. The name on one was Alpha, and the name on the other was Inez. Both were born in Jianwan Port and are siblings. Luo was shocked. Can you forge an ID so quickly? Rob shook his head. Not forged. These 2 IDs are genuine. It is quite difficult to forge an ID. Before, Rob spent a gold coin to ask the intelligence dealer David to forge an ID in Ryan. But this method is difficult to work in the Free City, because the local police station will work with the Magician Association for backup. But the identity certificates are managed by people after all. For civilians, each person has only one ID, but for nobles, it is not so strict. Rob asked Jessica, the female director of the discipline department, to help him make these 2 IDs. He and Dadalion saved the latter at Earl Nathan's dinner party, and saved her from the hands of the young master of the Prince family. Rob didn't take this incident seriously, but Jessica scribbled on the campus wall, forcing the future super magician to show up and meet her. The female minister insisted on repaying him, So Rob thought about it, and asked her to use the power of her family to help make 2 identity certificates for Jianwan Port, and arranged an evacuation route. Rob didn't expect what happened in Gudruz that night, but he was already preparing for a retreat. Of course, this kind of thing can be entrusted to Ginny, whose family has a stronger influence in the south. But considering that many people know about Ginny's friendship with them, Rob finally handed the matter over to Jessica. And Jessica did not disappoint him. Both of these IDs can be checked at Jianwan Port, and even have real-life trajectories. Rob and Lolo successfully passed the inspection at the dock with the new identities of Alpha and Inez, and boarded a passenger ship named Luhua, which is a large passenger ship affiliated with the Haifa Chamber of Commerce. It set sail from Jianwan Port, first to the Lionheart Empire, and finally arrived at the Holy Alliance, with a certain sightseeing nature. Jessica prepared second-class tickets for the 2. Although the environment is not as good as the first-class and special-class cabins, it is better because there are many people, and it will not attract attention if you mix in it. There are more people in the third-class and fourth-class cabins, but they are basically civilians, located at the bottom of the ship. However, after boarding the ship, Lolo was dumbfounded, because the second-class cabin was actually 2 people per room. Chapter 547. The second-class cabin was not big. In addition to 2 wooden beds, there was only a small table and a cabinet connected to the cabin. It became even more crowded with luggage. If 2 people sat on the edge of their respective beds, the distance between their cheeks would be less than 10 centimeters. In such a small space, Luoluo felt that it was neither sitting nor lying. She felt very uncomfortable for the whole afternoon. When the Luhua sailed far enough away from Jianwan Port, the girl found an excuse and hurriedly ran away from the room. I want to stay on the deck for a while. Do you want me to accompany you? No. You haven't rested these 2 days in order to get rid of the guys from the temple and the Magician Association. Why don't you take this opportunity to sleep for a while? I'm just going to get some fresh air. The girl waved her hand. Oh, it doesn't matter. I just need to meditate for half a magic hour. Maybe I'm more used to getting some fresh air alone. Lolo stuttered. Rob raised his eyebrows, but didn't insist. After escaping from the cabin, the girl came to the side of the ship, looked at the blue sea below, took a deep breath, and finally calmed down a little. In fact, after knowing someone's identity, she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. The name of Edley Richard Hallstein was known to everyone in the entire Dawn continent. Luoluo did not expect that this guy who followed her every day and practiced sword for almost 2 years, but still had no improvement, would be the most recognized genius in the magic world since Roland in the entire history of magic. In fact, apart from the same name, even now Luoluo found it difficult to connect the 2. But this did explain a lot of things that happened before. From the adventure in the Endless Forest to the recent trip to Odlin, she seemed to be blessed by the goddess of luck. She was always able to escape danger inexplicably. But now looking back, the root of the matter is obviously not as simple as it appears on the surface. The real reason is that there is a guy who has been silently protecting her by her side. However, the reason why Rob escaped from the Royal Magic Academy of Theist also made the girl laugh and cry. This guy just wanted to return to his hometown to live an ordinary life. If someone told her this before she met someone, Luoluo would definitely think that the person was probably crazy, but after spending 2 years with Rob, the girl knew that this was indeed what the guy would do. The girl sighed. She knew why someone kept it a secret from her, because she couldn't help but start to worry from the moment Rob confessed his identity. She was alone before, and chose to embark on this road. The worst result was nothing more than losing her life, and going to see her mother. Rob already made her very entangled, and the latter's identity was special. The future super magician did not only represent herself. Luoluo didn't want to let other people, especially those innocent people, get involved in her affairs. That night in Gudruz City was a living example. That night, many of her shops and houses were destroyed, and many civilians were injured. The attackers were not just the masters of the Black World, who came for the huge bounty offered by the temple, but also some local gangs in Gudruz, who took advantage of the situation. Before the Magician Association took action, the situation in the city was on the verge of getting out of control. Luoluo didn't want to see this happen again. There were quite a few people on the deck, and most of them came out at this time to watch the sunset. The red sunset slowly fell below the horizon, and the afterglow dyed the nearby sea surface rosy. Although Luoluo had been sailing on the sea for more than half a year before coming to Gudruz, such scenery would still be beautiful and magnificent no matter how many times she saw it. Luoluo had a simple disguise, but it could not hide from the real masters, so she did not plan to stay on the deck for too long. She could not go back to her residence for the time being. The girl was planning to sit in the tea room below for a while, and there should not be many people there. But just as she was about to leave, she heard a cry from behind. "Look, there seems to be someone drowning there." The sailor on the lookout tower used a telescope to see a few pieces of broken wood floating on the sea in the distance, on which there seemed to be two people whose lives and deaths were unknown, so he quickly reported this discovery to the captain. People who make a living on the sea may encounter danger at any time, and most people hope that others can lend a hand when they encounter danger, so they rarely stand by and watch others die when they encounter similar situations. So the Luwa slightly deviated from the established route, and fished out the two drowning people, but unfortunately they seemed to have drifted on the sea for too long. One of the women had died, and the remaining man was breathing weakly, but the good news was that he was just weak because he had not drunk water or eaten for too long. The captain had the drowning person carried into the cabin, and found a lame old sailor to take care of him. The people on the deck who were watching the excitement gradually dispersed, but then everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and began to speculate with interest about the identities of the two drowning people, and the reasons for their drowning. This sea is not only beautiful but also full of dangers. In addition to the storms that are everywhere, there are also some sea beasts living in the ocean. Compared with the monsters on land, these sea beasts are more docile, but there are still many passing ships attacked by them for various reasons. In some places, there are also pirates, and their targets are mostly passing merchant ships and passenger ships. In addition, there is also the doldrums that many ships are afraid of. The doldrums, as the name suggests, is a sea area without wind. Sailors have always loved and hated the sea breeze. On the one hand, it is likely to bring storms, but on the other hand, it is also the power source of most ships. Ships trapped in the doldrums may not be able to move for several months, and eventually run out of fresh water and supplies and die in despair. However, unlike ordinary sailboats, the Luwa is a multi-masted magic hybrid ship. Most of the time, it relies on wind power like ordinary sailboats, but if it accidentally sails into the doldrums, it can still rely on magic to continue moving forward. In addition, there are armed forces specially equipped by the Haifa Chamber of Commerce to deal with pirates on board. Because of its unparalleled safety, the Luwa has always been favored by travelers, and basically all the tickets are sold out before each voyage. These include 16 first-class cabin tickets, 2 special cabins, 50 second-class cabins, 120 third-class cabins, and 200 fourth-class cabin tickets. In addition to the crew, guards, and service personnel, there are now nearly 600 people on the Luwa. Chapter 548. The drowning man encountered at sea was just a small episode. Everyone speculated about his identity, but after the unlucky guy was carried into the cabin, everyone shifted their attention to other things. As night fell, people on the deck began to move towards the restaurant one after another. Luo hesitated for a moment, and returned to the room, intending to ask Rob to have dinner together, but when she opened the door, there was no one inside. The girl was a little surprised. Someone was not a person who liked to run around. Before boarding the ship, he bought several books to pass the time at sea. Lolo saw the book Use of Divine Power spread out on Rob's bed. The author was Father Martin. The girl was a little curious. She didn't know why a magician would read such a thing. However, as soon as she stretched her head over, a familiar voice came from behind her. "You're back." "Ah!" Lolo was afraid that her actions would be misunderstood, so she turned around and explained, "I didn't. I wasn't peeking at your book. I didn't say you were peeking." The future super magician walked into the room while talking. Although he was forced to reveal the secret of mimicry magic in the battle with Saruman, he also gained a lot. In addition to the research he did with Dandelion before, Rob's guess in his heart became stronger, so he bought some theological works to study before boarding the ship. The girl asked, "Where did you go?" "I went to watch the fun." "Didn't the boat pull out 2 drowned people?" "Hey, are you interested in these things? We are now under the joint wanted list of the Magician Association and the Temple. It's always better to be careful." "Well, do you think there is something wrong with those 2 drowned people?" Rob did not comment. "We have just sailed out of Jianwan port for more than half a day, and now we are on a popular route with many ships coming and going. It seems that these 2 drowned people have been drifting for a long time. During such a long period of time, no other ships found them. We bumped into them. Isn't it a bit too coincidental? Is it possible that they were brought here by the ocean current? There are no ocean currents near Jianwan port this month." Rob shook his head. "But the woman has been confirmed dead. If there is a conspiracy, the price is too high. The 2 people who appeared together may not be in the same group. I just checked the woman's body, and found that she did not die from lack of water or hunger and cold. There were bruises under her neck, which was the real fatal injury. The future super mage said calmly. You mean, someone killed her and used her as a disguise to eliminate the vigilance of the people on the ship? Who could be the murderer? The man with her? I don't know, but he shouldn't be coming for us. If the temple and the Magician Association knew we were on this ship, they would definitely send a direct order to the captain to return the ship. At present, his target is likely to be a passenger on the ship. Rob said, Shall we go to dinner first? Oh, okay. The meals in different cabins on the Rika are different. The first-class cabins are prepared by a special chef and will be delivered to the room by the waiter. The first-class cabins have the least number of people, but the largest dining room. The second-class cabins are of moderate size, but you need to wait for a seat during peak hours. The third and fourth-class cabins have the most people, but they share the same dining room. Luo was curious, so he asked again while eating, What do you think the guy's identity is, a pirate or a killer? It's hard to say. Actually, I personally think he's not a bad guy, but more like a vassal of a family. Vassal? Rob nodded. There's a scar on his left chest, left by a branding iron. There should have been a tattoo in that place before, which he has always been proud of, but now he has covered it up with that scar. So my guess is that the family he serves is in trouble, and his appearance here is probably related to this matter. In that case, his target should be someone in the first-class cabin or the special-class cabin. Well, at least half of the people in the first-class cabin are nobles. Well, we can't rule out the possibility that there are other people who choose to hide their identities like us. Rob added. In that case, the people in the second-class cabin are also suspected, but since the matter has nothing to do with us, it's better for us not to care about it. Lolo has satisfied her curiosity. She and Rob's identities are sensitive, and she doesn't intend to get involved in the muddy water. After finishing the chicken and peas on the plate, she put down her fork. 5 minutes later, Rob also finished the food in front of him and raised his eyebrows. Go to bed early tonight. Okay. Luo said subconsciously, but after she finished speaking, she seemed to have just remembered something, and her face suddenly turned red. She had never slept so close to a person of the opposite sex in such a small space, and her cheeks would burn as soon as she thought of this. However, Luo sadly found that she seemed to have no excuses to use. In fact, even if she could escape tonight, she couldn't escape forever. If nothing unexpected happened, they would have to drift on the sea for another half a year, which meant that she would have to sleep in the same room with someone in the future. Well, although strictly speaking, they were separated into 2 beds, but considering the almost negligible distance between them, Luo felt that it was no different from sleeping together. The girl stiffened her neck and returned to the house with someone, as if she was going to the execution ground. Rob had just lit the candle, and turned back to see Luo quickly wrap herself up with a quilt and huddled in the corner. The girl heard the rustling sound of changing clothes outside, and her heart was pounding. But after a while, she heard the sound of someone opening the door. Luo carefully poked his head out of the quilt, and saw someone dressed neatly. Where are you going? Oh, I just meditated before, and now I can't sleep, so I'm going out for a walk. The girl bit her lip. She knew Rob didn't tell the truth. He left the room, just to take care of her, and not let her feel embarrassed. Luo suddenly felt guilty. She was just embarrassed before, but she didn't expect to cause trouble to the people around her. Special treatment should be given during special times. When she was adventuring in disguise, she slept on the floor with other members of the team. She didn't feel anything at the time. Now she shouldn't feel awkward sleeping in a separate bed. Luo reflected on herself, and then said in a voice smaller than a mosquito, You stay, it's okay for me. With you by my side, well, I will feel safer. Chapter 549. Rob blew out the candle, and said good night to Lolo, then they lay down on their own beds. The cabin fell into darkness, and the two did not speak again, but they could clearly hear each other's breathing, accompanied by the ups and downs of the waves, which made people feel inexplicably at ease. Lolo lost his sleepiness because of what happened before, and stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. After about half a magic hour, someone's breathing did not change. The girl whispered, Are you asleep? The person in the next bed did not answer. Just when Lolo thought Rob had fallen asleep, the future super magician said, I'm not asleep yet. What's wrong? No. Nothing. Lolo changed his position and turned his back to someone, but still couldn't find the lost sleepiness. After a while, the girl's voice came from the quilt again, muffled, One day, will you leave me? Why do you ask? I've heard a lot of things like this. Sometimes you like someone very much, but for various reasons, you slowly don't like them that much anymore. In fact, it's normal to change your mind halfway. Luo Luo buried Lian in the pillow. After all, the world is constantly changing, and everyone's heart is changing. It's probably very difficult to always like someone. Rob didn't answer, and after a while he spoke. It seems to be like this. His voice was very calm, just like the sea outside. She knew that the other party was just answering her previous questions, but for some reason, the girl still felt a little lost in her heart. However, she didn't know what she was expecting in her heart. She hummed and didn't say anything else. Luo Luo didn't understand who she was angry with now, and covered her head with a quilt again. However, after an unknown amount of time, she heard that voice suddenly say no. I'm answering your original question. I will never leave you no matter what day it is. The young man whispered in the dark. Huh? Lolo was startled by someone's bold confession. The little beast in his heart raised his head, but he still said stubbornly, but didn't you say that everyone's ideas will change over time? Even if you can guarantee the present, you can't decide the future together. What kind of guarantee do you want? After saying this, Rob relit the candle, took out 2 small bottles, one blue and one purple, from his luggage, opened the blue bottle, and poured it into his mouth, then put the purple bottle in the girl's hand. This is a forbidden potion that I accidentally made during an experiment. Those who drink the blue potion will like the person who drinks the purple potion for the rest of their lives, otherwise they will die immediately. Hey, you're kidding. You're kidding. How could there be such a thing? Can you even use magic to detect whether you like someone or not? This is too unbelievable. You can try it. The future super magician looked into the girl's eyes, and his expression looked quite serious. No, I don't want to use this method to force you to like me, it feels weird. Although Luo Luo doubted the authenticity of this thing, he still shook his head. But I have already drunk the blue bottle. If no one drinks the purple bottle within 3 minutes, I will die anyway. Rob blinked. Huh? Lolo looked dazed. How can there be such a strange setting? Why does my drinking this potion affect your life? The future super magician did not explain, but said calmly, there is still 1.5 minutes. Wait, you are lying to me, right? There is no potion related to love in this world. Even if you are a recognized genius in the history of magic, you can't invent such a ridiculous thing. Luo Luo was mad. Half a minute left. The boy was unmoved. You must be bluffing now. As long as I don't drink this stuff, your lies will be exposed. Luo Luo seemed to have made up her mind, and didn't plan to do it again. Rob continued to report the time slowly, 10 seconds left. The girl widened her eyes, as if she wanted to strengthen her belief, but at the last moment she still picked up the purple bottle and drank it all. It felt a little cool when she took a sip, and there was a little bloody smell, but there was no strange taste other than that. However, not long after that, Luo Luo felt her body getting hot, and a warm current rushed up her right arm, forming a string of strange words at the wrist. The girl seemed to think of something when she saw the string of words, and blurted out, blood contract magic? The bottle of blue liquid that Rob drank before really didn't work. The real effect was the liquid in the purple bottle that Luo Luo drank now. Strictly speaking, this is not a magic potion, but a kind of blood magic. The caster uses his own blood to cast magic, and whoever drinks this drop of blood can make a contract with the caster. The contract in Luo Luo's hand is the highest level of protection contract. With this contract, Rob can immediately sense when she is in danger and rush to her side in the shortest time, but as a price, if she encounters any accident, then her contractor will also suffer the same harm. At the moment the contract was completed, Luo Luo knew the content of it, but it was too late for her to cancel it. Why did you do this? The girl looked at someone with a complicated expression. To prevent you from doing stupid things like last time. Rob raised his left hand. There was also a string of words in the same position. The future super magician said lightly, now our fates are linked together. If you are in danger, it means I am in danger. So, you'd better be nicer to yourself in the future. Lola wanted to rub off the ancient words on her wrist, but those words seemed to be printed on her skin, and could not be removed. The girl was almost crying. Are you an idiot? Do you know how dangerous my current situation is? Why did you make a blood pact with me? The reason is simple, because I like you. The future super magician paused. This world is indeed constantly changing, people and hearts, but it is precisely because of this that we will try to always like someone, which is a very naive, but also beautiful thing. I believe that I like you in my heart at this moment. Chapter 550. Time always flies fast on the journey. In the blink of an eye, the Luhua has been sailing on the sea for more than 4 months. Except for rescuing 2 drowning people on the first day of sailing, there were no unexpected things on the way. The occasional harassment by sea beasts was repelled by the cannons on the ship. In another month, the Lu Hua will reach the violet port of the Lionheart Empire. Except for the sleepless night on the first night, Lu Luo gradually got used to the feeling of having another person by her side. She can now fall asleep to the sound of steady breathing beside her. Sometimes she will wake up in the morning and sneak a peek at someone's profile to see his straight nose and slightly trembling eyebrows. The ancient words on her right wrist gradually disappeared, but the girl knew that this did not mean that the oath had been lifted. The blood oath was effective for life. Now it was just quietly lurking in her body. Once she was in danger, the words would reappear, just like the person who made the oath promise to stand by her side forever. That afternoon, Luo Luo was teaching Rob to practice sword on the deck. In fact, after learning someone's true identity, the girl had given up the idea of forcing this guy to become a swordsman, not to mention that someone's talent in swordsmanship was really a bit horrible. However, Rob seemed to have rekindled his interest in learning swordsmanship after receiving the star from Constantine. During this time on the ship, Lolo didn't see Rob flipping through any magic books. In addition to studying theology, he continued to practice swordsmanship. He finally crossed the threshold of the first level half a month ago, which made Lolo feel that talent can really do whatever you want. She was almost too busy to breathe every day learning and practicing new magic, and had no time to distract herself from other things. The girl originally planned to stay in Gudries for 2 to 3 years, and leave after she had a solid foundation in magic knowledge, but she didn't expect the temple to come to her so soon. She was still worried that she would lose the guidance of the teacher after leaving school, and that she would slow down by reading books and exploring by herself, and it would be easy to go astray. As a result, now Rob, who is known as the 6th level quasi-magician of the mobile library, is by her side, giving her private lessons and personal guidance, which makes her progress faster than when she was in school. In the past 4 months, Lolo is getting closer and closer to becoming a qualified 3rd level magician. What she lacks now is only combat experience. After the girl had received some personal guidance from someone, she naturally realized where the mysterious A-series notebooks in her hand came from. She was both angry and touched. This guy seemed to have put a lot of thought into helping her as much as possible without revealing his identity. Rob was practicing a quick counterattack that Luo Luo had just taught him. The key to this move was to complete the attack without shaking the shoulders, so that the opponent would be hard to guard against. Rob quickly understood the trick, but understanding is one thing, and practicing is another. The future super magician was trying to use his wrist to exert force when a sailor on the deck suddenly shouted, "Black flag! I saw the black flag! It's the giant whale pirates! It's right behind us!" Captain Odin came to the stern immediately, and took the telescope from the first mate. His face changed immediately after just one look. The Luhua belongs to the Haifa Chamber of Commerce, and is a large passenger ship of the Chamber of Commerce. The ship is equipped with a fairly good armed force, with 30 cannons and more than 60 professionals as guards. In critical moments, the sailors on the ship can also pick up weapons and join the battle. Such strength is close to that of a small warship. Ordinary pirates dare not attack the Luhua at all. In other words, those who can target the Raka must be guys who are confident in their own strength. The giant whale pirates are a large pirate group active in the northern seas. Odin has heard of their name a lot in the past 5 or 6 years. The leader of that group of guys is a guy named Curtis. It is said that the guy was a paladin. His wife was found having an affair with a baron while he was out on duty. As a result, the angry Curtis slaughtered the baron's entire family. After that, he was wanted by the Holy Alliance and the Church, and ran to the sea to become a pirate leader. Curtis himself is very strong. He was a paladin instructor in the temple before. He is also good at commanding his subordinates. The giant whale pirates quickly grew and expanded under his leadership. As a result, many pirates in nearby waters ran to him, making the giant whale pirates even stronger. However, the giant whale pirates are well known, but Odin is not a pushover. Few people know that before joining the Haifa Chamber of Commerce, he had been engaged in smuggling for a period of time, wandering between major forces, and had to guard against black eating black. It was a job more dangerous than pirates. When Odin was roaming the seas, Curtis was still a nurse. Now the Luhua under him was built by the Haifa Chamber of Commerce with a lot of money. It uses the best materials and has excellent properties. In a one-on-one fight, Odin is not afraid of Curtis. However, the giant whale pirate group he saw through the telescope just now had 3 pirate ships dispatched this time. "Captain, what should we do now?" The lookout looked at the approaching black flag and said in panic, "Activate the magic circle, full sail, and get rid of him." Odin said he was very confident in his ship. In order to pursue the comfort of riding, the Luwa usually did not go at full speed. In order to completely get rid of the little tail behind him, Odin also specially asked someone to activate the magic circle on the ship. Doing so would consume magic crystals, but at this time, he could not care so much. If he was caught up, the loss would be even more serious. The third and fourth class cabins were fine, as there were only civilians and small merchants there, but the people in the first and special cabins were either rich or noble. If they fell into the hands of the giant whale pirates, they would definitely be extorted for a huge sum of money. However, a quarter of an hour later, the Raka, which had activated the magic circle, and was moving at full speed, failed to distance itself from the three pirate ships behind it as expected. Odin's face darkened. When did the pirate ship become so good? He saw through the telescope that the sails on the other ship were actually one level higher than those on the Raka. Although there was no magic circle, it could still hold him tightly. Odin had a bad feeling in his heart, and the other party seemed to be well prepared this time. But this was not the time to think about such things. Odin knew that if they simply competed in speed, the Rika would not be able to escape the opponent's sight. Once the magic crystals prepared on the ship were used up, they would still be caught up. So Odin quickly gave another order, turn off the magic circle and turn right. What? The first mate thought he had heard it wrong, and confirmed it with Odin again, rightful rudder, but the right side is closed to the storm belt. Don't make me repeat the order twice. Odin looked at the first mate coldly, but there was a hint of unquestionableness in his calm tone, as if he had returned to the days of licking blood on the edge of a knife in his early years. Chapter 551. The restaurant that serves first-class passengers has soft carpets, exquisite silverware, magnificent chandeliers, and a musician. The waiters in the restaurant have a smile on their faces. There is nothing more comfortable than sitting here with your wife and family, and having a cup of black tea on a calm afternoon. After this period of travel, the passengers in the first-class cabin have almost known each other. They will nod and say hello when they see each other. If they meet someone who gets along well, they will sit together to talk about current affairs and make fun of the poor people in the third and fourth-class cabins. However, the next moment, the ship swung violently, and the black tea and porcelain cups were all thrown out. Several ladies who were standing together to discuss skin care products tilted their bodies and fell to the ground screaming. The hot tea leaves splashed on the lapels of several nobles. The restaurant that was quiet and elegant a moment ago instantly became a mess. Several nobles who were drinking tea in the restaurant were immediately furious. Where is the captain? Call the captain out. How did you drive the ship? A short-haired woman affiliated with the Haifa Chamber of Commerce walked into the restaurant and comforted the angry passengers inside. I'm sorry, distinguished guests, there is a small situation outside now. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I deeply apologize for the inconvenience caused to everyone. The restaurant will suspend service for a while. Please go back to your rooms first and don't walk around casually. Who are you? I am the Viscount of the Lionheart Empire. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? A young blonde noble laughed in anger. Don't use these little cats and dogs to fool us. If you know what's good for you, call the captain out. Believe it or not, I will make your Haifa Chamber of Commerce pay for it in the Lionheart Empire. Faced with the threat of the blonde noble, the short-haired woman remained calm. Sorry, Viscount Laval, Captain Odin is not very convenient right now. Before she finished her words, she was pushed away by the young noble named Laval. Since your captain is not convenient to see us, I will go directly to him. The latter rushed onto the deck regardless of the obstruction, but the scene in front of him completely stunned him. He was in a state of solemnity. There were no passengers on the deck, but sailors and guards everywhere. They were busy pushing out the gun turrets, moving out gunpowder, lifting the moisture-proof cloth on top, and some were distributing weapons. What on earth is going on? Laval was dumbfounded. He saw Captain Odin personally steering the ship, lighting a cigar, and driving the Rokuka towards the dark clouds in the distance. Please go back to your room, put away sharp objects, and find a place to secure your body. We may be a little bumpy when we pass through the storm area later. The short-haired woman's voice came from behind him, but it was still calm. Storm? Why don't we avoid it? Before the short-haired woman answered, the young noble heard the voice of the lookout. Captain, the enemy is still following us, and the distance between us is shrinking. It is estimated that we will be caught up in 2 more magics. Odin's expression was calm. Very good. Next we should compare whose ship is stronger. Are you crazy? I don't want to go there. Laval looked at the storm area not far away. His face collapsed. He could still vaguely see lightning and thunder from it. Odin looked back at the young noble and frowned. How did he get up here? The short-haired woman bowed. Sorry, I failed in my duty. I will take him back to the room now. I'm not going there either. The blonde noble roared, I want you to turn around, now, immediately, and avoid the storm. I am the Viscount. Is the Viscount so great? A voice came from behind him. Who is that blind man? Laval turned his head angrily, but his arrogance disappeared when he saw the person coming. The young noble recognized the other party. The middle-aged man in black armor in front of him was the captain of the guard of one of the guests in the first-class cabin. The guest had never shown his face in front of everyone, but Laval still recognized his identity. It was not the first time he met the middle-aged man. He had met him once in the capital. If nothing unexpected happens, the widow of Duke Amanda, Lady Rose, is also on the 6 flowers. This woman is not simple. All the things she did after Duke Amanda's death were shocking. The family behind her late husband was also a famous family in the Lionheart Empire. However, she could only swallow her anger when being insulted. There was nothing she could do about it. As the number one socialite in the northern aristocratic circle, this woman had a very complicated background. Laval did not dare to provoke her, and could only flee back to the room in disgrace when being scolded. The man in armor said to Captain Odin, Mrs. Rose asked me to help. I don't know anything about sailing. If there are any ignorant passengers, I can handle them. Odin was concentrating on controlling the direction at this moment. The strong wind blew up his clothes, making a rustling sound. He nodded slightly when he heard the words, expressing his gratitude. The short-haired woman noticed Lolo and Rob, who were still on the deck, and stepped forward and said politely, You are in the second-class cabin, right? We are about to enter the storm zone. It's not safe on the deck. You should go back to your room. Luo looked at Rob, who nodded. So the two of them left the deck, returned to the room and closed the door. The girl said, Do you know about the giant whale pirates? The future super mage shook his head. I haven't paid much attention to pirates. Rob's memory is amazing, but not infinite. He has a deeper understanding of some important forces, and nobles, with a solid background in the Dawn continent. As for pirates, even if you specifically learn about them, it doesn't really make much sense. The average lifespan of each pirate group is only 2 to 3 years. Once this time passes, new pirate forces rise and old ones perish, and the previous intelligence becomes invalid. Therefore, if you are not a person who eats this bowl of rice on the sea, few people can recognize the colorful black flags. But they should be coming for someone or something on the ship. The future super magician added, Remember the guy who was rescued before? Oh, is he the pirate's spy? Probably not, but he has a magic device that can be tracked, and he himself doesn't even realize it. It's a ring, which should be very important to him. If I'm not mistaken, the pirates deliberately let him go, so that he can notify someone or get something, and then find him through this ring. Rob said that he had checked the guy's body when he was just fished out of the water, and found that there was something wrong with the ring. However, the future super magician didn't know the guy's origins, and didn't want to get involved in inexplicable things. After confirming that the guy was not coming for the two of them, he quietly left and did not touch the ring. Chapter 552. The 6 flowers successfully sailed into the storm zone before being caught up by the giant whale pirate ship. Here, the sea was no longer as peaceful as before. The strong wind stirred up huge waves, thunder and lightning danced wildly, and black clouds seemed to be pressing down from the sky. Even the sailors, who had been making a living on the sea for many years, could not help but feel terrified when they saw this terrifying scene. Perhaps the only thing that could comfort them was the figure standing in front of the steering wheel. Captain Odin personally took the helm and drove the 6 flowers through huge waves, carefully fighting against the power of nature. However, the news from the lookout made his heart sink. Captain, the people of the giant whale pirates did not retreat, they are still following us and biting us. In fact, the sailor did not need to speak. The shells that fell not far away had already declared the other party's determination. Captain Odin wiped the seawater off his face, and couldn't help cursing, Fuck, those crazy people. He was not worried about the other party's artillery. In such extreme weather, unless you hit a lucky streak, you can't hit the target at all, and you may hurt yourself. But this behavior shows the attitude of the other party. Even at the risk of sinking the ship, the giant whale pirates are still chasing after them. This has gone beyond the scope of seeking wealth, which means that there is something or someone on the Luhua that they must get. What should we do, Captain? The sails are almost unable to hold up. Should we cut the ropes? The first mate asked. Had those guys from the whale pirates lowered their sails? No, Captain. The lookout shouted. Then we will keep it the same. Captain Odin steered the steering wheel and dodged a huge wave. The waves that brushed the side of the ship soaked the clothes of several people. But Captain, in this weather, it's too dangerous to sail with full sails. The first mate shouted, his voice disappearing in the storm. Even if you can't guarantee that you can avoid it every time. If something unexpected happens, everyone on the ship will be buried with you. So Sheridan, do you have any better ideas? Odin also shouted. The 20-meter high wave just now was followed by a 5-meter high small wave. The Luhua was hit by it before it could dodge. The third and fourth class cabins were at the bottom of the ship, and screams came from there. It seemed that there was a hole in the ship's plank, and the cold seawater poured in, causing panic among the crowd. This won't work. Let's surrender, Captain. The first mate advised while directing his men to fill the hole with pine wood. Are you trying to say that I'm not as brave as a bunch of pirates? Captain Odin was furious. Now is not the time for you to show off. There are so many passengers on the ship. You have no right to make choices for them. I heard that the reputation of the whale pirates is not bad. As long as the ransom is paid on time, they rarely kill people. They will even let civilians go directly. This incident is not your fault. You have performed well enough to hold on until now. The Chamber of Commerce will not blame you if they know the truth. Captain Odin fell silent upon hearing this, and his mind gradually calmed down. Sheldon was right. He was not driving a smuggling ship, and there were no speculators around him who put their heads on their pants. There were hundreds of lives on the Luhua, especially the 2 distinguished guests in the first-class cabin. If something really happened, not only him, but the entire Haifa Chamber of Commerce would be in crisis. Given the current situation, surrender is undoubtedly the best choice. Although Captain Odin had not spoken yet, he was actually ready to accept such a result. However, the next moment, he seemed to feel something and suddenly raised his head. It seemed that an invisible big hand covered the Luhua. The storm was still raging half a meter away from them, but the strong winds became much weaker when they blew in front of the Luhua, and the waves were not so turbulent. Before, he couldn't even stand steadily on the deck. Now, although the hull is still shaking, it has stabilized a lot. Although Captain Odin didn't know what the miracle was, his rich sailing experience made him make a decision quickly. He said in ecstasy, activate the magic circle, full speed ahead. At the same time, he turned the steering wheel in his hand, and aimed the sailing direction at the eye of the wind. The 3 pirate ships following behind wanted to catch up, but they had no protection from the mysterious power. The lookout saw with his own eyes that one of the pirate ships that didn't have time to lower the sails was smashed by the huge waves, and the wooden boards were scattered everywhere. The pirates screamed and fell into the water. They didn't have time to swim to the 2 ships next to them, and disappeared after a big wave. The remaining 2 pirate ships seemed to have a disagreement. The leading one seemed determined to chase, while the other turned around and planned to return. In the end, only 1 pirate ship was left behind the Luhua. After gritting its teeth and following for a distance, the remaining pirate ship finally had to give up when it saw the wind and waves getting stronger. In the cabin, Luo looked at someone who had just withdrawn his hand and asked curiously, "What kind of magic is this?" "Nature's protection, an auxiliary magic that can last for half an hour, which should be enough time for us to sail into the eye of the storm." The future super magician just released a high-level magic, but he didn't look tired at all. He put down number 2 and said calmly, "Great, can you teach me this magic?" Luo exclaimed. "Okay, wait until you reach level 6 one day." The giant whale pirates were chasing too closely, and Rob had to save the Rika. Fortunately, he had checked the passengers on the ship some time ago and confirmed that there were no high-level magicians among them, so no one should know what happened just now. The eye of the storm was calm despite the terrifying storm belt. Captain Odin stopped the ship and sent someone to check the hull and repair the damaged parts. Then, except for the first-class cabin, all the passengers were gathered on the deck. Having just escaped death, most of them were still in shock. Some passengers in the first-class cabin were still dissatisfied, but when Captain Odin's eyes swept over them, including Laval, they all shut their mouths. They knew who saved them in the crisis just now, so although they had just experienced the most terrifying 2.5 hours in their lives, they had no complaints. After all, if it weren't for Captain Odin, they would either be buried in the sea or write letters home for ransom under the coercion of pirates. Captain Odin looked around, taking in the expressions on everyone's faces, and paused before saying, "You must have known what happened before. We are being targeted by the pirates." As soon as he finished speaking, there was an uproar below. Most people had heard about the pirates, but they had not received confirmation from the captain until now, and they were shocked and scared. Captain Odin had to speak to comfort everyone. "We have temporarily shaken them off. The Raka is equipped with enough firepower, so there is no need to worry." Although he said so, The worries among the passengers did not decrease much. Everyone knew that if it was really as the captain said, then the rocket would not have to escape into the storm belt at all. Chapter 553. Captain Odin waited until the discussion below died down before continuing. I have enough reason to believe that it is not accidental that the whale pirates targeted us. One of our guests has something they want, or is their target. I hope this person can take the initiative to stand up. Before he finished speaking, the passengers were in an uproar again. What? We were targeted because someone offended the pirates? Who is it? The guy in the first-class cabin. They are the richest. The pirates should be coming for them. Maybe there is some grudge between them. No wonder they haven't shown up in the past few days. Captain Odin frowned. I know the identity of the passengers in the first-class cabin, and I have just asked them. I can swear on my honor that this incident has nothing to do with them. How can we believe what the nobles say? That's right. The passengers said in unison, it's probably them who caused the trouble. Captain Odin had to knock on the board to calm everyone down again. We, the Haifa Chamber of Commerce, have always been very trustworthy. Since you are on this ship, no matter which cabin you live in, you are our passenger. Don't worry, even if you have any grudges against the giant whale pirates, we will not hand you over to them, but... Captain Odin changed the subject and said, this ship is my territory. As the captain, I have the right and must know what happened on my ship. I don't think this request is excessive. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, and immediately a sailor took the drowned man, who was rescued on the first day of the voyage, onto the deck. Don't try to hide it from me. I know you know him. The reason he came on my ship was to pass on some important news to you, so I give you half a day, from now until sunset. If you don't come to the captain's room to find me, I put him in the lifeboat and only give him 3 days of food and water. If he's lucky, he may be able to hold on until another ship passes by, but I need to remind you that we have deviated from the normal route, so if you don't want your companions to die, you'd better come to see me before sunset. This is Exile, TSK. A half-elf man beside Luo spoke. What? Exile is one of the ways pirates punish traitors, the half-elf man explained. Pirates rarely kill their companions on a ship themselves. They believe that people who do such things will be cursed, so they have this kinder way to give the exiles a small boat and 3 days of supplies. On the surface, it is to leave a glimmer of hope for the other party, but in fact, 99 out of 100 exiles will eventually die. They will consume the pitiful supplies, be exposed to the scorching sun, gradually despair, and finally die in loneliness and pain. Believe me, by that time, you will wish they had killed you directly. Luo raised his eyebrows. Why are you telling me this? Who knows? Maybe it's because you and your boyfriend have been hiding your true colors. The half-elf man grinned, and he looked a little evil when he smiled. He pulled his collar. Are you the people the giant whale pirates are looking for? Rob was a little surprised. The two of them were now wanted by the Magician Association and the temple. The secret brooch on him could only be used by one person, so the future super magician released a camouflage spell on Luo that could last for 16 magic hours, which could basically last from the time he went out in the morning to the time he went back to bed at night. Although it was only a second-level magic, it was difficult to see through unless it was a high-level magician. The half-elf in front of him was not a magician, but he could see through their disguises. There was something strange about him. Was it his profession or a prop? The guy stared at Luo for a while, and suddenly said, just kidding, I have no intention of prying into your secrets. I actually have 5 suspects. From your reactions just now, I can basically rule out the suspicion. So there are still 3 left. Do you want to know who those 3 people are? Oh, why are you so interested in this matter? Rob said. You are not the only ones with secrets on this ship. I don't care what Captain Odin thinks. It will take another month and a half to reach the Lionheart Empire. I don't want to be harassed by the whale pirates during this journey. In my opinion, the simplest and most convenient solution to this matter is to give them what they want. The half-elf said leisurely, you don't seem to want to get into trouble either. So our goals are the same. How about we work together to find that guy? I'm sorry, we are different from you. We won't do such things to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Lolo said in an unquestionable tone. The half-elf laughed, are you serious? If there is another storm like the one just now, we might all be buried in the sea. If it is in a calm sea, we will have nowhere to escape. The half-elf suddenly paused here. His eyes fell on a girl dressed as a scholar not far away. Compared with the other people around, the latter's expression was obviously more panicked and embarrassed. She also looked at the drowning man tied to the mast by the sailors from time to time, and her concern was beyond words. Forget it, if you don't want to help, then don't help. Anyway, I have found the real culprit. The half-elf licked his lips, and walked towards the little girl, but the next moment Lolo drew out the elven sword from his waist, blocked his way, and warned, "You'd better not do anything unnecessary." The half-elf showed a hint of surprise on his face. "You are going to fight me for a stranger?" The next moment, he also showed the dagger from his waist, and said meaningfully, "You'd better think it over. What I'm doing now is for the good of everyone." "I think what she said is clear enough," Rob said. The future super magician looked at him deeply. The next moment, the half-elf's face suddenly changed. He seemed to have seen something horrible. He could no longer maintain his composure. He put away the dagger at his waist as quickly as possible and quietly stepped aside. Rob liked this kind of sensitive guy. He didn't need to make a move at all. He just needed to release some momentum. They could figure out the rest of the things in their minds. The half-elf's current state was just like the two-headed demon wolf he met in the endless forest. He was directly suppressed by someone. Luo put the sword back into the scabbard, as if he had done something wrong, and said a little embarrassedly, "I was impulsive just now. I should keep a low profile, and stay away from trouble." The future super magician just smiled. "I know why you took action." "Huh?" "You saw yourself in that child, in danger, surrounded by hostile strangers, worried that your secret would be discovered, and didn't know who to trust. At that time, you actually longed for someone's help." Chapter 554. Lolo walked up to the girl holding the book. "Little sister, are you alone?" "Ah, I'm not the person the giant whale pirates are looking for, and I don't know the guy tied to the mast. I'm just a second-year trainee scholar at Wallace Botanical College. Look, this is our school's badge." The girl pointed to the wooden badge on her chest and said hurriedly. It would have been better if she didn't speak. Once she spoke, the panic in her tone only confirmed her identity. Rob knew that the person the giant whale pirates were looking for was probably her, but the future super mage was a little strange. At least the girl didn't lie about her identity as a student. The people of the giant whale pirates didn't know why they had to capture this insignificant trainee scholar. Luo said gently, "Don't worry, we are not bad people. We just come to see if there is anything we can help you with. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to us. We live in room 13 of the second-class cabin." After a pause, Luo reminded the other party, "Be careful of the half-elf guy over there, he is not a good person." The girl nodded gratefully, opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but then seemed to remember something and closed it again. After Captain Odin finished his previous words, he asked the service staff on the ship to reopen those entertainment venues. Now the top priority is to stabilize everyone's emotions. What is worse than pirates is panic. He has been a captain for so many years, and knows better than anyone that once panic begins to spread among passengers, it will cause many uncontrollable dangers. As for the guy hiding on the ship, he has done everything he can and given a deadline. If the guy doesn't want to watch his companions being exiled, he will come to see him before sunset. The crowd left the deck one after another. Captain Odin assigned 4 sailors to watch the guy tied to the mast to ensure that he would not be rescued. In fact, even if someone hijacked him, unless they could also seize the Luwa, there was nowhere to escape in the vast ocean. At dusk, the sky gradually darkened. Luo was in the cabin, listening to Rob's explanation of the key points of water magic. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She got up and opened the door, and saw the little girl standing outside. "Are you really willing to help me?" The little girl bit her lip and said, "It can be seen that she is really desperate, otherwise she would not ask for help from 2 strangers who have only met once. Let me tell you what happened first." Rob did not make any promises, but just said calmly. Lolo waited for the girl to come in, and closed the door again. "I'm sorry, I lied to you on the deck before. I was very scared at that time. My name is Ursula. The people of the giant whale pirates should be coming for me. How do you know they are looking for you?" The future super magician raised his eyebrows. Ursula hesitated. "Uncle Barber told me. He came here to warn me." "Barber is the guy tied to the mast, right? What is your relationship with him?" "Uncle Barber is our family's guard. Well, in fact, our family can no longer be called aristocracy. My mother makes clothes for people in a tailor shop, and my father is an accountant. But even so, Barber still did not leave us and protected our family." Ursula said, "About 2 years ago, I left home to study in Wallace. 5 months ago, I suddenly received a letter from home saying that my father was seriously ill and asked me to go home immediately, so I asked for leave from the college and rushed to Jinwan Port to board the Luwa. As a result, I met Uncle Babel on the first day of sailing. Did you recognize him?" "No, I was not on the deck when he was rescued. He sneaked into my room at night." Ursula said he looked very nervous at the time. "He said that he might be under surveillance, so he could only find me in this way. He seemed to have a premonition of something like this happening today, and didn't want people to find the connection between the two of us. Except for the meeting that night, he never came to see me again, and pretended not to know me at other times. Oh, why did Babel come to you? He told me that the letter was a trap. My parents and brother died 7 months ago. One day, a group of masked men broke into my house, and forced my mother to write the letter. Then, they started killing people without saying a word. Babel rushed out of the house to protect my 6-year-old brother, but my brother was eventually shot in the head by an arrow. Only Babel survived. He wanted to come to the Free City to warn me, but he was chased all the way. Babel said that the other party was very powerful, and told me not to think about revenge. How did he know you were on the Rika? It's the blood ring. It's a magic item passed down from our family. The ring can detect the approximate location of family members, but only family bloodlines can use the blood ring. Oh, then why can your family guard Babel use it? Babel's ancestor married a woman from our family, so he actually has our family blood in him. Usually everyone treats him as a family member, and no one really treats him as a guard. Ursula explained. He disguised himself as a drowned person, and got on board to find me. Wait, but what about the female drowned person? Lolo asked. Uncle Barber said that he stole the body of a condemned prisoner to increase the credibility of his identity as a drowned person. Well, this explains the marks on her neck, which match the wounds of a hanged prisoner, and also explains why he was on a prosperous route, but happened to run into the Raqqa. Rob tried to put the clues together. The enemy was obviously coming for you, but they didn't go directly to the academy to find you. Instead, they forced your mother to write you a letter asking you to go home. This shows that the enemy didn't want to take action in the Free City. But in this case, why did they go to the trouble of letting Barber go? Uncle Barber was not let go, but ran away on his own. Ursula argued. No, he survived because the enemy didn't want to kill him at all. The blood ring on his hand was magically located. Otherwise, why do you think the people of the giant whale pirates were able to intercept the Raqqa so accurately in the vast ocean? What? Ursula was shocked. Well, this was a trap from the beginning. The future super mage concluded the people who captured you didn't know what you looked like, so they deliberately let Babel go and used him to confirm your identity and location. But then again, what on earth is there in you that they must get? Chapter 555. I don't know why those pirates want to capture me. Ursula shook her head, but then she hesitated and added, but it may be related to Mr. Fagin. Fagin? Rob raised his eyebrows. Is it Fagin L.K. Freeman? Hey, have you heard of this name before? Lolo asked. Well, Fagin is quite famous in his small circle in his field, but his research direction is very strange, so ordinary people don't know much about him. But I remember, he worked at Peter Royal Academy of Arts. When did he go to the south? Do you know the teacher? Ursula's eyes lit up. The teacher did stay in the Lionheart Empire before, but he always complained that the Peter Royal Academy of Literature did not pay attention to his research. The funding was getting less and less, and he was not happy every time he allocated funds. Later, he received an invitation from the Wallace Botanical Academy, and came here with his research results. That guy's research is indeed unpopular, and not many people pay attention to it. The Peter Royal Academy of Literature has a group of masters headed by Tobias, so they will naturally ignore him. But that guy is really obsessed with his research. What exactly is he studying? Luo asked curiously. Fagin's research direction is a branch of archaeology, underground city ruins. Underground city? Are they the underground cities we have visited before? Yes, Fagin has been studying these underground cities, including their causes, construction time, location, and function. It can be said that he is the person who knows the most about those underground cities in the world. In order to obtain first-hand information, he has paid people to take him into underground cities that have not been fully explored several times, and even went deep into some very dangerous places. Hey, a researcher of the dungeon? Adventurers everywhere basically regard the dungeon as a place to level up and make money. Lolo really didn't know that there are people in this world who specialize in studying this kind of thing. Ursula said, I am Mr. Fagin's disciple. I am responsible for helping the teacher organize notes and clean the house at school. About a year ago, the teacher got a new research fund from the school and rushed to the dungeon in Bantam Town. When he came back 2 months later, he was obviously a little excited. He told me that he would be able to solve the secret of the dungeon, and would soon become the most famous scholar in the entire Dawn continent, surpassing Tobias and leaving a good name for himself. The teacher's original words at that time were, when that day comes, I really want to see the faces of those guys in Peter Royal Academy. For the next month, he locked himself in his room except for class, sorting out the materials he brought back from research. However, not long after, his mental state suddenly became abnormal. Some students reported that he was absent-minded during class, and became particularly irritable and angry. I was his disciple, and had the most contact with him, and felt him most directly. Once I went to bring him food, and saw him sitting alone at the table, with a terrified look on his face. He kept muttering, "How could this happen? There is no way out. Are we all going to die?" When he saw me, he hurriedly put away the things on the table. He was very angry at the time, and scolded me out directly. As if she was worried that the two of them didn't understand, Ursula explained, Teacher Fagin was not like this before. Although he didn't like to communicate with others, he was actually warm-hearted and cared about the people around him. He knew that my family was not well off, and said he would help me ask the school to reduce my tuition for half a year. But later, I found out that it was Teacher Fagin who paid for me himself. He may not be as famous as other scholars, but he is a very good person. So when the terrible thing happened to him, we couldn't believe it. A terrible thing? Yes, he sorted out the information he brought back from the underground city in Bandom Town, and asked for a long vacation from the school, saying that he had something important to do, and had to go back to the north. However, he broke his leg not long after he left. He was riding a horse through a rock stream, and for some reason the horse suddenly got scared and threw him off. Mr. Fagin lay in a dry river under the rocks for several days. He couldn't move, and few people passed by that place, so no one heard his cries for help. It was not until the 6th day that someone found his body, and sent it back to the school. The principal presided over his funeral. Many people couldn't believe that Mr. Fagin had left us like this. Luo and Rob looked at each other. Your teacher's death is a bit strange. It's probably not an accident. He probably lost his life because of his previous research. But why did he come to you after killing the scholar Fagin? Ursula thought for a while. After the teacher died, I helped him collect and organize his relics, and sent them to his family in the Lionheart Empire, but I didn't find anything special in them. Really? What about the research he did after returning from the underground city in Bantam Town? Ursula shook her head. You may not believe me, but I didn't find any notes about this part of the research in the teacher's relics. This is troublesome. The other party is probably coming for this part of the research. They should have checked the relics you sent back to the Lionheart Empire, but they didn't find what they wanted, so they now think the thing is on you. Ursula widened her eyes, and said in panic, but I really didn't take it. What should I do? Can you help me save Uncle Barber? He is my last relative. Don't worry, we will help you solve the problem of Babel, but what are you going to do next? The future super magician asked. It was not difficult to say Babel. Captain Odin did not really want to exile the former, but just wanted to use this method to find out the truth of the matter. Even Rob of the Giant Whale Pirates did not take it seriously, but he and Lolo had important things to deal with when they returned to the north this time, and it was impossible to protect the girl all the time. Her problem was that she was misunderstood as having taken something she shouldn't have taken. As long as this misunderstanding was not resolved, the group would not let her go. From what she said before, the other party's power was obviously not small, not only spanning the north and the south, but also having their people on the sea. If this goes on, Ursula and Barber will be caught by each other sooner or later. Ursula seemed to have not thought about this problem yet, and said blankly, I don't know. Rob said, how about this, I will write a letter, and you give it to a friend of mine, he will take you in and protect you, and you can live with him before we help you solve your troubles. But, is it okay? Ursula was surprised and happy, but then she worried, but will this cause trouble for your friends? That guy has always been in trouble, and you don't have to worry about him. At least no one dared to attack him before the fall of the Lionheart Empire and the Leyhart dynasty. Chapter 556. Since he has decided to take over this matter, Rob intends to see it through to the end. He wrote a personal letter to Ursula, and went with Lolo to find the captain of the 6 Flowers, Odin, before sunset. The matter of Barber was not serious. In fact, what Odin really cared about was not how the latter had a grudge with the Giant Whale Pirates, but the problem that the Giant Whale Pirates had been holding on to the 6 Flowers. Now it was more than a month away from Violet Harbor. If they were entangled by pirates at this time, it would be a very troublesome thing. The reason why the other party could accurately find their location in the vast ocean was because of the manipulation on the blood ring before. Rob could of course directly erase the positioning magic on it, but he didn't want to do so, because this could only temporarily eliminate the crisis. If he couldn't find the mastermind behind the scenes, Ursula would still be hunted down. The Giant Whale Pirates were the only clue he had at the moment. Their leader Curtis should know something. The investigation of this matter would eventually fall on the group of pirates. What the future super mage had to do now was to wait for them to come again. Odin looked at the fat nobleman in front of him with a tangled expression. Viscount Wales, are you serious? The fat nobleman smiled gently. The virtue of keeping promises is not exclusive to your Haifa Chamber of Commerce. Odin smiled bitterly. You really know how to give me a difficult problem. The people on this ship that he cared about most were undoubtedly the two passengers in the first-class cabin. One was the widow of Duke Amanda, the famous Lady Rose, and the other was the fat nobleman in front of him. The latter's title was not too high, just an honorary viscount. Compared with ordinary titles, titles with the word honor cannot be inherited, and are mostly used by the kingdom to reward those who have made special contributions. The fat man named Wales in front of him is actually a businessman, but not an ordinary businessman. He is the vice president of the Ziados Chamber of Commerce. Ziados Chamber of Commerce is the second largest chamber of commerce in the Dawn continent, second only to the Haifa Chamber of Commerce behind him. It stands to reason that there will always be a strong smell of gunpowder between the first and the second, but in fact, the relationship between Ziados and Haifa is more harmonious than many people imagine. This is mainly because the business scope and focus areas of both parties are different. Ziados Chamber of Commerce focuses its strategy on the north and the dwarf world. The second largest shareholder is said to be the royal family of the dwarf kingdom, and the competitive relationship between the two sides is not that strong. For example, the third person in the Ziados Chamber of Commerce, Viscount Wales, went to the south to handle things, and on the way back, he took the 6 flowers of the Haifa Chamber of Commerce. Unlike Madame Rose, the fat noble did not deliberately conceal his existence. He would take a walk on the deck after dinner to get some fresh air. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to recognize him. In addition, he was dressed casually, so no one except Captain Odin knew his identity. Rob had heard of his name, but he could not connect him with the real person. However, after being on the same ship for 4 months, the future super mage could also know that the other party was from the Ziados Chamber of Commerce, and that it was not just ordinary merchants in the Chamber of Commerce who could occupy a first-class cabin, so Rob gave the purple gem that Gage gave him to the other party. The latter looked a little surprised when he saw the gem, but Wales acted very professionally. Although he was curious, he did not ask about the identity of the gem holder, nor did he ask about the origin of the gem. He just smiled and said, the person holding this purple gem is the eternal friend of the Ziados Chamber of Commerce. You can tell me any requirements you have. I am happy to serve you as long as I can. Then the fat noble followed Lolo and Rob to the captain's room. Odin felt a headache now. His fingers tapped on the table. After thinking for a while, he said, I can give you the person, but I will not stop the ship and wait for the pirates to catch up. Viscount Wales, I respect you and the intention between the Haifa Chamber of Commerce and the Ziados Chamber of Commerce, but at the same time, I am also responsible for the lives of other passengers on this ship. You are the captain, so you have the final say here. The fat noble nodded, then looked at Rob and Lolo on the side. Sorry, I may not be able to fulfill your second request. Thank you, that's enough. Rob's main purpose in asking the fat noble to come was to save Babel. As for the other request, it was just a supplement. In fact, as long as the people of the giant whale pirates appeared in his field of vision, Rob would have a way to board the other party's ship, and there was no need for the Rika to deliberately approach. If you need any help, you can come to me again. The fat noble said with a smile. The headquarters of Ziados is in Armor Rock City. You are welcome to visit us. The same goes for you, Odin. If you don't want to work in Haifa anymore, remember to come to Ziados. The latter snorted as a reply. Wales was very considerate. After Barbara was rescued, in order to avoid any embarrassment among the passengers, he let him and Ursula live in his first-class cabin together. As the best guest room on the Rokuka, each first-class cabin includes a master bedroom, 6 secondary bedrooms, and is also equipped with functional rooms such as a study, living room, and dining room. The fat nobleman's entourage was simple, with only 1 female guard. The 2 of them occupied a bedroom each, so there were 5 empty rooms. In addition to Ursula and Barbara, he also invited Rob and Lolo, but they declined. Because Jessica bought them second-class tickets, the 2 had to sleep in the same room before. Now there was finally an extra room. Logically, the 2 could finally sleep separately, but Rob and Lolo seemed to have forgotten about it, and still slept together in the original room. The 6 flowers spent half a day resting, and then continued to sail towards Violet Harbor. Because of the fear of encountering pirates again, Captain Odin changed the sailing route, but it didn't work. However, 3 days later, the lookout saw the black flag again. Fortunately, one of the ships was destroyed in the storm zone before, and now there are only 2 ships left in the giant whale pirates. If there is a real battle, the 6 flowers will not be without a chance of winning. Of course, this is only a last resort. Odin ordered the magic circle on the ship to be turned on and go full speed. As expected, the 2 pirate ships behind him also began to speed up. But after a while, the speed of the ship that Curtis was riding suddenly slowed down again, and the other pirate ship had to slow down because of fear of the firepower on the 6 flowers. Odin took the telescope from the first mate and looked for a while, and was surprised to find that the 2 pirate ships had stopped. Chapter 557. The Revenge, advancing at full speed, bared its fangs. There were more than 50 cannons on both sides of the ship. The pirates raised the sails with strange cries, and transported barrels filled with gunpowder to both sides of the deck to prepare for the upcoming battle. Curtis stood at the bow with his hands behind his back, looking at the luau in front of him, with no expression on his face. Unlike the ferocious pirate leader in most people's impression, Curtis looked a little feminine. If you didn't look closely, you might even mistake him for a woman. Most of the time, he seemed very quiet. The affairs on the ship were generally handled by the first mate, and he was only responsible for giving orders. However, the pirates on the ship knew that this was just an illusion. When Curtis went crazy, he was more ruthless than anyone else. It was this man who controlled the Revenge to survive wave after wave of huge waves in the storm belt before, and forced the luau into the eye of the storm. When lightning split the waves and thunder tore through the sky, the devil-like figure on the bow made the pirates feel terrified. Curtis put down the telescope in his hand and said lightly, "There is no storm belt nearby. They can't escape this time. Let's kill them all after catching up." Kill them all? The bosun beside him was stunned. It's okay for civilians, but there are still many nobles on the ship. This is all money. We can blackmail them if we keep them. The first mate couldn't help but speak up. I know Captain Odin of the luau. He used to be the most outstanding smuggler in the narrow sea. He is familiar with the underground black markets in many cities. If we can recruit him, it will be much easier for us to sell the stolen goods in the future. And his boat driving skills are also very good. Curtis's eyes darkened. Have you forgotten who the captain is? The pirates on the ship were silent upon hearing this. Curtis did not become famous early among the pirate leaders, and he did not kill the most people, but he was the most legendary. When he escaped from the Holy Alliance, he rowed a small boat alone on the sea for several months. After running out of food and water, he encountered a passing ship on the 6th day. The other party was the most notorious black undead pirate group in the northern waters. More than half of the pirates in this group are psychopaths and murderers. Unlike other pirates, who mainly rob money, the Black Dead left almost no one alive wherever they went, and they would even rob other pirates if they had the chance. They rescued Curtis just because they were too bored recently, and wanted to torture this guy, who looked like a woman for fun. As a result, when the Revenge of the Black Dead sailed into the pirate port a month later, everyone found that the ship had a new owner. The head of the original owner was hung high on the mast, and the group of lunatics on the ship disappeared. At the same time, a pirate group called the Giant Whale began to recruit people in the tavern. Curtis's legendary deeds are not limited to this one. After becoming a pirate, he also fought with the Navy and several pirate groups at the same time. The most important thing is that the whale pirates did not suffer much in these battles, which also greatly increased Curtis's prestige among the pirates. This time he personally led the 3 ships of Revenge, Hound, and Sea Wolf to chase the luau, and he was able to accurately find the opponent's location in the vast ocean, which also made his sailors amazed. So even though Curtis now issued an order that the pirates could not understand, under his prestige, everyone still carried it out seriously. Curtis's eyes flashed with a subtle hint of disgust. He used to be an instructor of the Knights Templar, so he felt it most clearly. In terms of discipline, pirates could never compare with soldiers who had received formal training. Although their personal strength might not be weak, many trainee knights were no match for some experienced old pirates in a one-on-one fight. However, this group of people were narrow-minded and only looked at the immediate interests. They would not think about tomorrow's affairs. Pirate groups often mutinied because of uneven distribution of spoils, killed the captain and the first mate, and were later wiped out by the Navy or other pirate groups. Even though his men had become more organized in the past 2 years, they still couldn't change their bad habits. They were hopeless. If he didn't need their help to go out to sea, Curtis wouldn't bother to manage them. But now he had to appease them, so he paused and added, "I know there are ships smuggling silver between Brado and Green Rose Port. If you do this, I take you to rob them." There was a burst of cheers and whistles on the ship. Pirates came for money. Nothing could excite them more than plundering. With Curtis's promise, they no longer cared about whether the order to sink the Luwa was good or bad for them. They just wanted to win the battle quickly, and then rob the dwarves of their silver. However, at this moment, a not-so-harmonious voice suddenly came from the crowd. A pirate exclaimed, Who are you? How did you get on our ship? Almost at the same time, Curtis also noticed something, turned around suddenly, and saw the man and woman on the deck. Curtis remembered clearly that there was only a rope in that place half a minute ago, but now there were two more people out of thin air. A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. There was no other ship nearby except the Sea Wave, which belonged to the giant whale pirates. How did these two guys get on board? The boy with a sword on his body and a staff in his hand seemed not to notice the group of pirates around him who were eyeing him covetously. He was still patiently explaining magic knowledge to the girl beside him. Don't be confused by the rank. In many cases, a combination of low-level magic is enough to solve the problem. Levitation is a 6th level magic, but its predecessor, floating magic, is only 3rd level, which can also make people float in the air. At this time, as long as a 2nd level wind magic law of movement is released, it can move in the air. Although it can't achieve the effect of levitation, it is enough to deal with the current situation. If you want to sneak in quietly like I did just now, you need to add an invisibility spell. The girl's eyes lit up. Someone's words seemed to open a door to a new world for her. Before, she used magic in a simple way, following the instructions in the book, but she rarely thought that she could combine several low-level magics to produce the effect of high-level magic. Is this what is called talent? The girl sighed. With the guidance of the other party, her gains in the past 4 months have far exceeded those in the past 6 months at school. She even had a feeling in her heart that, so this is what magic is like. Chapter 558. The two uninvited guests on the Revenge were naturally Rob and Lolo. The future super mage had originally planned to come alone, but after thinking about it, he decided to bring Lolo with him. He has been carefully guiding the girl for the past 4 months. In theory, Lolo can now be considered a qualified 3rd level magician. What she lacks is practical experience. The combat power of these pirates is neither strong nor weak, which is just right for her to be sparring partners at this stage. Moreover, their hands are all stained with blood, so there is no need to be cautious when taking action, which can achieve the best training effect. The girl drew out her staff and looked at Curtis, looking eager to try. Rob was startled. Hey, this guy is a high-level professional. You can't deal with him now. Leave it to me. Your opponents are those pirates. Be careful. There are also 2nd and 3rd level masters among them. Lolo hummed and quickly entered a state of preparation. The two people's attitude of not caring about others immediately angered the surrounding pirates. Without Curtis's order, someone rushed over waving a variety of weapons. Lolo took steady steps, estimated the distance between the enemy and us, first released a wind blade to force away the guys who surrounded him, and then released a azure armor for himself. This was one of the first 2 3rd-level magics she mastered. It had a pretty good defense against physical attacks, which was just right for the current situation. Curtis frowned. He didn't pay attention to the battle over there, but kept his eyes on Rob. Compared to the 3rd-level magician, the guy in front of him, who looked like a warrior but not a warrior, and a magician but not a magician, made him instinctively feel more dangerous. Curtis found that he couldn't see through the other person at all. This guy had been acting very relaxed since boarding the ship, without any nervousness. Was he bluffing? He couldn't judge from the other person's expression alone, but Curtis knew he had to take action. He frowned and whispered 2 words, weapons. Immediately, 2 sailors went into the cabin, and soon they came back carrying an oilcloth bag. Judging from their footsteps, the things wrapped inside were obviously heavy. The first mate reached out and lifted the oilcloth, revealing 2 giant battle axes underneath, one large and one small. The large one was more than 1 meter long, and the small one was about half a meter long. From the head to the handle, it was all made of meteorite iron. The weight of a single piece was probably more than 20 kilograms. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to lift it. It was hard to imagine that anyone could rely on it to fight. Those who had never seen Curtis in action would never associate such a gentle-looking man with such a terrifying heavy weapon. However, when the pirates saw the 2 axes, they were all excited. Curtis rarely showed these 2 axes at the beginning, which showed that he valued his opponent. However, according to past experience, once he took out this set of weapons, it meant that the victory or defeat was already decided. Just over 3 months ago, the pirates had just witnessed a 5th-level swordsman being chopped in half by Curtis with an axe. The poor guy was the captain of the guard of a large merchant ship. It was said that he had served in the Royal Guard and won several team competitions. As a result, he couldn't even last 5 moves under Curtis. This incident also made the pirates worship the leader more fanatical. When Curtis held the axe, it was like the god of war in person in their eyes. However, the guy on the opposite side just looked over here casually and then retracted his gaze. Rob now focused most of his attention on Luo, constantly instructing the girl on how to deal with the complicated situation around her. Curtis' eyes flashed with anger. After becoming a high-level professional, he had never been despised like this. He was also a very proud person. Seeing this, his expression became more gloomy. But the next moment, his pupil shrank suddenly, and he protected the double axes in front of his chest at the fastest speed. With a series of ding-ding-ding collisions, a string of fine ice cones fell to the ground. When Curtis was shocked, the other party just moved the staff casually. He didn't see any chanting process at all. When was this magic completed? Why was there no sign at all? Don't be distracted, Rob reminded, and then looked back at the pirate leader and added, "Oh, I'm not talking about you." Lolo was attracted by someone's instant magic just now, and was almost successfully attacked by a thief. However, the girl relied on her melee skills as a second-level swordsman. After reacting, she kicked the guy back directly. The other party probably didn't expect that the magician could be so violent. He was not prepared at all. He was kicked hard in the face by Lolo's kick, and slid several meters away. He groaned for a long time, and couldn't get up. Luo also used the reaction force of the kick to create space with the attacking pirates. Someone's voice came to his ears, "Watch your back. Don't think you are safe when you turn your back to the side of the ship. Those guys are cunning, and will climb up from below to attack you." After saying that, Rob glanced at the bosun not far away, and said to him, "You should also join the battle, and put more pressure on her." "Huh?" The latter was stunned when he heard the words, and when he reacted, he was furious. What did this guy think of him? Moving experience points? He could hit as many as he wanted? Curtis snorted coldly and said, "Everyone, attack together, and get rid of that girl first." The pirates agreed. Curtis was a little afraid of the guy in front of him, but he could see that the girl should only have the strength of the 3rd level. Although there is a saying that magicians are the strongest at the same level, the first mate and the bosun are both 3rd level professionals. 2 against 1, plus those sailors, the girl has no chance of winning. But as soon as he finished speaking, a light prison fell from the sky, covering the first mate and restricting his actions. The future super magician shook his head and said, "2 people can't do it." Curtis's face was livid. He was sure that the other party was using his men as sparring partners for the girl, and didn't take them seriously at all. However, this guy was too bold, and he would soon pay the price for his arrogance. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Curtis' eyes, and he said to the helpless bosun, "Kill the girl. Don't be intimidated by her. She is just a rookie, and is not your opponent." After saying this, Curtis stopped caring about the matter over there, and walked towards Rob holding a battle axe. He knew that the final victory would be decided by this battle between him and the other party. Chapter 559. Curtis is indeed the most legendary pirate leader in the Northern Seas. His strength is even stronger than he shows, and his mastery of power has even reached the edge of the 7th level. No wonder he can use such heavy weapons. The 2 giant battle axes flew up and down in Curtis's hands, but they were as agile as daggers. He transformed the weight of the weapons into his own power, making the destructive power even higher. Professionals below the 6th level rarely can take his attack head-on. Unfortunately, the person he met today was Rob. Even the famous 8th level masters in the assassin world, the 2 ghosts of Zhang Ji, ended up with one death and the other escaping in front of the future super magician. Curtis, who barely stepped into the 7th level with external forces, would never have any chance of winning. However, after the battle, Curtis unexpectedly took the initiative and advantage. Rob's performance was a bit embarrassing. It seemed that he had no good way to deal with the giant axe in Curtis's hand, and could only fight and retreat. The morale of the pirates suddenly soared when they saw this. In their opinion, it was a sure thing for their leader to win the battle. However, Curtis, who was in the middle of the battle, became more and more frightened. He did not use his full strength at the beginning. His initial attacks were mostly probing. When he found that someone was not as strong as he appeared, Curtis thought he had won for sure. But as he confidently increased the intensity of the battle, the imagined victory did not come. On the surface, it seemed that he had always had the upper hand, but he was always one step short. It seemed that he could win the battle as long as he tried harder. But every time he intensified his offensive, his opponent would also improve his combat level accordingly, just enough to offset his efforts. After a few times, Curtis finally confirmed that the guy in front of him had not used his full strength at all. His previous weakness and embarrassment were just a disguise. The reason why he had been hanging on slowly was just to use the power of the pirates to train his companion. This guy knew the habits of pirates very well. He knew that once the leader was defeated, the pirates would immediately lose their fighting spirit and have no intention of fighting. Curtis felt cold in his heart. He still didn't know where these two guys who suddenly appeared came from, and why they came to the revenge. In addition to dealing with Curtis's attacks, Rob was always paying attention to the battle on Lolo's side. Ever since the bosun joined the siege, the girl was in danger for a while. However, whenever she encountered a crisis that could not be resolved, the future super magician would use a magic to help her overcome the difficulties. During this period, Lolo challenged the pirates on her own. Except for being a little flustered in the beginning, she performed better and better afterwards, and became more and more adept at all kinds of magic. She even began to try to predict the situation on the field and guide the rhythm of the battle. Until all her mana was exhausted, she had killed more than 1/3 of the pirates. Sweat soaked the girl's clothes. Lolo leaned on the mast, gasping for breath. "Well done, let's stop here for this training." After the future super magician said this, a cold breath spread rapidly around him, and the pirates, who were still alive, were frozen into ice sculptures wherever they passed. In the end, only Rob, Lolo, and Curtis were still able to move on the deck. However, the latter's condition was not very good. This ice magic called Extreme Deep Cold was itself a 6th level magic, and it was strengthened by the future super magician on the basis of the original version. At this moment, Curtis' eyebrows and eyelids were covered with ice chips. Although he survived this death freeze with the strong physique of a 6th level professional, his body was also greatly damaged, especially the most vulnerable internal organs. He knelt on one knee, looked into Rob's eyes, and said with difficulty, "Who are you? This is exactly what I want to ask you. Who is behind you? Why are you chasing after that girl named Ursula?" Rob asked back. Curtis shook his head. "Winners win, losers lose. Since I've been defeated by you, you can kill me or rob me, but if you want to get any information out of me, don't waste your energy." "Oh, when did pirates become so trustworthy?" Curtis just smiled and said nothing after hearing this. A beautiful bird with red wings circled in the sky and then landed on Rob's shoulder. It was Bernadette, who had been following the 6 flowers. Because of the previous experience, the future super magician did not dare to lock the bird in the small cabin, so he let it fly freely on the sea. Anyway, there was a soul contract between the two, so it would not lose its direction and could arrive in time when needed. The future super magician took out a bag of preserved fruits from his pocket as a reward, and then ordered, "Use the enchanting eyes on him to see what he knows." There seemed to be a flash of contempt in Curtis's eyes, and Bernadette opened her charming eyes, but the former's eyes remained clear and did not waver at all. Half a minute later, Bernadette shook her head, indicating that this mental magic was invalid. Rob was a little surprised. Curtis's mental power seemed to be much stronger than he imagined. The future super magician had to take action himself, using magic to bind the latter's limbs, walked in front of him, and put the staff on his chest, but the latter's eyes were not afraid at all. However, the next moment, the imagined severe pain did not appear. The top of the staff emitted a gentle and familiar light, which made the hidden power in Curtis' blood stir. "Is that so?" Rob suddenly realized, "You are also a fanatic. No wonder you are not afraid of spiritual magic. So it seems that there is another hidden story about what happened back then. Did the temple give you a secret order to make you a pirate?" Fanatics are a very special group of people. They have dedicated everything, including their lives, to the gods and will never betray the church. If Curtis is a fanatic, it is naturally impossible for him to kill someone and escape and be wanted by the temple. Curtis's face suddenly changed, looking at the staff in Rob's hand, as if he had seen a ghost. "How is it possible? Aren't you a magician? Why can you use the divine power?" The future super magician did not answer this question, but moved his lips. The next moment, Curtis' pupils suddenly lost their luster, and he fell to the ground without any breath. "Hey, why did you kill him directly? Didn't you want to ask him what was the relationship between him and the death of the scholar Fagin?" Rob took back number 2 and shook his head. "He is just a pawn, executing the orders of the temple. I'm afraid he doesn't know much more about the specifics than us. Fanatics are not threatened. Their beliefs are extremely strong, and they are naturally immune to most spiritual magic. Physical torture has no effect, and they also have all kinds of strange divine abilities. Keeping him will only bring trouble." Chapter 560. The power behind the giant whale pirates turned out to be the temple, which surprised the future super mage. Fagin's research direction is the underground city ruins, which should not conflict with the church. Why did the church suddenly want to kill a pure research scholar, and even spare his only apprentice in order to find what he left behind? This question can only be answered after knowing the final research content of Fagin. Unfortunately, even Ursula doesn't know where this part of the information has gone. Luo was staring at Curtis's body on the deck. What's wrong? Well, nothing. I was just wondering how powerful the temple is. Are there even pirates with them? The girl said. The temple is the oldest of the top human forces. It has existed for more than 2,000 years. Its believers are spread all over the Dawn continent. And because of the special nature of their missionary activities, they are very familiar with all industries, and continue to go deep into them, especially the bottom of society. Other forces often do not pay attention to these people struggling in poverty. Only the church is willing to provide them with shelter, and they are also the church's most powerful supporters. So if we want to be enemies with the temple, we must be careful enough to guard against threats from all sides. Rob said. But what if such a powerful force starts to do evil? I wonder how many people like me and Ursula are there in this world, whose relatives were kidnapped and killed by the temple, and how many people disappeared silently. The girl shuddered. I always thought that what happened to me was just an isolated case, and never thought that maybe there were other people who might be hurt while we were talking, and they didn't even know who their enemies were, and where they came from until they died. The future super mage was silent for a while, and then said, the original intention of building the temple was to use the power of the gods to protect mankind. In the dark ages before the appearance of magicians, it was indeed the church that supported and guided our race. However, as mankind went through the most difficult period, few people noticed that the focus of the temple was quietly changing. The current temple is more proactive and stronger than it was more than 1,000 years ago. They are aware of the power they have, and are no longer satisfied with passively waiting for believers to come to them for help. They want to do more, but this also makes them no longer pure. Especially in recent years, Banner V's actions are a bit difficult to understand. In fact, there are now a lot of voices opposing him in the temple. Before leaving Gudry's, I heard from Dardarian that the Inquisition was considering launching an investigation into Banner V. This is the first time in the past 400 years that the Inquisition has launched an investigation into a high-level official at the level of the Pope. Merlin said that Vanel V was not the mastermind of that incident. He was just an insider and a participant. But he is now the Pope. Who else can order him? Lolo asked in confusion. I hope we can get the answer to this question after finding Sister Bernice's diary. Rob had a hunch that the recent events were not unrelated. From the death of Illyria to the temple's pursuit of Ursula, all of this seemed to have some hidden relationship. The future super mage used the same method to deal with the pirates on the other ship, and then took Lolo back to the Six Flowers. Except for the two parties involved, no one knew that the two had left the room during this period. Most people only saw that the two ships of the giant whale pirates chased halfway, and suddenly gave up for some reason. When the sailor on the lookout reported to Captain Odin that he could no longer see the other party's shadow, the passengers on the ship breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help cheering. That night, many people got drunk to celebrate their escape from death. However, Captain Odin did not dare to relax. He did not stop at the Violet port originally planned, but chose the nearest port. He waited until the Haifa Chamber of Commerce sent 2 escort ships before setting off again. Ursula and Barbara got off the ship directly at that small port and took a carriage to the capital of the Lionheart Empire with the letters. Before leaving, the girl thanked someone again and revealed a very important piece of information. Thank you for helping me. I forgot to say before that my teacher seems to be very concerned about the newly appeared underground city in Ryan. He seems to want to take a look at the underground city when he set off to the north. I don't know if this information is useful. Rob raised his eyebrows. Ryan's dungeon? That was also the place where he and Luo had their first adventure. Now that he thought about it, that dungeon was indeed a little unusual. It was located in an endless forest with many secrets. The future super magician picked up the extremely rare camouflage treasure he was wearing there, and also kidnapped a Bevenadette as a magic pet. These two things should not appear on the first floor, especially the latter. No one had ever seen this beautiful bird that had long been extinct in the final floor of the dungeon before. Ryan's underground city seems to be a little different from other underground cities, but there are too few things to see on the first floor. If he has the chance, he would like to go inside and take a closer look. Maybe he can find something different. Rob and Lolo's final destination is the Holy Alliance, but in Violet Harbor, they changed ships again to avoid being discovered, and still set foot on the land of the Holy Alliance from Sativia Port. This seaport has not changed much compared to when they just left. Fishing boats return to the port at sunset, and priests preach on the streets. Although it is not as lively as Gudry's, it looks more peaceful and peaceful. Rob still remembers Constantine's commission and goes to number 15, Boulevard Street. However, this place has changed 3 owners in the past 50 years. The future super magician did not find the latter's daughter Silver, so he could only ask the nearby neighbors for news about her. An old lady, who had been living here, told the two that after Constantine disappeared, Silver also left here soon. Someone helped her sell her property, and then took her away. Such things would usually be filed in the police station, but Rob and Lolo's current identities are a bit special. They are still wanted by the Temple and the Magician Association. Even if they have disguised means to sneak into the police station, there will be a lot of risks. However, this kind of thing is not difficult for Rob. The future super magician found the most lively tavern in the area, and then contacted a middleman of an underground force in it. After agreeing on the price, he got the files in the police station through him. It turned out that a man named Sinclair adopted Silver. He filled in the cousin in the relationship column, but this name was not in the relatives and friends relationship given by Constantine before.